Chen Luo traversed into the world of Douluo, awakening with the formidable martial spirit of the god of death. Top-tier soul rings, extraordinary soul skills, and divine techniques. These were merely fundamental operations. Title Daw, formidable ferocious beasts, hellish demons. These are all my undead minions. The tale commences from the Holy Soul Village, specifically from the adjacent Grass Dog Village. Chapter 001, Activation of the Sign-In System. 29:30. Upon completing his final push-up, Chen Luo approached the riverbank, intending to wash his face before heading home. However, the reflection in the water momentarily stunned him. A child, around 5 or 6 years of age, bore a face akin to that of a porcelain doll, exceedingly adorable. 3 days had passed. Chen Luo had yet to acclimate to this new body. Each time he glimpsed his own visage, he would involuntarily linger a little longer. Originally, Chen Luo was an ordinary youth from Blue Star, having recently graduated from university and preoccupied with job hunting. On that fateful day, while en route to an interview, he heroically dashed to pull a little girl from the path of an oncoming truck, only to find himself collapsing in a pool of blood. When he awoke once more, he had already arrived in this world, endowed with a new body and a new identity. An orphan. Chen Luo, I knew you would be here. As Chen Luo washed his face and prepared to rise, a frail, raspy voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane. Tomorrow, the Martial Soul Hall will send representatives to our village's sub-hall to awaken the martial souls of the village children. You should go as well, the old man said with a warm smile, his face radiating kindness. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall come to fetch you in the morning. Returning to his dwelling, a modest wooden house that appeared somewhat dilapidated, situated on the outskirts of the village, Chen Luo entered. Inside, simple wooden furniture adorned the space, which was remarkably clean and tidy. This had once been the home of the former village chief's son, who had perished during a hunting expedition over a decade ago, leaving the house vacant. Half a month prior, the village chief had fortuitously discovered a child, who happened to be the original owner of this body, wandering like a beggar, bedraggled and gravely ill. Out of compassion, the village chief had taken him in, providing nourishment and care, and accommodating him in his late son's house while striving to heal the child. This exemplified the village chief's boundless kindness. However, due to the severity of the child's illness or other unknown reasons, he retained no recollection of his past, not even his name. Despite the village chief's best efforts, the child's condition deteriorated day by day, and 3 days ago, he had been on the brink of death. In truth, the child had already perished. Chen Luo had come to this world, assuming the identity of this child. Yes, this world is known as Douluo continent. And the village where Chen Luo resided was Grass Dog Village, adjacent to Holy Soul Village. Tomorrow, I shall awaken my martial soul, an opportunity to alter my fate. I hope to obtain a powerful martial soul. I do not wish to lead an ordinary life in this world. Seizing a flatbread from the table, he devoured it with fervor, sitting on the bed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The next morning, Chen Luo, your grandfather has come to fetch you, called the old village chief from outside the wooden house. Moments later, Chen Luo followed the village chief to the sub-hall of the Martial Soul Hall within the village. Though termed a sub-hall, it was merely a larger wooden structure. Chen Luo felt no surprise at this. Upon entering the sub-hall, he found that the other village children had already gathered, all around 5 or 6 years old, totaling 10 in number. In addition to these children, a young man in his 20s stood among them, dispatched by the Martial Soul Hall. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in white attire, with a black cloak cascading behind him, and a soul character the size of a fist emblazoned on his chest, accompanied by a badge depicting 3 crossed swords on his left side. Youthful, dashing, a soul master of the great soul master level. Could be him. While the other children appeared somewhat shy and even frightened upon seeing the young man, Chen Luo's expression was tinged with astonishment. The young man began, Children, line up. I shall introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master. No way. It truly is him. Among all the children, Chen Luo was the smallest, having arrived last. Thus he positioned himself at the end of the line. Even standing at the periphery, he distinctly heard the name Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened Tang San. Though Chen Luo maintained an outward calm, his heart raced with excitement. If circumstances allowed, he yearned to approach Su Yuntao to inquire about Tang San. Douluo Dalu was the first novel Chen Luo had ever read. Even after many years without revisiting it, the characters remained vividly etched in his memory. Whether due to his remarkable memory or other reasons, he could recall even the most inconspicuous minor characters and locations from the story. Upon realizing he had arrived in the world of Douluo, he had been utterly exhilarated. Later, discovering that his village, Grass Dog Village, was adjacent to Holy Soul Village, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Everything seemed so fortuitous, and naturally, he hoped for even more serendipitous events to unfold. As he had wished, even more fortuitous occurrences were indeed forthcoming. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened Tang San, had come to their Grass Dog Village, and in a few minutes, at most 10, he would conduct the awakening for him. With such a remarkable coincidence, could it be that Su Yuntao had just completed the awakening for Tang San in Holy Soul Village before arriving at Grass Dog Village, given their proximity? If that were the case, it would be perfect. After the awakening, he would assuredly inquire. Chen Luo was particularly invested in these details due to his intense desire to ascertain the current timeline of Douluo. Understanding the plot of Douluo was his sole advantage for survival in this world. Of course, he harbored another hope, the upcoming awakening of his martial soul. As Su Yuntao conducted his brief introduction, he simultaneously prepared for the awakening of the martial souls of the Grass Dog Village children. 6 Black, round stones were arranged in a hexagonal formation on the ground, and a boy stepped into the circle at Su Yuntao's indication. Immediately, Su Yuntao activated his martial soul, and 2 rings of light, one white and one yellow, slowly ascended from beneath his feet. Concurrently, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation. He grew significantly larger, exuding a muscular presence. His formerly black short hair transformed into long gray locks, and his hands were adorned with similarly colored fur, for which glimmering claws emerged, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. The boy standing before Su Yuntao, witnessing this transformation up close, felt his legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, as if his very soul had been frightened away, leaving him devoid of the ability to think, unable even to flee instinctively. Not just this boy, but all the other children exhibited similar reactions, perfectly embodying the essence of sheer terror. Among these children, only Chen Luo stood as an exception. Far from being frightened, his eyes sparkled with fervor, and his youthful face radiated yearning. Upon witnessing the performance of the children, Su Yuntao felt no astonishment. His gaze lingered on Chen Luo for a moment longer, for Chen Luo's display was the most extraordinary among them all. With a voice imbued with gentleness, he skillfully comforted each child, and once their emotions were steadied, Su Yuntao commenced the formal awakening of their martial souls. As he deftly conducted the process, a verdant light emanated from his palm, merging into each of the black stones, which subsequently radiated a golden luminescence, ultimately coalescing into a golden barrier that enveloped the boy within. After a brief interlude, Su Yuntao's authoritative voice resounded. "Extend your right hand." The boy instinctively complied, extending his right hand, and in an instant, all the luminous particles converged to form a shoulder pole. What followed was the soul power test, a decisive factor in determining whether the boy could become a soul master. The result was disheartening. No soul power. The boy's face fell in disappointment, while Su Yuntao remained remarkably unperturbed. Next, the golden barrier appeared time and again, yet none of the children from Saogo village could conjure a miracle to bring glory to their village. Most of their martial souls were mundane farming tools or common plants, such as blue silvergrass. Though 10 children had gathered, none possessed any soul power, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Finally, it was Chen Luo's turn. Having observed the martial soul awakening of all the children, Chen Luo, even after witnessing it 10 times, felt no tedium. Instead, he grew increasingly fascinated. The experience of witnessing it firsthand was far more exhilarating than reading novels or watching animations. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompt, Chen Luo consciously stepped in a circle of 6 stones, silently awaiting the whims of fate. Su Yuntao, maintaining an air of calm, refrained from excessive words, and once again infused soul power into the black stones, heralding the commencement of Chen Luo's martial soul awakening. Golden radiance surged forth from the black stones, once more forming a golden barrier, the entire process mirroring that of the previous children, devoid of any alteration. However, Chen Luo's expression within the golden barrier starkly contrasted with that of the others. While the children had been relaxed and reveling in the moment, Chen Luo was engulfed in profound agony. Su Yuntao noted this shift, his gaze fixated on Chen Luo, a flicker of surprise and a hint of anticipation breaking through his previously indifferent demeanor. Cold, piercingly cold. This was Chen Luo's most immediate sensation. He felt as though he were ensconced in an ice cellar or submerged in frigid water. The chill assailed him from all directions, propelling him to the brink of despair. Time lost meaning, and eventually, the icy sensation began to wane, accompanied by Su Yuntao's commanding voice. "Extend your right hand." Chen Luo instinctively complied, and in a fleeting moment, the cold returned, yet it lingered only briefly before surging into his palm. Sign-in system activated. Successful sign-in in the Douluo world. Obtain the martial soul, Death God. A chilling synthesized female voice suddenly reverberated within Chen Luo's mind. Simultaneously, a gray scythe materialized in Chen Luo's grasp. It bore little distinction from an ordinary scythe, save for a longer handle and a slightly elongated blade. Witnessing this, disappointment flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. "I had hoped for a formidable martial soul, yet it is merely a scythe." He extended the blue crystal ball toward Chen Luo. "Let us test your soul power." Chen Luo did not immediately reach out. Instead, he remained transfixed by the scythe in his hand, his expression a tapestry of fervor, surprise, excitement, and bewilderment. Su Yuntao remarked calmly, "Even a scythe can serve as a martial soul if one possesses soul power." The complex emotions playing across Chen Luo's face appeared to Su Yuntao as disappointment and confusion, prompting him to offer customary consolation. It was only then that Chen Luo regained his composure, instinctively nodding before placing his hand on the blue crystal ball. Can he not see? The one wielding the scythe, the Death God. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Su Yuntao, but the very next moment his attention was ensnared by the blue crystal ball beneath his palm. To his astonishment, the blue crystal ball did not undergo any grand transformation. Instead, cracked open. Chapter 002. Innate Level 17, the azure crystal orb fractured, and in an instant, the entire sphere was adorned with fissures before shattering into countless fragments. Chen Luo's hand lingered in midair, his expression one of bewilderment. Su Yuntao exhibited minimal reaction, though a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, quickly transforming into understanding. It appeared that this artifact had reached the limit of its usage. "Did you experience any particular sensations when you placed your hand upon it?" Su Yuntao inquired, directing his attention towards Chen Luo. Retracting his hand, Chen Luo shook his head. "None." This was not an intentional deception on Chen Luo's part. He genuinely felt no distinct sensation. If he were to articulate any feeling, it would be that the blue crystal orb felt somewhat cool. Su Yuntao nodded, recalling that he had sensed no fluctuations in Chen Luo's soul power. It seems the soul power testing orb has indeed reached its limit. Even innate full soul power would not lead to such an outcome. And besides, how could a scythe martial spirit possess innate full soul power? He retrieved another soul power testing orb and gestured for Chen Luo to place his hand upon it. Chen Luo complied, and this time, no unforeseen events transpired. As his hand made contact with the soul power testing orb, it trembled momentarily before radiating a brilliant luminescence. At this moment, Chen Luo felt a distinct sensation. The residual chill within him rapidly converged towards his palm, only to be consumed by the blue crystal orb. The bone-chilling cold from his martial spirit awakening had left an indelible mark on Chen Luo's memory, even though the freezing sensation dissipated upon the completion of the awakening. A lingering chill continued to swirl within his body, rendering him quite uncomfortable. However, during the soul power testing, the cold was drawn away, replaced by a wave of warmth that Chen Luo found immensely pleasurable. After a brief interval, the soul power assessment concluded. Innate Level 7 Soul Power. Su Yuntao's voice resonated throughout the wooden cabin, losing its former authority and instead brimming with excitement and exhilaration. He had not anticipated discovering a child with innate Level 7 soul power here, especially one with a scythe martial spirit. After all his efforts, he had finally encountered a delightful surprise rather than a fright. Only Level 7? In stark contrast to Su Yuntao's exuberance, Chen Luo appeared somewhat perplexed. Hearing Chen Luo's murmurs, Su Yuntao immediately shot him an exasperated glare. "What are you saying, child? When I tested my soul power, I was merely innate Level 2. You are already innate Level 7, and you dare to express dissatisfaction. Moreover, your martial spirit is not a worthless blue silvergrass, but a combat-capable scythe. You are destined to become an exceptional weapon soul master." As Su Yuntao became increasingly animated, he nearly shook Chen Luo by the shoulders in his enthusiasm. "You are already at innate Level 7, and you still find it insufficient? I might as well go find a patch of land to farm with my innate Level 2. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face as he silently mused. If this is a reaction to innate Level 7 soul power, what would they say if they knew mine was actually innate Level 17? Before Chen Luo, a holographic panel floated, visible only to him. displaying a series of information. Host, Chen Luo, Martial Spirit, Death God current soul power level. 17 Upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul power test results, Su Yuntao's gaze transformed. From initial indifference, it shifted to admiration and optimism. Just a moment ago, he had contemplated taking Chen Luo as his disciple, but now he realized he was unworthy. The boy would need a far superior mentor. I will report your situation accurately. I believe many elders will find you fascinating, Su Yuntao declared, a smile gracing his face. Now, I must hasten to the next village for martial spirit awakenings. I can hardly wait to complete all my tasks and return a report about you. He patted Chen Luo's shoulder warmly. I am confident we shall meet again soon. With that, Su Yuntao swiftly began gathering his belongings. Though Chen Luo appeared calm on the surface, internally, he was brimming with exhilaration. Just moments ago, he had acquired a sign-in system and, through it, attained the top-tier martial spirit, Death God. Such a stroke of fortune would ignite excitement in anyone. For now, he held the reins of his destiny in his hands. No one could fathom the anxiety and insecurity Chen Luo had felt during his initial days in this world. With no background to rely upon, his only assets were his knowledge of the Douluo world and the martial spirit he was about to awaken. Should his martial spirit prove to be subpar, or his innate soul power disappointingly low, even his extensive understanding of Do might not secure him a prosperous future. Even the desire to cling to a powerful ally would require the capital and strength to do so. The weak could never truly integrate into the circles of the strong. Now, however, with the essential system in place and the acquisition of a premier martial spirit right from the outset, his future appeared bright. Striving to maintain his composure, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Su Yuntao. Uncle, may I inquire if you have visited Holy Soul Village? Chen Luo had been attentive to every word Su Yuntao had spoken. Upon hearing the mention of the blue silvergrass as a worthless martial spirit, he immediately thought of Tang San, but had yet to find an opportunity to inquire about him. Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, Su Yuntao halted his actions and turned to him with enthusiasm. I visited just yesterday. What would you like to know? Chen Luo's excitement surged. Did you encounter a child named Tang San while awakening the martial spirits in Holy Soul Village? How did his awakening go? He quickly added, he is my friend. Su Yuntao chuckled in response. You mean the one with innate full soul power who awakened the worthless blue silvergrass? That must be him. He is the only Tang San I recall. Indeed, that is him. Chen Luo's tone became fervent. It seemed he had arrived in the Douluo world at a fortuitous moment, perfectly synchronized with Tang San. Had Chen Luo not obtained the sign-in system and the Death God martial spirit, he would have sought out Tang San to gain his favor. However, that would have required a measure of strength and capital. Otherwise, Tang San would certainly overlook him. Now, however, the situation had changed. He no longer needed to cling to Tang San. He was the strong one now. His keen interest in the timeline of Douluo and Tang San's circumstances stemmed from a desire to seize as many opportunities as possible for himself. Su Yuntao expressed a tinge of regret. It truly is a pity for your friend. Although he possesses innate, full soul power, he awakened a worthless spirit. No matter how much blue silvergrass evolves, it remains blue silvergrass, and a worthless spirit will forever be just that. Even if he becomes a soul master, he is likely to be merely a mediocre one. You, on the other hand, have a promising future ahead. Once more, Su Yuntao approached Chen Luo, patting him on the shoulder. The admiration in his gaze had transformed into profound regard and esteem. Chen Luo smiled faintly, silently reflecting, Big brother, your discernment is truly remarkable. After packing his belongings, Su Yuntao departed from Grassdog Village. Before leaving, he offered Chen Luo numerous encouraging words. Had it not been for his pressing task, he might have taken Chen Luo back to the spirit hall with him. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the sub-hall, was, of course, aware of Chen Luo's martial spirit awakening results. In no time, Chen Luo, endowed with his 7th level innate soul power and wielding a scythe as his martial soul, became a well-known figure in the humble village of Grassdog. Within just one morning, he transformed from an unpopular outsider orphan into the embodiment of hope for all the villagers. Throughout the day, the denizens of Grassdog Village engaged in fervent discussions about Chen Luo. I believed in this child since he was little. He is the future hope of our Grassdog Village, remarked the old village chief. The day I brought him back, I knew our village would gain fame. Meanwhile, as the villagers fixated on Chen Luo, he lay in bed, delving into the mysteries of his system and martial soul. Chapter 003. The Invincible Sign-In System. The system Chen Luo acquired is aptly named the Invincible Sign-In System. This system is remarkably straightforward, comprising three interfaces: the personal interface, the task interface, and the lottery interface. Chen Luo had previously accessed the personal interface during his soul power test, allowing him to clearly observe his current strength information. At this moment, he opened the task interface, which displayed: main task, travel to Nodding City and sign in at the Martial Soul Hall. Side task, journey to the Black Woods and sign in upon arrival. The Black Woods, located to the east of the village, was rumored to be a perilous place. Chen Luo furrowed his brow but soon smiled, thinking it's merely a matter of reaching that location. I wonder what the rewards will be. They shouldn't be too disappointing, especially since the system granted me a divine-level martial soul right from the start. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he focused on the side task. Knowing he would inevitably undertake the main task of going to Nodding City and entering the Martial Soul Hall. Thus, he resolved to complete the side task first. Closing the task interface, Chen Luo turned to the lottery interface. The lottery interface resembled a colossal spinning wheel cloaked in a veil of black mist. As he attempted to discern its contents, he was met with a prompt: current lottery points insufficient. Complete tasks to earn lottery points. It was then that Chen Luo noticed a line of information above the lottery, while indicating his available lottery points. Lottery points. I wonder how many points are required for a single draw. Minimum lottery point consumption is 5. Now informed, Chen Luo was instantly invigorated, prepared to set off towards the Black Woods on the eastern outskirts of the village. Before doing so, however, he took a moment to examine his martial soul. Extending his right hand, a gray light burst forth, and a scythe materialized in his grasp. This scythe resembled an ordinary one, but was somewhat larger, its entirety a shade of gray. At his tender age of 5 or 6, the weapon appeared oversized in his small hands. Yet, Chen Luo's gaze was not fixated on the scythe, but rather on the figure that wielded it. This figure, though human-like, was more of a specter. It too grasped the scythe, its form ethereal, existing in a liminal state between reality and illusion. Chen Luo could not discern its face. He could only sense its presence. At times, it appeared as an incredibly grotesque monster, at others, as a faceless youth, and in fleeting moments, it resembled Chen Luo himself. Whenever he sought to observe it closely, it hovered before him, but when he glanced at the scythe, they seemed to merge as one. The scythe served as a bridge connecting the two. This was the manifestation of Chen Luo's martial soul, the Grim Reaper. It seemed others could not perceive the existence of the Grim Reaper. They could only see the scythe itself. Chen Luo deduced this from Su Yuntao's reaction upon witnessing his martial soul, which was fortuitous for him, as he preferred not to attract undue attention. The presence of the Grim Reaper instilled within Chen Luo an overwhelming sense of strength. Even at this nascent stage of his martial soul awakening, he felt significant changes coursing through his body, with both power and perception heightened dramatically. However, Chen Luo noted that in the writings of Douluo, he had not encountered any instances of individuals experiencing such extraordinary physical enhancements through martial soul awakening. While it was true that soul awakening could elevate a soul master's physical capabilities to some extent, it would not manifest so dramatically. If there were any martial souls capable of imparting such enhancements, they would likely be exceedingly rare or perhaps akin to innate martial souls. Could it be that the Grim Reaper shared a remarkable similarity with innate martial souls? If it could indeed augment his physical prowess and perception as he grew stronger, then this martial soul was truly exceptional. A sense of intuition compelled him to believe his speculation was not unfounded. Without a soul ring to provide further insight, Chen Luo could only admire his martial soul for a brief moment before retracting it. With ample time at hand, he resolved to embark on his side task and venture into the Black Woods to the east of the village. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the air, followed by the voice of the old village chief from outside. "Chen Luo, are you home?" "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm here." Chen Luo quickly composed himself and proceeded to open the door. As the door swung open, the old village chief stood there, brimming with vitality. A joyous smile etched upon his wrinkled face, tinged with a hint of pride. Before Chen Luo could inquire about the chief's visit, the old man spoke up. "Word of your martial soul awakening has spread throughout the village. Ever since I brought you back, you have been one of us in Grassdog Village. Our village is entitled to one student each year to attend a specialized Soul Master Academy, and the entire village has unanimously decided to grant this opportunity to you." With a grin, the old village chief continued, "You might find it amusing, but our village has not utilized this opportunity for many years. It was only after our village produced a Soul Emperor that we managed to secure it." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instinctively twitched the corners of his mouth. The Holy Soul Village produced a Soul Sage, while Grassdog Village boasted a Soul Emperor. Truly, these neighboring villages were quite remarkable. If all went as expected, the martial soul of Grassdog Village's Soul Emperor must have been closely linked to the village's name. Thank you so much, Grandpa Village Chief. Chen Luo responded earnestly. Even if he chose not to attend the Soul Master Academy, it was likely that representatives from the Martial Soul Hall would soon approach him. Su Yuntao's excitement was not feigned, as possessing innate 7th-level soul power carried significant weight. Thankfully, the soul power testing sphere had not revealed Chen Luo's true soul power. Otherwise, the revelation of his innate 17th-level soul power would undoubtedly stir a great commotion in this world. In truth, the soul power testing sphere had indeed yielded results. Although he need not fret over his future development, Chen Luo still wished to attend the Soul Master Academy, not for any other reason but to make friends. Given the proximity of Grassdog Village and Holy Soul Village, it was highly likely they shared the same Soul Master Academy. Excellent. With Chen Luo's affirmative response, the old village chief's joy intensified. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Huh? Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. Tomorrow? Aren't we supposed to wait 3 months to attend the Nodding Soul Master Academy? The old village chief chuckled. Indeed. But tomorrow I shall take you on a tour of Nodding City to help you acclimate to the environment. Although there are still 3 months until the Nodding Soul Master Academy opens, we cannot afford to idle away the time. Our village has indeed produced a Soul Emperor in the past, yet the current residents possess scant knowledge of Soul Masters. I wish to take you to the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City to learn some foundational knowledge about Soul Masters, particularly the methods of cultivating soul power. Time is of the essence for a Soul Master. We cannot squander it. If possible, we even hope you might head to Nodding City for development tomorrow, as our Grassdog Village is far too small. You are our hope, given the late hour and your recent martial soul awakening. It is best for you to rest now. It seems that I can head to Nottingham City ahead of schedule to complete the main quest. Chen Luo nodded vigorously, yes. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief. Hearing the old village chief's words filled Chen Luo's heart with warmth. While he was unaware of the circumstances of others in the village, the old village chief before him was undeniably a kind-hearted individual, genuinely concerned for others. If it weren't for this benevolent old man, the original owner of this body would likely have perished in some forgotten corner, and perhaps he would have lost the chance to live again. During his days in this world, Chen Luo had felt the old village chief's kindness and care. He truly felt grateful to him. Then it's settled. What would you like for lunch? Grandpa will prepare it for you. After finishing his words, the old village chief prepared to leave. Chen Luo smiled and said, Fish for lunch. I plan to go fishing by the river on the east side of the village. The old village chief smiled kindly and nodded, all right. You hurry there and come back quickly. Grandpa will cook for you. Then you must prepare a larger pot, and perhaps a big water bucket as well. Haha. Grandpa will be ready for you when you return. After the old village chief departed, Chen Luo returned to his house to gather his fishing gear. However, he did not intend to fish in earnest. It was merely a pretext to venture into the dark woods on the east side of the village. If time permitted, he might indeed try to fish for a while. Moments later, Chen Luo arrived at the riverbank on the east side of the village, concealed his fishing gear, and made his way directly into the dark woods. As he walked, he faintly heard the urgent and fearful cries of children. Chapter 004. The Hunt for Souls. And awakening Chen Luo quickened his pace, for the cries seemed to emanate from the direction of the dark woods. As the sounds grew nearer, he soon reached his destination, just as he had anticipated, the dark woods. Although the woods were at least 3 miles from the riverbank, Chen Luo could distinctly hear the sounds, indicating a significant enhancement in his perceptive abilities. Not far ahead, he spotted 2 children around 10 years old, clinging to a tree trunk, while a few bundles of firewood lay scattered beneath them, and before the tree stood a ferocious tiger. Clearly, the 2 children, out gathering firewood, had encountered the tiger and, in a moment of desperation, climbed the tree. However, the situation was dire. The tiger was poised to pounce, ready to strike at any moment. Perhaps due to the distance, Chen Luo's arrival went unnoticed by the tiger. Observing the scene before him, Chen Luo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should become a hero and slay the tiger. Surely, he couldn't just stand by and watch those children perish. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo extended his right hand, and with a mere thought, the scythe of death materialized in his grasp. Another hand grasped the scythe as well, perfectly overlapping with his own. This was the Grim Reaper. After summoning the Reaper's martial soul, Chen Luo felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him, instilling him with courage to confront the tiger ahead. Act now. If I delay, it will be too late. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, he stepped forward. Just as he was about to become a hero, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the dense thicket nearby, striking the tiger squarely in the head. Thud! The tiger collapsed lifelessly, and the children's peril was averted. Rustling sounds followed as a young man in his 20s emerged from the thicket. His dark skin and ordinary clothing contrasted sharply with his muscular build and the longbow he held, which drew attention. With a firm grip, he made the longbow vanish. Presumably his martial soul. You two should hurry back. This place is extremely dangerous, teeming with ferocious beasts. You must never return here. He called to the children in the tree. The two children responded promptly. Understood, Uncle Dahe. They quickly descended from the tree, abandoning their hard-earned firewood in their haste to flee. The young man glanced at the tiger before making no further delay and followed the children. They must be villagers from Tsaogo village, Chen Luo mused inwardly. At this point, he had retracted his martial soul but remained in place. He had reached the designated location within the dark woods for the quest, yet he had not received any confirmation of task completion, so he continued to wait. After a considerable time, impatience began to creep in, and he resolved to leave. However, just as he turned to head back, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Perhaps it was a moment of madness, for he inexplicably turned back and walked straight towards the tiger's carcass. Standing before the lifeless tiger, Chen Luo swallowed hard. The beast was at least 5 meters long and quite robust. When he had observed it from a distance on the hill, its size had not seemed so imposing. But now, standing close, he felt a wave of trepidation. Striving to calm his racing heart, he extended his right hand and pressed it against the tiger's body. The action felt instinctual, requiring no conscious thought. Moments later, he yanked his hand back forcefully, and a swirling mass of gray mist emerged from the tiger's corpse. Is this the tiger's soul? What is happening here? As Chen Luo pondered in confusion, the scythe of death suddenly reappeared in his hand. Its blade made contact with the gray mist, and in an instant, the mist vanished as if consumed by the scythe. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Successful sign-in at the Dark Woods. Obtain soul harvest and awakening. The task was finally complete. Chen Luo quickly reviewed his rewards. Soul harvest. Reap souls to enhance strength. Awakening. Control the lifeless for personal use. These were 2 skills seemingly tailor-made for the scythe of death. The methods of utilizing these skills were imprinted in Chen Luo's mind. He would not need to learn them anew, as they could be effortlessly employed whenever he wished. I seem to have grown stronger. I can distinctly feel an increase in my soul power, likely a result of the soul harvest. His gaze returned to the scythe of death in his hand. Excitement and exhilaration painting his features. Now let us test awakening. Chen Luo raised the scythe of death, without any unnecessary flourish, and brought it down directly upon the tiger's corpse. The blade of the scythe embedded itself within the tiger's body, yet no gaping wounds or splattering blood were visible. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from the scythe, instantly draining Chen Luo of all his strength and soul power. In tandem, a gray light enveloped the fallen tiger, which slowly opened its eyes and stood upright. The tiger had been revived, yet it had lost its intelligence, remaining a soulless creature capable of combat. Its eyes turned a lifeless gray, and its form appeared subtly more robust. Ethereal gray wisps swirled around its body. Is this awakening? Truly formidable. Exhausted from expending all his soul power, Chen Luo felt a bit weak, yet this did not diminish his inner thrill and elation. He could clearly sense that the combat prowess of the tiger before him surpassed that of its living self by more than double. To resurrect the dead and enhance their strength for his own use was already extraordinary. The most astonishing aspect was that awakening seemed to impose no time constraints. How magnificent! The smile on Chen Luo's face had reached its zenith. It seemed there was no longer any cause for concern regarding his safe return. He had not forgotten the admonitions that Dahe had imparted to the 2 children earlier. Although he was currently in a state of extreme exhilaration, he remained acutely aware of the perilous environment he inhabited. In this dark forest lurked not only the formidable tiger, but also other ferocious beasts. Perhaps due to the differences between worlds, even ordinary wild animals here were significantly larger than those in Chen Luo's original realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a colossal tiger, and he certainly hoped to avoid any further encounters with other behemoths on his way back. Without lingering too long, he commanded the tiger to lead the way, beginning his journey back. The scythe of death remained firmly gripped in his hand, his entire being on high alert. Once he successfully exited the dark woods, he would allow the tiger to meet its demise once more. He wished to draw as little attention as possible, for being overly conspicuous would only invite unnecessary troubles. Special task detected. Would you like to accept? A prompt from a system echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Before he could fully process it, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. Chapter 005. The Death Goddess spell. Sensing the imminent threat, Chen Luo's entire being tensed up instantaneously, his grip on the scythe of death tightening unconsciously. The system was indeed courteous. This special task was one that could not be declined. Chen Luo inwardly chuckled, promptly opting to accept the mission. Special task accepted. Successfully completing this task will yield a chance to obtain exceptional rewards. Special task: eliminate the giant python. A faint rustling sound, reminiscent of leaves stirred by the wind, reached his ears. Had it not been for Chen Luo's keen senses, he would have easily overlooked this sound. Here it comes. Chen Luo swallowed hard, entering a battle-ready state. While the tiger before him prepared for combat, the hunter's presence had been detected by its prey. The concealed predator no longer remained in hiding and chose to confront openly. The rustling sound recurred, drawing ever closer. Chen Luo held his breath and focused intently ahead, when suddenly, a massive figure burst forth from the jungle. Chen Luo's eyes widened involuntarily as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Before him was a python as thick as a barrel, over 10 meters long, its gaping maw adorned with a bright red forked tongue flicking in and out. An unmistakable sight. Such a monstrous creature was undeniably terrifying. What was even more chilling was how such a gargantuan beast could lie in ambush silently on his return path. Chen Luo took a deep breath, unleashing all his strength. The target had appeared, and fleeing was out of the question. Only a fight to the death remained. The giant python before him was likely not a spirit beast, as it did not exude any aura of soul power. It was merely a colossal wild animal. However, this fact did not bode well, for spirit beasts came in various ranks, and it was evident that this behemoth surpassed even the average low-tier spirit beast in strength. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he was no match for the giant python, although he had awakened his martial soul, which was exceptionally powerful, and could now be considered a soul master with a soul power level of 17. He was still woefully weak in the presence of the python. Even if it was not a spirit beast, had he possessed a soul ring, the situation could have been entirely transformed. Nevertheless, he had an unyielding ally at his side. Chen Luo fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching python and raised his hand decisively, issuing a battle command to the tiger. Attack it. The tiger sprang into action, undeterred by the massive creature before it. Despite the vast difference in size, in that moment, the two exhibited comparable ferocity. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the python hesitated for a second, lifting its enormous head to glance sharply at a large tree to its left, before charging recklessly towards Chen Luo's position. This detail did not escape Chen Luo's notice. Could there be someone else here? He was certain that the python's paws had not been prompted by the tiger. Following the python's gaze, Chen Luo turned to inspect the tree, but after a moment his doubts and apprehensions evaporated, and his focus returned to the python ahead of him. In mere moments, the distance between the giant python and the tiger closed rapidly. Without any unnecessary posturing, the two colossal beasts engaged in fierce combat. The python opened its cavernous maw, its razor-sharp fangs appearing capable of piercing anything, and lunged towards the tiger with alarming speed. The tiger, dwarfed in comparison to the python, nevertheless displayed remarkable agility, propelling itself like a cannonball towards the python's neck. In an astonishing display, the tiger deftly evaded the python's attack, successfully sinking its teeth into the python's neck, causing blood to spurt forth as the python emitted a pained roar. With a resounding thud, the tiger brought the python crashing to the ground, its fangs penetrating the python's scales, firmly gripping its neck, and within moments, the earth beneath them was drenched in the python's blood. At that moment, the python swiftly coiled its massive body around the tiger, squeezing relentlessly. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, sending chills down the spine. The tiger's body began to contort under the pressure. It never relinquished its grip on the python's neck, tightening its hold even further as the python's blood soaked the ground. Originally intent on joining the fray, Chen Luo had abandoned that notion, having regained some strength. He sheathed the scythe of death. The worry and tension that had once etched his features had dissipated, replaced by an air of calculated composure. For he had already foreseen the outcome. If the tiger were alive, it would have already perished countless times by now. However, the crucial point was that it was not alive, devoid of pain, and difficult to kill again. What could the python possibly use to contend with it? Even though the python was immense, with the tiger clamped onto its vital spot, it could only await its demise. The tiger's attacks retained its natural instincts, targeting the neck of its prey for a swift kill, which had perfectly orchestrated the current situation. Blood flowed profusely from the wound on the python's neck, and it grew increasingly feeble. Before long, the giant python succumbed to death. Even in death, the python remained coiled around the tiger, which continued to grip the python's neck, its form already unrecognizable. The conclusion was as Chen Luo had anticipated, though the scene was more gruesome than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo stood still for a considerable time before slowly making his way towards the carcasses of the giant python and the tiger. His caution proved to be sagacious, as 3 minutes after the python's demise, it suddenly convulsed violently, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area and rendering it utterly devastated. Had Chen Luo approached the python's body at that moment, he likely would have been reduced to a cold corpse himself. Despite the blood staining his shoes, Chen Luo was unfazed and proceeded directly to the giant python's corpse. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the python's body, pulling upwards to reveal a dense gray mist, even more concentrated than that from the tiger's corpse. In the next moment, the scythe of death materialized in Chen Luo's hand, its blade plunging unapologetically into the gray mist, which vanished instantaneously. Instantly revitalized, Chen Luo felt a surge of energy coursing through him. In addition, his soul power received a notable enhancement. After completing these tasks, Chen Luo departed without looking back. At this moment, the fierce tiger had utterly succumbed to death. The grayness in its eyes vanished, reverting to lifeless pupils. On the way back, Chen Luo encountered no further dangers. In that forest, the tiger and the giant python were presumably the greatest threats, and they had both met their demise. Shortly after Chen Luo departed, a figure leaped down from a large tree not far away. In his 20s, with dark skin and tightly gripping a longbow, it was none other than Dehei. Beneath Dehei's feet hovered a white halo of light as he intently gazed at the corpses of the giant python and the fierce tiger, cautiously approaching. Despite the short distance, it took Dehei quite a while to reach the remains of the colossal creatures, ensuring that they were indeed lifeless. He then looked towards the direction Chen Luo had taken, his face etched with astonishment. The giant python has been slain successfully, special mission completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the exceptional reward, the Death God's technique. As soon as Chen Luo exited the dark woods, he was promptly notified of the completion of the special mission. Upon hearing that he had received an exceptional reward, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately went to inspect. Chapter 006, Nodding City Death God's Technique, a divine-level cultivation method. A blue holographic panel floated before Chen Luo, displaying the information regarding the exceptional reward triggered by his successful completion of the special mission. The introduction was succinct, with no excessive elaboration. The term divine level sufficed to convey the gravity of the reward. At that moment, Chen Luo's mind was enriched with a profoundly esoteric technique. There was no need for deliberate comprehension. With a mere thought, the technique could be activated, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Chen Luo felt an exhilarating surge within him, for what he lacked most at this moment was a suitable cultivation method. After confirming that no one was around, he promptly settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, activating the technique. The flow was seamless, devoid of any hindrance, and he felt no clumsiness typically associated with first-time practice. It was as if he were engaging in an activity he had mastered through endless repetition. In a brief span, invisible waves of energy enveloped Chen Luo, continuously merging into his being. This energy, drawn from the very essence of the universe, was remarkably pure and devoid of any impurities. Chen Luo relished the process of cultivation, becoming completely immersed in it. He could distinctly perceive his strength augmenting, not only in terms of soul power, but also in physical fortitude. Realizing that time was slipping away, he reluctantly concluded his cultivation session, rising to continue his journey. He had entered the dark woods around noon, and now, as he emerged, it was already evening. Not long after, Chen Luo returned to the riverbank, casually catching a fish to take back. Grandpa Village Chief, the fish is ready. Before an old wooden cottage, a fire pit crackled to life as Chen Luo presented the grilled fish to the village chief. The old man received the fish with a warm smile, exclaiming, "What a sizable catch! I fear that my grandson and I shall not be able to finish it all." With that, he placed the grilled fish into a large bowl on the table and added, "It smells divine. I never knew you had such culinary skills, Chen Luo. Today, I'm truly fortunate." As he took a bite of the fish, the texture was perfectly tender, the flavor exquisitely sweet and savory, a delight to his palate. The village chief, savoring each morsel, could hardly contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." I have never tasted such delectable grilled fish. Although slightly charred, the flavor remained delightful. Chen Luo, sampling his own creation, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As they enjoyed the fish, the village chief suddenly reflected, Chen Luo, it feels as though I'm living in a dream. Just days ago, you were on the brink of death. And now you are able to prepare grilled fish for me. Most astonishingly, you have awakened your martial soul and possess a soul power level of 7. To be honest, I never even dared to dream of such a thing. Chen Luo smiled faintly, for even he had never imagined he would traverse into the world of Douluo. Despite having been in this world for several days, he still felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Unfortunately, I know not where your family might be. If they were aware of your martial soul awakening, they would undoubtedly rejoice. The village chief said. Chen Luo appeared unfazed. I have no family. I possess no memories of kinship, nor of the past. All I recall is my name. This was not a lie. The body he inhabited bore no remnants of past memories, and even the name he used was his original one. Do not worry. I shall be your family. If my little Chen Luo does not mind, the village chief reassured him. Chen Luo responded with a bright smile. How could I possibly mind? It is you who have given me this life. Had you not brought me back, I would likely have become nothing more than a pile of decaying bones. Chen Luo felt immense gratitude towards the kind elder before him. He truly experienced a sense of familial bonding. It was not merely a debt of life. It was the meticulous care he had received, far surpassing what many so-called family members could offer. By the way, Grandpa, is Dahe from our village? Chen Luo inquired. The village chief nodded with a smile indeed. Why do you ask? Did you encounter him today? Chen Luo replied. I saw him in the dark woods to the east of the village. 2 children had encountered a fierce tiger, and Dahe came to their rescue. I learned his name from those children. You ventured to the eastern woods today? I thought you were fishing all this time, as you did not return for lunch. The village chief's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of concern. You foolish child, did I not warn you that place is exceedingly dangerous? There's not just a fierce tiger there, but also a giant snake. Years ago, my son sought to eliminate that snake, and he never returned. Those creatures are man-eaters. I have heard that the giant snake is several dozen meters long, with a girth thicker than 4 wooden tables combined. It is truly terrifying. The village chief grew increasingly agitated as he recounted the tale, clenching his fists in fervor, his eyes glistening with emotion. I killed that giant snake. Truth be told, it was not as exaggerated as you have described. It was merely about 17 or 18 meters long, at most 20, and as thick as a large barrel. Well, a particularly large barrel. For wooden tables? Now, that is an exaggeration, Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly, originally reluctant to disclose his encounter with the giant snake. Chen Luo felt compelled to share the story upon hearing the village chief attribute his son's disappearance to that creature. He wished to ease the elder's heart. The village chief, momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's revelation, eventually looked at him with astonishment before chuckling dismissively. Chen Luo, do not jest with me. Even with your martial soul awakened, how could a lad like you possibly vanquish a giant snake? Chen Luo merely smiled, choosing not to press the matter further. The village chief continued. Dahe is one of the few soul masters to emerge from our village. After awakening his martial soul, he possessed only a level 1 innate soul power. He worked tirelessly to cultivate, but lacked the innate talent to graduate from the Soul Master Academy. Not wanting to venture elsewhere, he returned to the village, stating his desire to protect it. Alas, Dahe is quite the fool. He is a soul master after all, and developing elsewhere would surely be better than remaining in our little mountain village. Tomorrow, we shall head to Nodding City, and Dahe will accompany us for protection. In the pitch-black sky, a crescent moon hung, adorned by twinkling stars that cast a gentle glow. The nights in the village were invariably tranquil, punctuated only by the soft chirping of insects, devoid of the bustling nightlife often found elsewhere. After finishing the grilled fish at the old village chief's house, Chen Luo returned home. Fortunately, he had returned early. Had he delayed any longer, the old chief would have had to escort him back with a torch. He couldn't fathom why the darkness descended so swiftly in this place. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of meditation. The next morning, the old village chief arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep, accompanied by Dahe. Due to their trip to the city, the old chief had donned a new outfit, still made of coarse cloth but appearing relatively fresh. His deep blue attire, paired with gray trousers, complemented his stooped, aged frame and a pair of remarkably spirited eyes. One might even say the old man looked rather dapper today. Dahe, on the other hand, retained his outfit from the previous day, clad in a gray cloth garment splattered with stains, including remnants of blood. He maintained a reasonably upright posture his appearance unremarkable despite being in his 20s. Yet he exuded an aura of maturity beyond his years. The old village chief leaned on his cane, while Dahei carried a bundle on his back. This child, Chen Luo, is truly something else. I specifically told him about our trip to the city yesterday evening and urged him to rise early. Yet here he is, still in slumber. The old chief chuckled helplessly. Though his words bore a hint of reproach, his tone conveyed none. Dahei interjected, perhaps he is merely exhausted from yesterday. Let him sleep a while longer. It's still early, and even if we arrive a bit later in Notting City, it won't cause any delay. At these words, a gentle smile blossomed on the old chief's wrinkled face as he nodded in agreement. Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, he added with a chuckle, indeed, he spent the entire day fishing yesterday. By the way, he mentioned last night that he had slain the great serpent in the dark woods to the east of the village. Dahei immediately stiffened, memories of the afternoon in the dark woods replaying vividly in his mind. The serpent, which had devoured countless villagers and posed the greatest threat to their community, had apparently met its demise at the hands of a mere 6-year-old child. Even if that child possessed extraordinary abilities, it was still utterly unbelievable. Ha ha ha, Dai. You can't possibly believe that. Chen Luo was clearly jesting. Even if he has awakened his martial spirit and possesses innate soul power at level 7. With his small stature, he wouldn't stand a chance against a great serpent, let alone slay one. The old chief laughed. While the old chief and Dahei engaged in conversation, Chen Luo emerged from his room. He had already woken up by the time the old chief spoke, and he quickly tidied himself up, considering they were headed to the city, though there wasn't much for a 6-year-old to arrange. Grandfather, Brother Dahei, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Chen Luo said apologetically. The old chief shook his head with a smile. Not at all, we just arrived ourselves. Dahei's gaze lingered on Chen Luo, who seemed to have much to say but ultimately only uttered 2 words. Let us go. Notting City was not particularly far from Grassdog Village. In less than half a day, under the guidance of Dahei and the old chief, Chen Luo reached his destination. After passing through the soldiers' inspection at the city gate, they entered the bustling city. Compared to their remote village, Notting City possessed a certain urban vibrancy, with numerous pedestrians on the streets and a variety of shops lining either side, barely qualifying as prosperous. Upon entering the city, they did not linger at any of the roadside shops, but made a beeline for the Martial Soul Hall. Chen Luo, you have yet to enroll in the Notting Soul Master Junior Academy. During the school term, outsiders are prohibited from entering, which means you cannot learn about Soul Masters there. However, the Martial Soul Hall is different. It is open to all Soul Masters, Dahei explained as they walked through the streets of Notting City. Understood, Chen Luo nodded. On the way to Notting City, he had been pondering how to find an excuse to visit the Martial Soul Hall to complete his main quest task. Now, it seemed that inconvenience could be avoided, and matters would proceed more smoothly. In Chen Luo's recollection, the methods of cultivation for Soul Masters appeared largely similar. At least, the original work did not emphasize the cultivation methods extensively. Aside from Tang San's Xian Tian Bao Lu and a few exceptional cases, such as the Poison Douluo's unique training methods, there was little mention of variety in training techniques. Given that Dahei was a Soul Master himself, he should have knowledge of these methods. Yet, Dahei and the others had taken him all the way to Notting City to learn about Soul Master knowledge, particularly cultivation techniques. Brother Dahei, aren't all Soul Masters' cultivation methods the same? You are a Soul Master yourself. You could easily teach me. Chen Luo, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, finally asked. Dahei smiled. There are indeed different tiers among people, and the cultivation methods for Soul Masters vary in quality. As an ordinary Soul Master, I can only learn the most basic cultivation methods. With your innate soul power at level 7 and a fine martial spirit like the Scythe, you must seek superior cultivation techniques. I believe those at the Martial Soul Hall will provide the appropriate arrangements once we arrive. In addition to cultivation methods, you can also learn much about Soul Masters at the Martial Soul Hall. My knowledge is quite limited. Rather than cluttering your mind with what I know, it is better for you to study the most legitimate Soul Master teachings. After all, you are more than qualified. Indeed, Chen Luo, when you reach the Martial Soul Hall later, make sure to study diligently. The old chief added with a smile. Chen Luo nodded lightly, inwardly assuring himself, I already possess the pinnacle of cultivation methods, and upon arriving at the Martial Soul Hall, I can learn more about Soul Master knowledge. As they approached the Martial Soul Hall, his primary objective remained to complete his main quest task. The Martial Soul Hall is a hallmark of any city in this world. A simple inquiry to a passerby would reveal its general location. Before long, Chen Luo, the old chief, and Dahei arrived at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall. From the outside, the hall appeared magnificent, stretching at least 100 meters wide and towering over 20 meters high, with a domed structure comprising 3 levels, all in shades of gray. At the entrance stood 2 guards. Upon seeing Chen Luo and his companions, the guard stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here?" Though their demeanor was somewhat stern, they were courteous. Dahe stepped forward with a smile. "I am a soul master, and my brother has also become one. I brought him here today to learn about soul power cultivation methods." Upon hearing this, the guards did not impede their entry nor ask further questions, simply stepping aside to allow them passage. Dahe led Chen Luo into the martial soul hall, while the old chief waited outside. Methods of soul power cultivation. In the reception hall, a female soul master clad in a light robe, possessing an ordinary stature and appearance, regarded Dahe and Chen Luo with an expression akin to disbelief. "Lu Dahe, should I call you foolish or simply naive? Our soul master's methods of soul power cultivation are virtually indistinguishable. You could easily teach your brother." "Yang Tsue, can you please let me finish?" Dahe interjected. Chen Luo stood by, glancing at the female soul master named Yang Tsue, and then back at Dahe. It appeared that Dahe, whose full name was Lu Dahe, had a cordial relationship with the woman before him. Upon entering the Hall of Spirits, Chen Luo had scarcely had the opportunity to admire the magnificent and grandiose dome within, when he was promptly escorted to the reception hall by Lu Dahe. Naturally, Chen Luo held no aspirations regarding the cultivation methods of spirit masters. His death god technique was unparalleled, and even if it were not the absolute best, it was undoubtedly the most suited to him. Arriving at the Hall of Spirits, Chen Luo's attention was predominantly focused on the system notifications, eagerly anticipating the melodious chime, signaling the completion of a task. Yang Tae regarded Lu Dahe with the same gaze one might reserve for a fool. "Pray tell, I am quite curious to see what nonsense you might conjure up. You're merely seeking some trivial excuse to visit me, aren't you? Who invited you here in the first place?" At this, Chen Luo's eyes shifted between Lu Dahe and Yang Tsue, instantly igniting his curiosity. Before Lu Dahe could respond, Yang Tsue interjected, "Do not tell me this little brat possesses innate spirit power exceeding level 5. How could such talent possibly emerge from your backwater village?" "Apologies, but indeed, he does. My innate spirit power is level 17. Chen Luo silently boasted to himself. Lu Dahe nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, his innate spirit power is level 7. Our humble village has indeed produced a prodigy." As he spoke, Lu Dahe's tone grew noticeably firmer, tinged with a hint of pride. "Are you serious?" "Yang Jui Furo wet hair bro." Lu Dahe nodded emphatically. Upon realizing Lu Dahe was not fabricating tales, Yang Tsue's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. "Oh my, I've never encountered such an adorable younger brother before. Come, sister will take you to find cultivation methods right away." She beamed at Chen Luo, her warmth palpable. Just moments prior, when Chen Luo had arrived with Lu Dahe, she had scarcely spared him a glance. "Lu Dahe, why are you still standing there like a statue? Hurry and order the best dishes at the finest restaurant in Notting City. It's a rare occasion for my brother to visit, and he must be treated well." Yang Tsui shot Lu Dahe a glare, then turned back to Chen Luo, her exuberant smile returning. "Oh wait, I misspoke. It won't be long before you can visit often. With your talent, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Notting Spirit Master Academy, or perhaps even join the Hall of Spirits, where many esteemed elders will surely take a liking to you." As she spoke, Yang Tsui approached Chen Luo, gently taking his hand to lead him away. Before departing, she glared once more at Lu Dahe. "Stop dawdling. Go find that restaurant. If you lack funds, just put on my tab. What mine is also yours." Thus, Chen Luo, bewildered, was led away by Yang Tsui to the 3rd floor. The floor was lined with closed rooms, and Yang Tsui guided him directly to the leftmost chamber. This appeared to be the Hall of Spirits library, containing only a single bookshelf with few tomes, giving it a rather desolate appearance. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a venerable voice. "What brings you here?" Yang Tsui promptly replied with respect. "Elder, this is my brother. He possesses innate spirit power at level 7 and wishes to learn methods of spirit power cultivation." Innate spirit power level 7. The elder's voice became animated, almost in disbelief. Could it be that the individual Su Yuntao spoke of is this child? "Huh, they have scarcely departed, and already this child arrives." The elder's voice grew closer, having emerged from the library's adjacent room, revealing a diminutive, white-haired man clad in a black robe. "Elder." Yanjui turned respectfully. Yet, the elder did not acknowledge her, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Luo, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What is your name? Chen Luo, he replied calmly, though a shiver ran down his spine, pondering the odd intensity of the elder's gaze. Chen Luo then noticed the emblem of the Hall of Spirits on the elder's robe, depicting 5 long swords, indicating that this elder was indeed a spirit master of the Battle Spirit sect. It was quite surprising that such a remote branch of the Hall of Spirits housed a soul master of such caliber. No wonder he held the esteemed position of elder. Chen Luo, that is a fine name, the elder remarked with a smile. Would you care to become my disciple? Huh? Chen Luo was taken aback, while Yang Tsuitsue beside him appeared entirely unfazed, even exhilarated. Observing Chen Luo's astonished expression, the elder stroked his white stubble and chuckled. Did I come on too strong? Did I startle you? That is quite normal. After all, you're still a child. Just know this, if you agree to be my disciple, I assure you a smooth journey in your cultivation. I shall procure all the spirit rings you require. Your talent is remarkable. Under my tutelage within 20 years, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements. Perhaps not. The elder continued to extol the virtues of becoming his disciple, but Chen Luo resolutely declined. Having lived 2 lifetimes, albeit with mere decades of experience, he was far from child. A 6-year-old might have been easily swayed, but not him. Chen Luo felt no need for a mentor. If he were to seek one, it would have to be an exceptionally powerful teacher. Now that he had arrived in this world, he may have had limited options, but now he possessed the means to choose. The moment the elder perceived Chen Luo's decisive refusal, his expression shifted dramatically. You young man, think carefully. My doors shall always remain open to you. With that, the elder retreated back into the library, closing the door behind him. Chen Luo felt no ripple of emotion, merely raising an eyebrow, pondering, why hasn't the task completion notification appeared yet? After the elder departed, Yang Tzuwei cast a disbelieving glance at Chen Luo, but refrained from further comment, leading him into the library where she handed him a peculiar scroll. Try to sense it. It will teach you the most suitable cultivation method. Following Tzuwei's instructions, Chen Luo focused on the scroll in his hand. Even though he had already mastered the Death God technique, he found no harm in exploring other methods of spirit power cultivation. Before long, he felt a warm sensation emanating from the scroll, and, simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded his mind. However, just as quickly, he experienced a sudden chill, and all the information vanished, along with the warmth from the scroll. Must you be so domineering, not allowing me to explore other cultivation methods? Chen Luo felt momentarily bewildered, then chuckled softly, glancing down at the scroll in his hand, realizing it was likely rendered useless. After absorbing the spirit power cultivation method, he promptly returned the scroll to Tsuitsue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Tsuitsue, with a perplexed expression, accepted the scroll. So soon? Yes, Chen Luo nodded, having barely had the chance to examine it before it vanished. Tsuitsue carefully returned the scroll to its place and then led Chen Luo away. As they descended the stairs, Chen Luo finally heard the much-anticipated system notification, successfully signed in at the Hall of Spirits in Nodding City. The current main quest has been completed. Rewards, Death God Ring. Chapter 008, Newborn Registration in a Restaurant in Nodding City. Yang Tsuitsue, true to her word, treated Chen Luo and the others to a sumptuous feast. By this time, having dined well, Chen Luo and his companions were preparing to take their leave. Yang Tsuitsue was attempting to persuade the old village chief, saying, I believe that Chen Luo's younger brother can certainly cultivate in Nodding City. The environment here is far superior, and he could acquire a wealth of knowledge about soul masters. If he wishes, he could even move in directly to live within the Spirit Hall. I am confident that the old fellows in the Spirit Hall would welcome him with open arms. The old village chief chuckled with delight, replying, If that can indeed come to pass, it would be the best outcome. However, this matter is not solely within my purview. It ultimately depends on Chen Luo's decision. He continued, Initially, our village had also resolved to allow Chen Luo to cultivate in Nodding City, but we were unable to afford the exorbitant living expenses. Now, it seems we need not worry about that, but the final decision still rests with Chen Luo. Turning to Chen Luo, the old village chief inquired, Chen Luo, what are your thoughts? Chen Luo shrugged, I think we should return. The city is far too noisy. It is better to be back in the village. He felt that remaining in Nodding City would likely lead to frequent disturbances, had it not been for witnessing the excitement of the elder from the Spirit Hall. Chen Luo would never have believed that a natural level 7 soul power could wield such influence. The old village chief exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Tsuitsue, then smiled and declared, We respect your choice, Chen Luo. If that is the case, then so be it. Yang Tsuitsue added, Chen Luo, is there anything you wish to eat or do? Sister will treat you. Chen Luo gently shook his head, having completed his registration task in Nodding City. He now longed to return and diligently cultivate. Were it not for Yang Suitsue's earnest invitation and consideration for the old village chief and Lu Dahe, he would have likely skipped this meal entirely and gone straight home. Yang Suitsue smiled, saying, "Then I can only wish you a safe journey. After all, Chen Luo, you will soon arrive in Nodding City, and at that time, sister will treat you to food and fun." "Thank you, sister," Chen Luo replied politely with a smile. Upon returning to Grass Dog Village, it was already evening. Chen Luo and Lu Dahe shared dinner at the old village chief's home before each returning to their respective houses. Once at home, Chen Luo did not immediately start cultivating, but instead gazed at his left wrist. Under his watchful eye, a black tattoo a finger's width gradually appeared around his left wrist. The moment the black tattoo formed, a black bracelet manifested on Chen Luo's hand. At first glance, the bracelet seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate and profound patterns resembling various formations interwoven in a unique balance. This was the reward he had received for completing the main task of registering in Nodding City, the Death God Bracelet. The Death God Bracelet possesses two primary functions. Firstly, it serves as a storage space, the size of which is influenced by Chen Luo's strength. As his power grows, the storage space can expand infinitely, currently equivalent to that of a wardrobe. Secondly, it functions as a necromantic space, a place designated for storing the undead. The undead that Chen Luo awakens and revives will be housed in this necromantic space, ready to be summoned when needed. Similar to the storage space, the size of a necromantic space also depends on Chen Luo's strength, and it has yet to be activated. He was determined to cultivate diligently to unlock the necromantic space as soon as possible, allowing him to utilize the awakened powerful undead as a safeguard. Chen Luo looked at the Death God Bracelet, its purpose being to motivate himself. One only strives diligently when there is hope on the horizon. After putting away the Death God Bracelet, he immediately began his cultivation. 3 months later, today marked the opening day of the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Early in the morning, the old village chief and Lu Dahe arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. After a brief gathering of his belongings, Chen Luo set off with the old village chief and Lu Dahe. Throughout these 3 months, Chen Luo had been tirelessly cultivating day and night, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Having been granted a second chance at life and the opportunity to strive, he could not afford to be complacent. Chen Luo cherished every day he spent here. In his past life, he had squandered much time, and this time he had no intention of living aimlessly. Currently, his soul power had neared level 20, and with a bit more effort, he would be able to acquire 2 soul rings simultaneously. However, he planned to obtain his first soul ring as soon as he entered the Nodding Academy. Although lacking a soul ring would not affect his cultivation progress, it would limit his combat capabilities, and Chen Luo had long desired to enhance his fighting strength. Furthermore, there was a more significant reason: the refresh of system tasks. After completing the main task of registering in Nodding City, no new main tasks had emerged, and the same held true for side tasks. The task interface displayed only a single prompt: acquire the second soul ring to refresh all tasks. Chen Luo, you must study diligently at the Soul Master Academy. We believe in your abilities. As the hope of the entire village, the old village chief began to impart earnest advice as soon as they arrived in Nodding City. Chen Luo nodded. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will." The old village chief smiled. "Yes, I believe in you. We have always believed in you. We have seen your efforts. Oh, by the way, there is something I have not been able to tell you." "What is it?" "Do you remember Master Su Yun Tao and the elder from the Spirit Hall who came to find you 3 months ago?" Chen Luo nodded. "I remember. What about it?" 3 months prior, on the day after Chen Luo returned from registering at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, Su Yun Tao and an elder from the Spirit Hall had sought him out for a purpose similar to that of the elder they encountered in the Spirit Hall. However, Chen Luo had declined. The old village chief continued. "They mentioned that if you ever needed assistance in acquiring your soul rings, you could always seek them out, and they would always welcome you. Having someone willing to help you is a good thing. I know you are a strong-willed child, but sometimes you must learn to be flexible." Chen Luo nodded. "Understood, Grandpa." At that moment, Lu Dahe interjected. "If you need help, you can also go to the Spirit Hall to find Yang Suitsue." "All right." Chen Luo nodded, confident that he would soon require their assistance. The old village chief and Lu Dahe escorted Chen Luo to the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Academy. The academy exuded an impressive aura, with its grand stone archway and dark iron gates, likely the most striking edifice in Nodding City aside from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who, contrary to the haughty demeanor often depicted in literature, was exceedingly courteous to Chen Luo and the others. Are you here to report to the Soul Master Academy? The gatekeeper inquired with a warm smile. Chen Luo and his companions nodded, and the gatekeeper promptly stepped aside, saying, "Then hurry inside." Chen Luo found the gatekeeper's politeness somewhat surprising. After exchanging brief farewells with the old village chief and Lu Dahe, he stepped forward into the Soul Master Academy. After walking for a short distance, Chen Luo overheard the gatekeeper mumbling softly, which alleviated his initial astonishment. "So many work-study students this year? What's going on? A kid just went in, and now another one has come. Regardless, I must maintain my composure and treat them politely. If the master sees me acting out, my job might be at risk." Work-study students? Master? Chen Luo immediately thought of Tang San. Could it be that Tang San had just arrived? He quickened his pace. Before long, Chen Luo located the Academic Affairs office and successfully completed his registration with ease. With a natural level 7 soul power, no Soul Master Academy would refuse him. Upon providing his information and the credentials issued by the Spear Hall, the teachers no longer cared whether Chen Luo was a work-study student, and he was even afforded special treatment. However, Chen Luo still yearned for the simple life of an ordinary student. "These are your belongings, provided free of charge by the academy. You have been assigned to room 7 in the dormitory. Allow me to escort you there," a young teacher said with a warm smile. "Thank you, teacher. I can manage on my own. No need to trouble you," Chen Luo replied, accepting the items and bowing politely before departing. The young teacher chuckled. "What a courteous child. Should you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out." Once Chen Luo had left, Director Su, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "It seems this year, Nodding Academy is destined for fame. First, we have a student with innate full spirit power, and now another with innate spirit power at level 7. In my decades here, I've never encountered either, yet today I've met them both." The young teacher scoffed. "Let us not even mention the full spirit power. What prospects does Blue Silvergrass hold? And to think he has taken a master as his mentor. Enough of that. Don't look at me with those eyes. I have higher hopes for that child we just saw." Director Su gave the young teacher a disdainful glance. "No need for you to say it. I noticed that as well." Meanwhile, Chen Luo had arrived at the foot of the dormitory. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and soon he would reunite with Tang San. If all went as expected, Xiao Wu should be here by now. A smile unconsciously graced Chen Luo's face. "I hope I'm not too late." Chapter 009. Xiao Wu sleeps with me. Room 7 was not difficult to find. It appeared to be the most dilapidated among the dormitories. This room housed students who worked and studied, regardless of age or grade. As the academy was not a charitable organization, the free accommodations were naturally of inferior quality. Chen Luo had the opportunity and qualifications to choose a different dormitory, but opted instead for the ordinary working student quarters, Room 7, solely to experience life. Upon reaching the door of Room 7, Chen Luo peered inside, revealing a lively scene. 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were gathered together, with a boy and girl at the center, seemingly just having finished a scuffle. The boy, around 6 years old, was dressed in simple cloth, with a healthy tan and a head of flowing black hair, appearing rather unremarkable. The girl, of similar age and height, had a rosy face, sparkling large eyes, and was exceptionally pretty and adorable. Her long black hair was styled into a braid cascading down her back, and she donned a neat pink outfit. "The rules of the dormitory state that if you win against me, you become the dorm leader, our Group S leader," the boy declared. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with surprise. "Leader? That sounds quite fun. I'll be your leader from now on." Suddenly, a knock echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Chen Luo stepped into the dormitory, appearing calm outwardly, though his heart raced with excitement. Before him stood the boy and girl he had anticipated, Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Is this room 7? Chen Luo inquired, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "No way, another one? Last year, there was a single working student, and now 3 have arrived?" exclaimed an older child, disbelief etched across his features. Approaching Chen Luo, he managed a strained smile. "Hello, I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I aspire to be a Battle Spirit Master. This is indeed Room 7. I'm the 3rd in command here. You're a new working student as well?" After witnessing Tang San's defeat and then Xiao Wu besting him, Wang Sheng no longer dared to underestimate newcomers. Chen Luo nodded. "Yes, I'm a working student from Grass Dog Village." "Grass Dog Village?" Wang Sheng's mouth twitched, barely suppressing a laugh, but eventually failed. The other children chuckled at the name, while Tang San remained composed. Xiao Wu burst into laughter. "Haha, what a funny name for a village. By the way, we have a rule in our dormitory that new working students must demonstrate their martial soul strength. As the leader, I want to bully you. Tang San, you go and spar with him." Xiao Wu said, glancing at Tang San, who looked somewhat reluctant but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Luo casually placed his belongings aside and moved to a more spacious area, addressing Tang San. I'm Chen Luo. My martial soul is the scythe. Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass. Tang San responded, stepping forward. Xiao Wu, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, let us begin. Chen Luo and Tang San faced each other, and the battle commenced. Tang San, cautious, adopted a defensive stance instead of launching an attack. Chen Luo, however, wasted no time and struck forward with a straightforward punch, devoid of any unnecessary flair. Tang San appreciated such a direct opponent and had already devised a strategy using his control technique, grasping the crane, catching the dragon. Yet, he soon realized he had underestimated Chen Luo's strength. His technique failed to exert control. Chen Luo's punch landed squarely on Tang San's forehead, leaving him stunned. His eyes wide in disbelief. It's over. Chen Luo retracted his fist. Tang San's shock gradually faded, and he finally spoke while I concede. In the face of overwhelming power, all technique seemed futile. With a spirit power level of 19, Chen Luo easily eclipsed Tang San's abilities. Moreover, influenced by the death god martial soul, Chen Luo's strength far surpassed Tang San's. Had Chen Luo not held back, a single punch would have likely been fatal for Tang San. Wang Sheng, astonished, stammered, is that it? It's over so soon? The other children wore expressions of disbelief. They had witnessed Tang San effortlessly defeat their previous leader, Wang Sheng, who had been unable to retaliate. They had expected a similar fate for the newcomer. Yet Tang San had barely lasted a round against Chen Luo. Xiao Wu was equally surprised. She glanced at Tang San and asked, weren't you just formidable? What happened now? Tang San remained silent, casting a wary glance at Chen Luo, thinking, his strength is terrifying. Could his spirit power be higher than mine? Yet he seems young, having likely awakened his martial soul not long ago. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu decided not to press further. Adopting a big sister demeanor as she turned to Chen Luo, now it's my turn. Come on. Chen Luo smiled slightly, but shook his head. I cannot defeat you. Huh? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. You're giving up before you've even tried? With a chuckle, Chen Luo gathered his belongings and headed toward the bed, immediately spotting the one Xiao Wu had chosen and opting for the one adjacent to hers. How uninteresting, Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo, of course, was more than capable of defeating Xiao Wu. He simply found it difficult to strike at such a lovely and charming girl. Glancing at his empty bed, he then looked over at Wang Sheng and the others who had already made their beds, a frown creasing his brow as he realized. I forgot to bring 2 bedding sets with me. At that moment, a teacher with light green hair, in his 30s, entered the dormitory, carrying 2 bedding sets. New working students, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu promptly stood up and introduced themselves. My name is Mo Hen. You may call me Teacher Mo. With a faint smile, Mo Hen introduced himself and then handed a quilt to Chen Luo, saying, this is prepared for you by the academy. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the academic office. He then presented another bedding to Tang San, instructing him and Xiao Wu to engage in cleaning duties at the academy, while advising them to approach their tasks with diligence, warning that negligence could lead to expulsion. When he turned to Chen Luo, he added, if you wish to join, you may assist at the academic office. If not, that's fine too. Like Tang San and Xiao Wu, you will receive 10 copper spirit coins daily. Xiao Wu, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, why does he receive special treatment? Not only does he have bedding, but he also gets paid without having to work, and doesn't he have to worry about expulsion? This is utterly unfair. Mo Hen cast a calm glance at Xiao Wu, stating, do not question the academy's arrangements. Though Xiao Wu fell silent, her displeasure lingered. Chen Luo, feeling embarrassed, thought, this is quite the way to foster animosity. In truth, Xiao Wu could also be entitled to special treatment, as she, like Tang San, possessed innate full spirit power and was a true beast martial spirit. However, the academy likely remained unaware of this. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would surely have been a focal point of attention. Mo Hen then briefly outlined the new student enrollment arrangements before departing. Sitting on her bed, Xiao Wu glanced enviously at the new bedding of Tang San and Chen Luo. Noticing her gaze, Chen Luo generously offered his quilt to her, saying, here, take it. Xiao Wu instinctively replied, what about you? I'll manage, Chen Luo responded. That would be too much trouble. Why don't we just sleep together? The quilt is quite large, Xiao Wu suggested with a smile. All right, Chen Luo reluctantly acquiesced. While Xiao Wu was discontent with the academy's arrangements, she held no animosity towards Chen Luo, who naturally possessed a delicate and pleasing appearance, making an excellent first impression. It was impossible for Xiao Wu to share a bed with Chen Luo. Thus, they pushed their beds together, with Xiao Wu placing her bundle in the gap between the two beds, and Chen Luo dutifully placing his own atop it. From now on, this will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude, Chen Luo stated calmly, preemptively voicing what Xiao Wu intended to say. Xiao Wu shot him a glare and boldly declared, I am the boss. Your bed is my bed, and I shall go wherever I please. But you cannot come over. Fine. Chen Luo once again reluctantly agreed. Just as they finished arranging their beds, Wang Sheng approached, cheerfully announcing, It's time for lunch, boss, Chen Luo, Tang San. Let us go together. Xiao Wu frowned, saying, Stop calling me boss. It makes me feel old. From now on, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Understood, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng immediately complied, pointing towards the door. Let us go. Xiao Wu instantly perked up, exclaiming, Let us go see what delicious food awaits. Chapter 010. The stars cannot compare to you. The cafeteria of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is quite spacious, spanning 2 floors and capable of accommodating all faculty and students for meals. As Chen Luo and his companions made their way to the cafeteria, they noticed numerous students hurrying towards it. Upon arriving, they found a long queue at the serving window. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to join them for a meal, primarily because he lacked spirit coins, having exhausted his funds during his stay in Holy Soul Village due to his father's drinking. Ultimately, it was Wang Sheng who stepped forward, inviting Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu to dine together. Shortly after entering the cafeteria, they were met with provocations from a group of upperclassmen. Look over there. It's Wang Sheng and his group of paupers. Haha, indeed. Paupers remain paupers for life, forever relegated to dining on the first floor, never to ascend to the second. Upon witnessing this familiar scenario from Douluo continent, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, silently thinking, as expected, Xiao Wu will step up. True to his thoughts, the assertive Xiao Wu proclaimed, Who do you think you are? What's so impressive about the second floor? Wow, pretty girl. Too bad she's just a work-study student. One male student, captivated by Xiao Wu's beauty, smacked his lips, then shot a glare at Wang Sheng, saying, Consider yourself lucky this time. I'm off to eat. With that, he and his companions ascended to the second floor. Xiao Wu, incensed, prepared to chase after them. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately followed, unable to tolerate the disrespect shown to Xiao Wu. However, just as they took a couple of steps, a figure blocked their path. It was Tang San. Let go. We are here to eat, Tang San said. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful look, retorting, Are you afraid of conflict? Look at Chen Luo. Tang San offered no further explanation and moved to join the line for food. Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu, asking, Should we still go after them? I'll accompany you. Xiao Wu smiled slightly at Chen Luo. Forget it. Let us just eat. Wang Sheng chimed in, Sister Xiao Wu, this way. In contrast to Tang San's conflict-averse nature, Wang Sheng appreciated the boldness exhibited by Xiao Wu and Chen Luo. Following the recent incident, Wang Sheng's admiration for both of them had significantly increased. Under Wang Sheng's guidance, the group proceeded to queue for their meals. At that moment, Tang San spotted an acquaintance and approached to greet him, instantly capturing the attention of Chen Luo and the others. It's the master, Wang Sheng murmured. Before them stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in black, with short black hair styled in a side part. His appearance was rather ordinary, yet he possessed a unique aura. So, this is the master? Chen Luo pondered inwardly, contemplating whether he should greet him as well. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that the master was likely focused solely on Tang San at the moment. Approaching him abruptly might come off as odd. Tang San referred to the master as teacher, and their interaction was limited to a brief exchange of pleasantries. The master inquired about the bedding situation before preparing to take Tang San to the second floor for a meal, but Tang San declined. After the master departed, Tang San returned to join Chen Luo and the others in the queue. Wang Sheng looked at Tang San in disbelief, asking, Tang San, is the master really your teacher? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Wang Sheng continued, Why did you choose the master? I've heard his abilities are rather lacking. At nearly 50, he hasn't even broken through to the great soul master level. It seems he may never achieve it. He is in our school, mainly due to his good relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is just coasting along. Shut your mouth. Tang San interjected angrily, interrupting Wang Sheng. Please do not rashly judge my teacher. This is the first and last time I'll ask you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Tang San turned and walked away. Wang Sheng was left stunned, watching Tang San's retreating figure, his mouth twitching. Is this kid out of his mind? I was merely trying to offer a friendly warning. Indeed, I've never encountered someone so petty. Xiao Wu scoffed. Chen Luo glanced at Xiao Wu in surprise. According to the narrative, she should have felt a newfound admiration for Tang San at that moment. Yet, it was understandable, as Tang San's reaction had indeed been somewhat extreme. It was only today that he had accepted the master as his teacher. How could such deep feelings develop in less than a day? The saying, once a teacher, always a father, ought to be built on a foundation of mutual understanding. Moreover, Wang Sheng had treated Tang San well, inviting him to lunch on the first day and just now offering a well-intentioned warning. Perhaps this was the essence of being a protagonist, distinctly different from others. Tang San's departure did not affect Chen Luo and the others' lunch, and after collecting their meals, they gathered to enjoy their food in a cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Wu, when I have money, I'll treat you to something nice. Chen Luo delicately lifted the solitary piece of meat from his bowl and placed it into Xiao Wu's. Smiling as he did so, Xiao Wu nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Sure, that sounds great." Wang Sheng and the others cast sidelong glances at Chen Luo, each wearing expressions of encouragement, before returning to their meals. After lunch, they returned to their dormitory, with the opening ceremony scheduled for the next day and nothing to occupy their time in the afternoon. They engaged in light conversation before settling onto their respective beds to cultivate. The opportunity to be a work-study student was rare, and each student was exceptionally diligent. While Xiao Wu initially wished to play longer, she soon found herself inspired by the others' commitment and joined in the cultivation. As evening approached, the group gradually concluded their training sessions. Chen Luo was the last to finish. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu's large, sparkling eyes, followed by her exquisitely delicate, rosy face as she perched on his bed, gazing at him intently. "It's time for dinner," she said with a smile. "Yes, I understand, but I suddenly feel it's a bit unfair," Chen Luo replied. "What do you mean, unfair?" Xiao Wu inquired. "You can come to my bed, but I cannot go to yours," Chen Luo stated with utmost seriousness. Xiao Wu giggled. "That's because I'm your boss. Besides, I'm a girl, so you have to let me." "Indeed," Chen Luo nodded. Throughout the afternoon, Tang San had not returned. It was only after Chen Luo and the others finished dinner and returned to their dorm that they found Tang San asleep on his bed, perhaps disturbed by the commotion. He stirred groggily and spoke to Xiao Wu about his plans to obtain a spirit ring the following day. Xiao Wu immediately objected. "If you leave, then I'll have to handle the work-study tasks all by myself." Before Tang San could respond, Chen Luo stepped forward and offered, "I'll help you." "Yay, Chen Luo. You're so kind." Xiao Wu beamed with delight. Chen Luo smiled faintly and turned to Tang San, saying, "Obtaining a spirit ring is of utmost importance for a spirit master. Yet it is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution." "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern." Tang San nodded in agreement. "Come on, Chen Luo, let us go for a stroll," Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to contain her restlessness just moments after returning to the dormitory. "All right," Chen Luo readily agreed. Though he had planned to continue his cultivation, he found it impossible to prioritize that over spending time with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu led Chen Luo on a leisurely tour around the campus, eventually stopping at the schoolyard where they sat on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. "The stars are so numerous and beautiful," Xiao Wu said joyfully. "Indeed, but none can compare to your brilliance," Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu turned her head, giving him a playful glare. "Did you spread honey on your lips? Why are your words always so sweet?" Chen Luo grinned. "It's all the truth." After a while of stargazing, Xiao Wu grew a bit bored. "We haven't sparred today. Shall we have about now?" she suggested with a smile. Chen Luo nodded, unable to refuse any of her requests. The sparring commenced, but concluded swiftly. Though Xiao Wu's agility was impressive, it was no match for Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, rendering her efforts futile. Had he not intentionally allowed her a chance, victory would have been impossible for her. Feigning defeat, Chen Luo collapsed onto the ground, giving Xiao Wu a thumbs up. "Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly incredible." "Umph, of course." Xiao Wu was aware of his deliberate concession, yet she couldn't help but feel elated. Xiao Wu insisted on sparring multiple times afterward, and each time, Chen Luo pretended to succumb, extending the bouts to ensure Xiao Wu savored the experience to the fullest. Eventually, Xiao Wu, utterly exhausted, declared the sparring session over. Though Chen Luo feigned fatigue, he too felt drained. "We should head back," Chen Luo suggested after a brief rest. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. "No, I can't anymore. I'm too tired. I'll just sleep here tonight." "That won't do. You'll catch a cold." Chen Luo replied earnestly, then gently lifted her in a classic princess carry. At that moment, Xiao Wu shivered slightly but quickly relaxed, truly exhausted, and leaned against Chen Luo's chest, drifting off to sleep. Looking down at her, Chen Luo's gaze softened, and a smile crept onto his lips as he mused inwardly. "Am I abducting a minor? Surely not. She is 100,000 years old." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo carefully placed Xiao Wu on her bed and tucked her in. The other roommates were either cultivating or already asleep. Chen Luo, though not sleepy himself, chose not to cultivate. Instead, he lay on his bed, glancing contentedly at the sleeping Xiao Wu beside him, cherishing a scene he had once only dreamed of. After covering himself with a bit of blanket, mostly draping it over Xiao Wu, Chen Luo closed his eyes, contemplating his future plans. Chapter 011. The soul-hunting forest at present. The most pressing matter was to acquire a spirit ring. Chen Luo distinctly felt that his cultivation speed was diminishing, likely due to the absence of a spirit ring. He harbored an unsettling intuition that unless he obtained his first spirit ring, no amount of effort would elevate his spirit power beyond level 20. Even if he were to cultivate until his last breath. Achieving level 19 without a spirit ring was already a remarkable feat. While lacking a spirit ring does not impede one's ability to cultivate spirit power, it ultimately imposes limitations. Continuous cultivation is unsustainable, and the levels of spirit power cultivated cannot be distinctly manifested. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he had surpassed such constraints, genuinely sensing the presence of spirit power, which had concurrently augmented his strength. Tomorrow, he would assist Xiao Wu with her work-study tasks, then strategize on how to obtain his spirit ring. With Tang San having the support of Master, he would be able to set off for the Soul Beast Forest to hunt spirit beasts for a spirit ring the following day. However, Chen Luo lacked a mentor and could not shamelessly ask the Master to accompany him. Even if he did, there was no guarantee of consent. Thus, he needed to devise an alternative plan. Relying solely on himself was evidently impractical. Despite Chen Luo's unique martial spirit, significant physical enhancements, and the formidable skills of soul hunting and awakening, venturing alone to hunt spirit beasts would be sheer folly. Such an endeavor was patently unrealistic. Even if there were some possibilities, they would be accompanied by dangers that Chen Luo could not fathom or withstand. Unless Chen Luo were to be utterly foolish, he would never consider embarking on a solo hunt for a spirit ring. Moreover, he was not lacking in resources, whether from the teachers at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy or the elders of the Spirit Hall. All would be more than willing to assist him should he merely voice his needs. 2 days later, as the sun set, Xiao Wu accompanied Chen Luo to the academy's entrance, parting with a worried admonition. "You must be careful." Chen Luo responded with a radiant smile. "Don't worry. I'll be back." Waving goodbye to Xiao Wu, he stepped out of the academy. On the opposite street, his anticipated companion had already arrived. It was a diminutive, white-haired elder clad in gray cloth, appearing quite frail, resembling an ordinary old man. Yet, those around him showed great respect. "Elder Pu, what brings you here? This is a rare occasion." "Ah, Elder Pu, greeting. Well, you seem to have grown taller again." Passers-by, regardless of status or age, greeted Elder Pu with warmth and respect. Observing this scene, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. "I thought you were a discreet person, keeping yourself well hidden to avoid recognition. It appears I was mistaken. You young rascal, you don't understand. After living for half a lifetime, all one's efforts are ultimately for a fleeting moment of vanity. Isn't that enjoyable? Of course." Park Si hired a carriage in the city of Nodding, accompanied by Chen Luo, with their sights set on the soul-hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of the city. Little did you know, I was once merely a petty thug in Nodding, barely better than a rat scurrying through the streets. After much hardship, I have finally reached this stage, allowing me to stand tall and proud. I suddenly find myself understanding you better. Why not hasten to acknowledge me as your master? How is it that every topic we discuss circles back to this? Do you presume that I, having nothing better to do, accompany you to hunt soul beasts out of sheer boredom? I'm exhausted. I shall take a moment to rest." Despite the jostling of the carriage, it did not disturb Chen Luo, who feigned sleep. Park Si seemed to grasp the futility of waking someone who pretends to slumber, and he ceased to pester Chen Luo. As he closed his eyes, Chen Luo reminisced about the first time he encountered Park Si over 3 months ago, at the entrance of the library of the Spirit Hall's branch in Nodding, vividly recalling the scene of the proud old man shutting the door. Chen Luo presumed he would never cross paths with Park Si again, only to unexpectedly meet him once more yesterday. Yesterday, when Chen Luo visited the Spirit Hall in Nodding, his intention was to inquire with Yang Tsuetsue about Su Yuntao's availability, as well as to mention his plans to acquire Soul Ring. To his surprise, Park Si happened to pass by and overheard the entirety of Chen Luo's conversation with Yang Tsuetsue. Subsequently, Park Si shamelessly offered to assist Chen Luo in obtaining a Soul Ring, and after some reluctance, Chen Luo begrudgingly acquiesced. Following a brief interaction, Chen Luo discovered that Park Si, the old man, was rather intriguing and far less rigid than he had initially imagined. He was simply rather insistent on taking Chen Luo as his disciple, a proposition Chen Luo would certainly not entertain. As for Park C's choice of the soul hunting forest as the location for Chen Luo's soul ring acquisition, it coincidentally aligned with the destination where the master had taken Tang San, a fact not merely coincidental but rather a necessity, given that Nodding was somewhat remote, with only a few available soul beast forests, making the soul hunting forest the prime option. Departing in the evening, they arrived at their destination by the following morning. The carriage chosen by the elder of the spirit hall was indeed exceptional. Not only did it operate through the night, but it also traveled at remarkable speed. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo was greeted by a bustling market. Where there are resources, commerce flourishes. Listening to the vendors' shouts and the calls of soul masters seeking companions, Chen Luo followed Park C through the market until they soon arrived at the true entrance of the soul hunting forest. A towering steel fence, over 10 meters high, adorned with sharp spikes, loomed over the forest, seemingly capable of warding off all intruders. The gate extended on either side, encircling the entire forest. Through the fence, glimpses of the ancient trees within the forest could be seen, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld them. Outside the gate, 100 soldiers patrolled, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, exuding an air of stern authority. Kid, I've shared a considerable amount of knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul rings during our journey. Have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt? Park C inquired. As he spoke, Park C had already led Chen Luo to the entrance of the soul hunting forest. Casually, he presented his token as an elder of the spirit hall to the captain of the inspecting soldiers, who immediately granted them passage with respect. Stepping into the soul hunting forest, the incredibly fresh air invigorated Chen Luo, making him feel as though the so-called natural oxygen bars he had visited in his previous life paled in comparison to this place. You speak as if I could simply request any soul beast you could catch for me, Chen Luo remarked with a smirk. Park C shot Chen Luo a glare. Do you still doubt my abilities? Not at all, Chen Luo replied. With the strength of a soul master, capturing a soul beast under 1,000 years of age is indeed quite effortless. The primary challenge lies in our luck. We must encounter a soul beast that suits me. Kid, isn't that stating the obvious? Park C retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Luo. For a soul ring under 400 years, I'm confident you could absorb it. Too small, Chen Luo shook his head. 420 years. Still too small. Are you bragging or just foolish? Park C exclaimed. The master resides in your academy. Make an effort to visit him often and learn more about soul masters. Although his strength is lacking, no one surpasses him in understanding martial souls. He once mentioned that the limit for a first soul ring is 423 years. It seems you admire him quite a bit. Admire? Huh. Does he even deserve it? Park C chuckled. I merely appreciate excellence. Anyone who reaches the pinnacle in their field is worthy of admiration. I never expected you, old man, to have such a sound perspective, Chen Luo remarked. If I were like you, I would have already been 6 feet under, Park C replied. In truth, you might as well consider attempting a soul ring around 420 years. I believe you can. Park C asserted earnestly. Every soul ring for a soul master is a singular opportunity. Strive to select the finest. Chen Luo remained unconvinced. I already said it's too small. You're just boasting again. Park C snapped back. In my youth, I too was a braggart. Only in old age did I realize how foolish it is to boast. 1,000 years. What? Chen Luo declared with a serious expression. I believe I can attempt a 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 012. The human-faced demon spider at the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu awoke early and glanced at the adjacent bed, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia. It had only been a day since they parted. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She pouted in displeasure. That big liar Chen Luo promised to help me with the work study. Yet he ran off. The work study merely involved cleaning the school. Not laborious, but it consumed time. What was once a shared task became a solitary endeavor for Xiao Wu, who had to arrive early at the school to prepare for the work assigned to her and Tang San, lest she miss the morning class. Upon reaching the garden at the southern edge of the playground, Xiao Wu discovered that the area had already been tidied up, appearing remarkably clean. Just as she pondered this, Wang Sheng and others emerged from the nearby flower beds, greeting her with cheerful smiles. Good morning, Sister Xiao Wu. We've completed all the work here. Shall we go for breakfast? Xiao Wu, momentarily bewildered, asked, what is this about? Wang Sheng replied with a grin, don't overthink it, Sister Xiao Wu. It was Chen Luo who instructed us, and he has already paid us. Xiao Wu paused, then gently nodded, the confusion on her face gradually fading, replaced by a charming smile that illuminated her features. At the edge of the soul hunting forest, A 1,000-year soul ring? Have you lost your mind? Upon witnessing Chen Luo's serious demeanor, Park Si realized that Chen Luo was not jesting, prompting him to adopt a serious tone as well. It seems after assisting you in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring, it will be imperative to introduce you to the master. Your knowledge of soul masters is woefully inadequate. Chen Luo responded, I am confident. You little brat, what do you know? Park Si retorted angrily. A 1,000-year soul ring will undoubtedly overwhelm you. Previously, Park Si had thought Chen Luo to be quite mature for his age, despite being merely 6 years old. He seemed astute in his words and actions. However, it now appeared that all of that was merely an illusion, as a child remained a child, with naively fantastical notions. Old man, trust me, I genuinely can. Chen Luo insisted, unsure how to prove his capacity to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, resorting to verbal persuasion. This matter is non-negotiable. I cannot gamble with your life. I hope you can take your life seriously. There is but one. Park Si stated calmly. Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless, as he struggled to articulate his reasoning. The truth was, he lacked certainty regarding absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for his first, and his assertion of that goal stemmed primarily from a system task. As Chen Luo stepped into the soul hunting forest, he was immediately greeted by a system notification. Special task detected. Would you like to accept? Naturally, Chen Luo chose to accept. Every system task represented a chance for him to grow stronger. Special task accepted. Completing this task will grant a certain probability of receiving exceptional rewards. Special task. Obtain a soul ring of over 1,000 years for the first soul ring. Chen Luo could hardly divulge the system's matters to Park Si. In his view, though the special tasks issued by the system posed considerable danger, he still believed he had a fair chance of completion. After all, the system itself stated that his first soul ring could be of 1,000 years or more. What reason did he have not to take the plunge? Fortune favors the bold. Ideally, he hoped for his first soul ring to be a deep crimson hue. For now, he could only take things one step at a time, silently wishing that a careless soul beast would wander into his path. Park Si led Chen Luo deeper into the forest, meticulously selecting suitable soul beasts for him, all of which were met with rejection. This 380-year-old netherwolf is quite suitable. Why not choose it? Among century-level soul beasts, the netherwolf's claws have quite a reputation. Absorbing its soul ring might sharpen your scythe. No, thank you. Then how about this 420-year-old mandala snake? It possesses potent venom. Absorbing its soul ring could imbue your scythe with a layer of toxicity. Forget it. After presenting numerous options and offering detailed reasons for each, Park Si found himself increasingly exasperated by Chen Luo's consistent refusals. Finally, after yet another rejection, Park Si could no longer contain his frustration. What in the world are you up to, you brat? You refuse this one and that one. Why don't you choose for yourself? With a sardonic smile, Park Si added, we're nearing the outer regions of the soul hunting forest. If we proceed any further, we will be encroaching on the territory of 1,000-year soul beasts. I understand, Chen Luo replied, his tone noticeably more spirited this time. Park Si cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo, and in an instant, he grasped Chen Luo's intentions, demanding, you don't mean to actually target a 1,000-year soul beast, do you? You think you can handle it? Can you? Chen Luo retorted. Park Si shot Chen Luo a piercing glare. Of course I can. Then why all the fuss? With a smile, Chen Luo remarked, it's clear that you possess considerable knowledge about soul beasts. What would be a suitable 1,000-year soul beast for me? The human-faced demon spider would be quite fitting. It could grant your scythe a venomous edge. Any soul beast that can enhance your martial soul would suffice. Focusing on either strengthening the scythe's intrinsic qualities, its resilience and sharpness, or endowing it with additional attributes such as venom, ice, or fire. Park Si instinctively blurted this out, then turned to Chen Luo with a serious expression. Are you truly planning to take on a 1,000-year soul beast? Chen Luo nodded firmly. Indeed. Then let us see if you can create a miracle. Park Si eventually relented, acknowledging, though we haven't known each other long, I've come to recognize your stubbornness. If I don't agree, you'll likely persist until you wear me down. Truly, you won't weep until you see the coffin. Your martial soul scythe may appear rather ordinary, but with a base level of 7 in soul power, it cannot be a mere common scythe. However, even if your martial soul is exceptional, it doesn't guarantee that your first soul ring can be a 1,000-year one, as such a precedent has never been set. Chen Luo replied confidently, that will soon change. I will be the first. Ha, I do enjoy your unfounded confidence, though it borders on the foolish. Park Si said, let me be clear. Your chances of successfully absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring are virtually nil. Yet, if you insist on trying, I cannot stop you. I must warn you. However, that I cannot guarantee I will be able to interrupt the process should you find yourself in danger. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. I bear no undue psychological burden. The path I choose is my own, Chen Luo stated resolutely. Seeing Chen Luo's earnest demeanor, Park Si scoffed, "Indeed, you are a little madman." Chen Luo chuckled, gesturing ahead. "Let us hasten to find a suitable soul beast target." With a swift slap to Chen Luo's head, Park Si retorted, "You are the madman. I am not. If I hadn't witnessed a fool forcibly absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring during their first attempt and subsequently exploding, I might have considered you a worthy subject for experimentation. I cannot fathom why there are always fools who challenge the life-tested theories with their ignorance." Chen Luo, just moments before contemplating Park Si's unexpected willingness to entertain the idea of obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring, now realized he had misjudged the situation. From Park Si's earlier remarks, it was evident that he shared a kinship with the master. Both were fervent intellectuals with a profound understanding of soul masters and soul beasts. Let us proceed this way. I can already scent the blood of soul beasts. There must be a battle occurring nearby, or perhaps other soul masters are hunting. Let's join the fray. Park Si pointed to the left, speaking in a low tone. Chen Luo nodded, reluctantly following Park Si. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of soul beasts, encircled by white soul rings, most of which belonged to 10-year soul beasts, with only an occasional appearance of a century-level beast. If not for Park Si's presence, Chen Luo would have been tempted to test his hunting and awakening skills. It must be a conflict among soul beasts, Park Si concluded, having only glanced at the mangled remains. A 1,000-year soul beast has ventured to the edge of the soul hunting forest, likely in pursuit of prey. To be safe, we should eliminate that 1,000-year beast first, lest it interfere with your soul ring acquisition. I will not allow any unforeseen circumstances, Park Si declared. Chen Luo interjected. Isn't it said that soul beasts should not be indiscriminately killed? We must protect the soul beast population. It has crossed into our territory. Ordinary hunting for sustenance is acceptable, but this beast is indulging its bloodlust. Slaying it will allow more vulnerable soul beasts to survive, Park Si argued. As he spoke, Park Si's expression shifted abruptly. It's approaching us. At that moment, Chen Luo too sensed a disturbance, though he could not discern the source. Even with his enhanced perception from increased soul power, he could not compare to Park Si's soul master prowess. After Park Si issued his warning, a potent presence manifested beside Chen Luo. Turning his head, he saw Park Si had activated his martial soul. A pitch-black hammer materialized in Park Si's grasp, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 white and 3 yellow. Park Si's aura surged dramatically. "Stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 meters," Park Si commanded sternly. Chen Luo nodded, a twinge of anxiety flaring within him, yet overshadowed by exhilaration as he activated his own martial soul. The scythe of death appeared in his hands, merging with his body. Even without the presence of soul rings, the activation of his martial soul doubled his combat prowess, though such power paled in comparison to that of formidable soul beasts. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, and a gigantic spider, over 1 meter in length, burst forth from the underbrush. Chen Luo barely had time to comprehend the spider's form before Park Si's voice rang out. "Be cautious. It's the human-faced demon spider." Chapter 013. The 1,000-year soul ring. The colossal spider loomed over 10 meters away from Chen Luo and Park Si, its body alone measuring nearly 1 meter in length. When accounting for its 8 long, spear-like legs, it spanned at least 2.5 meters. This was Chen Luo's first encounter with such a massive spider. Although he knew that soul beasts tended to be larger than ordinary wildlife, he was nonetheless awestruck by the immense creature before him. Beyond its size, the spider's appearance was also strikingly distinctive. Clad in a shell of obsidian hue, glimmering with an ominous sheen, the creature emerged. Its 8 elongated and razor-sharp spider legs effortlessly embedding themselves in the earth. In that fleeting moment of its appearance, Chen Luo's gaze was drawn to its abdomen. There, intricate white patterns formed an exceedingly grotesque visage, starkly illuminated against its dark form, complemented by 8 thumb-sized eyes radiating a sinister purple glimmer. This unmistakable characteristic confirmed it to be the dreaded human-faced demon spider. Reflecting upon the corpses of soul beasts he encountered alongside Pu Si, it was hardly surprising if these were the handiwork of the human-faced demon spider, notorious for its malevolence and dubbed a merciless killer. As Chen Luo fixed his eyes on the approaching creature, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Grim Reaper's scythe, self-deprecatingly mused, "Just mention the human-faced demon spider. And here it is. Don't fret too much. This human-faced demon spider is barely over 1,000 years old. Just stay by my side, and you shall face no peril. I can subdue it in no more than 15 minutes. Pusi asserted with confidence. Chen Luo nodded earnestly. The moment the human-faced demon spider materialized signaled the imminent clash. There was no time for hesitation. Before Pusi could make his move, the creature lunged forward with astonishing speed, its 8 spider legs deftly maneuvering to close the distance between itself and the duo. Pusi, imperturbed, swiftly retaliated, summoning his first soul ring with a flicker of white light. Spinning hammer, he bellowed, hurling the dark, hefty hammer toward the human-faced demon spider with formidable force. The creature, agile and quick-witted, dodged effortlessly, evading the projectile and adjusting its trajectory to advance towards Pusi and Chen Luo. The very nature of the spinning hammer lies in its rotational motion. As the hammer passed by the creature, it soared a distance before reversing course with even greater velocity and strength, catching the human-faced demon spider off guard as it struck mercilessly. A resounding crash echoed as the heavy impact met flesh, the sound of shattering bones mingling with the collision. As Pusi's hammer shattered 3 of the creature's spider legs before returning to his grasp, the human-faced demon spider, reeling from the agony of its severed limbs, stumbled and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest. Combat is not a turn-based affair. Pusi, not one to linger, surged forward the instant the hammer returned to him, anticipating the creature's fall. Chen Luo was equally swift, keeping pace with Pusi, mindful of his earlier admonition to remain within 3 meters of his companion, even as the battle unfolded favorably. As they advanced, Pusi gripped the ebony hammer tightly, his second soul ring glowing with a radiant yellow light, activating his second soul skill. Heavy strike. In an instant, the hammer in his hands expanded significantly, endowing him with a newfound sense of strength as he swung it downwards with tremendous force. In this brief span, he closed the distance to the human-faced demon spider, the hammer poised to collide with it. Yet the creature was not idle. Its remaining 5 spider legs arched menacingly, propelling it away in a desperate bid for escape. The ground trembled as the hammer descended, creating a massive crater over 3 meters in diameter. However, the human-faced demon spider eluded the strike, already 10 meters distant. Pusi, having anticipated this outcome, wasted no time in pursuing it. Chen Luo trailed closely behind, maintaining his 3-meter buffer, exhilarated by the close-range spectacle of a soul master in action. Indeed, Pusi's prowess was beyond question, more than sufficient to handle a human-faced demon spider of roughly 1,000 years. Much of the time he had spoken of taking to subdue, it was consumed in the chase. The cunning creature thrived on its predilection for slaughtering the weak, and when faced with strength, it fled without hesitation. Despite its diminished number of legs, the human-faced demon spider was remarkably swift, but alas, it could not outrun Pusi. Before long, Pusi caught up to it, and with the enhancement of his third soul skill, the hammer descended with crushing force, rendering the creature utterly incapacitated, its body riddled with cracks and embedded in the earth. The battle was concluded. Pusi withdrew his hammer, casting a dispassionate glance at the fallen human-faced demon spider, deeming such an evil creature deserving of its fate. "Well, you little rascal, I didn't expect you to keep pace with me," he remarked, a hint of surprise breaking through his line features as he turned to glance back, only to find no response. Before he could fully comprehend, a figure dashed past him, wielding a massive scythe imbued with lethal intent. Chen Luo. With a swift motion, the Grim Reaper scythe was raised high before crashing down with precision, targeting the fissures in the human-faced demon spider's body, the entire blade plunging into its form. The already deceased creature quivered violently, its remaining spider legs stiffening abruptly. Chen Luo, having foreseen this reaction, had already retreated after his strike, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp appendages that could have pierced him had he hesitated for even a moment. The convulsions of the human-faced demon spider were short-lived, fading within moments. Yet its legs remained taut, unyielding. A circle of purple soul rings ascended silently from its corpse, signifying the complete cessation of the evil being's life of slaughter. "You reckless fool! How could you dare to engage in such perilous acts? If you hadn't retreated, you might have met your end here." Witnessing Chen Luo's decisive action against the fallen creature, Pusi's voice rose in anger, tinged with a hint of fear. "I should have remembered that this wicked beast is cunning enough to feign death. It nearly cost you dearly." As Pusi was about to express further exasperation, he suddenly noticed Chen Luo's actions were amiss. "What are you doing? You aren't seriously considering absorbing the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, are you? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Chen Luo had already settled cross-legged before the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, indeed commencing the absorption process as Pu Si had feared. This was an opportunity too precious for Chen Luo to forego, despite the inherent risks. He deemed the potential rewards worth the peril. Life offers but a few such chances. With Pu Si guarding him, he felt secure from external threats during the absorption. Thus, Chen Luo acted with determination. Pu Si, recognizing his intent, understood that once the process of soul ring absorption commenced, it could not be interrupted unless faced with an irreversible situation, which would carry severe consequences. While Pu Si refrained from further anger, his countenance spoke volumes of his concern. Park Si suppressed all his emotions deep within his heart, striving to restrain himself from affecting Chen Luo. His emaciated fists clenched tightly, the veins on his hands protruding ominously. This individual truly possessed a reckless disregard for life. It was a profound pity. During the recent battle, Park Si had taken note of Chen Luo's condition and was thoroughly impressed by his overall performance. For an ordinary child, merely not succumbing to tears or fear in the face of such a terrifying soul master as the man-faced demon spider would have been commendable. Yet, Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, exhibiting only a hint of tension. In terms of mentality alone, this child was already markedly exceptional. In the ensuing combat, Chen Luo demonstrated a terrifying speed and reflexes, successfully keeping pace with the battle rhythm of the Soul Zone, which indicated his extraordinary nature, even though this Soul Zone had deliberately slowed his speed to simplify the combat. Initially, Park Si was quite satisfied with Chen Luo. His innate level 7 soul power had certainly raised his standing. However, after the battle, Park Si's admiration for Chen Luo's abilities grew even further. During the fight, Park Si had already resolved that once it concluded, he would meticulously select a suitable soul ring for Chen Luo, and in the future, he would relentlessly pursue Chen Luo as his disciple. It was evident to anyone with eyes that this child was destined for greatness. Alas, all of this had become a mere dream. Park Si's decision not to intervene with Chen Luo did not imply that he held any hope for Chen Luo to forcibly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. The first soul ring absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was fundamentally impossible. There was no room for hope there. He refrained from taking immediate action because the moment was not opportune for interruption, even though Chen Luo had only just begun to absorb the soul ring. At that moment, Chen Luo resembled an empty vessel, rapidly filling with water, a process that was uncontrollable. Should Park Si act rashly, it could cause the vessel to overflow, even to the point of bursting. Only when the influx of water slowed could there be a chance for intervention. Of course, even when the best opportunity arose to alter the current situation, the vessel would still be greatly affected. The best outcome might be its complete destruction, and bursting remained a very real possibility. Park Si silently observed Chen Luo, awaiting the moment to interrupt his absorption of the soul ring. There was no alternative. Even knowing the outcome, he had to proceed this way. In comparison to Chen Luo's life, this was the only glimmer of hope. As the soul ring was absorbed, Chen Luo's complexion began to deteriorate, yet it appeared that everything remained within his capacity to endure. Time ticked away, and Park Si found no suitable opportunity. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. Under these circumstances, to his astonishment, Park Si discovered that Chen Luo was nearing the completion of the soul ring absorption. Chapter 14. Poison Flame. The process of absorbing the soul ring was far smoother than Chen Luo had anticipated. It was not particularly painful. He felt as though he were continuously utilizing his soul hunting skill to reap souls and enhance his strength, acutely aware of his power escalating at a terrifying pace. If he had to pinpoint a discomfort, it was merely a sensation of being overly full, indeed, a feeling akin to overeating. However, this sensation did not originate from his stomach, but rather enveloped his entire being. Throughout the absorption process, every meridian in Chen Luo's body expanded. With each increment of expansion, it was filled anew with energy, continuing the cycle. If one were to liken Chen Luo's body to a container, he had transformed from a mere jar into an expanding barrel. This process persisted for an indeterminate duration until the feeling of fullness dissipated entirely, signifying the completion of the soul ring absorption. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. In that instant, while he still appeared to be a mere child, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. Was that all? Chen Luo felt somewhat unfulfilled. Extending his left hand, the scythe of death materialized. Simultaneously, a dazzling purple halo rose quietly from beneath Chen Luo, exceedingly radiant. From this moment onward, I too am a true soul master. With the scythe of death firmly grasped, Chen Luo's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Successfully absorbed 1,000-year soul ring. Special task completed. Congratulations, host, for receiving a standard reward. Poison Flame. Poison Flame. Enhanced version of 1,000-year soul skill. Special tasks have a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards. It seems fortune has not favored him this time. Nonetheless, possessing an enhanced version of 1,000-year soul skill was already quite commendable. Park Si had been silently watching Chen Luo, his gaze filled with astonishment, his aged visage marked by a profound sense of disbelief. He had indeed succeeded. When Park Si beheld the purple soul ring ascending from Chen Luo, the emotions he had long suppressed finally erupted. A miracle. This is a miracle. At that moment, Chen Luo finally noticed Park Si's presence. He had just been lost in his own joy, entirely forgetting about the old man. Old man, I did it, Chen Luo smiled, his heart overflowing with emotions he could scarcely articulate. Park Si nodded vigorously, wanting to reach out and touch Chen Luo, yet fearing he might tarnish the miracle before him. Ultimately retracting his hand, his entire body trembling slightly. It was simply too incredible. You are undoubtedly the first in history to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as your first soul ring, and likely the only one. From the moment Chen Luo killed the man-faced demon spider to the conclusion of his soul ring absorption, Park Si had witnessed everything. Throughout this process, countless emotions had surged within him, yet now he was left with nothing but shock. Chen Luo grinned. Whether I'm the first, I cannot say, but I'm certainly not the last. There aren't that many uniques after all. If Chen Luo's memory served him correctly, many years hence, there would be a lad named Hua on the Douluo continent whose first soul ring would be a million-year soul ring. Park Si's astonishment transformed into a radiant smile, one of pure joy, as he gazed at Chen Luo as though admiring an exquisite work of art. What do you feel after absorbing the soul ring? Park Si inquired eagerly. Chen Luo replied, I feel immensely stronger. This is a purple 1,000-year soul ring. It is something I have never possessed. It is certain that you have grown stronger. What is your current soul power level? Park Si asked with palpable excitement. After a brief pause, Chen Luo responded, my current soul power level should be around 11. Only level 11? Park Si frowned instantly, more concerned with Chen Luo's soul power level than the soul skill. Chen Luo nodded, that's correct. Certainly, his soul power level could not be merely 11. Before absorbing the soul ring, he had already possessed a level 19 soul power. It was implausible for it to decrease. However, post-absorption, his soul power level had not changed. Hence he reported it as typical for a soul master after absorbing a soul ring. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of his martial soul, others could not discern Chen Luo's true strength, which conveniently allowed him to better conceal his capabilities. It shouldn't be. You absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. Even if the increase isn't as dramatic as 10 or 8 levels, a minimum rise of 3 levels is absolutely plausible. It cannot be the same as the benefits brought by an ordinary ring. Park Si mused thoughtfully. Chen Luo replied, although my soul power level did not change. The soul power within me has increased severalfold. Oh, is that true? Park Si's spirit was instantly rekindled, the perplexity on his face vanishing in an instant. If that is the case, it is indeed understandable. Moreover, this is far superior to the benefits derived from a direct elevation in soul power level. Chen Luo nodded. I believe so as well. While my soul power level remains unchanged, the magnitude of my soul power has indeed experienced a significant enhancement. In this regard, I have not lied. Though it may initially sound somewhat peculiar, a different phrasing could render it exceptionally comprehensible. If we liken soul power to water, under identical levels of soul power, the essence possessed by others resembles a mere basin of water, while Chen Luo's essence is akin to a vast pool. The level of soul power symbolizes one's capacity to draw from this reservoir. Given equal drawing capabilities, others possess but a basin, yet Chen Luo commands the resources of an entire pool. This is the advantage bestowed upon him following his absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring from the human-faced demon spider. Park Si's smile grew increasingly vibrant. I truly find it challenging to articulate your prowess. You are nothing short of a marvel. What should be impossible, you have achieved, and you have even transcended further boundaries. He appeared to revel in Chen Luo's triumph more than Chen Luo himself, for although he was merely an observer, he felt genuine joy for Chen Luo. With a smirk playing on his lips, Chen Luo responded, Old man, I hope you can keep this under wraps. Park Si nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I know you despise complications. The two shared a knowing smile. Oh, by the way, do unveil your soul technique. I am eager to witness the manifestation of a Millennium Soul technique. Park Si exclaimed, suddenly recalling the matter of soul techniques. Chen Luo regarded Park Si with curiosity. Old man, why is it that you lack even a single millennium soul ring? Am I to interpret that as a mockery? He retorted. Certainly not, Park Si replied. In my youth, I was ignorant and lacked guidance in this domain, foolishly acquiring soul rings without discernment. A regret that haunts me to this day. So, you subsequently embarked on an incessant quest for knowledge regarding soul masters and soul beasts? Chen Luo inquired. Indeed, albeit belatedly. Park Si admitted. Well then, old man, let's not dwell on your sorrows. Allow me to showcase my soul technique. Chen Luo declared, gripping the death god's scythe firmly. And in tone, toxic flame, the violet soul ring hovering above him shimmered brightly, and in the next moment, the scythe radiated a dark luminescence. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist that adhered to its blade, Chen Luo propelled himself towards the nearest towering tree, swinging the death god's scythe with force. With a swift motion, the scythe effortlessly carved a gaping wound into the tree, the cut festooned with black flames that began to consume the trunk. After executing this display, Chen Luo returned the scythe to his side and approached Park Si, elucidating his soul technique. Toxic flame, upon activation, imbues my scythe with a layer of the aforementioned substance. It possesses formidable corrosive properties and is laced with lethal poison. Park Si observed the tree's wound, the black flames voraciously eroding the bark, soon rendering the injury larger until the tree, unable to bear the strain, collapsed with a thunderous crash. After a considerable pause, Park Si finally spoke, truly astounding. Does your scythe harbor toxins when this technique is not in use? Indeed, though the toxicity is not particularly potent, it merely induces paralysis at most, Chen Luo clarified. Park Si nodded in approval. That is already quite impressive. At least it allows your martial spirit to exhibit some unique attributes. When you displayed your martial spirit scythe earlier, I had not discerned any alterations, leading me to believe such attributes were non-existent. Rest assured, they exist. They're simply not visually apparent, Chen Luo reassured. Park Si mused. Today has indeed been an eye-opener. It appears my insistence on aiding you in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings was an exceedingly wise decision, perhaps one of the few correct choices I've made in my life. With Chen Luo's first soul ring successfully acquired, their mission had reached fruition, and Park Si refrained from lingering in the hunting soul forest any longer. After a brief respite, they embarked on their return journey. Interestingly, during their return, they likely passed the site where Tang San had obtained his soul ring. Despite the remnants of the soul beast being somewhat fragmented, it was still unmistakably identifiable as a mandala snake. Chen Luo and Park Si arrived back in Notting City by midday the following day. Their expedition in the hunting soul forest had spanned several days, predominantly spent in the absorption of the soul ring, fortunately proceeding without a hitch. With the acquisition of his first soul ring, Chen Luo had officially stepped into the realm of soul masters. Before returning to school, he accompanied Park Si to the Hall of Spirits to complete his registration as a soul master, receiving a gold coin stipend in the process. It is essential to note that registering at the Hall of Spirits and formally joining the hall are two distinct matters. While Park Si hoped for Chen Luo to officially join the hall, Chen Luo declined, and Park Si did not press the issue further. His desire to take Chen Luo as his disciple had also dissipated, not due to Chen Luo's inadequacy, but rather Park Si's belief in his own unworthiness. As for the secret regarding Chen Luo's first soul ring being a purple millennium soul ring, it was bound to leak eventually. However, all of Chen Luo's information was meticulously recorded by Park Si, who refrained from disseminating it widely within the Hall of Spirits. Aware of Chen Luo's aversion to trouble and aiming to keep such details under wraps for as long as possible. Upon returning to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Chen Luo's first order of business was to seek out Xiao Wu in the dormitory. However, he found the place deserted. He ventured to the cafeteria, but encountered no sign of Wang Sheng or the others, who seemed to have vanished. An unsettling premonition gripped him, prompting him to hasten toward the academy's rear mountain. Chapter 015. I will forever protect you. The rear mountain of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy lies outside the Academy's premises, beyond the back gate. Chen Luo moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the rear mountain and entering the woods therein. From a distance, he could hear a cacophony of voices among a group of students. You worthless fool. Do you fancy yourself a tiger? You are less than a cat. Wang Sheng. You're utterly dim. Did you truly believe Lu Long's staff was an ordinary stick? That is Lu Long's martial spirit. Little Rabbit, your team has lost. No one else dares to step up? How about you? Who are you calling Little Rabbit? Address me as Sister Xiao Wu. I'll step up. I'll step up. Who is afraid of whom? It was Xiao Wu's voice, Chen Luo immediately surged forward with all his might toward the source of the commotion, arriving at a clearing in mere moments. Before him stood two factions of students poised for confrontation, one comprised of upperclassmen, the other of work-study students. The upperclassmen, all in their teens, were led by a tall and strikingly handsome youth, whose expression dripped with disdain and arrogance, eliciting discomfort in those who beheld him. At the forefront of the work-study students was a petite girl, adorably cute, with her hair styled into scorpion braids cascading down her back. Exuding an indomitable spirit, it was Xiao Wu. Behind her stood Wang Sheng and the other work-study students, all present, with the notable absence of Tang San. From the looks of it, Wang Sheng had already engaged in combat, bearing a bruised visage and numerous wounds. He was in a dire state. The moment Chen Luo appeared, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiao Wu's previously furious demeanor transformed into a radiant smile. "Chen Luo, you've finally returned." Chen Luo grinned back. "Did you miss me?" "Hee, a little." She replied, "I missed you too." "Hey, is this a battlefield or a love nest? Focus on the fight, not your romance." Xiao Chenyu interjected, unable to contain himself, pointing a finger at Chen Luo. "Kid, you'd better be ready for what is coming." However, Chen Luo's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Xiao Wu, completely disregarding Xiao Chenyu's presence. Approaching Xiao Wu's side, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "I'm glad I made it in time." Ever since that meal in the cafeteria when all of room 7 clashed with the upperclassmen verbally, Chen Luo had anticipated this day of confrontation would inevitably arrive. Thankfully, he arrived in time. He could not allow anyone to bully Xiao Wu. Now that he was present, he felt no need to intervene further, believing the matter could be settled amicably. Tang San returned to the dormitory after his conversation with the master, intending to greet his roommates, only to find that no one was present. Consequently, he ventured outside in search of them. On the playground, he overheard the dialogue of senior students and immediately deduced that Xiao Wu and the others had gone to arrange a duel. Initially, Tang San contemplated joining them, but upon arriving at the back mountain and witnessing Chen Luo already engaged, he dismissed the thought and resolved to return to his training. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, possessed the martial soul of a wolf and was an 11th level one-ring battle soul master. The sound of Xiao Chenyu echoed through the forest, and behind him, his entourage lay incapacitated, either seated on the ground or sprawled out, occasionally emitting groans of distress. In merely a few minutes after Chen Luo's arrival, this scene had unfolded. None could match Chen Luo. Even those among the senior students who had acquired soul rings were utterly inadequate in comparison. Remarkably, throughout the entire encounter, Chen Luo had yet to activate his martial soul. As the leader among his peers, Xiao Chenyu stood as the sole source of combat prowess. Under the watchful gaze of his followers, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity and, despite his trepidation, charged at Chen Luo after activating his martial soul. Upon doing so, Xiao Chenyu's muscles expanded, brimming with strength. His eyes transformed to a pale green, and his nails elongated and sharpened, altering his presence dramatically. Nevertheless, before Chen Luo, Xiao Chenyu appeared diminutive. Even before the battle commenced, Xiao Chenyu was already gripped by fear, and the outcome was all but predetermined. His speed was remarkable, and his strength formidable. He had previously crushed a stone effortlessly while in his martial soul state, radiating confidence. Yet now, despite his newfound capabilities, he perceived Chen Luo as an insurmountable mountain. In an instant, the distance between them vanished, and Xiao Chenyu raised his right hand to strike Chen Luo's forehead, his sharp claws glinting ominously. However, before he could land the blow, Chen Luo's foot connected forcefully with Xiao Chenyu's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. More terrifyingly, Chen Luo pursued him with ease. Grasping Xiao Chenyu's throat firmly, a suffocating sensation enveloped him, triggering an overwhelming sense of dread. Remember this feeling. Should you ever dare to trouble Xiao Wu again, I shall be more than willing to ensure you become a lifeless corpse, a chilling voice whispered in Xiao Chenyu's ear, casting a long shadow over his future. A year later, on the day of the holiday at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, most students were preoccupied with returning home, while only a handful chose to remain on campus. A semester felt interminably long, as students were not permitted to return home, save for family visits. Throughout the year, the old village chief and Lu Dahe had visited Chen Luo several times, despite his insistence that he could manage his own return without their trouble. Grandpa Village Chief, "Brother Dahe, you've come." Xiao Wu greeted them warmly at the academy entrance. Although they had only met a few times, Xiao Wu appeared quite familiar with them, while Chen Luo observed silently. A month prior to the holiday, Xiao Wu had insisted on accompanying Chen Luo home, and he had reluctantly acquiesced. During the visits from the village chief and Lu Dahe, Xiao Wu had been present, her charm winning over everyone, fostering a sense of familiarity. On the journey back, Xiao Wu chatted animatedly with the village chief and Lu Dahe, bringing joy to the elder, and even the usually reserved Lu Dahe wore a smile. Chen Luo, however, trailed behind them, reflecting on the events of the past year at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. In truth, each day mirrored the last, save for training and classes. He spent his time indulging in merriment with Xiao Wu. She thrived after her victory over Xiao Qinyu, becoming the academy's leader, carefree and unburdened, while her former adversaries took on her responsibilities, allowing her to evade classes. Regarding his own progress over the year, Chen Luo had only marginally advanced. His soul power level remained at 19, albeit closer to 20. This was not due to laziness. He had diligently trained, dedicating most of his time to practice aside from his time with Xiao Wu. The slow growth of his soul power stemmed from its immense capacity. He possessed an almost inexhaustible reservoir of soul power, making his training results more focused on consolidating his foundations. This was a process of accumulation that, once completed, would see him swiftly return to a path of rapid advancement. Additionally, Chen Luo had other means to enhance his strength beyond mere practice, hunting souls. Yet, this was not a frivolous endeavor. Soul harvesting required the right circumstances, as not all souls were ripe for collection, and one must remain vigilant against prying eyes. Reckless harvesting could label him as malevolent, a perilous predicament he wished to avoid as he aspired to steadily bolster his abilities. As for his system, the absence of a second soul ring meant that new tasks had yet to refresh, leaving him in a state of stagnation. In matters of the heart, his affections for Xiao Wu had blossomed steadily and smoothly. It was impossible not to be charmed by her beauty and vivacity, and among the myriad of enchanting figures in Douluo, he found himself singularly drawn to her. Initially, he had believed he would be in competition with Tang San, but now it seemed that Tang San lacked any grounds for rivalry. Upon returning to Tsaogo village, evening had fallen. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu headed to his quaint wooden cabin, where they continued to share a bed, separated only by a blanket that, for Xiao Wu, seemed non-existent. Her hand often crossed the imaginary boundary, playfully tugging at Chen Luo's shirt. Chen Luo, I had no idea your bed had such a wonderful view of the stars through the window, she remarked. Tomorrow, with all the ingredients we bought, can you prepare something delicious for me? Of course, he replied. I've heard from Grandpa Village Chief and Brother Dahe that my culinary skills are quite commendable. Absolutely, Xiao Wu chirped, and their conversation flowed endlessly, filled with plans for the holiday until she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chen Luo gently covered her with a blanket and gazed at her tenderly for a few moments. I will always protect you, he whispered, reluctantly pulling his gaze away to look out the window. The moon hung like a silver plate, surrounded by a myriad of stars, promising another fine day ahead. With such a long holiday, he mused, it would be wise to find something worthwhile to occupy their time, lest Xiao Wu's plans consist solely of feasting. How about we pay a visit to the Sacred Soul Village in a while? Perhaps Tang San is busy crafting hidden weapons. After all, we are roommates. It would be quite a journey to see him. It would be rather inconsiderate of him not to gift us some of his creations, wouldn't it? Chapter 016. Only 2 rooms left. 5 years later, the Barak Kingdom, Soto City. On the bustling streets, 3 young individuals were in search of a restaurant. 2 boys and a girl, all around 12 or 13 years of age. The girl walked alongside one of the boys, adorned in a pink top and white trousers. Though her attire was simple, it exquisitely accentuated her slender figure, showcasing her delicate waist and long, straight legs, which were a sight to behold. Her youthful visage was strikingly beautiful, framed by lustrous black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading down to her calves. Beside her, the boy stood slightly over 1.70 meters, clad in a black fitted outfit. He possessed a well-proportioned physique, a black bracelet gracing his left wrist, and his short black hair gave him a vibrant and spirited appearance. His strikingly handsome features made him a perfect match with the girl. Leading the way was another boy, dressed modestly in a light blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 jade stones cinching his waist. His appearance was rather unremarkable, and when standing with the other 2, he seemed somewhat out of place. These 3 were none other than Xiao Wu, Chen Luo, and Tang San, who had come from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. With so many intermediate Soul Master Academies at our disposal, each offering incredibly generous terms, why have you chosen to attend this obscure, dilapidated academy? Xiao Wu was lamenting, her lips pursed in discontent. Tang San smiled gently. The teacher merely asked me to take the exam. He did not require either of you to accompany me. If it weren't for Chen Luo wanting to go, I certainly wouldn't be attending that wretched academy. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her pretty face displaying a hint of disdain as she turned to Chen Luo, her large, expressive eyes filled with grievance. Chen Luo, I truly do not understand your reasoning. Do not overthink it. Perhaps that academy will surprise us. Chen Luo responded, seeing Xiao Wu still in a sulk. Chen Luo suggested, we are making good time. With 2 days until the academy opens, let's explore Soto City together during this time. Let us ease your troubled spirit. Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. A promise made is a debt unpaid. Chen Luo replied, indeed, you are quite right. You're the best, Chen Luo. Xiao Wu gleefully linked her arm with his. Ahem. Tang Xin cleared his throat. Could you perhaps spare a thought for my presence? I may be walking ahead, but I'm not blind. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu is the queen bee of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years. Her spirit is still tender. Shouldn't all the students of Nodding Academy just give up? Third brother, you do talk too much. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang San. There's a restaurant up ahead. Let's go there. After munching on dry rations all the way, it is time to improve our dining experience. Chen Luo suggested. After our meal, we shall find a hotel to stay in. Great. Third brother is treating us. Having worked at the blacksmith for so long, he must have earned quite a fortune. Yet he has never treated us to a decent meal. Xiao Wu chimed in eagerly. Chen Luo grinned. That is all third brother's hard-earned money. How can you be so heartless? Tang San appeared quite generous. No worries, I shall treat. Money is meant to be spent. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xiao Wu seemed intent on treating Tang San to an extravagant meal, ordering a plethora of dishes. Before all the dishes had even arrived, the trio was already indulging in their feast with great delight. During the meal, Chen Luo briefly reflected on the past 6 years at Nodding Academy, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Each day there had been fulfilling. Aside from diligently honing his skills, he devoted the remaining time to Xiao Wu, and her companionship brought him immense joy. Over 6 years, their bond had grown inseparable. In addition to Xiao Wu, Chen Luo had also fostered a strong friendship with Tang San. Although they were not brothers in spirit, they were undoubtedly very close friends. Both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo refer to Tang San as third brother, a testament to their camaraderie. In terms of strength, Chen Luo had reached the 29th level of soul power. The journey from level 19 to 20 took him over half a year. But after entering the 20th level and acquiring his second soul ring, his soul power surged rapidly, reaching level 29 a year prior. Like the previous transition, he now faced a new bottleneck, necessitating ample time to solidify his foundation. However, his stagnation in soul power did not equate to a decline in his overall strength. By the way, Chen Luo's second soul ring, a nearly 3,000-year-old fire lizard, was also of the purple variety. He had nearly lost his life to acquire this second soul ring. Although Pu Si possessed the strength of a soul sect, the quality of his soul ring was quite poor, yet fortunately, he emerged from the ordeal unscathed. After the meal, the trio began their search for accommodations. Chen Luo and Tang Xin both preferred a regular hotel for 2 nights, but serendipitously, Xiao Wu was drawn to a uniquely charming hotel. Gazing up at the 3-story establishment adorned in rose red, Chen Luo could not help but smile wryly, thinking, some things are inescapable. Rose Hotel, Chen Luo, third brother. Let's stay here. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Luo nodded. Very well. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, some matters must be faced. Tang Xin also nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 friends entered the Rose Hotel. Upon stepping inside, Chen Luo was instantly enveloped by the delightful aroma of roses, lifting his spirits considerably. The hotel's decor was warm and inviting, elegantly showcasing shades of white, silver, and rose red. At the front desk, Chen Luo inquired about room reservations. Please provide us with 3 rooms. Are you certain you want 3? The receptionist winked at Chen Luo. Feigning ignorance, Chen Luo affirmed. Indeed. Apologies, but we only have 2 rooms available. Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu responded. That is sufficient. I shall share a room with you. And third brother can have one to himself. Tang San nodded. That works. Chen Luo addressed the receptionist. Then, we shall take 2 rooms. The receptionist cast an envious glance at Chen Luo before promptly proceeding with the reservation process. Just as the paperwork was nearly complete, a booming voice rang out. My room is still available, right? Turning around, the trio saw 3 figures who had seemingly entered the hotel unnoticed. Approaching the front desk, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls appear to be twins, both strikingly similar in form. Dressed flamboyantly and appearing around 18 or 19 years of age, their figures graceful and their faces beautiful. However, Chen Luo and his companions' gazes were fixated not on the girls, but on the man standing between them. He towered at least 1 meter 80, looking quite youthful, perhaps even younger than the two girls. His tall and robust frame, combined with his strikingly handsome features and flowing golden hair, gave him an aura of nobility. His deep blue eyes, mesmerizing yet peculiar, added to his allure. With the situation taking an unexpected turn, Chen Luo thought to himself, if he cannot recognize the man before him, then his journey through Douluo has been in vain. Yet, he had not anticipated that the enigmatic blue-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai, would be so extraordinarily handsome, even if he was still a shade below his own charm. Dai Mubai's gaze swept across Chen Luo and his companions, lingering momentarily on Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, while merely casting a fleeting glance at Tang San. With a twin in each arm, Dai Mubai approached the counter, his expression frosty as he addressed the waiter. Are you new here, unaware of the established rules? Although the waiter was significantly older than Dai Mubai, a hint of trepidation flickered across his face at the sight of him, an instinctive fear. What rules? Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. This hotel always reserved a room for me. The waiter was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. Dai Mubai's voice turned icy. Summon your manager. Understood. Please hold on. The waiter nodded vigorously before hastily retreating. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene, feeling an unsettling familiarity despite it being his first encounter. Surely, they wouldn't be causing a ruckus, would they? The more familiar it felt, the stronger Chen Luo's foreboding grew. This brother seems to think he arrived first, Tang San interjected. And what of it? Dai Mubai scoffed, not even sparing Tang San a glance. Xiao Wu, with a temper far less forgiving than Tang San's, stepped forward defiantly. It matters a great deal. We have already booked the room, so you ought to leave. A chilling smile spread across Dai Mubai's face. It has been a long time since anyone dared to utter leave in my presence. Today, however, I am in a rather good mood. If you perform a demonstration of leaving, I shall let this matter slide. At his words, Xiao Wu's large, glistening eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched, ready to strike. As the queen bee of Nodding City, her temper was notoriously explosive. She would never waste words when a punch could suffice. Just then, the hotel manager arrived, a rather portly middle-aged man, who was causing a disturbance in our hotel. Manager Wang shouted from a distance, having sensed the tense atmosphere before even approaching, his demeanor suggestive of his perceived authority. However, upon recognizing Dai Mubai, his attitude shifted dramatically to one of obsequiousness. Ah, it is you, young Master Dai. Following this, Manager Wang lavished praise upon Dai Mubai, assuring him, rest assured, young Master Dai, I shall handle this matter to your satisfaction. Today's lodging will be entirely complimentary. After ingratiating himself, Manager Wang turned his attention to Chen Luo and his group, his countenance darkening considerably. You lot should pack your things and leave at once. Our hotel does not welcome your kind. If you have already paid, we will refund you double without any formalities. Just take your money and go, quickly. He then shot a glare at the waiter. What are you standing around for? Hurry and prepare a room for young Master Dai. Make sure both rooms are in pristine condition, allowing him to choose. Xiao Wu, already fuming, exploded at Manager Wang's words. Why should we leave? We have reserved this hotel for the day. Chen Luo frowned slightly, inwardly cursing. I never expected this insufferable Manager Wang to be the one stirring up trouble. Dai Mubai's voice cut through the tension once more. Even if you wish to leave, you cannot. Manager Wang immediately grasped the situation, retreating a few steps. In that case, young Master Dai, please feel free. Any losses will be borne by our hotel. Your satisfaction is all that matters. You lowly sycophant. Xiao Wu spat at Manager Wang. Yet he appeared oblivious, maintaining a professional smile. You must be a soul master as well. Come, I will beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. With that, Xiao Wu prepared to engage. Finally, Chen Luo stepped forward, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. If there has to be a fight, I will take the lead. Though reluctant to deal with the chaos, Chen Luo's sense of duty compelled him to stand firm when confrontation was unavoidable. There was no reason for his woman to bear the brunt of this conflict. Xiao Wu intended to protest, but the previously silent Tang San interjected. This is a matter for men. You should just watch. Tang San had initially intended to step in, but upon seeing Chen Luo take charge, he reined in his instincts. He sensed the formidable power emanating from the young man before him. Had he stepped forward, he might well have been outmatched. Yet Chen Luo, he believed, was more than capable. Dai Mubai regarded Chen Luo with a derisive smile. Why not have all three of you come to me together? Otherwise, I shall find it rather dull. I am more than enough to handle this. Chen Luo calmly advanced. Bring it on. Dai Mubai wasted no time with further banter, launching a direct punch aimed at Chen Luo's forehead. Though the attack appeared simple, it was laden with momentum, the force and speed peaking in an instant. Only someone with extensive combat experience could execute such a technique. Smack! Just as Dai Mubai's fist was about to collide with Chen Luo's head, a hand seized his fist with unyielding strength, halting its advance entirely. No one could discern when Chen Luo had made his move. His gaze remained serene, his eyelids scarcely fluttering. Is that all? Chen Luo inquired coolly. With that, Chen Luo sprang into action, his speed verging on terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was before Dai Mubai, delivering a swift kick to his midsection. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward, skidding to a stop several meters away. Chen Luo's velocity had been so astonishing that Dai Mubai had failed to react in time. Once stabilized, astonishment painted Dai Mubai's face, the previous arrogance evaporating. White Tiger possession, he bellowed, activating his martial spirit. A brilliant white light erupted from his form, rapidly transforming his physique. Bones crackled and muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. His golden locks morphed into a striking mixture of black and white, with the white predominating, while 4 faint lines, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, began to materialize on his forehead, forming the character for King. His hands enlarged significantly, covered in white fur, as razor-sharp claws emerged from his fingers, glinting menacingly. His irises shifted to a profound cerulean hue. And 3 soul rings, a yellow, another yellow, and a purple, rose from beneath him, propelling his aura to unprecedented heights in an instant. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit. White Tiger. Rank 37 Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. Dai Mubai proclaimed, formally challenging Chen Luo. Xiao Wu and Tang San, who had been observing the spectacle, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. He possesses a Millennium Soul Ring and is at the Soul Sovereign level. I am no match for him. Tang San mused internally before glancing at Chen Luo. Despite the formidable opponent, he retained his confidence in Chen Luo's abilities. Chen Luo, too, appeared taken aback, but not by Dai Mubai's soul ring or rank. Rather, he was surprised by the seriousness with which Dai Mubai approached the encounter, thinking to himself, he activates his martial spirit after just one exchange? Unbeknownst to Chen Luo, the power and speed he had just exhibited had left Dai Mubai profoundly shaken. While it was feasible to contend without activating his martial spirit, it would be excessively taxing. Better to unleash it and conclude the skirmish swiftly. Chen Luo regarded Dai Mubai with a calm demeanor, slowly stating, Chen Luo, Martial Spirit. Scythe, rank 29 Weapon Soul Master. I seek your guidance. You are only rank 29? Dai Mubai exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe his ears as Chen Luo finished introducing himself without having activated his martial spirit yet. Yes, I am at rank 29. What of it? Chen Luo replied, simultaneously activating his martial spirit. A flicker of ethereal light heralded the appearance of a colossal scythe in Chen Luo's grasp. Concurrently, an immense transformation overtook his demeanor, as 2 violet soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath his feet, elevating his aura to unprecedented heights. Although he possessed 1 fewer soul ring than Dai Mubai, his imposing presence was in no way diminished. Dai Mubai, initially poised to speak, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul rings, his expression betraying incredulity. How is this possible? A monster? There was no need for astonishment. The realm of possibilities is boundless. Nonchalantly, Chen Luo rested the scythe upon his shoulder. Come forth. Chapter 018. Domination, such is the nature of boundless possibilities. Allow me to experience the prowess of a monster adorned with 2 millennial soul rings. Indeed, Dai Mubai was shaken by Chen Luo's soul rings. Yet this ignited his fighting spirit. With that, he launched himself at Chen Luo, his feet driving into the hotel floor with such force that it buckled beneath him. He surged forward like a cannonball, his speed nothing short of astonishing. This was the essence of a soul master. Upon harnessing their martial soul, their abilities surged dramatically. Dai Mubai's martial soul was particularly unique, amplifying his might and swiftness to immeasurable extents. On the other hand, Chen Luo, having activated his martial soul, underwent a significant enhancement himself. Observing Dai Mubai's advance, he remained unperturbed. In his perception, time seemed to slow, allowing him to visualize every movement in exquisite detail. Should he wish, he could perceive everything in slow motion. In an instant, Dai Mubai was upon him, his claws slashing toward Chen Luo with blinding rapidity. However, the result was a clash against the scythe of death, which rang with the sound of metal colliding. Undeterred, Dai Mubai unleashed a flurry of strikes, only to be thwarted by Chen Luo's relentless defenses. After yet another failed assault, Dai Mubai withdrew, his earlier astonishment returning. This speed is beyond belief, as if he had anticipated my every move. Wait, more terrifying must be his strength. He is merely a weapon soul master. Dai Mubai soon realized that Chen Luo's strength rivaled his own, if not surpassing it, both before and after the activation of their martial souls. If Chen Luo's martial soul were a formidable beast type, Dai Mubai might have reconciled with the notion. However, it was a weapon soul, inherently inferior to beast souls, particularly in terms of raw power. Yet here he stood, without any advantage. With the first and second soul rings already being millennial, what else could be deemed impossible? Dai Mubai swiftly regained his composure, fully immersing himself in the battle. "Why have you stopped?" Chen Luo inquired with a faint smile as Dai Mubai distanced himself. "It seems our warm-up has concluded." Before Chen Luo's words had fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished, leaving behind mere afterimages. A sense of impending danger washed over Dai Mubai, prompting an instinctive reaction. Brilliant white light erupted from his form, his eyes transforming to a striking white. Simultaneously, the first of his 3 soul rings flared to life, enveloping him in a radiant protective barrier. In the next moment, Chen Luo reappeared, scythe raised, and struck down toward Dai Mubai. Clang! The scythe halted a mere 3 inches from Dai Mubai, its advance thwarted by the activation of Dai Mubai's first soul skill, shielding him from harm, though he was still forced back several steps. The sheer magnitude of Chen Luo's power was staggering. Regaining his footing, Dai Mubai launched a rapid counterattack. Yet Chen Luo's reactions were swifter still. Clang! 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 Each strike from Dai Mubai met with Chen Luo's defense, until, after the final attempt, Chen Luo seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce kick to Dai Mubai. Boom! The sound echoed as Dai Mubai was sent flying backward, skidding to a halt 10 meters away. Before he could steady himself, a grunt escaped his lips. Upon glancing at Chen Luo once more, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to unleash a single soul skill, and an overwhelming sense of inferiority began to envelop him. Was this individual even human? Casting aside his doubts, Dai Mubai yearned for a genuine confrontation, eager to unveil the true extent of his opponent's formidable strength. Third soul skill, White Tiger Armor Transformation. With a low growl, the purple third soul ring around Dai Mubai radiated a blinding light, initiating his second transformation. The air surrounding him warped as his eyes turned a blood-red hue, his already robust physique swelling further, shredding his garments to reveal a fearsome musculature. His hands grew larger, and the blades extending from his fingertips gleamed with a silvery sheen. Sharper than before, black stripes appeared across his skin, enveloping him in a brilliant golden light, resembling a tiger aglow with radiance, save for the absence of fur. To employ his third soul skill so readily, Dai Mubai certainly held me in high regard. As Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger Armor Transformation, Chen Luo finally felt the weight of the pressure emanating from him. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, summoning a colossal wave of blinding white light that coalesced before him. With a roar, the wave surged forth, imbued with terrifying might. It seemed Dai Mubai was entirely serious now. Thus, I too must elevate my focus. As the white wave approached, Chen Luo maintained an unwavering demeanor, though a newfound seriousness adorned his handsome features. First soul skill, Toxic Flame. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, the first purple soul ring blazed brightly, as a layer of black mist enveloped the blade's edge. In that moment, he assumed an offensive stance, rather than retreating from the fearsome white wave. He charged directly into its path, the entire sequence unfolding in an instant. As Chen Luo collided with the white wave, the scythe cleaved through it, not only failing to explode, but rather being consumed by the toxic flames that corroded it at a terrifying pace, swiftly restoring tranquility. Were it not for the immense energy fluctuations within the hotel, one might have thought nothing had transpired. The white wave vanished, yet the toxic flames still clung to the scythe's blade. Having dispelled the white wave, Chen Luo surged toward Dai Mubai, scythe raised for a decisive strike. His approach was devoid of embellishment, direct and unambiguous, yet imbued with power and velocity. Dai Mubai, now alert, managed to sidestep Chen Luo's assault just in time. However, Chen Luo's relentless barrage followed swiftly, and soon Dai Mubai found himself overwhelmed, compelled to endure the onslaught. Clang! The scythe of the Grim Reaper once again hovered mere inches before Dai Mubai, yet this time the blade was enveloped in poisonous flames, visibly corroding Dai Mubai's defenses at an alarming rate. In a short span, several wounds had marred Dai Mubai's body, though not particularly deep. The edges of the lacerations bore a faint blackening, indicative of poisoning. However, Dai Mubai, being a soul master of considerable strength with a unique martial spirit and robust physique, possessed a certain resistance to toxins. Even the poisonous flames that clung to him were extinguished almost instantaneously, though he had endured considerable suffering. This was all under the condition that Chen Luo had refrained from unleashing his full power. Had he done so, Dai Mubai would have long since succumbed. Furthermore, Chen Luo had yet to employ his second soul skill. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the burden, Dai Mubai chose to concede. "You truly are a monster," was the heartfelt assessment he made of Chen Luo. Currently, Dai Mubai found himself in a most disheveled state. His garments were torn to shreds, and his body was marked by numerous wounds, a stark contrast to the person he had been upon arrival. "We shall meet again soon. I welcome you to Shrek Academy. Should you encounter any troubles there, simply invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed white tiger. Though, I suspect you may not need to," he declared before departing with a pair of beautiful twins. "Chen Luo, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing to Chen Luo's side with palpable excitement. "I rarely witnessed you in combat before, and to think you could defeat even a soul master. Oh, by the way, how did that fellow know we were headed to Shrek Academy?" "He must be a student of Shrek," Chen Luo replied, already sheathing his martial spirit as he led Xiao Wu towards the front desk. Manager Wang and the attendant stood at the counter, the former drenched in sweat and trembling slightly, while the attendant appeared only marginally better, fear etched upon their faces. "I apologize, I was wrong. I underestimated you. Everything is my fault," Manager Wang exclaimed as he saw Chen Luo approaching, immediately prostrating himself in contrition, slapping his own face with trembling hands. "I hope you will show mercy and spare me." Without casting a glance at Manager Wang, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the attendant. "Let us proceed with the formalities. Oh, and regarding the damage incurred during the recent skirmish, please tally the costs, and I will compensate you." The attendant hesitated, glancing at Manager Wang, who quickly interjected. "Those are trivial matters. There's no need to trouble yourselves. It is our honor to have you stay at our hotel. Everything is complimentary. Stay as long as you wish, and should you require additional rooms, I can arrange that immediately." Ignoring Manager Wang, Chen Luo brushed his wrist's Grim Reaper bracelet, producing a gold coin which he placed upon the counter. He naturally grasped Xiao Wu's hand and made his way outside, with Tang San following suit. "Let's take a stroll. I hope everything is arranged by the time we return." Chapter 19. Strolling Chen Luo, "I truly did not expect you to be this formidable," Xiao Wu gushed as they exited the hotel. During their years at Notting Academy, Chen Luo seldom showcased his strength, and even when he did, he never activated his martial spirit. Xiao Wu had always been curious about his abilities, but witnessing the fight against Dai Mubai today had profoundly reshaped her perception of Chen Luo. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Chen Luo offered a slight smile. "If I weren't strong, how could I protect you?" "That is true," Xiao Wu beamed, intertwining her arm with his, their closeness palpable. Tang San, trailing behind, was silent, his mind still preoccupied with the recent battle he had witnessed between Chen Luo and Dai Mubai. In contrast to Xiao Wu's exuberance, Tang San was deeply astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. Having lived together for 6 years, he was more curious about the true extent of Chen Luo's abilities than Xiao Wu was. Today, seeing Chen Luo in action, even without displaying his full strength, had left Tang San profoundly impacted. 6 years prior, during the 7th Room S competition at Notting Academy, Tang San had sensed Chen Luo was extraordinary. When he learned that Chen Luo's first soul ring was a millennium old, he had been thoroughly astounded. The revelation that Chen Luo's second soul ring was also a millennium old, despite some preparation, still left him in shock. Coupled with the recent battle against Dai Mubai, Tang San was at a loss for how many times Chen Luo had left him awestruck. The terrifying power and speed, the astonishing training velocity, and the incredulous age of his soul rings. Each aspect struck Tang San like a hammer upon the anvil of his heart. The chasm between individuals was indeed not something that could be bridged merely by effort. Tang San had always regarded Chen Luo as his benchmark, believing that with enough diligence, he could catch up. He had even managed to reach the same soul power level as Chen Luo, naively thinking that their gap was narrowing. Now, he had come to a stark realization. Chen Luo was on an entirely different plane, one that he could never hope to reach. Fortunately, Chen Luo was his friend. 5 years ago, the loss of his father had plunged Tang San into a deep sorrow for several days. It was Chen Luo's presence that had pulled him from that abyss. Though still young, Chen Luo exhibited a maturity that made their exchanges effortless and joyful. Tang San could genuinely feel that Chen Luo regarded him as a true friend and brother. Although Chen Luo had concealed the existence of his 2 millennium-old soul rings well, he had generously shared this secret with Tang San. In Chen Luo's words, there were no excessive secrets among friends. In the realm of crafting hidden weapons, Chen Luo had provided substantial assistance, not only moral support, but also financial backing, occasionally offering brilliant ideas. Having such a friend was indeed a blessing. Chen Luo is so remarkable. I should be happy for him, Tang San mused, reflecting on their past, a smile finally gracing his face. I must continue to strive forward. As they strolled down the street, accompanying Xiao Wu on her shopping expedition, Chen Luo's mind occasionally drifted back to the battle with Dai Mubai at the hotel. So I have grown this strong, he realized, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. Chen Luo had never been fully aware of his own strength, only knowing that he was formidable. In the past few years, he had remained remarkably low-key. The fact that he possessed 2 millennium-old soul rings was known only to Pu Si, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Even the instructors at the academy were oblivious to such details. Thanks to Pu Si's significant contributions to keeping this information under wraps, Chen Luo felt immense gratitude toward him. Though they had not formed a master-disciple bond, they shared a friendship that transcended age. It was precisely because Chen Luo had been so low-key, concealing his true capabilities, that he had lost all sense of his actual strength. While he was aware that his power could not be measured by ordinary soul power levels, he had not anticipated that he had become this strong, capable of effortlessly overcoming the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. The confrontation at the hotel had been even easier than he had imagined. The primary factor lay in the formidable enhancement granted by his martial spirit, the Grim Reaper. Akin to wielding a divine artifact, although the scythe appeared unassuming, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, one of the highest caliber. The physical augmentation bestowed by the death god's shadow is indeed remarkable, offering unparalleled strength and speed, along with a formidable physique capable of withstanding immense energy. Each attribute is astoundingly extraordinary. It will be delightful to have an opportunity in the future to unleash this power in a full-fledged battle. However, that time is approaching swiftly, as I'm soon to arrive at Shrek Academy. For now, it would be wise to remain low-key, to develop quietly and steadily grow stronger. Chen Luo mused internally, fully aware of the saying that a tall tree catches the wind, and thus he has always endeavored to conceal his true self. One must admit, Soto City is indeed prosperous. The streets teem with people, bustling and vibrant, far surpassing even 10 nodding cities in liveliness. The very nature of Soto City, being a grand metropolis, dictates a rapid pace of life. Individuals on the streets exude an air of urgency in their every endeavor. After wandering through 2 streets, Xiao Wu managed to purchase only a single inexpensive garment. Her frugality in shopping deeply moved Chen Luo. In truth, they were not short on funds. They had been diligently saving the stipends provided to soul masters, accumulating several hundred gold coins. Chen Luo wished to buy Xiao Wu a few quality outfits, yet she persistently declined, insisting on not being wasteful. Where could one find such a sensible and considerate girl? After a prolonged shopping expedition, under Chen Luo's insistence, Xiao Wu finally relented and purchased a few better quality clothes. For what is the purpose of a boy working tirelessly to earn money if not to spend it on a girl? When it came to food, however, Xiao Wu was quite indulgent, savoring a variety of delectable treats along the way, even consuming a substantial portion of their dinner ahead of time. As dusk approached, while Chen Luo showed no signs of fatigue, Xiao Wu began to feel concern for him. Today was truly joyous. Let us return. You must be exhausted. Chen Luo gently shook his head, replying, Not at all. As long as you are happy, I could wander endlessly. You are so wonderful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, taking Chen Luo's hand as they made their way back, while he carried an assortment of bags, most filled with food. Third brother is quite diligent. ISNT. It's rare for him to suggest taking a break. Yet after only a brief shopping excursion, he has already returned to the hotel. We should also practice when we get back. After not long, Tang San had indeed returned to the hotel, for shopping can be a form of torment for men, especially when done alone. Witnessing the two ahead only doubled the ordeal. Rather than waste time torturing himself, it was far better to return and train. Xiao Wu, let's take a look at this shop. Chen Luo suddenly halted. Adjacent to them was a modest establishment, appearing quite ordinary amidst the dazzling array of Soto City, save for its distinctive sign, a circular emblem featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex intertwined. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. All right. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Wu had been the one suggesting various places to visit, while Chen Luo had spoken little. It was a rare occasion for him to speak, and Xiao Wu was curious about what could possibly attract him to this shop. Upon entering, the store's decor was astonishingly simplistic, lacking even a counter, with merely 3 walls adorned with various items, most of which appeared quite antiquated and seemingly valueless. In a corner of the shop, a middle-aged man in his 50s lounged on a wooden recliner, eyes closed as he swayed in rhythm with the chair. Despite his age, he maintained a robust physique, causing the recliner to creak intermittently. His features were distinctive: a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses that lent him an air of cunning oddity. Chen Luo refrained from waking him and signaled for Xiao Wu to lower her voice. Chen Luo, there's nothing worthwhile in this shop. It seems to have some soul-guiding devices, but they all appear rather outdated. Just taking a look, Chen Luo replied, his gaze sweeping across the shop, not neglecting a single corner. Ultimately, he spotted a crystal the size of a human head in an inconspicuous nook. The crystal was transparent. It contained large patches of dark yellow impurities. Finally found it. If Chen Luo's memory served him correctly, that seemingly ordinary and even inferior crystal was indeed the golden dragon beard needle, a vital item required by Tang San. The man napping there was none other than Flender, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, a rank 78 soul sage. Boss, is that crystal for 1 gold soul coin? Chen Luo inquired. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, became anxious, whispering in Chen Luo's ear, Chen Luo, why would you buy that piece of junk? Though it looks like a crystal, it must be of the lowest quality. If you're going to buy a crystal, shouldn't it be an amethyst instead? Besides, do you even know how to shop? That thing is worth at most a silver soul coin. Chen Luo nodded gently, quickly altering his words. Boss, is that crystal for 1 silver soul coin? 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? Why don't you just go rob someone? Xiao Wu exclaimed immediately. 2 gold soul coins. 5 silver soul coins. Take it or leave it. After saying this, Xiao Wu tugged at Chen Luo, urging him to leave. Chen Luo did not show much reluctance, simply following Xiao Wu out. As they reached the door, a voice suddenly called out, 1 gold soul coin, take it or leave it. Xiao Wu glanced at Chen Luo, who gave a slight nod, prompting the two to turn back. After paying 1 gold soul coin, Chen Luo tucked the crystal into the death god's hand ring. Boss, we're leaving now. He politely bid farewell as he and Xiao Wu departed. On their way back, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Chen Luo, what is so special about that item? I think third brother might need it, Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu pouted. Oh, so it's for him? I thought it was something you wanted. It's rare to see you wanted to buy something. Upon returning to the hotel, their room was already prepared. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were assigned to the Red Ocean, while Tang San was in the Green Separation. Upon arriving at Tang San's room, Chen Luo produced the crystal he had just purchased. I believe this is something you might need. Tang San's eyes lit up upon seeing the crystal, his excitement palpable. Where did you find this? Xiao Wu smiled slightly. We bought it from Shabby Shop for 1 gold soul coin. On the way back, I thought we might have overpaid, but it seems it was worth it, as this was specifically bought for you by Chen Luo. 1 gold soul coin? This is worth at least 1,000. Tang San exclaimed, growing even more exhilarated, and he rushed forward to give Chen Luo a bear hug, vigorously patting his back. Chen Luo, you are truly a good brother. Is there any more of this crystal? No, just this one. Ah, well, that has to be expected. After all, such items are exceedingly rare. Xiao Wu watched silently, unable to restrain herself any longer. Isn't it just a piece of junk crystal? What is so special about it? Although Chen Luo understood what the crystal was, he feigned curiosity and looked towards Tang San. Tang San replied with enthusiasm. This is the golden dragon beard needle. Chen Luo Gij, it seems there's a small village up ahead. That must be Shrek Academy. We've finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Wu exclaimed, resting on Chen Luo's back and pointing ahead, where a village lay about a mile away. Tang San remarked nonchalantly, the one who is truly exhausted is Chen Luo. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang San. It was Chen Luo Gij who offered to carry me. Tang San remained expressionless. I only saw you jump onto his back. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us quicken our pace. We're almost there. Xiao Wu only referred to him as Chen Luo Gij when she was being carried, and each utterance melted Chen Luo's heart. As long as Xiao Wu wished it, he could carry her indefinitely. From a distance, they noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the village. As they drew nearer, It became evident that most of them were youths of similar age, accompanied by their parents. Could it be that Shrek Academy is so unimpressive? Merely a small village? Xiao had already caught sight of the sign above the wooden archway at the village entrance, which read Shrek Academy. In front of the 5 characters spelling out the academy's name, there was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid monster. Initially skeptical about Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't help but scoff even more upon seeing its appearance. This place doesn't even compare to Nodding Academy. It's probably less than a third of its size. Turning to Tang San, she inquired, "Brother San, you weren't deceived by the master, were you?" Chen Luo interjected. Xiao Wu quieted down. Immediately, Xiao Wu fell silent, appearing quite obedient. Chen Luo pointed at the line of boys waiting to register. If this truly were a subpar academy, there wouldn't be so many people here to enroll. Let's join the queue. What a ridiculous institution. It only accepts students under 12 years old with a spirit power of 20. ISNT, that just a blatant money grab? I just spent 10 gold soul coins on the registration fee. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Indeed, only monsters could ever meet those 2 criteria. If such conditions truly existed, one would surely seek a better academy instead of this shabby place, which can't even measure up to an ordinary elementary soul master academy. Gradually, individuals began to leave, most of them grumbling as they departed. Originally, over 100 had come to register, but within a few minutes, only a little over 10 remained. This situation arose because Shrek Academy had already announced its admission requirements. Candidates had to be under 12 and possess a spirit power of over 20, with neither condition being negotiable. Those who were unaware of these stipulations had foolishly paid the registration fee, only to find themselves ineligible for admission, ultimately losing their fees. Some even attempted to reclaim their fees through force, but a youth of around 16 or 17 appeared and unleashed his martial soul. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. The very sight of that formidable presence silenced any dissent, leaving only a few murmurs of discontent before they quietly left. That enforcer was none other than Dai Mubai. As registration continued, those who remained largely met the academy's criteria, while others attempting to sneak in were ruthlessly rejected, perhaps due to arriving too early or too late. Chen Luo did not encounter the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters. If his memory served him correctly, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were supposed to register today, yet he saw neither of them. The registration process for the trio of Chen Luo was, of course, exceedingly smooth. Only Tang San experienced a slight delay. Due to his training with the Xianyu hand, the elder responsible for registration could not ascertain Tang San's age through the usual method of feeling his bones, even going so far as to touch Tang San's calf. When it was Chen Luo's turn to demonstrate his strength, he inevitably drew a cascade of astonished gazes. 2,000-year spirit rings. The elder marveled. Our academy is about to gain a true prodigy. Chen Luo had purposely chosen to be last for the admission assessment. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention. However, 2,000-year spirit rings were an undeniable spectacle. Anyone who laid eyes on the resplendent purple rings was left deeply astounded. Even the elder, who had spent years at Shrek Academy and had witnessed countless little monsters, found himself taken aback. The elder stared at Chen Luo for a long moment, until Chen Luo finally spoke up. I should qualify, right? Absolutely. You must qualify. The elder promptly replied. Mubai, take them inside at once, especially this student. He need not undergo any further testing. He is already a member of Shrek Academy. I'm certain the dean would make the same decision without hesitation. Dai Mubai was not surprised by the elder's arrangement. In fact, it would have been more peculiar if the elder had remained indifferent. Even though Dai Mubai had seen Chen Luo's 2,000-year spirit rings once before, the sight still left him in awe. Previously, Dai Mubai had been confident in considering himself a rare gem, one of the Academy's extraordinary talents. It was only upon encountering Chen Luo that he grasped the true meaning of prodigy. Dai Mubai promptly led Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu into the Academy. As they walked, Dai Mubai outlined the upcoming arrangements, though these plans were primarily for Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Chen Luo not included. You will take the second examination here. The teacher will instruct you on what to do. Dai Mubai eventually led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses, which seemed to be the very heart of Shrek Academy. All candidates who had passed the preliminary test were gathered there, with occasional fluctuations of spirit power emanating from the front. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat anxious. Having finished his explanation, he left Chen Luo and the others behind, casually advising Chen Luo, you don't need to take any more tests. Feel free to wander around the academy. Later, they will arrange your accommodation. If you wish to stay with your companions, that is perfectly fine. Dai Mubai turned to leave, when suddenly, a soft, melodious voice rang out. Sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. It was Oscar. Upon hearing that familiar call, Chen Luo immediately thought of Oscar. Turning around, he saw a young man pushing a cart and calling out, blocking Dai Mubai's path. The man donned simple gray clothing, with neatly cut short hair and a face adorned with stubble, complemented by a pair of large, charming peach blossom eyes. Quite a contrast to the soft, sweet voice that had just emerged from his lips. Dai Mubai, where are you rushing off to? Come buy a sausage, Oscar said with a broad grin. Get lost, Dai Mubai retorted. Fine, no need to be so grumpy. Oscar quickly stepped aside, still smiling. I just saw a truly beautiful girl, and if I'm not mistaken, Dai Mubai, you're off to find her, aren't you? Dai Mubai ignored Oscar and continued on his way. Chen Luo clearly heard the exchange, instantly realizing who Dai Mubai was pursuing. It was likely Zhu Juqing, who had arrived even earlier than they had. Chen Luo, I want a sausage, Xiao Wu said with a beaming smile, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Chen Luo shook his head. Look at that shady guy. Would you dare eat a sausage from him? Hey, watch your mouth. Who are you calling shady? Oscar, with keen ears, had overheard Chen Luo's words and stepped forward, visibly displeased. I'm only 14. Calm down. Just give me 10 sausages, the freshly grilled ones. Chen Luo ordered. Oscar's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a cheerful one. Sure thing. However, after a moment, Oscar seemed to realize something, casting an awkward glance at Chen Luo and the others. How about you cover your ears first? Why? Xiao Wu asked innocently. To avoid ruining your appetite, Oscar replied. With that, Oscar extended his right hand and declared loudly, I have a big sausage. A yellow glow instantly coalesced in Oscar's hand, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, revealing a sausage that matched the size and appearance of those on his cart. Get lost, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Oscar was soon followed back by Dai Mubai, accompanied by a girl clad in black. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, her figure strikingly voluptuous, presenting a stark contrast to her youthful visage. At first glance, Chen Luo felt momentarily dazed, only regaining his senses when Xiao Wu pinched him hard at the waist. Zhu Juqing was genuinely stunning. Chen Luo mused inwardly, and her beauty extended beyond mere looks. Is it not your turn yet? Dai Mubai remarked. Never mind. I'll go inform the teacher that you need not queue. You can head straight to the 4th round. Dai Mubai stepped forward and whispered a few words into the teacher's ear. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement, and Dai Mubai then prepared to lead Chen Luo and the others away. At that moment, someone could not restrain their complaints. Why should they get special treatment? The teacher in charge of the test calmly responded. If their soul power exceeds level 25, then they need not wait in line. They may proceed together. After this, the teacher's gaze lingered on Chen Luo. Mubai, you have only mentioned those 2. What about this student? Dai Mubai smiled slightly and replied. He is already a member of Shrek Academy. Oh, the teacher appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, signaling Dai Mubai and the others to depart. Historically, there had always been extraordinary talents who could bypass the test and directly enter the academy, although it had been quite some time since such occurrences. Teacher, I believe I should be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds as well. A melodious voice suddenly interjected. A girl dressed in a white gown, exuding an elegant aura, stepped forward. Her appearance was no less striking than Xiao Wu or Zhu Juqing, and she possessed a noble demeanor that they lacked. It was Ning Rongrong. Finally, they had gathered as a team. The next step was to face the boss battle. Chen Luo mused internally. He was uncertain if he would have the opportunity to join in the boss fight, given that he had already secured an exemption and was now a student at Shrek Academy. If the chance arose, he would not mind giving it a try. Seeing Chen Luo following along, Dai Mubai chuckled. The 4th round is a practical test. Chen Luo, do you have any thoughts? Indeed, Chen Luo nodded without hesitation. Excellent. Dai Mubai exclaimed with a smile. It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle today. Before long, Dai Mubai led Chen Luo and the others to another open area. In the midst of the expanse sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, lazily basking in the sun. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Luo could not help but smile. The bosses appeared, the unmoved king, Zhao Wuji. Chapter 022. The battle begins. Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wuji to discuss matters, allowing Chen Luo and the others to finally observe Zhao Wuji in full. Zhao Wuji was not tall, even shorter than Tang San by half a head. Yet he was extraordinarily robust, to the point of being almost exaggerated. His body was a mass of sinewy muscle, devoid of any excess fat, with bulging muscles that seemed ready to burst through his clothing. Despite Zhao Wuji's appearance resembling that of an ordinary middle-aged man, he possessed a unique charm. 5 of them have surpassed level 25. Are there truly so many little monsters this year? Is our academy on the verge of a resurgence? Zhao Wuji's gaze towards Chen Luo and the others shifted significantly after Dai Mubai's introduction. Ahem. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Wuji. Since you have arrived here, it signifies that your soul power meets the Academy standards. However, we do not accept mere practitioners lacking intelligence. Every student must undergo practical assessments. He stated, the fourth round of the examination is quite simple. As long as you can withstand my attacks as a team for the duration of an incense stick, you'll pass. I shall grant you an incense stick's time to prepare and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai displayed no signs of surprise. He had anticipated this outcome on the way here. Teacher Zhao, in fact, Chen Luo, is already considered a member of our academy. Yet he wishes to participate in the fourth round examination. Dai Mubai suddenly recalled and promptly informed Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat taken aback. What qualifies him to join? Dai Mubai whispered an explanation into Zhao Wuji's ear, and after a moment, Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good, good, good. After exclaiming 3 times, Zhao Wuji smiled and declared, it seems our academy is truly on the verge of rising. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. An incense stick's time is not long. And engage with Chen Luo. He will be the key to your success in the examination. After speaking, Zhao Wuji smirked. I still think it may not be wise to let this kid join. It could raise the difficulty for everyone. Oh, never mind. Since he has proactively requested to take the test, can we really turn him away? Zhao Wuji mused aloud, then turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, please relay my strengths to them, so they can be better prepared. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai nodded and approached Chen Luo and the others, smiling as he explained. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, known as the Battle Soul Sage. Huh? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, how can we fight against him? He is on an entirely different level. Dai Mubai chuckled, originally, you were supposed to face me. Teacher Zhao was merely the proctor. However, I had already surmised that such a scenario might arise on our way here, so I could only cheer you on. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength king Kong Bear, a formidable beast martial soul. His greatest strengths lie in his power and defense, while his weakness is speed. However, given the vast disparity in soul power between you and Teacher Zhao, I doubt you will have any advantage in speed either. Nevertheless, do not worry too much. Just unleash your full strength. Teacher Zhao will not be reckless and will certainly spare your lives. Spare our lives? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Ningrongrong remarqued. Now I understand who he is. He is the unmoved king Zhao Wuji, isn't he? Dai Mubai nodded in affirmation. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong sighed. Let us go home. We are absolutely no match for him. Even the Spirit Hall could not capture him. How could we possibly defeat him? You know him? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Ning Rongrong then recounted Zhao Wuji's heroic tale of breaking through the encirclement of 16 Spirit Hall bishops, followed by another sigh. There is no hope. We have no hope. How can we know there is no hope if we do not try? Chen Luo stepped forward. Chen Luo was not surprised by Ning Rongrong and the others' reactions. After all, they were about to face a formidable soul sage. At their age, it was only natural that anyone would feel apprehensive. Chen Luo's words drew everyone's attention. Effort brings hope. Without effort, there is absolutely no hope. He encouraged them, then stated his martial soul and strength, declaring his determination. I am Chen Luo, with a weapon martial soul, a scythe, and I'm a level 29 assault system soul master. Seeing Chen Luo take the initiative, Xiao Wu immediately followed suit. I am Xiao Wu, with a beast martial soul, a rabbit, and I'm a level 29 assault system soul master. Tang San then spoke up, and after a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong and the others followed suit. I am Tang San, with a martial soul, blue silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Ning Rongrong, martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, ghostly cat, and I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. This constituted the formation of Chen Luo and his companions. After hearing this, Chen Luo immediately proposed a strategy. Xiao Wu and I will be the primary attackers. Tang San will handle the control. Zhu Zhuqing, use your speed advantage to restrain him as much as possible. Ning Rongrong, you will focus on support. Tang San, you are the only control-type soul master in our team, and your task is the most critical. The rhythm of all our battles will be dictated by you. Tang San nodded firmly. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. After a brief discussion to understand each other's martial soul characteristics and soul skills, the incense stick's time slipped away swiftly. Zhao Wuji's booming voice rang out punctually. Time's up. Let the battle begin. If anyone is afraid, You may withdraw now. Chen Luo stepped forward, calmly gazing at Zhao Wuji. Teacher, let us begin. Behind Chen Luo, Tang San and the others brimmed with fighting spirit. When one exhibits sufficient effort and determination, it inevitably inspires others. Tang San and the others were not ordinary individuals. They did not require excessive words of encouragement. Their innate competitive spirit would naturally awaken within them. Zhao Wuji gently stretched his body, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, creating a palpable sense of pressure even before the battle commenced, particularly for Chen Luo and his companions. A fragrant incense stick was placed at a distance, yet to be ignited, while Chen Luo and his team began to unleash their martial spirits, meticulously preparing themselves. As the actual trial was about to begin, they could not be certain of the time Zhao Wuji would afford them. Thus, every opportunity and detail was to be seized without hesitation. All of them summoned their martial spirits, with Ning Rongrong being the first. When her seven-treasure glazed tower materialized, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but express his surprise. Well, it seems we have a member of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect among us. Has Flander been particularly virtuous lately? The academy appears to be on a rise. With that, Zhao Wuji lit the incense and flung it into the air, assuming a combat stance. As soon as Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit, she promptly utilized all her auxiliary skills without reservation, especially when she sensed Zhao Wuji was about to strike. She wished fervently for her abilities to be unleashed instantaneously. The seven treasures are renowned for two things: strength and speed. However, before Ning Rongrong could catch her breath after deploying her soul skills, Zhao Wuji had already made his move. He crouched slightly, and then his fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Tang San, maintain the combat rhythm. Let us engage. Chen Luo commanded, having also summoned his martial spirit, with two purple rings rising from beneath his feet and a massive scythe appearing in his grasp. For a brief moment, everyone, including Zhao Wuji, who was preparing to unleash his soul skill, was momentarily stunned. But it was only a fleeting moment. The battle had officially begun. Chapter 023. Fierce combat dark. Serpentine vines erupted from Tang San's hands, swiftly ensnaring Ning Rongrong's form as he leaped into the air, carrying her with him. Following Chen Luo's command, Tang San reacted immediately, and the others sensed the impending danger, leaping into action. In that split second, a thunderous rumble reverberated through the ground, shaking it violently, while a wave of earthy tones surged toward Chen Luo and his companions. Thanks to their foresight, none were harmed by the oncoming wave, and as they landed, they launched a fierce offensive. Xiao Wu was the first to attack, bolstered by the seven-treasure glazed tower support. She darted toward Zhao Wuji with astonishing speed and, without hesitation, executed her most adept agile techniques. At the instant her body made contact with Zhao Wuji, Tang San's parasitic soul skill activated, with countless blue-silver grasses entwining around Zhao Wuji, piercing him and releasing a potent paralyzing toxin that swiftly subdued him. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu stepped onto Zhao Wuji's shoulder and initiated her graceful technique, while the blue-silver grasses hoisted him into the air, elevating his feet off the ground and granting her an advantageous position. Regrettably, Zhao Wuji's strength was overwhelming, just as Xiao Wu's feet propelled him upward. The blue-silver grasses binding him suddenly exploded, freezing Xiao Wu in her tracks as Zhao Wuji landed back on the ground. Instantly sensing the precariousness of her situation, Xiao Wu retreated, although Zhao Wuji refrained from attacking, seemingly allowing her to escape. Quite interesting. If you were an ordinary person, you might have found your neck snapped by that little move, but alas, you are up against me. In the face of absolute power, all techniques appear rather trivial. Zhao Wuji maintained a calm demeanor, already activating his martial spirit as he spoke. Suddenly, he grew a full meter taller. His muscles became exaggerated, resembling a small mountain standing firm, his entire body cloaked in a thick layer of brown fur, his eyes turning a deep brown, and his hands transforming into massive claws akin to large fans, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings radiating splendid colors. They rose slowly from beneath Zhao Wuji. A series of metallic clinks resounded from behind him, signaling Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Upon activating her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's speed had more than doubled, and she possessed claws reminiscent of Dai Mubai's martial spirit. This was an opportune chance for a stealthy strike. After Xiao Wu's engagement, Zhu Zhuqing aimed to capitalize on Zhao Wuji's momentary lapse in vigilance, with a success rate of at least 90%. Yet, Zhao Wuji's strength was formidable, and everything unfolded under his control. Though Zhu Zhuqing's attack landed, It failed to inflict any damage on Zhao Waoqi. Decent speed, but not quite fast enough. Had you been a tad quicker, you might have managed to harm me before I activated my martial spirit, Zhao Waoqi remarked with an unflappable demeanor. After activating his martial spirit, an aura befitting a true powerhouse erupted, exerting immense pressure on Chen Luo and his companions. Given the vast disparity in strength, Zhao Waoqi had been holding back. Otherwise, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would have already met their end. As a soul saint at level 76, he could easily see through the antics of a group of children. He had merely refrained from counterattacking to gauge their abilities while providing some guidance. After their futile assault, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately retreated, with Zhao Waoqi having activated his martial spirit. Approaching such an invincible force for the sake of testing their so-called techniques was akin to foolishness. In such a brief time, your coordination is quite commendable. I truly admire your efforts. Zhao Waoqi generously praised. Yet, soon after, his expression shifted as he abruptly turned, raising his hands in a defensive posture. In the next moment, a colossal scythe, wreathed in black flames, slashed across his arm. Clang! Zhao Waoqi barely shifted, while the assailant was sent reeling backward. How could a weapon like a scythe strike so swiftly, even faster than that agile girl? And the power behind it seems rather exaggerated. Rather than being angered by the ambush, Zhao Waoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Luo's attack, of course, was also within Zhao Waoqi's comprehension. One could say that everything in the vicinity was under his awareness. A level 76 soul saint should easily manage a group of children below level 30. Zhao Waoqi had simply underestimated the speed and ferocity of Chen Luo's assault, which surprised him somewhat. Although Chen Luo had only managed to shift Zhao Waoqi's body slightly, and had himself been propelled backward, it was crucial to recognize that Zhao Waoqi was a soul saint of level 76, specializing in strength and defense, and had already activated his martial spirit, preparing for defense. To make such a formidable being budge was nothing short of extraordinary. This lad has been seeking opportunities from the outset, skillfully timing his attacks. No wonder he is a little monster. Oh, but wait, all these youngsters are little monsters. He is the monster among monsters. Zhao Waoqi's eyes gleamed with excitement, a subtle smile forming on his face as he glanced at his arm, where black poisonous flames were diligently corroding his flesh, seemingly imbued with toxins. Well done, well done. Zhao Waoqi swiped away the poisonous flames with ease, then stretched his muscles. Assuming la combustance. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. With a slight bow, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Speed is indeed a relative concept. Within the same tier, it is true that Zhao Wujie possesses a deficiency in this regard. However, at this moment, he finds himself confronting a group of youths, none of whom have yet reached level 30, thus rendering his shortcoming into an advantage. Zhao Wujie's chosen target is none other than Chen Luo, the last to launch an assault against him. Chen Luo, however, is not so foolish as to await Zhao Wujie's blows. Even in the face of a formidable soul sage of level 76, he remains composed and asserts, I will serve as a distraction. You all seize the opportunity. What a confident young man. Zhao Wujie's figure has already loomed before Chen Luo, his colossal fist hurtling forth. Mind your own business. Whoosh. Though Chen Luo is mere inches away, Zhao Wujie's punch finds only air, despite exerting a modicum of control over his strength. The force of his swing sends him slightly off balance, requiring him to take a few steps forward. Chen Luo's swiftness is indeed remarkable, and his reflexes even more so. In that fleeting moment, he deftly evades Zhao Wujie's assault and counterattacks with precision. The massive side strikes once more at Zhao Wujie. Yet this time, he has no chance to evade, instinctively raising his hand in defense. Clang! The razor-sharp blade grazes Zhao Wujie's skin, unleashing a wave of toxic flames. But that is all it accomplishes. Zhao Wujie's body resembles unyielding steel. The Grim Reaper's scythe cannot advance a single inch. Following his successful strike, Chen Luo shows no inclination to linger or launch another attack. Instead, he promptly retreats. Against such a formidable opponent, escape is the only viable strategy. To clash head-on would be tantamount to courting death. While Chen Luo occupies Zhao Wujie's attention, Tang San and the others do not remain idle. Zhu Zhuqing manages to slip behind Zhao Wujie once more, her claws descending upon him. Although she inflicts no significant damage, she successfully deposits the seeds of blue-silver grass upon him. In the next moment, countless tendrils of blue-silver grass erupt, ensnaring Zhao Wujie in a tight embrace and lifting him off the ground. Xiao Wu appears, attempting her gentle techniques once again, and this time, she succeeds. Boom! Zhao Wujie crashes to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Seizing the opportunity created by Chen Luo, Tang San and his companions execute a flawless combination attack, catching their opponent off guard and achieving commendable results. Positioned at the periphery, Ning Rongrong, who stands behind Tang San, also partakes in the recent maneuver. Had it not been for her speed-enhancing support, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would not have reached Zhao Wujie so swiftly. Indeed, quite impressive. The blue-silver grass bursts forth once more, yet these seemingly robust bindings appear trivial before Zhao Wujie. Had he not been entirely focused on Chen Luo moments ago, he would never have granted Tang San and his companions such an opportunity. Likely, the moment the blue-silver grass ensnared him, he would have effortlessly broken free. Zhao Wujie arises, still wearing a broad smile, even clapping his hands. Your performance has greatly pleased me. With that, he waves his hand, reducing the half-burned incense to mere ash. Such trifles cannot constrain you. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Upon hearing his words, Tang San and the others exhale in relief. Though their hearts remain somewhat apprehensive, Zhao Wujie's voice rings out once more. The examination has concluded, yet the battle must persist. You must remain vigilant henceforth. Chen Luo, who had previously furrowed his brow, now relaxes his expression. I told you, Zhao Wujie would not let us off so easily. Compared to the Zhao Wujie of the texts, the one before them is far more tangible, embodying the essence of a competent instructor, though his demeanor diverges slightly from Chen Luo's recollections. Nevertheless, the battle must continue, particularly this one where power disparities are stark. Chapter 024. Eruption. Everyone, focus your attention. We must proceed with caution. Chen Luo's expression is grave, showing no signs of relaxation despite Zhao Wujie's earlier words. Tang San and the others share this sentiment, including the seemingly delicate girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The more gifted the individual, the greater their competitive spirit, and this group of prodigies is no exception. Passing the examination is a necessity for them. Even upon achieving this goal, they welcome new challenges, emboldened and unencumbered. For ordinary students, enduring the pressure of the immovable Zhao Wujie, a level 76 soul sage, would be insurmountable. Upon receiving notification of their success, they would likely abandon any thoughts of further combat. Indeed, the more mediocre individuals may lack even the courage to face Zhao Wujie. The time for preparation and rest is fleeting, and soon, the battle resumes, with Chen Luo and his team taking the initiative once more. As before, the rhythm of combat is orchestrated by the soul control-type soul master among them, Tang San, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing serve as the primary offensive forces, seeking opportunities for Chen Luo, who remains in a supportive role. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing initiate the assault, quickly reaching Zhao Wujie with Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement. Zhao Wujie maintains a stance of indifference, allowing their attacks to unfold. Zhu Zhuqing closes in successfully, her claws raking against Zhao Wujie's form, producing a disconcerting metallic screech. However, Zhao Wujie's defenses are formidable, and Zhu Zhuqing's current prowess proves inadequate to inflict meaningful harm, merely allowing the blue-silver grass seeds to take root on his person. In the next instant, the blue-silver grass erupts once more, binding Zhao Wujie tightly. Xiao Wu strikes, preparing to employ her gentle technique. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's voice echoes unexpectedly. Resorting to the same trick again? I advise you never to employ such foolish tactics against a true adversary. A single unexpected strike suffices. Boom! A surge of soul power erupts, shattering all the blue-silver grass in an instant. This time, the bindings last less than a breath, and the thorns of the blue-silver grass leave no mark upon Zhao Wujie's body, as if they were merely grasping at iron. Just as Xiao Wu is about to unleash her technique, the terrifying wave of Zhao Wujie's soul power sends her flying, not merely thrown, but rather retreating in the flow. Xiao Wu had no intention of using her gentle technique again. A new strategy? Sensing the searing heat beside him, Zhao Wujie instinctively reaches out to block. Clang! A massive scythe strikes against Zhao Wujie's arm, its blade no longer clad in black toxic flames, but rather in a blood-red inferno. Boom! At the moment the Grim Reaper's scythe connects with Zhao Wujie's arm, Chen Luo's second soul ring bursts forth, radiating a brilliant purple light as the flames erupt violently, engulfing Zhao Wujie entirely. As the flames dissipate, Zhao Wujie is enveloped in a wave of earthy light, sustaining only minor injuries, though several blackened scorch marks mar his body. Goodness, has this lad taken to playing tricks? The earthy light around Zhao Wujie explodes forth, impacting Chen Luo, who emits a muffled groan, hurtling backward for several meters before he can finally come to a stop. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, at a distance from Zhao Wujia, also feel the repercussions of the earthy wave, both being thrown back, blood spewing from their mouths as they lose consciousness midair. Tang San, seeing Xiao Wu injured, Chen Luo, who had remained remarkably composed, suddenly becomes agitated. Upon hearing Chen Luo's shout, Tang San, momentarily stunned, immediately unleashes the blue silvergrass, catching both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and bringing them back. It is understandable that Tang San was not fully aware of the battle's dynamics. He too had just sustained a grievous injury and was still recovering. The bond between martial souls and soul masters is undeniable. After enduring the relentless destruction of his blue silvergrass by Zhao Wujia on numerous occasions, Tang San's perseverance until now is commendable. Just as the blue silvergrass erupted, he could no longer suppress the surge of blood that escaped his lips, leading to Zhao Wujia's decisive assault. Once Tang San had pulled Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu back, Dai Mubai rushed over with great enthusiasm, promptly lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, while Ning Rongrong embraced Xiao Wu. "Oscar, get over here now," Dai Mubai bellowed. The battle appeared to have reached its conclusion. Out of the 5 participants, 2 lay unconscious, 1 was gravely injured, and another served as a support soul master. Were they truly expecting the support soul master to defy fate? Oh, and there remained 1 combatant, but it seemed he would not alter the outcome. Returning to the center of the battlefield, Zhao Wujia gazed at Chen Luo with a peculiar expression. "You kid are surprisingly resilient," Zhao Wujia exclaimed in disbelief. He had intentionally exerted a bit more force, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly and impart a lesson to these young prodigies about the insurmountable disparity in strength. Only through relentless effort could one truly ascend to the ranks of the powerful. However, to Zhao Wujia's astonishment, despite Chen Luo being sent flying, he appeared to have sustained only minor injuries, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were further away, were left spitting blood and unconscious. It wasn't that the latter 2 were fragile. Rather, it was Zhao Wujia's failure to adequately control his power. A tinge of regret washed over him as he worried about the potential harm inflicted upon Xiao Wu and the others. In a recent skirmish, they had gleaned all they could, as these young beings had yet to reach level 30 and had only 2 soul skills at their disposal, both of which had been fully utilized. The primary focus had been to test their teamwork and individual combat capabilities. And the girl with the rabbit martial soul had seemingly refrained from employing her second soul skill, possibly due to some reservations. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Zhao Wujia felt a deep satisfaction with their performance. Yet, surprises often occur. He had grown weary of explaining further and even omitted his final words of guidance, sensing that attempting to educate these young prodigies might come across as somewhat presumptuous. He waved a hand towards Chen Luo and said, "That's enough. Go check on them." However, Chen Luo merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you one-on-one," Chen Luo stated, his gaze devoid of emotion. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chen Luo's request. Chen Luo chose not to speak further, opting instead to express his intentions through action. He raised the death god's scythe beside him, and in the next moment, the sanguine flames adorning its blade morphed into a pitch-black inferno. It bore a resemblance to Chen Luo's first soul skill, Poison Flame, yet it was not. It was more akin to a fusion of Poison Flame and Inferno. In an instant, the black flames spread rapidly from the blade of the death goddess scythe, engulfing the entire weapon and enveloping Chen Luo in their embrace. At that moment, Chen Luo's aura surged dramatically. "Wait, what is happening?" Zhao Wujia murmured, his brow furrowing. "You mustn't act recklessly. Any forced augmentation of power could irreversibly damage your body, even jeopardizing your life." Sensing the peril, Zhao Wujia shouted at Chen Luo. Chen Luo responded calmly, "Do not worry. There will be no adverse effects." At this juncture, Chen Luo's strength had escalated to that of a level 40 soul master, seemingly reaching its zenith, and his momentum ceased to rise further. This was an extraordinarily terrifying phenomenon. Such a sudden surge in power was unheard of, even to Zhao Wujia, who had never witnessed anything like it before. When he sensed something was amiss, Zhao Wujia immediately surmised that Chen Luo must have paid a grievous price to achieve such feats, prompting him to intervene. Yet, Chen Luo's assurance only deepened Zhao Wujia's surprise and allowed him to relax. As long as Chen Luo remained unscathed, how the power was obtained seemed less significant. Truly, a monster among monsters, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but marvel internally, curious about the hidden depths Chen Luo possessed. In truth, Zhao Wujie was unaware that this was Chen Luo's final trump card, and one he had only just acquired. Since obtaining his second spirit ring, Chen Luo's sign-in task had refreshed, with a new location being Shrek Academy. Just a moment ago, he had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy, earning the reward of Indestructible. Indestructible temporarily elevates one's strength, with the duration and level of enhancement determined by current power. Maximum achievable strength elevation, Soul Master. Duration of strength elevation, 10 minutes. Upon receiving Indestructible, Chen Luo had witnessed Zhao Wu being knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujie. In that instant, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. Although he understood that Zhao Wujie had not acted with malice, he still felt compelled to take action, and the newly acquired Indestructible provided him with the means to do so. Shrouded in black flames and wielding the death god's scythe, Chen Luo momentarily resembled a grim reaper. "Come on, be careful," Zhao Wujie cautioned. After years of teaching, he recognized Chen Luo's need for an outlet. He could only acquiesce, but remained concerned that Chen Luo might act impulsively, potentially leading to another unintentional injury. Chen Luo nodded and accelerated towards Zhao Wujie, moving so swiftly that he became a mere blur. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this, was taken aback. It seemed not only strength had been enhanced, but also speed. Here it comes. Chen Luo's figure materialized, wielding the death god's scythe with tremendous force. Zhao Wujie instinctively raised his hand to block, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo altered the direction of his strike, ultimately landing it upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. With a hiss, as the death god's scythe descended. The first point of contact with Zhao Wujie's body was the black flames enveloping it. These flames appeared to amalgamate the characteristics of both poison flame and inferno, possessing potent corrosive properties while also capable of instant detonation. The black flames surged forth, imbued with formidable toxicity and corrosiveness. Even Zhao Wujie's robust defenses could not fully mitigate the damage. Once the black flames dissipated, Zhao Wujie's shoulder, left cheek, and chin were charred black, with faint flickers of black flame still writhing. "Impressive," Zhao Wujie exclaimed. "The corrosive capability is remarkable, and the explosive power is sufficient. It even possesses paralyzing toxicity. Extraordinary." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie's first soul ring shimmered, and a golden light coalesced around him before erupting violently. Yet, Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated this, distancing himself from Zhao Wujie to avoid the backlash. His reflexes have improved. Is he still human? Zhao Wujie mused with a wry smile. "I wonder if you can still maintain your speed like this." Zhao Wujie's third soul skill activated, and a vast area surrounding him was suddenly subjected to immense gravitational pressure, causing Chen Luo's speed to plummet. This was Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, effectively minimizing any speed advantage. Chen Luo contemplated internally. Even with the enhancement from Indestructible, he was still far from matching Zhao Wujie's 76-level soul sage, making it impossible to completely evade the effects of Zhao Wujie's gravity enhancement soul skill, leaving him only to slightly diminish its impact. At this moment, Chen Luo also realized that after utilizing the immortal technique, his strength had surged considerably. However, his soul power was being consumed at a terrifying rate, as if his soul power served as fuel to grant him strength that he otherwise lacked. Fortunately, he possessed an ample reserve of soul power. Had he still been at the 29th level, even with an inexhaustible supply of soul power, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to act at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, the slight diminishment he felt was perceived by Zhao Wujie as being of an incredibly formidable degree. His body had indeed grown stronger. Even if he had reached the soul ancestor level, maintaining such rapid speed seemed implausible. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly, yet soon donned an excited smile. This fellow was continuing to astonish him in ever-increasing ways. Under the dampening effects of Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, Chen Luo's speed could no longer be fully realized, making his attacks easily blocked by Zhao Wujie, who was also seeking opportunities to counterattack. After several unsuccessful attempts, Chen Luo narrowly escaped being caught off guard by Zhao Wujie, just a hair's breadth away from being pinned to the ground. With a sigh, he recognized that victory was beyond his grasp. The disparity in strength was too great, and lacking the multitude of hidden weapons that Tang San possessed, as well as his exceptional techniques, he would have preferred to continue fighting otherwise. While Chen Luo had always held a firm confidence in his abilities, he also understood his limitations. Some things were immutable and must be accepted. Over the years, Chen Luo had maintained a decent relationship with Tang San, who had prepared some hidden weapons for him. Yet, at present, these weapons could hardly afford him any significant advantage, as they were not his forte. I concede. Chen Luo voluntarily chose to forfeit, concluding the immortal technique. Zhao Wujia promptly retracted his martial spirit. Laughing heartily, I thought you were going to keep going. If this continued, I would have had to reveal my true martial spirit. You've done remarkably well. You are the most exceptional student I have encountered during my time at Shrek Academy. You flatter me, teacher. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Zhao Wujia, before him, was far more attentive and considerate than Chen Luo had anticipated. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a meticulous heart and exhibited a commendable sense of professional ethics. Oscar, where are you? Are you itching for a punch? After concluding his conversation with Chen Luo, Zhao Wujia bellowed. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I remember, yet also different. Zhao Wujia's current appearance was indeed somewhat disheveled, with much of his attire singed, yet he exhibited no signs of displeasure. He showed no anger, even having nearly been toppled by his own student. Seemingly indifferent to any humiliation, provided his students were exceptional. At last, Oscar arrived, only to be met with a barrage of scolding. First from Zhao Wujia, and then it was Dai Mubai's turn. Are you trying to get punched? How come you only arrived now? Zhao Wujia shouted. Hurry and bring me 2 sausages. 1 for each? Oscar appeared quite humble. Nonsense. Zhao Wujia retorted. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene as he moved beside Ning Rongrong, taking over the care of Xiao Wu. I am now a member of Shrek Academy, Chen Luo said with a faint smile. Chapter 026. The little fatty, even though Chen Luo had not sustained any injuries. Oscar still handed him a sausage without asking for payment. The large sausage not only healed injuries but also replenished a certain amount of soul power, Oscar explained. The reason for Oscar's sudden enthusiasm towards Chen Luo was that he had just finished hearing Dai Mubai recount Chen Luo's recent feats. Naturally, anyone would wish to cultivate a relationship with the powerful. Mubai, make arrangements for their accommodation. Classes officially commence tomorrow, Zhao Wujia declared before departing, asking Oscar for 2 sausages on his way out. Although Chen Luo's toxic flames and blazing fire had not inflicted significant harm on Zhao Wujia, they had certainly caused him some discomfort, especially the effects of toxic flames, which were not pleasant at all. Oscar's little sausage had a purging effect against foreign substances, but could not completely alleviate the pain. Chen Luo, you are truly formidable. This marked the 3rd time Dai Mubai had expressed this sentiment to Chen Luo. At that moment, Dai Mubai was carrying Zhu Zhuqing as he escorted Chen Luo towards the dormitory, with Chen Luo cradling Xiao Wu and Tang San and Ning Rongrong following closely behind, while Oscar inexplicably trailed along. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I must continue to strive. Ever since I met you, I've suddenly found a renewed purpose to fight. If even you emphasize effort, what grounds do we have not to strive? Dai Mubai laughed. You flatter me. Chen Luo briefly reflected on his battle with Zhao Wujia, then recalled Tang San's outcome when he confronted Zhao Wujia in the book, solidifying his resolve. He must work hard. Even though Zhao Wujia had genuinely reached the formidable level of 76th rank Soul Sage, he wielded absolute control over a group of Soul Masters below the 30th level. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu in his arms, Chen Luo silently vowed, only through relentless effort can one grow swiftly in strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one protect you. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they soon reached the dormitory. En route. Arrangements for accommodation had already been made. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu would share a room, Tang San with Oscar, and Ning Rongrong with Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo had requested to share a room with Xiao Wu. Otherwise, cohabitation between the genders would not have occurred. Fearing he would be unable to sleep without Xiao Wu by his side, he chose to remain with her, continuing to share the same bed. Dai Mubai had no objections to this arrangement and had the authority to make such decisions, believing that even if the Academy Dean were present, he would have no qualms about it, as geniuses often enjoy more privileges. The others had no objections either. The so-called dormitory was merely a larger wooden cabin. Chen Luo felt it was even smaller than the wooden house he had resided in at Grassdog Village. He had to admit that Shrek Academy's conditions were rather limited. The cabin housed 2 wooden beds, and Chen Luo could not bear the thought of sleeping apart from Xiao Wu. What if she caught a chill in the middle of the night without properly covering herself? What if she felt cold and sought warmth by slipping her feet into his blanket? Contemplating these matters, Chen Luo decided to push the 2 beds together. Xiao Wu's injuries were not too severe. After consuming the sausage and resting for a night, she would be fine. The reason Xiao Wu had not utilized her second soul skill, Charm, during the battle with Zhao Wujia was primarily due to Chen Luo's instructions. Had she employed Charm against Zhao Wujia, the consequences might have been even more dire. After laying Xiao Wu on the bed and tucking her in, he sat beside her and opened the system. The sign-in task at Shrek Academy had already been completed, and Chen Luo wished to see if any new tasks had refreshed. Currently, there are no tasks available. New tasks will refresh after acquiring the third soul ring. I knew there would be conditions for acquiring tasks, Chen Luo thought, feeling somewhat resigned as he closed the task interface. He had gradually come to understand some patterns regarding system tasks. Ordinary sign-in tasks would possess certain conditions. For instance, the prerequisite for the Shrek Academy sign-in task was to become a student of the Academy. Moreover, acquiring ordinary sign-in tasks also required certain thresholds, such as obtaining a specific number of soul rings to refresh new sign-in tasks. As for special tasks, they had far more variability, yet they fundamentally revolved around life and death, often proving extremely perilous, leaving one to ponder whether they were willing to gamble their life. By the way, there is also a lottery point system. Completing a task grants 1 lottery point. Including special tasks, Chen Luo had already accumulated 5 points, reaching the minimum requirement for a system lottery. Should he wait a bit longer, or should he draw directly? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before deciding to wait a little longer. At this stage, he did not feel an urgent need to enhance his strength through the lottery. Sometimes, rapid advancements via external means could prove detrimental, even if there were no apparent side effects, as they could still impact one's psyche. The relentless pursuit of self-improvement ultimately hinged on his own diligence and rigorous training. Sitting on his bed, Chen Luo prepared to practice the Death God-S technique. And with a rare opportunity to expend a significant portion of his soul power today, he anticipated that his cultivation would progress more swiftly. Just as he was about to begin, a thought struck him. Zhao Wujia had not been particularly harsh with Tang San. He wondered if Tang Hao would still give him a lesson. The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his training, Xiao Wu was just waking up. "Brother, Chen Luo, what is the matter? It feels wonderful to see you as soon as I wake up." She smiled, her large, watery eyes blinking at him. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. Brother Chen Luo, I'm hungry," Xiao Wu said. "Let's go find something to eat," Chen Luo replied. "Is this academy so poor that it doesn't even have a cafeteria?" Xiao Wu pouted, unable to resist her adorable demeanor. Chen Luo playfully pinched her rosy cheek. "Even if there isn't a cafeteria, it's not a big issue. The academy is situated within a village, so we can always buy some food from the villagers." "Yes, let us go," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. As they walked, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu abandoned the idea of searching for the academy's cafeteria and decided to buy food directly from the villagers. Suddenly, they were met with a commotion. "Suehua, have I treated you poorly? Why do you want to break up with me? You treat me well, but..." Driven by curiosity, Xiao Wu forgot her hunger and tugged Chen Luo towards the source of the noise. Before long, they arrived at a small path where a chubby boy of about 10 was entangled with a girl around 14 or 15. "This is the last time. Otherwise, you'll never be rid of me," the chubby boy declared. "Please, let me go. I can't take it anymore," Suehua said, attempting to leave. The chubby boy, noticing her intent, tried to forcefully keep her there. Chen Luo furrowed his brows slightly. This chubby boy must be the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun. Chapter 027. Daily Life. It was clear from his lewd demeanor that he was indeed the one. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to that described in his book, and Chen Luo immediately confirmed Ma Hongjun's identity. "Stop." Just as Chen Luo pondered the situation, Xiao Wu stepped forward, her fierce demeanor as the big sister preventing her from tolerating Ma Hongjun's bullying behavior. She was determined to intervene. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by her decisiveness. It seemed inevitable that they would soon confront Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu's appearance instantly attracted the attention of both Ma Hongjun and Suehua, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey there, beautiful. Do you want to be my girlfriend?" he said with a greedy grin, wiping drool from his mouth. "Get lost," Xiao Wu shouted furiously, kicking Ma Hongjun's hand away from Suehua and pulling the latter to her side. "Ma Hongjun s'est engerfled. What else with you, girl? Do you have to meddle in my business? You're really pushing your luck, aren't you? If you make me angry, you'll be my girlfriend whether you like it or not." As he spoke, he reached out with his greasy hand toward Xiao Wu. Enraged, Xiao Wu prepared to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. At that moment, however, Chen Luo acted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying, leaving him no time to react. "Who the hell dares to ambush me?" Ma Hongjun cursed as he scrambled to his feet, strands of dried grass sticking to his head. Chen Luo cast a dispassionate glance at him, and Ma Hongjun's previously arrogant demeanor diminished significantly, causing his voice to lower involuntarily. "This is a matter between Suehua and me. Why are you interfering?" he protested, still visibly upset, but lacking his earlier bravado. Suehua then spoke up, also somewhat annoyed. Though her ire was directed not at Ma Hongjun, but at Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. You don't need to meddle. Just leave me alone. I can handle my own affairs. Xiao Wu, hearing this, became visibly displeased. We chose to help you because we felt sorry for you. And this is how you repay us? Fine, do as you wish. Brother Chen Luo, let us go. We won't bother with them anymore. From the outset, Chen Luo had recognized this as an instance of unnecessary meddling. Had it not been for Ma Hongjuan's attempt to lay hands on Xiao Wu, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. He was also surprised by how quickly Ma Hongjun had backed down. According to the book, Ma Hongjun was supposed to be particularly volatile and arrogant. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? A tall figure approached. It was Dai Mubai. Oh, so the chubby boy is here too? This is the brother I told you about. The one who can hold his own against teacher Zhao in their exchanges, Dai Mubai introduced. Ma Ongjunai Chen Luo Wididi. I didn't need you to tell me. I'd already guessed. This chubby boy is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, and he is also a student at our academy. Dai Mubai glanced at Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, then at Ma Hongjun and Suohua, and couldn't help but chuckle. I think I figured out what just happened. So, chubby boy, do you want to explain your little predicament, or shall I do it for you? Ma Hongjun fell silent, his face reddening with embarrassment as Dai Mubai proceeded to recount Ma Hongjun's troubles, his mutated martial soul, and issues with the evil fire. These details aligned almost perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections. In simple terms, this chubby boy has a mutated chicken martial soul, which is slightly stronger than an ordinary chicken, but his baggage is truly considerable. Dai Mubai laughed. Ma Hongjun, feeling insulted, immediately retorted, "You're the chicken martial soul. Your whole family are chicken martial souls. Mine is a phoenix, do you understand?" Dai Mubai shot him a knowing glance, and Ma Hongjun's voice dwindled again. "I can't be bothered to waste time with you guys. I'm off to bond with Suehua." "Wait, where's Suehua?" Ma Hongjun glanced around, but she was nowhere to be found. Dai Mubai chuckled. "She left ages ago. You should stop pestering her, chubby boy." "Where's your dignity?" Ma Hongjun protested. "My dignity is still intact. Not everyone can juggle multiple dates in a day like you. Dai Lauda, I can tolerate you calling me chubby, but don't call me dead chubby. That's just harsh." Ma Hongjun added. "Dead chubby." Dai Mubai shot him a glare. "I advise you to watch your words. Chubby boy, you can eat whatever you want, but be careful with your tongue, or you might lose that chicken brain of yours." Ma Hongjun quickly deciphered Dai Mubai esse intent. Did a pretty girl arrive at the academy again? Haven't you always flaunted your conquests? Why act innocent now? Something's definitely up. Ahem. Dai Mubai coughed awkwardly. However, Ma Hongjun, undeterred, continued, "There's definitely a pretty girl, and it's not this fierce little girl. That Chen Luo fellow wouldn't stand a chance against her. Dead chubby, who are you calling fierce?" Xiao Wu demanded, hands on her hips. Ma Hongjun was about to retort when his gaze inadvertently shifted toward Chen Luo, and ultimately, he chose to back down. "I misspoke. You're not fierce. You're a beautiful little lady. All right, this place isn't for me. I can't deal with this. I'm out of here. See you at the cafeteria." Dai Lao Da. With that, Ma Hongjun dashed away. "That chubby boy is just like that. Don't take his words to heart. You two haven't had breakfast yet. Have you? Follow me. The others should be waiting." Dai Mubai smiled. After arriving at the cafeteria, a simple breakfast was consumed, and nearly all the students from the academy had gathered, except for Oscar. Dai Mubai provided a brief introduction of the attendees, but when it came to Zhu Zhuqing, she coldly walked away, leaving Dai Mubai feeling quite embarrassed. Ma Hongjun, ever the troublemaker, couldn't resist teasing Dai Mubai a bit, and had it not been for the presence of so many people, Dai Mubai might have retaliated against Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, Dai Mubai briefly discussed the situation at Shrek Academy, which closely aligned with Chen Luo's recollections. The only distinction was that he was now experiencing it firsthand rather than merely observing. Before long, the bell tolled, prompting Dai Mubai to lead everyone to the playground for assembly. "Brother, you must be around level 30 as well. How are you able to hold your own against Teacher Zhao?" On the way to the playground, Ma Hongjun finally posed the question he had long wanted to ask. Chen Luo smiled politely. Dai Laoda exaggerated. "I knew it." Ma Hongjun sighed in relief, then chuckled. "Even if it is exaggerated, you undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Had I not recognized you earlier, I might have been soundly thrashed." "Heh, I am quite amicable," Chen Luo replied with a slight smile. Upon reaching the playground, the entire Shrek 7 monsters were present, and with Chen Luo included, they could be referred to as the Shrek 8 monsters. Oscar, having shaved, was nearly unrecognizable to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. It must be said that with a little grooming, Oscar had transformed dramatically, looking exceptionally handsome, albeit still slightly less so than Chen Luo. Once everyone had assembled, the academy's principal made his entrance. The four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. Here stands our esteemed principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flender, who is a level 78 soul sage, even more powerful than teacher Zhao. Upon Flender's arrival, Oscar promptly introduced him to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. The principal possessed a rather rare flying-type beast martial soul, and the fatty was his direct disciple. Flender maintained his characteristic appearance, with a hawkish nose that exuded a cunning aura, framed by black glasses and clad in a gray long coat. Upon arriving at the playground, Flender's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing for a moment on Chen Luo before retracting his attention. He spoke, "I warmly welcome the 5 new little monsters. You will go to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances, to pay your tuition, which amounts to 100 gold soul coins. Mubai, you shall lead them, and also explain the academy's rules to the younger students, showing them around the academy before everyone returns to rest. The first class after enrollment begins this evening." "Yes, principal." Dai Mubai responded respectfully. He then turned to Chen Luo and the others, gesturing for them to follow. Zhu Zhuqing, as usual, showed no regard and simply walked away. Just as Oscar sighed in relief, preparing to follow the main group, Flender's raspy voice rang out again. "Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two stay behind." Oscar pressed his forehead, looking pained but halted his steps, forcing a smile. "Principal, what can I do for you?" Clearly a rhetorical question, Flender replied expressionlessly. "You will explain to Ning Rongrong the Academy's knowledge regarding support soul masters, then run 20 laps around the village. You may use your martial soul abilities to assist each other, and you must complete this before noon, or else you shall forfeit your lunch." "Understood." Oscar and Ning Rongrong immediately agreed, knowing that refusal was not an option. Oscar led Ning Rongrong aside, briefly outlining the Academy's specialized physical training for support soul masters. Then they began their lengthy run. "Principal." Just as Flender was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw Tang San. Flender's gaze fell upon the 24 bridge bright moon hanging at Tang San's waist, and after a brief pause, he said, "Follow me." Everything was much as Chen Luo remembered, with the only change being his presence. In the morning, he followed Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy to familiarize himself with its surroundings. After a lunch, Chen Luo returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. "Brother Chen Luo, I still feel this academy is too exploitative." Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on her bed, earnestly expressing her thoughts to Chen Luo. What is it?" "This wretched academy actually charges each of us 100 gold soul coins for tuition. Moreover, we already paid a 10 gold soul coin registration fee." Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This academy may appear shabby on the surface, but its teaching resources are unparalleled compared to ordinary institutions. We have teacher Zhao at the soul sage level, and the principal is also a soul sage. The teacher handling registrations is likely not ordinary either, so the tuition being a bit steep is quite acceptable. I don't care. I still think this academy is exploitative." Xiao Wu pouted. All right, whatever my little sister Xiao Wu says goes. Indeed, this academy is exploitative." Chen Luo laughed. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Wu's smile faded as she suggested, "Brother Chen Luo, let us practice. It seems the students here are quite impressive, and we need to put in effort too." "Sure, it's rare for my little sister Xiao Wu to take the initiative to suggest training." The afternoon passed in diligent practice. In the evening, under Dai Mubai's guidance, everyone gathered at the playground, where Principal Flender had already taken his place. Oscar and Ning Rongrong appeared rather unwell, both looking extremely fatigued, with Ning Rongrong seemingly on the verge of collapse. "Oscar, take Ning Rongrong to the dormitory to rest. The others follow me." Flender's gaze settled on the pair, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oscar nodded, but Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected, "I'm fine. Let me come along." Flender's expression turned serious. "Your class for today is complete, and you performed admirably. I am pleased. Your task tonight is to ensure you rest well. If you feel hungry, go to the cafeteria and have them prepare something for you." "I can do it," Ning Rongrong insisted again, her pale face displaying a determined spirit. "Even if I'm a support soul master, I should not be treated differently. I, Ning Rongrong, am not inferior to anyone." "Huh," Flender chuckled. "Today is merely for acclimatization. You will commence tomorrow." Ning Rongrong relented, and with Oscar's support, they headed toward the dormitory. Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. According to the storyline, Ning Rongrong had not completed her physical training and had displayed her witch-like nature without reservation. However, the Ning Rongrong before him was quite different. She had evidently completed the physical training, likely not even finishing until afternoon, and her fierce determination suggested she might have gone without food until now. There was a discrepancy, This Ning Rongrong did not exhibit any princess sickness, but rather embodied the essence of a true little princess, fiercely determined to uphold the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Chen Luo reflected on Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, feeling a sense of admiration. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong did not indulge in a life of luxury. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay a heart of unwavering resolve, striving to secure the future of her sect. "Are you all wanting to return to the dormitory?" Flinder's voice suddenly interrupted. "I initially doubted her capabilities, but she has exceeded my expectations. I hope you all will do the same." Flinder waved his hand. "Let us go. First to the classroom." With that, Flinder set off at an impressively swift pace. Chen Luo and the others promptly followed. The surroundings blurred past them, and in a short while, the disparity in speed became apparent. Trailing directly behind Flinder was not the immensely powerful Dai Mubai, but rather Chen Luo. Following Chen Luo were the strongest in soul power, Dai Mubai, the swift Zhu Zhuqing, the enigmatic Tang San, Xiao Wu, and finally Ma Hongjun at the rear. Chen Luo's speed was indeed quite astonishing. However, Dai Mubai and the others were not taken aback, as they had already witnessed his prowess and had mentally prepared themselves. It was Flander who appeared to be the most astonished. During the journey, he even deliberately increased his own speed, seemingly attempting to test Chen Luo's limits. Yet ultimately, he was unable to do so, as he still had to consider whether the other students could keep pace. In silence, led by Flander, the group finally arrived at Soto City. After each partook of a cup of inexpensive and unpalatable tea, they set off towards the Soto Arena, which was not far from the tea shop. Chapter 029. Do you wish to dance? The Soto Arena was far more magnificent than Chen Luo had imagined. Previously, when he accompanied Xiao Wu on a shopping excursion, he had not laid eyes on this grand arena, and this was his first encounter with it. The arena was oval in shape, towering approximately 120 meters high, exuding an imposing aura, and it stood as a landmark of the region. Upon entering the Soto Arena, one was greeted by an extravagantly lavish decor. Dai Mubai's voice resonated, providing a brief introduction to the venue. Inside the Soto Arena, there was a main fighting arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators simultaneously, along with over 100 VIP boxes. This venue not only showcased the prowess of Soul Masters, but also served as a stage for various factions to display their strength. As they proceeded further inside, Dai Mubai continued with his introduction, and soon Chen Luo and the others arrived at the registration area. After paying 10 gold soul coins, they completed their registration and were directed to a spacious room to rest while awaiting the competitions. During this time, Xiao Wu suggested forming a duo with Chen Luo to participate in more matches and expedite their accumulation of points for advancement, to which Chen Luo readily agreed. Just moments ago, Dean Flander had stated that the fundamental requirement for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a Silver Soul badge. The badge levels were Iron, Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. The transition from Iron to Copper required 100 points. Winning a match earned 1 point, while losing deducted 1 point. Winning 5 consecutive matches granted an additional 10 points. Winning 10 consecutive matches, an extra 100 points. Subsequent badge upgrades multiplied the required points by 10. For instance, moving from Copper to Silver necessitated 1,000 points, with winning granting 10 points and losing deducting 10 points, adhering to the same rules for consecutive victories. This point multiplication, while seemingly inconsequential, was designed to deter malicious point manipulation, preventing individuals from deliberately losing or alternating between winning and losing before achieving a streak, which would inflate their points dramatically. For example, someone could intentionally keep their points at 45, win 11 consecutive matches, and thereby gain 155 points, allowing them to leap 2 levels in badge upgrades. However, with point multiplication, such occurrences were effectively curtailed. There were 3 forms of competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with each participant allowed only 1 match of each type per day, which was precisely why Xiao Wu wished to team up with Chen Luo. Please give her duo a name. After paying the 10 gold soul coins, the staff promptly facilitated their registration, leaving only the final naming. What about dancing duo? Xiao Wu inquired. Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Dancing duo sounds like falling behind in pronunciation. Let us call ourselves dancing partners instead? Okay, I'll defer to you. Xiao Wu nodded. Do you wish to dance? Very well. Dancing partners has been registered. Perhaps it was fortunate that the staff member they encountered was reliable. The name was recorded correctly. For had it been Dancing 5, it would have been quite humorous. Just as the dancing partners were being arranged, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one battle is about to commence. Xiao Wu's opponent was a burly man standing over 2 meters tall, his muscular frame presenting a stark contrast to the petite girl. The audience buzzed with speculation. Even Ma Hongjun voiced doubts about Xiao Wu's capabilities. The outcome, however, was evident. Xiao Wu concluded the battle in under 10 seconds, employing her agile techniques to throw the sturdy soul master, named Qing Bao, off the stage. Despite the overwhelming physical advantage, she could effectively counteract most power-type soul masters if the disparity in strength was not too great. The second match was an internal bout between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Prior to the match, Dai Mubai had earnestly advised Tang San to go easy, having witnessed Tang San's formidable prowess firsthand. The control system naturally countered the agility-type system, leading to a predictable result. Tang San emerged victorious. It was not until the fifth match that it was Chen Luo's turn. His opponent was a girl in her early 20s with shoulder-length hair and average appearance, but an impressive figure accentuated by her tight black leather attire, rivaling Zhu Zhuqing, albeit lacking in her beauty and grace. Wu Jingbai, with the martial spirit of a flying wheel, possessed a soul power level of 28. Little brother, could you allow your sister a victory? I'm on the verge of advancing to a silver badge, and I promise to reward you afterward. Upon stepping onto the stage, Wu Jingbai cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, uttering quite brazen words. Who would have thought you were so handsome? Forget the silver badge. How about I let you in a match instead? You could reward me afterward. Upon seeing Chen Luo's appearance, Wu Jingbai quickly adjusted her approach with a smile. Chen Luo chose to ignore Wu Jingbai, yet Xiao Wu, watching from below, felt an urge to rush onto the stage to slap the shameless woman. Chen Luo, finish the battle quickly, or you'll regret it later. Xiao Wu finally shouted, unable to contain herself. A faint smile played on Chen Luo's lips as he nodded gently. With the announcer's command, the battle commenced. Though Wu Jingbai spoke sweetly, she was as eager for victory as anyone else. She immediately activated her martial spirit. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath her feet, and a massive, sharp-edged circular wheel appeared in her grasp. Before Chen Luo could unleash his own martial spirit, Wu Jingbai launched the wheel with great force, sending it spinning towards him at a breathtaking speed, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react. They would be struck, resulting in severe injury, if not death. However, Chen Luo was no ordinary individual. He did not need to unleash his martial spirit to contend with Wu Jingbai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the wheel passed through Chen Luo's figure, and soon, they realized something was amiss. It was merely an illusion. Bang! Chen Luo's figure reappeared, his left foot raised high, before crashing down forcefully, sending Wu Jingbai tumbling off the stage. The battle was over. Silence enveloped the arena. The first to react were the other members of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Tang San remained composed. They were already accustomed to Chen Luo's remarkable feats. Dai Mubai, having fought with Chen Luo before, was also aware of his terrifying capabilities. Others had witnessed Chen Luo's duel with Zhao Wuji, but were astonished to see him display such strength even without activating his martial spirit. After a prolonged moment, the announcer finally regained composure, his voice trembling as he declared, Master Chen Luo wins. Record, 1 victory, 0 defeats. Wu Jingbai's record, 52 victories, 11 defeats. Master Chen Luo, please proceed to the registration for points. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, followed by enthusiastic cheers and thunderous applause. Although the battle concluded swiftly, it left them profoundly shocked, and not a single person felt that the ticket price was unjustified. After this night, they would possess ample conversation fodder. Chen Luo quietly descended from the stage, maintaining a low profile throughout, save for that one moment of striking handsomeness. As soon as Chen Luo stepped off the stage, before he could savor the enthusiastic cheers of his teammates, he was whisked away by Xiao Wu. Well done. Chen Luo smiled slightly and remarked, everyone is watching. Xiao Wu, seemingly unfazed, blushed slightly and assertively declared, let them watch. I want everyone to know that you belong to me. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before nodding with a smile. Ahem, Dai Mubai cleared his throat. You two, enough of that. Prepare yourselves. The duo battle is about to commence. Chapter 030. The disparity, although the 2-on-2 soul battle between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was set to begin imminently, there was still a considerable wait. The scheduling of the Soul Arena was generally quite reasonable, allowing participants some time to replenish their soul power. Xiao had already utilized her first soul skill in her one-on-one battle, so her soul power was fully restored. As for Chen Luo, he had yet to even summon his martial soul, let alone recover any soul power. By the time it was their turn to take the stage, Both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were in prime condition. In the fifth round of the 2-on-2 matches, the Iron Blood duo faced off against the Dance duo. With the announcer's booming voice, the crowd erupted in cheers. Compared to the 1-on-1 battles, the atmosphere of the 2-on-2 fights was far more vibrant, and the arena was also significantly larger to accommodate the increased number of Soul Masters, allowing for greater expression of their martial prowess. Opposite Chen Luo and Xiao Wu stood their adversaries, who appear to be twins, their likeness so striking that they seem to be cut from the same mold. Both were around 18 or 19 years of age, tall and robust, standing at least 6 feet tall, with fierce eyes and muscular builds. How can they be just kids? Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, the Iron Blood brothers exchanged glances, Iron Tiger muttering in disbelief. Iron Dragon quickly regained his composure, saying, "Anyone who stands here cannot be an ordinary child. Iron Tiger, focus." "Yes, big brother." Iron Tiger nodded. The announcer was also somewhat taken aback by the youth of Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, yet his professionalism allowed him to recover quickly, and no one noticed his momentary pause. "Begin." With that, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger advanced, roaring in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized as gray light radiated from them. 2 identical forged hammers appeared in their hands, and beneath their feet, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly ascended, the intricate patterns of the hammers becoming visible in the glow of the rings. Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger. After this simple self-introduction, the brothers wore serious expressions, showing no signs of underestimating Chen Luo and Xiao Wu due to their age. "Be careful." With a polite word of caution, the Iron Blood brothers charged toward their opponents. At this moment, Xiao had already summoned her martial soul, while Chen Luo remained still. This was not an act of arrogance, though it could be perceived as such. The reason he refrained from summoning his martial soul was that he did not wish to attract undue attention or reveal his true strength too soon. He possessed absolute confidence in dealing with the 2 before him. "One each?" Xiao Wu proposed. "Agreed." Chen Luo nodded, facing the Iron Blood brothers' fierce advance. Both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of trepidation, as if they were merely assigned a straightforward task. They took action, charging directly at the Iron Blood brothers, with Chen Luo targeting Iron Dragon and Xiao Wu facing Iron Tiger. The first clash erupted swiftly in the center of the arena. Iron Dragon swung his massive hammer down at Chen Luo, but Chen Luo's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to effortlessly evade and close in on Iron Dragon, delivering a straightforward punch without any embellishment. Bang! Chen Luo's fist struck Iron Dragon's shoulder with tremendous force, sending him toppling over. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger swung his hammer at Xiao Wu, who gracefully leapt back to evade. Almost immediately, Xiao Wu's second soul ring glowed, activating her charm skill. Her eyes took on a rosy hue, causing Iron Tiger to momentarily falter, losing control. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, leaping onto Iron Tiger's shoulders, executing a graceful maneuver that flipped him over and slammed him onto the arena floor. In an instant, both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were reeling from the assault. One was sent flying, grimacing in pain, while the other lay dazed, his expression contorted in agony. The audience was left in stunned silence, and the announcer was equally taken aback. None had anticipated that the battle would reach its conclusion so swiftly. Just as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu believed the fight was over, the Iron Blood brothers surprisingly rose again. They were far more resilient than expected. "They can still get up? I should have used my waist bow." Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. Chen Luo replied, "Though they are both weapon soul masters, their physiques are considerably more robust than average soul masters, making their endurance quite normal." "That's all right. Let's see how long they can hold out," Xiao Wu said confidently. In battles where the strength of the opponents is comparable, she had absolute faith in her abilities. Chen Luo smiled gently. "No need. They're already at their limits." Though the Iron Blood brothers had risen, they trembled slightly, struggling to regain their footing. "Big brother, they're just too strong," Iron Tiger stammered. "Let's make one last push." Iron Dragon sighed. Iron Tiger nodded vigorously. The Iron Blood brothers gripped their hammers tightly, spinning rapidly before launching their second soul skill with a swift release, sending the hammers flying toward Chen Luo and Xiao Wu at an alarming speed. They can still use their second soul skill? Was their earlier display a ruse? Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, pulling Xiao Wu into his embrace, then erupting into motion to evade the incoming attack. Unfortunately, the all-out strike possessed tracking capabilities, making it impossible for Chen Luo to shake it off. Taking it head-on was not an option. Without hesitation, Chen Luo summoned his martial soul. A massive scythe manifested in his hands, and simultaneously, 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath him, his aura reaching its zenith. Clang! The forceful impact of the two hammers met the scythe, halting abruptly. Chen Luo was pushed back a few steps, but sustained no harm. His left hand remained firmly around Xiao Wu. As the hammers crashed to the ground, Chen Luo swiftly retracted his martial soul, disregarding the astonished and perplexed gazes of onlookers, and immediately turned to Xiao Wu, his expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gently shook her head. Puffed, puffed. On the other side, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger simultaneously coughed up blood. The connection between martial souls and their wielders was profound. When their all-out attack was thwarted by Chen Luo, they suffered a backlash. Before the announcer could declare the result, the Iron Blood Brothers called out, "We concede." Chapter 031. Departure to the Star Doe Forest. Many in the audience failed to comprehend the rapid sequence of events, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Both soul rings are purple. How is that possible? I too find it implausible, yet I just witnessed it. It must have been an optical illusion. Most spectators, including the host, consoled themselves with the notion that they must have misread the situation. How could a Grand Soul Master possibly possess two purple 1,000-year soul rings? It was already astonishing enough that someone of such tender age could reach the level of a Grand Soul Master. Regardless, the battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, a complete and utter rout. Although the spectacle was exhilarating, there lingered a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had already descended from the arena, while the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers lay on the soul fighting platform, taking a moment to recuperate before helping each other down. Even after leaving the platform and walking along the Soul Master Passage, the expressions on the brothers' faces were still tinged with a hint of terror. He indeed possessed 2,000-year soul rings. In the Soul Master Passage, Chen Luo, reflecting on the battle, thought to himself, "I was careless. I should have concluded the fight immediately, for I nearly allowed you to sustain injury." As soon as he stepped off the fighting stage, he remarked, "I should have ended it right away." Xiao Wu shook her head with a gentle smile, replying, "I'm perfectly fine." Chen Luo swiftly reviewed the previous combat in his mind, genuinely surprised that the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers had utilized tactics. When he knocked down Iron Dragon with a punch, he began to suspect they were merely feigning defeat, only to realize their performance was alarmingly convincing. By the time Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger employed their second soul skill, it was too late for him to intervene. "I must not commit such a basic error again," Chen Luo silently vowed. Upon returning to the lounge, Dai Mubai and the others immediately gathered around to offer their congratulations. "Chen Luo, when you and Xiao were engaged in your one-on-one match, the Iron Blood duo was in the audience," Dai Mubai remarked. Ma Hongjun chimed in, "They probably saw how formidable you both were and decided to pull a fast one, pretending to be defeated by you, only to surprise you with their second soul skill." Chen Luo nodded lightly, unsurprised, as everything was well within his expectations. "How did your match fare?" he inquired. Dai Mubai replied with a smile, "Only Fatty hasn't fought yet, but it won't be long." Ma Hongjun sighed, "It's not that I want to drag things out. It's mainly because you all fought too swiftly. I'll do my best to finish quickly. Don't rush. Those who stand on that platform are not to be underestimated," Chen Luo cautioned. "Haha, have no worries. As long as my opponent isn't you, I can handle anyone else," Ma Hongjun declared confidently, raising his fist. Before long, Ma Hongjun's match concluded with an easy victory. Just as everyone prepared to leave, they noticed the absence of Dean Flender. "The Dean must have had something to attend to. He instructed us to return directly after our battles," Dai Mubai stated. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun interjected with an excited grin. "You all go ahead. The Dean told me to come to his shop after our matches." Dai Mubai seemed to anticipate this statement from Ma Hongjun. Had looks been lethal, Ma Hongjun would have perished countless times. Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent, stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before making a hasty exit. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual icy demeanor, displaying an unmistakably cold attitude towards Dai Mubai. "Don't listen to that fat idiot," she remarked. "I'm not a fat idiot," came Ma Hongjun's voice from around the corner. Dai Mubai shot a glare in that direction, but when he turned back to Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze instantly shifted like a child caught misbehaving. Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed. "What does that have to do with me?" With that, she walked away. Dai Mubai clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists cracking ominously. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene with outward calmness, though internally he couldn't help but chuckle. "Dai Mubai, you still have a long way to go." Chen Luo had no desire to interfere in the romantic entanglements of others. He lacked the energy for such matters, as all his thoughts were focused on Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the academy, there were no significant developments. If the narrative followed the book's plot, there would still be a segment involving the witch Ning Rongrong's reckless antics. However, this Ning Rongrong was far from a witch, Born of noble lineage akin to a princess, she was not afflicted by princess syndrome and exhibited immense tenacity. Brother Chen Luo, weren't you planning to use your martial soul today? Upon entering the dormitory, Xiaowu immediately inquired, her large, glistening eyes blinking at him. Chen Luo replied, when you find yourself in danger, all I wish is to protect you. At that moment, everything else becomes inconsequential. Had time permitted, I would have even unleashed my immortal technique. Hehe, you're the best. Xiaowu beamed with delight. She then continued, is the immortal technique the soul skill you used against teacher Zhao last time? Chen Luo, with no reservations, nodded, indeed. Xiaowu chose not to press further. Instead, smiling softly, Brother Chen Luo, let us train. Chen Luo was taken aback. Since when did you become so proactive? I've always been this proactive, okay? Xiaowu pouted. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. Well, that seems to have started just yesterday. Don't expose me. A night passed in silence. The following morning, just after finishing breakfast, the academy bell rang. Everyone gathered in the playground, yet no teachers were in sight. They waited for nearly 15 minutes before Dean Flender leisurely appeared, surveying the crowd. His gaze landed on Oscar. Quite commendable. You've reached level 30, Flender remarked with satisfaction. Instantly, all eyes were on Oscar, who blushed with embarrassment. Just lucky. Flender replied, luck is indeed a part of strength. I hope all of you here can share in that fortune. The crowd redirected their gazes and stood at attention. Flender continued, it seems tomorrow's lesson is set. Everyone is to gather here early tomorrow morning. Under the guidance of teacher Zhao Wujia, we will proceed to the Douluo forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. This will be an excellent experience, and you must seize the opportunity. He then declared, now, let us commence today's lesson with sausages. Oscar, conjure up some sausages for everyone to enjoy. The primary objective is adaptive training. Although Oscar's incantation was somewhat comical, his sausages were quite delectable. Initially, the group hesitated, but after Chen Luo led the way, everyone began to partake in the sausages. The class progressed more smoothly than Flender had anticipated, wrapping up much earlier than expected. Such a collection of fiercely ambitious little monsters, Flender mused inwardly before taking his leave. As he departed, he reminded Chen Luo and the others once again, don't forget tomorrow's lesson. Early the next day, everyone assembled and headed towards the Douluo forest. Chapter 032. The town the Douluo forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, its expanse nearly rivaling that of the Barak kingdom. On the journey to the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujia patiently elaborated on the forest's wonders to Chen Luo and the others, his expression earnest, albeit one that elicited mirthful chuckles. What happened to teacher Zhao yesterday? He looks like a pig's head today, Ma Hongjun whispered. Oscar replied, what do you mean yesterday? He looked like this the day before too. Everyone, please don't bring it up again. I nearly got pounded into the ground for my careless remark the day before. Tang San pondered. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying opponent teacher Zhao encountered to end up like this. He is a soul sage focused on defense. And even a soul sage of the agility type shouldn't be able to inflict such severe damage. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but silently muse. Don't overthink it. It was your father who did this, damn. Truth be told, Zhao Wujia's examination that day wasn't particularly outrageous. The final duel was conducted by Chen Luo, and Tang San merely suffered a minor injury from the explosion of the blue silvergrass, resulting in a bit of blood loss. Chen Luo had thought Zhao Wujia would escape unscathed, yet he was still unable to evade this calamity. One could only say that the Douluo was overly protective of his child. Zhao Wujia, evidently aware of the murmurs behind him, instinctively touched his swollen face, wincing slightly at the pain that tugged at the corner of his mouth. Reflecting on the incident from 2 days prior, he felt no anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. How could he harbor resentment? That was, after all, a rare opportunity for him. Move by, lead the team well, he commanded in a low voice, sensing that the time for idle chatter had passed. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai promptly nodded in agreement, then proceeded to remind the group. The Douluo forest is teeming with soul beasts, which have always held a disdain for our kind. We must tread carefully, for the dangers there far exceed our imagination. Maintain formation and be prepared for battle at any moment. Before their departure, the formation of a Shrek team had already been meticulously arranged. Zhao Wujia led the way, the strongest among them, tasked solely with clearing a path. He would only intervene in the direst of circumstances. Chen Luo and Tang San followed closely behind him, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar trailing next, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked them on either side. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing brought up the rear, ensuring a robust defense of their 2 support members. Initially, the team had been somewhat disjointed, but at Dai Mubai's prompt, they quickly fell into formation, entering a heightened state of alert. The journey continued, and were it not for Oscar's sausages to replenish their energy, they might have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Ning Rongrong also generously provided speed enhancements whenever necessary, sparing no effort with her soul power. However, one individual stood apart, Chen Luo. Throughout the journey, he had not partaken of Oscar's sausages, not out of disdain, but simply because he found no need for them. His soul power was extraordinarily abundant, and the operation of his death god technique was continuous, consuming less energy than it replenished. Even when Chen Luo was not actively training, the technique would function automatically, albeit at a slower pace. However, the moment he expended any energy, it would activate fully, rapidly supplying him with what he required. As for Chen Luo's refusal of the sausages, Tang San and the others held no particular opinions. When Ning Rongrong provided assistance, she selectively avoided Chen Luo, recognizing that he was intentionally slowing his pace. Any peculiar behavior would typically draw the attention of the group, but when it came to Chen Luo, they seemed to possess a certain immunity to his eccentricities. After all, far more outrageous occurrences had transpired in his presence. This evening, we shall not reach the Douluo forest. Ahead lies a small town where we will rest for the night and replenish our supplies, Zhao Wujia declared as dusk fell. After a day of travel, the Shrek members had covered an impressive distance of 400 kilometers, leaving less than 100 kilometers to their destination. The town was roughly 3 times the size of the village housing Shrek Academy, bustling with activity, albeit lacking city walls. Otherwise, it would resemble a small city. The streets were lined with various shops, most of which catered to soul masters. They settled on a hotel and checked in, rest for the night, and we depart in the morning. All expenses here are to be borne by yourselves, Zhao Wujia succinctly instructed before heading up to his room. Meanwhile, the others discussed going out for dinner, their appetites stirred after a long journey filled with sausages. Service. Would you like to order? Ma Hongjun exclaimed as soon as they entered a restaurant. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's offer to treat the group to a meal in honor of the newcomers, Ma Hongjun's excitement surged. Go ahead and order whatever you like. I can certainly cover this meal, Dai Mubai declared generously. Dai, you're so wealthy, I'm almost broke. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. And where's all your money gone? You know better than anyone. Hey, if I looked as dashing as you, I would need to spend so much. I might even earn a bit. Ma Hongjun replied with a mischievous grin. Dai Mubai glared at him, prompting Ma Hongjun to quiet down. The group of 8 settled at a table, with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaging in light banter, while Chen Luo and Xiao Wu shared whispers. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, meanwhile, closed their eyes in meditation. During their journey, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had played significant roles, and even with sufficient soul power replenishment, they still required rest for their mental exertion. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, choosing not to converse, while Tang San gazed thoughtfully at the nightscape, lost in contemplation. Chen Luo, I just saw so many delicious dishes. Shall we indulge after we finish our meal? Xiao Wu inquired softly, sitting beside him. Sure, Chen Luo replied with a gentle nod. I wonder if you'll still have room for more after dinner. Xiao Wu beamed with excitement. We can always eat a little less. The restaurant was quite lively, filled with patrons, and due to the crowd, the service was somewhat delayed. During their wait, a group clad in silver-white soul master robes entered the restaurant, immediately drawing attention. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, each around 20 years of age. Those fellows seemed to be from Songhue Academy, Ma Hongjun suddenly remarked, his chubby face lighting up with excitement. Just a mediocre academy. Is there really a need to be so exhilarated? Dai Mubai replied dismissively. They have a girl, and she is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun said eagerly, licking his lips. Look at you, acting so pitiful. Dai Mubai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. At this moment, Chen Luo's gaze also fell upon the group of soul masters, and he internally sighed. So it has come to pass. Upon arriving in the town, Chen Luo had felt a foreboding sensation. He clearly remembered that Shrek Academy had clashed with a high-ranking Soul Master Academy on their way to the Douluo forest. As they entered the restaurant, he couldn't shake the thought that perhaps fate had conspired to bring them here. Sure enough, the unwelcome encounter had arrived, Songhue Academy. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had not made any effort to lower their voices, conversing as if in casual chatter. Particularly when Dai Mubai mentioned mediocre academy. Songhue Academy happened to pass by, making it impossible for them to remain oblivious. The middle-aged instructor at the forefront furrowed his brow, and displeasure flickered across the faces of his students. Let us sit here, he commanded, although there were many tables available. Songhui Academy chose to occupy the one right next to Shrek Academy. Their insignia was quite conspicuous, with a green circular emblem embroidered on their robes, inside which were the words Songhui. In stark contrast to the unassuming appearance of Chen Luo's group, Songhui Academy's entourage was far more ostentatious. Upon their arrival, the restaurant owner warmly welcomed them, and Chen Luo distinctly observed the middle-aged instructor whispering to one of the youths, who promptly rose and headed directly toward their table. Here comes trouble, Chen Luo thought, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun continued their light-hearted banter, seemingly oblivious to the impending confrontation. On the other hand, Oscar, who had just rested, was visibly excited, anticipating a spectacle. A waiter happened to pass by, but the youth from Songhui Academy seemed oblivious, colliding directly with him. The waiter, unsteady on his feet, nearly dropped the platter of dishes onto Dai Mubai's head. In an instant, Tang Sin sprang into action, utilizing his skill, control the crane and capture the dragon, to deftly catch the dishes and place them securely on the table, while also steadying the waiter. The youth from Songhui Academy promptly apologized, exclaiming, "I'm terribly sorry." Yet, as he turned to leave, his left foot swung menacingly towards Dai Mubai's chair, and, judging by the force behind it, the chair seemed destined to splinter under the impact. At that critical moment, Dai Mubai abruptly stood up and delivered a resounding slap to the youth's face, furiously declaring, "Do you really think you can disrespect me?" It was evident that Dai Mubai had been harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration, and this youth unwittingly found himself in the line of fire. The sharp crack of the slap echoed along with the sound of bones breaking, as the youth's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through several tables. Chaos erupted in the restaurant, with patrons quickly retreating to safety, yet they did not leave. Instead, they eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Dai Mubai's temperament was even more volatile than I had imagined. Chen Luo mused silently, maintaining an air of calm. Beside him, Xiaowu was already brimming with excitement. Having once led a crew herself, she relished such tumult. Following was the all-too-familiar clash of conflict. The Shrek 7 monsters engaged with the members of Songhui Academy, and the outcome was predictably disastrous for Songhui. Chen Luo remained seated, quietly observing. However, soon their teacher, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, joined the fray. "Xian Gui possesses my spirit," Yi Zhiqiu declared, eager to restore his academy's honor by engaging in battle, activating his martial soul. A surge of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, instantly suppressing the spirit of the Shrek group. His limbs shrank by a third as a massive shell appeared on his back, his entire being radiating with a sinister black light. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, showcasing Yi Zhiqiu's strength as a soul king. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of foreign affairs at Songhui Academy. You children know not what you are doing. Summon your teacher." After unleashing his martial soul, Yi Zhiqiu's presence reached its zenith, his confidence palpable. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, feeling emboldened, scoffed and shouted, "You old tortoise, do you really think we need our teacher to deal with you? We can take you down ourselves." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened, for he loathed being referred to as a tortoise. Casting aside his reservations, he retorted angrily, "Then allow me to educate you on behalf of your teacher." With that, he stepped outside. The restaurant owner, witnessing this, nearly fell to his knees. If the fighting continued, his establishment would surely be doomed. Dai Mubai and the others gathered, their gazes fixed on Chen Luo. He waved his hand slightly. "You all go ahead. If it proves too much, I shall intervene." This was an excellent opportunity for the Shrek 7 monsters to hone their skills, and if he joined in, the battle would lose its significance. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in understanding. They were aware of Chen Luo's prowess. If he entered the fray, Songhui's old tortoise would stand no chance. After a brief discussion, the Shrek 7 monsters took to battle. Even in the face of a Soul King-level opponent, they remained undaunted, exchanging taunts before launching into combat. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had risen from his seat, cup of tea in hand, stepping outside to sip his drink while observing his companions in battle. Dai Mubai and his team coordinated seamlessly, engaging Yi Zhiqiu with vigor. However, the disparity in strength was stark, as Yi Zhiqiu was indeed a Soul King. Before long, the tides of battle began to turn against the Shrek 7 monsters. Yet, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. Even without intervening, Tang San's hidden weapons were no laughing matter. Suddenly, Xiaowu found herself in peril. In an instant, Chen Luo's calm demeanor shattered, his mind blank as he sprang into action. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, a terrifying chill radiating from him as a torrent of black water surged toward the Shrek group. With Xiaowu positioned at the forefront, "Fatty, quickly!" Dai Mubai shouted. Ma Hongjun leaped into action, spewing forth a plume of purple-red flames that barely countered the black water's advance. But the difference in their soul powers was significant, and he quickly faltered. Xiao Wu had already begun to retreat with the others. Then, a shadow darted past them, engulfed in black flames, wielding a massive scythe. The figure's aura rivaled that of Soul King Yi Zhiqiu, moving with astonishing speed until it reached Yi Zhiqiu, swinging the scythe down. The Reaper's scythe descended, the black flames enveloping its blade, erupting in a fierce blaze that consumed Yi Zhiqiu entirely, showcasing terrifying heat, corrosiveness, and toxicity. Yi Zhiqiu had maintained his first soul skill, Xian Gui Protects, and his second soul skill, Xian Shui I Seal, surrounding him with swirling black currents that emanated cold. The instant the black flames made contact, all his defenses began to dissolve rapidly. When the flames receded, most of Yi Zhiqiu's body was charred, with remnants of black fire continuing to corrode his flesh. It was well known that these black flames could breach even the defenses of a soul sage like Zhao Wujing. What chance did a soul king have? Even one focused on defense? A pained hiss escaped Yi Zhiqiu's lips as he hastily fortified himself with his first and second soul skills, attempting to dispel the lingering black flames. In a fit of rage, Yi Zhiqiu descended into a frenzied state, bellowing at Chen Luo, "You're seeking death. Is it you who seeks death?" Chen Luo's icy voice resonated beside him before Yi Zhiqiu could finish his threat. Boom! A colossal fist, imbued with power, struck Yi Zhiqiu's head with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to retreat. His face contorted as he was sent flying. Although Chen Luo's hand bore frost from Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Shui I Seal, he suffered no real harm. The events unfolded with blinding speed. Yi Zhiqiu had barely registered Chen Luo's movement. Just as he had issued his threat, his opponent was upon him in an instant, leaving him no room for reaction. After skidding over 10 meters, Yi Zhiqiu barely managed to regain his footing, leaving deep furrows in the ground where he had passed. Gone was the confident demeanor of a successful man. He now appeared disheveled, with a substantial dent in his face, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, and the fury in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. "You're their teacher?" Yi Zhiqiu instinctively questioned, but as the words left his lips, he silently cursed his own foolishness. Was there such a young teacher? Yet, the power displayed was utterly monstrous. Judging by his aura, he seemed to possess the strength of a soul master. Yet the two flickering purple soul rings indicated he was merely a great soul master. At about 12 years of age, a great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings, yet possessing the strength of a soul master? Each of these revelations assaulted Yi Zhiqiu's nerves with relentless intensity. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu had regained her composure, though fear enveloped her. Chen Luo cast a nonchalant glance at Yi Zhiqiu, flicking his right hand, causing the ice shards clinging to it to instantly melt away. He then withdrew his martial spirit and strode directly toward Xiao Wu. It was they who had instigated the trouble, and there was no need to escalate the situation further. "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Chen Luo inquired with genuine concern as he approached her. Xiao responded with a faint smile, "I'm fine." The gazes of Dai Mubai and the others were fixed upon Chen Luo, each face bearing a semblance of astonishment, particularly from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had never witnessed Chen Luo unleash his martial spirit in combat before. Oscar had previously been fortunate enough to see the aftermath of Chen Luo's battle. Zhao's disheveled state was more than enough to indicate the terrifying prowess of Chen Luo. Witnessing Chen Luo's true capabilities today further solidified Oscar's impression of his formidable strength. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, muttering to himself, "Thank heavens I didn't fight him that day. Otherwise, I would have been done for." In the Soto Great Soul arena, Chen Luo had refrained from utilizing his martial spirit during one-on-one battles, only employing it during the two-on-two matches to protect Xiao Wu, swiftly concluding the fight without allowing anyone to appreciate his true strength. Just moments ago, Chen Luo had single-handedly overwhelmed the Soul King Yi Zhiqiu, a feat that continuously stimulated their senses and thoughts. Dai Mubai was the first among them to regain his composure, teasingly remarking, "Chen Luo, your Xiao Wu wasn't even hurt, and you went so wild you could beat a Soul King if she had been injured. Wouldn't you have taken down that old turtle without hesitation?" Pretty much, Chen Luo candidly shared his recent thoughts. The group paused momentarily before smiles broke out, while Xiao Wu's face flushed with a rosy hue. Chen Luo continued, "I've been selfish. You deserve some experience too." Xiao Wu nodded, "Indeed. If I always stand behind you, how will I grow stronger?" Chen Luo smiled gently, "I will be more mindful in the future." Although Xiao Wu said so, her small hand had already linked with Chen Luo's arm. The members of Tsanghui Academy were left on the sidelines, particularly Yijiqiu, whose feet were still mired in the earth. At that moment, thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo flashed incessantly through Yijiqiu's mind. Such a prodigy, if allowed to grow, would surely become an extraordinarily terrifying entity. Since enmity had already been declared, reconciliation was impossible. If he could not have it, he would destroy it. Yet, these thoughts were quickly stifled. Even if he wished to eliminate that young man, he would need the capability to do so. Conversely, if that young man sought to eliminate him, he would already be a corpse. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. With his martial spirit withdrawn, Yijiqiu disregarded his own disheveled state, pretending as if nothing had occurred, and beckoned to his students, "Settle the accounts. We are leaving." The members of Shrek also chose not to cast another glance at Tsanghui Academy, their faces radiant with the countenance of victors. Upon returning to the inn, they indulged heartily, ignoring the curious glances and discussions of the surrounding patrons. Before departing, Dai Mubai attempted to settle the bill, but the owner adamantly refused to accept payment. Ultimately, Dai Mubai tossed 2 gold soul coins onto the counter. The cost of the meal was more than sufficient, with the remainder considered a tip, as they had thoroughly enjoyed their feast. After Chen Luo and the others departed, Zhao Wujia's figure suddenly appeared in the inn, casually ordering a couple of dishes while his gaze remained fixated on the vacant space outside. He scratched the back of his hand. I thought I could quell my itch for action, but it seems I didn't even get the chance to strike. Upon returning to the hotel, the group retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Xiao Wu, all the while, blinked her sparkling eyes at Chen Luo. "What's wrong?" Chen Luo asked with a smile. "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see you." Xiao Wu replied with a grin. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo tousled Xiao Wu's hair. "Wait for me a moment." With that, he stepped outside. Moments later, he returned. With a sweep of his hand over the death goddess ring, an array of delectable treats appeared on the table, all of which Xiao Wu had mentioned earlier. "I almost forgot. I promised you." Chen Luo grinned widely. Xiao Wu gazed at the spread of delicacies, overwhelmed with emotion, and threw her arms around Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Luo, you're the best." Chapter 035. I have Xiao Wu now. Chen Luo glanced at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Wu before quietly tidying up the remnants on the table. Whether it was due to not being satiated or Xiao Wu's genuine desire for the food, she had managed to devour everything laid before her. After cleaning up, Chen Luo chose not to continue his training, but rather lay beside Xiao Wu, quietly contemplating the events of the day. I was too impulsive and selfish. Such a rare opportunity for her to gain experience was squandered by my actions. After all, she is Sister Xiao Wu, who prefers to resolve matters with her own fists. Yet I have always presumed to shelter her behind me, which may not be ideal. Moving forward, I must strive to temper my impulses. However, how can I truly restrain myself? A conflicted expression crossed Chen Luo's face. I strive to grow stronger to prevent her from facing any harm. Yet if I resolve every issue, how will she ever grow? Given her character, she dislikes being perpetually sheltered. Regardless, I should maintain a sense of balance. Chen Luo yearned to reach out and caress Xiao Wu's face, but ultimately refrained, fearing he might awaken her. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a restful sleep. After casting one last glance at Xiao Wu, he lay back, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and slowly closed his eyes. Early the next morning, the Shrek team set forth once more, the Stardew Forest not far from their reach. Upon exiting the town, they accelerated their pace. In less than 3 hours, they arrived at their destination. Standing on a small hillside, a vast expanse of green stretched beneath them, an endless sea of towering ancient trees, each exceeding 20 meters in height, their dense foliage creating a breathtaking sight. Even before officially entering the forest, a refreshing aura greeted them, invigorating their senses. The crisp air mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil, instantly providing a sense of comfort, while the coolness emanating from the forest dissipated the oppressive heat brought on by their travels. Zhao Wujia did not permit Chen Luo and the others to venture into the forest immediately. Instead, he instructed them to rest briefly at the edge. I shall not elaborate on the dangers within the Stardew Forest. Once we enter, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Not even you, Chen Luo. Especially you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. You must stay close to me. No one is permitted to attack soul beasts without my command. Zhao Wujia declared sternly. Understood. After a brief respite, the group restored their energy to peak condition and, under Zhao Wujia's guidance, stepped into the Stardew Forest. As they advanced, the Shrek team encountered numerous soul beasts. In most instances, they opted to circumvent them, even when facing weaker creatures. Whenever confronted by aggressive soul beasts, they endeavored to avoid taking lives. On several occasions, Dai Mubai nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate the obstructing soul beasts, but ultimately relented under Chen Luo's persuasion. Sustainable development and the avoidance of unnecessary trouble were Chen Luo's arguments. No one dared to counter him, and all felt his reasoning was sound. Even Tang San, the direct disciple of the master, inwardly nodded in admiration for Chen Luo. Soul masters with such awareness as his were indeed a rarity. Chen Luo's role as a mediator was not solely motivated by the reasons he articulated. Primarily, he wished to spare Xiao Wu the pain of sorrow. After all, this was Xiao Wu's home, a rare occasion for her to return, and every effort should be made to avert bloodshed. Moreover, a certain connection often exists among soul beasts, who would wish to witness their kin being unjustly slaughtered. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's voice pierced the air, urging everyone to remain vigilant. As the Shrek team rested beneath a large tree near midday, their senses heightened. Without needing a reminder from Zhao Wujia, Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial spirit and ascended the tree to survey the situation. A flying serpent was spotted, hovering just 3 meters above the ground, adorned with a blood-red crest larger than its head and a fan-shaped tail. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice soon echoed from above. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Such a soul beast is exceedingly rare. I wonder how old it is. Tang San promptly inquired about its length and the color of its wings. Zhu Zhuqing replied, it spans 6 to 8 meters in length, with pale red wings. Tang San quickly deduced, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is between 1,300 and 1,800 years old, perfect for Oscar. He then elaborated on how to discern the age of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, along with other relevant information. It must be said, Tang San exhibited remarkable expertise in the realm of soul masters and soul beasts. With a slight smile, Chen Luo declared, what are we waiting for? Let us all work together. We must capture this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San nodded in agreement. If Oscar absorbs the soul ring from this snake, his third soul skill could potentially enhance our speed. The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is astonishing, especially with its crest that can provide it with terrifying velocity in an instant. It might even allow us to fly. Chen Luo chuckled. Tang San's eyes lit up. It might indeed be possible. Oscar, brimming with excitement, urged, let us go, let us hurry, we can't let it escape. Zhao Wujia glanced at Chen Luo and said, I will refrain from intervening. You can handle this. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. Oscar added, Chen Luo, if you help me capture the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I will owe you my allegiance. Chen Luo smiled lightly and replied, I already have Xiao Wu. This declaration elicited no surprise from the others, except for Xiao Wu, whose cheeks flushed with shyness, and a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. Before entering the Star Doe forest, Xiao Wu had been vivacious and cheerful, but once inside, she seemed burdened with worries. This laughter marked her first since their entry. While others may have been oblivious to her turmoil, Chen Luo was acutely aware. With Zhao Wujia's approval, Chen Luo, eager to act, wasted no time. The Shrek 7 were more than capable of dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, yet the creature was exceedingly cunning and swift, making it unlikely that Dai Mubai and the others could hold it. Given the rarity of such a soul beast, it was imperative to subdue it quickly. It represented a potential boon for Oscar, granting the ability to fly after he absorbed its soul ring. Chen Luo summoned his martial spirit, wielding the colossal scythe of death, while an invisible shadow merged with his body. As 2 purple soul rings emerged, his aura surged dramatically. With a powerful leap, he shot forward like a cannonball, engulfed in black flames as he activated his immortality. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he resolved to give his all. Chapter 036. Capturing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, quick as lightning, soon arrived at the location of the Shrek team. Perhaps sensing the presence of humans, it wasted no time in fleeing. But escape would not come easily. Chen Luo was fully prepared. He would not allow the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to slip away. He crouched slightly before propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards the serpent. Though the snake was fast, it could not match Chen Luo's speed. And in the blink of an eye, he was upon it. Without hesitation, he swung the scythe of death in midair towards the creature's body. The blade clashed against its scales, striking sparks, and soon the serpent's defenses gave way, allowing the blade to penetrate its flesh. In the next moment, black flames erupted, consuming a large portion of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The acrid sound of corrosion filled the air, accompanied by the nauseating scent of charred flesh. As the flames receded, the snake was left marred with blackened scars. Many of its scales burned away and fused with its flesh, evoking a visceral pain to behold. Amidst its charred remains, Remnants of black flames continued to corrode and devour the creature. A howl of agony escaped the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake as it succumbed to excruciating pain, its movements sluggish. The paralyzing toxin from the black flames taking effect. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo lifted his scythe, intent on incapacitating the snake entirely. Just then, sensing imminent death, the creature's crest blazed with light, and it surged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters in an instant. Chen Luo reacted with remarkable speed, pursuing the serpent immediately, his own velocity equally formidable. Is Chen Luo even human? His speed is absurd, even outpacing a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. Ma On-jun exclaimed. Swallowing hard, Dai Mubai chuckled. He is indeed a monster among monsters. The day I witnessed him battling Zhao Wujia, I was convinced there was nothing he could not accomplish. As Chen Luo battled ahead, the Shrek team observed from a distance. To ensure a swift capture of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, they refrained from intervening, fully aware that their involvement would only hinder Chen Luo, who possessed the absolute strength to subdue the beast. Zhao Wujia, perched on a branch, stood ready to act. Yet a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he beheld Chen Luo's prowess. There was no opportunity for him to intervene. Indeed, it was evident that Chen Luo was a true prodigy. As the others watched with keen interest, Xiao Wu wore a worried expression. Noticing this, Tang San smiled reassuringly. Chen Luo's current strength has reached at least the Soul Sage level, and his combat prowess exceeds that. There's nothing to fear. As it turned out, Chen Luo did not disappoint. Even as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake increased its speed, he maintained the chase. However, the rapid pace made it challenging for him to wield his massive scythe. Ultimately, he resorted to seizing the serpent's tail with his bare hands, embedding the scythe into the ground. With a resounding crash, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake dragged Chen Luo forward. But the resistance of the scythe and Chen Luo's grip gradually wore it down. The scythe of death carved a trench into the earth, while Chen Luo sank half a meter into the ground. Yet his grip on the serpent's tail remained steadfast, effectively halting its advance. Have you finally run out of strength? Chen Luo maintained a look of sheer determination, a victorious smile gracing his lips. With great effort, his muscles bulged as he summoned his strength, and before the astonished eyes of the Shrek team, he hurled the nearly 7-meter-long phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake into the air, slamming it back down to the ground. The earth trembled as a massive indentation formed, and within it lay the defeated phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, rendered unconscious. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his martial spirit and waved towards the Shrek team, exclaiming, "It's all taken care of." The rest of the Shrek members remained momentarily stunned, with only Xiao Wu rushing forward, her expression laden with concern. "Chen Luo, are you all right?" she asked anxiously. Although she was aware of Chen Luo's formidable strength, the fact remained that he had just faced a 1,000-year soul beast, and it was impossible for her not to worry. With a gentle smile, Chen Luo shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit of numbness in my hand." As he spoke, he gave his hand a little shake. To halt the Fengwei Jigwatch, he had exerted excessive force, and in an effort to avoid delivering a fatal blow, he had resorted to the most straightforward method of incapacitating the beast by striking it down, leaving his arm still feeling somewhat numb. Xiao Wu immediately approached to massage his arm, and upon confirming that he was indeed unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her gaze then shifted to the unconscious Fengwei Jigwatch. "Do we really have to kill soul beasts?" She pondered softly. Chen Luo nodded gently. "It is the law of the jungle." Xiao Wu pursed her lips, retracting her gaze without displaying much emotion on her face. Meanwhile, the dazed Dai Mubai and the others snapped back to reality upon seeing Xiao Wu approach Chen Luo. Although images of Chen Luo wielding terrifying power still lingered in their minds, they all made their way towards him. Oscar was the fastest, driven by the prospect of his third soul ring being within reach. It would be odd for him not to feel excitement. "Chen Luo, your strength is truly terrifying," Dai Mubai exclaimed as he reached Chen Luo. "If it were teacher Zhao who had swung at the Fengwei Jigwatch, I could accept it, but it was you. For a moment, I felt as if I had been lifted by you." "That's an exaggeration," Chen Luo replied with a light chuckle. "Not at all," Oscar interjected, rushing towards Chen Luo to envelop him in a bear hug, his excitement palpable. "Thank you so much, my good brother." After expressing his gratitude, Oscar immediately went to deliver the final blow to the Fengwei Jigwatch, promptly proceeding to absorb its soul ring. In the Star Doe forest, danger lurked at every corner, and any unforeseen occurrences could arise, so they needed to achieve their goal swiftly. As Oscar began the process of absorbing the soul ring, Chen Luo and the others shifted into a heightened state of vigilance to protect him. Zhao Wujing remained perched on a tree branch, his eyes closed, seemingly attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhao Wujing opened his eyes wide. "Come forth," he said, his expression impassive. At that moment, Chen Luo and the others sensed something amiss and turned their gazes towards the nearby thicket. Under their watchful eyes, an elderly woman appeared, leaning on a cane. Chapter 037. An unexpected turn. The woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s. Though advanced in age, she exuded vitality, her white hair meticulously arranged. Despite the wrinkles adorning her face, her complexion was as rosy as that of an infant. What truly drew the attention of Chen Luo and the others was not her appearance, but the 6 soul rings that gradually materialized beneath her feet. The elderly woman held a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy, undoubtedly her martial spirit. As she emerged from the underbrush, a striking young girl followed closely behind. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, sporting a short bob cut and appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, dressed in practical attire that accentuated her figure. She too wielded a serpent-headed cane, albeit much shorter at 2 meters, and 2 yellow soul rings arose from beneath her feet. The moment the girl appeared, her large brown eyes fixated on the Fengwei Jigwatch, and upon noticing its lifeless form and Oscar in the process of absorbing its soul ring, her eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Wujing had already manifested his martial spirit, 7 soul rings shimmering around him, exuding a terrifying aura that proclaimed his soul sage strength. The gazes of the elderly woman and the girl swiftly shifted to Zhao Wujing, who spoke slowly. "What is it you seek?" The woman's expression darkened slightly. "We mean no harm. We were merely pursuing the soul beast," she replied. "Pursuing a soul beast?" Zhao Wujing furrowed his brow. "It was the Fengwei Jigwatch. I left a wound on its abdomen," the elderly woman explained. "It is already dead," Zhao Wujing stated flatly, showing no inclination to verify the truth of her words. The woman's face paled, her frustration evident. "You ought to provide an explanation. This soul beast was ours to hunt, and we had already injured it." "An explanation? What explanation do you seek?" Zhao Wujing shot her a cold glance. Realizing her previous folly, the elderly woman quickly retreated, her anger momentarily clouding her judgment. Sensing Zhao Wujing's murderous intent, she hastily introduced herself. "I am Chao Tianxiang, known among soul masters as the Serpent Matron. My husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as the Dragon Lord." This was her attempt to assert her identity. After revealing her name, Chao Tianxiang forced a strained smile. "Since the soul beast has already been slain by you, let this matter rest. Further discussion would be futile." With that, she beckoned to the girl beside her. "Iran, let us depart." Dai Mubai, wishing to say more, was silenced by Zhao Wujing. It wasn't until Chao Tianxiang and the girl had completely left that Zhao Wujing spoke again. "The legendary dragon and serpent have long been renowned. The Dragon Lord should possess the strength of a soul Douluo by now. With the Serpent Matron here, it is likely that the Dragon Lord is not far off. I have no fear in confronting either of them individually, yet together, they wield a particularly formidable martial spirit fusion technique, which is difficult to withstand unless one possesses the strength of a tidal Douluo." Dai Mubai, feeling a sense of trepidation, remarked, "I thought as much. Given Teacher Zhao's temperament, it was surprising to see you so accommodating. Protect little Ao. Once he has absorbed the soul ring, we shall leave." Zhao Wujing instructed solemnly. The group nodded, maintaining their state of alertness. The recent encounter was merely a minor interlude for them, having no significant impact. Even the legendary dragon and serpent could not instill fear in this band of young prodigies. With the Fengwei Jigwatch deceased and the soul ring already being absorbed, the outcome was set. Unless the dragon and serpent were exceedingly petty, it was unlikely they would return to wreak havoc. As everyone settled back into a state of calm, only Chen Luo's expression grew increasingly complex. This series of events seemed to deviate from what he remembered. In his recollection, when the Shrek team encountered the Fengwei Jigwatch, it was Zhao Wujing who subdued it, and before Oscar could deliver the final blow, the Serpent Matron along with her granddaughter Meng Iran had appeared, leading to some conflict that ultimately required Tang San's intervention. However, the course of events that had just unfolded diverged significantly from his memories. Had his presence altered the trajectory of these occurrences? Oscar's absorption of the soul ring progressed smoothly, taking approximately half an hour to complete. As in Chen Luo's memories, the Fengwei Jigwatch bestowed upon Oscar the third soul skill, flight. Duration of flight, 1 minute. Flight speed, the speed of the Fengwei Jigwatch. Upon learning this information, the group erupted in jubilant celebration. After a brief period of excitement and cheers, Zhao Wujing prepared to lead them back. Regardless of whether the dragon and serpent would come seeking revenge, the the Stardow Forest was inherently perilous, even in its outer reaches. After all, the Stardow Forest was not a domesticated soul beast sanctuary. It was fraught with uncertainties. As Chen Luo retraced his steps, he deliberately cast a glance at Tang San. Was it due to not battling Meng Iran that he had not yet broken through to the 30th level? According to the original plot of the book, during the struggle for the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake between the Shrek team and the Snake Mother, the ownership of the snake was ultimately determined through a contest. Tang San fought against Meng Iran, and it was after that battle that Tang San's soul power surged past the shackles of the 29th level to reach the 30th level, subsequently acquiring his third soul ring in the Stardow Forest and triggering a series of ensuing events. It seems that this butterfly effect is rather significant. After battling the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, I feel I am not far from reaching level 30. Should I stay behind to cultivate for a while? Would that allow subsequent events to unfold as they should? This thought flickered in Chen Luo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. The journey back was remarkably smooth. Perhaps the commotion Chen Luo and his companions created while dealing with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake had frightened the weaker soul beasts away, as they encountered few, if any. Along the way, it was likely they had all been scared off. Zhao Wujing remarked with a satisfied smile that they would be able to exit the Stardow Forest in less than half an hour. Oscar successfully acquired his third soul ring, which granted him the ability to fly, making it difficult for Zhao Wujing to suppress his laughter. Dai Mubai and the others were also extremely pleased, genuinely happy for Oscar. After all, their brother's acquisition of a fine soul ring and soul skill ultimately benefited them as well, so it was only natural to rejoice. Were they really just going to head back like this? Among everyone, only Chen Luo and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat composed. Xiao Wu seemed a bit downcast, reluctant to leave the Stardow Forest. On the surface, Chen Luo maintained his calm, yet his heart was quite tumultuous. He secretly hoped for an unexpected turn of events to facilitate the unfolding of what was meant to happen. If they simply returned, wouldn't Tang San's 8 spider lances be lost? Just as Chen Luo's emotions began to complicate, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Zhao Wujing immediately activated his martial soul, and Dai Mubai and the other little monsters followed suit, frowning slightly. Only Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, it had arrived. It did not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The peerless dragon and serpent people have their pride, just as trees have their bark. Sometimes, what are deemed strong individuals can be the most petty, and the peerless dragon and serpent couple exemplified this. After the meeting between Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu, the news of their granddaughter Meng Iran's soul beast being snatched away, along with the humiliation they suffered, was immediately conveyed, undoubtedly embellished with exaggerations. Meng Shu became unhinged, swiftly leading Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran in pursuit of restoring their dignity. The crux of the matter was that Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang had been unable to find a suitable soul beast for Meng Iran along their journey, which only fueled their anger further, prompting them to chase after the Shrek group with the intent to reclaim what Chao Tianxiang had failed to secure. What Meng Shu and Gong Sun did not anticipate was the astonishing speed of the Shrek team. In less than 2 hours, they had not only absorbed the soul ring, but had also dealt with the corpse of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Finally, after considerable effort, Meng Shu and his companions caught up with the Shrek group. Upon the command to stop, an overwhelming pressure emanated from behind the Shrek group. Zhao Wujing had already activated his martial soul, and the little monsters from Shrek could hardly withstand the pressure, each activating their own martial souls. Their faces paling as they found relief under Zhao Wujing's protection. An elderly man, adorned in lavish attire, emerged slowly, appearing to be around 70 years old, wielding a 3-meter-long dragon-headed cane. 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, circled around him, the source of the immense pressure. Douluo. The 8 resplendent soul rings showcased the Elder's formidable power. Upon the Elder's appearance, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran, who had previously encountered the Shrek group, also revealed themselves. Dragon Duke Meng Shu? Zhao Wujing's expression darkened to an extreme, especially upon seeing the number of soul rings on Meng Shu, causing cold sweat to pour down his back. Was the peerless dragon and serpent truly this petty? Alone, Zhao Wujing felt confident to overwhelm the snake mother Chao Tianxiang, and even against Dragon Duke Meng Shu. Despite his status as a soul Duo, he believed he could gain the upper hand. The crux of the matter, however, was that the peerless dragon and serpent had combined their strengths, which surpassed Zhao Wujing's capabilities. Had he not been accompanied by the Shrek little monsters, he would have certainly been able to retreat unscathed, but now he had to consider the safety of the little monsters. They were the hope of Shrek, after all. Upon seeing the peerless dragon and serpent, Zhao Wujing had silently cursed their ancestors countless times in his heart, yet he still managed to force a smile onto his face. Sister Chao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. And this must be the esteemed dragon Duke Meng Shu, whom I've long wished to meet. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? A cold smirk appeared on Chao Tianxiang's face. You know full well. Zhao Wujing's face twitched slightly. Not long ago, this old woman had spoken to him with courtesy, yet now the roles had flipped with such rapidity. I am the unmoving King Zhao Wujing. I presume you two elders have come regarding the matter of the soul beast. I sincerely apologize. A true gentleman knows when to bow and when to stand tall. And Zhao Wujing showcased this maxim to perfection at this moment, as a man with a fiery temper restrained his emotions, speaking with remarkable courtesy and even offering an apology. We had no idea that the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was your target. Otherwise, we would never have dared to contend with you. But now that it had come to this, my student had already completed the absorption of the soul ring, and there was no way to alter that. Is that how it ends? Dragon Duke Meng Shu's voice was calm, yet imposing. Zhao Wujing immediately forced a smile. Of course not, since we inadvertently obtained your soul beast. How about I Zhao Wujing catch another one for you two elders? The only reason Zhao Wujing could act so obsequiously was due to the little monsters behind him. Had it not been for them, with Zhao Wujing's temper, he would have long since resorted to violence. And even if he couldn't win, he could certainly escape. He would never endure such humiliation. Dragon Duke Meng Shu remained silent, turning to glance at Chao Tianxiang, seemingly inquiring about her opinion. Chao Tianxiang had already shifted her gaze from Zhao Wujing to the group of little monsters behind him. Noticing her husband's glance, she immediately urged Meng Shu to look ahead. Only then did Meng Shu notice the little monsters behind Zhao Wujing, his previously calm and composed demeanor suddenly revealing a hint of astonishment. In a typical standoff between formidable opponents, one would hardly pay attention to the minor characters behind them, which was why Meng Shu had overlooked the presence of the Shrek little monsters. His focus had been solely on Zhao Wujing, who also possessed the strength of a soul sage. Even though they had absolute power over him, caution was still necessary. To discover there were two soul masters among them, and they appeared so young, some seemingly even younger, had actually achieved the level of great soul master, etc. As he muttered to himself, Dragon Duke Meng Shu's eyes suddenly widened, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Chen Luo. Two great soul masters with 1,000-year soul rings. How is that possible? Instinctively, Dragon Duke Meng Shu glanced at his granddaughter, who he had always regarded with pride, believing her talent to be unparalleled. Yet now, confronted with this group of little monsters, he suddenly felt his granddaughter was utterly mediocre. Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Her astonishment evident on her face, clearly having noticed the existence of the Shrek little monsters much earlier. Meng Yiran initially believed that the young man who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was merely a serendipitous encounter. Such youthful soul masters were indeed rare, and she considered herself quite gifted. She had been comforting herself with this notion until she beheld the monstrous group before her. There was not just one soul master. An older youth among them was also a soul master, although he was slightly older than the one who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's spirit ring. He was undoubtedly younger than her. The others appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, all possessing the formidable strength of great soul masters. Particularly the handsome youth wielding a massive scythe, who astonishingly possessed 2,000-year spirit rings. The talent she had prided herself on paled in comparison to theirs, the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, Meng Shu had regained his composure, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on the treasure tower in Ning Rongrong's hands before turning to Zhao Wujia. Let this be the end of it. Please find a suitable spirit beast for Iran, and we shall leave this matter be. Ko Xiangxiang had intended to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Meng Shu's piercing gaze. It was best not to be overly aggressive. That indomitable Zhao Wujia was no trifling character, and the group of youngsters behind him were not mere pawns either. Just the presence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was formidable enough. Should tensions escalate, the situation could spiral out of control. Those youngsters could be crushed with a mere flick of a hand. Yet Zhao Wujia was not so easily vanquished. Meng Shu conveyed his thoughts to Ko Xiangxiang in an inaudible manner. Ko Xiangxiang nodded gently in agreement. I share the same sentiments. I was merely frustrated earlier. Let us consider this matter settled. We shall seek the spirit beast ourselves. Chapter 39. Such coincidence this was the first time Chen Luo felt the pressure of a title Douluo-level powerhouse. The immense soul power emanating from Dragon King Meng Shu left him somewhat breathless. Only by activating his martial soul could he significantly alleviate this discomfort. Strangely enough, even without Zhao Wujia's martial soul to share the burden, Chen Luo found himself immune to the discomfort caused by Meng Shu, just as he had been when facing Zhao Wujia. Perhaps it was due to his unique physique or the peculiar nature of his martial soul. Regardless of how formidable the opponent, they could not impose significant influence upon him. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others were greatly affected. Had Zhao Wujia not been there to share the pressure, even with their martial souls activated, they would have had to contend with overwhelming strain, likely only able to unleash 70% of their true power in such a state. This was the kind of oppression that powerful beings brought forth. Contemplating the unexpected events, Chen Luo found himself less than pleased. Regardless of what transpired in the Stardow Forest, it bore little significance for him. The one most affected was undoubtedly Tang San. Without unforeseen events, his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, would likely have been lost as well. Next in line was Xiao Wu, as the Titan giant ape would come seeking her, though the impact was minimal, as they advanced rapidly through the forest, propelled forward by the mighty dragon snake. With Zhao Wujia on their left, Chen Luo glanced back at Xiao Wu and silently vowed to himself, "I must strive harder. I am still too weak." At that moment, they all surged deeper into the Stardow Forest in search of a suitable spirit beast for Meng Aran, with the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating behind them. The dragon snake had retracted its martial soul, as had Zhao Wujia, for they were to seek spirit beasts. If they maintained their martial soul, even 1,000-year spirit beasts would be frightened away. Even without their martial souls activated, their speed remained astonishing, leaving all but Chen Luo struggling to keep pace. Meng Aran, accompanied by Ko Xiangxiang, found it relatively easy to follow. In truth, the Shrek team had the capability for support, with Ning Rongrong able to assist and Oscar ready to provide his mushroom sausages for nourishment. However, they refrained from doing so, as no one could predict whether the next moment would hold unforeseen dangers. Concealing their strengths was the wisest course of action. Perhaps it was mere misfortune or some other reason, but after 2 days of wandering in the Stardow Forest, neither the Shrek team nor the Dragon Snake couple had found a suitable spirit beast for Meng Aran. On the 3rd day at dawn, even Meng Shu and his wife felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Zhao, perhaps you all should head back. We shall resolve the spirit beast matter ourselves." Dragon King Meng Shu was seldom one to speak, primarily allowing Ko Xiangxiang to communicate with Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia chuckled, "That sounds good. We have lingered in the Stardow Forest for several days now. We wouldn't want the Academy worrying about us." In truth, it was not the Academy's concern, but rather the families of the children who would be anxious if they came searching. Meng Shu and his wife nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujia waved farewell. "Then we shall take our leave." With that, Zhao Wujia led the Shrek team back. After traveling a considerable distance and ensuring their safety, Zhao Wujia halted, his expression grim. "Let us rest for a moment." All were panting heavily as they stopped. Oscar immediately produced sausages to replenish their energy, having sprinted desperately to distance themselves from danger. Damn it! Zhao Wujia suddenly punched a nearby tree, sending splinters flying and leaving a massive dent in the trunk. "I've never been so humiliated in my life. I can't count how many escape plans I've concocted in my mind these past 2 days." Zhao Wujia vented his pent-up frustrations. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Chen Luo. "I even considered that if you little monster were stronger, we could take those 2 old geezers head-on." Chen Luo's expression turned solemn, choosing not to respond. It was evident to all that Zhao Wujia had been harboring a great deal of anger. Beneath his polite exterior lay a fierce beast itching to break free. And maintaining such restraint was no small feat. "I hope those 2 old geezers encounter some formidable spirit beasts and meet their end." Zhao Wujia's emotional outburst began to wane, and he muttered a curse of improbability. The reason for the curse lay in the fact that the dragon snake couple's strength allowed them to traverse the Stardow Forest with relative ease. As long as they did not engage in foolish actions that would provoke potent spirit beasts in the forest depths, they faced little danger. The more powerful the spirit beast, the more cautious it would be, avoiding confrontation with formidable human soul masters. Standing before Zhao Wujia, Chen Luo clearly heard the whispered words, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the distance, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy. Even from afar, Chen Luo and the others felt its impact, their footing unsteady as they stumbled sideways. Boom! The sonic wave assaulted their eardrums, inducing considerable discomfort. Zhao Wujia immediately activated his martial soul and leapt to the treetops. Moments later, he descended with a face of terror, urgently commanding, "Regardless of whether you've rested enough, run now." Oscar, quickly transform into mushroom sausages. Without hesitation, Oscar handed out the pre-prepared mushroom sausages to his comrades and continued to transform. I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. The peculiar chant brought no humor, only an overwhelming, intangible pressure. Could it be this coincidental? Chen Luo cast a complex glance into the depths of the forest, but the dense foliage obscured his view. Resolutely, he activated his martial soul and leaped towards the treetops. Chen Luo, Zhao Wuji shouted as he witnessed Chen Luo's sudden movement, but his voice trailed off, muttering softly, "Well, you run fast, so go ahead and take a look." Chen Luo swiftly ascended to the treetop, gazing into the distance where the source of commotion was easily discernible. In the far expanse, two figures hovered in midair, their bodies shimmering with dazzling soul rings. Opposite them, a towering giant gorilla, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, bellowed in fury. Although Chen Luo lacked the purple extreme magic eyes, his physique was inherently distinct from that of an ordinary person, possessing exceptional vision. Even from such a distance, with focused attention, he could still see clearly. Astonishingly, it truly was a Titan giant ape. After the initial shock, a playful smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips. Those two must be the legendary dragon serpents. Chapter 040. This is too intense. The Titan giant ape appeared exceedingly enraged. Having cleared a vast area of trees around it, with a deafening roar, it stood upright, towering over 15 meters, a true embodiment of ferocity. The legendary dragon serpent couple was entangled with the Titan giant ape, yet it was apparent that they were no match for the formidable beast. Even with their martial soul fusion technique, they struggled to inflict any substantial harm. The Titan giant ape was simply too powerful. In the brief encounter, the serpent mother, Tianxiang, was sent flying by the Titan giant ape, followed closely by the Dragon King, Meng Shu, as they crashed into over a dozen trees before coming to a halt. Chen Luo broke into a cold sweat. The title of King of the Forest was certainly not unfounded. The legendary dragon serpent, with its strength equivalent to a title Douluo, was utterly insufficient before the Titan giant ape. If the Titan giant ape was already this terrifying, how much more formidable would the heavenly blue bull python be? Chen Luo had intended to observe a while longer, but he was interrupted by Zhao Wujia's urgent shout. "Let's go. Stop looking." From his voice alone, it was evident that Zhao Wujia was in a state of extreme anxiety. Earlier, he had faced the legendary dragon serpent with far less trepidation. Without delay, Chen Luo leapt down to join his teammates. Although the Titan giant ape was still some distance away, it could easily close the gap. Lingering any longer would be tantamount to courting disaster. By this time, the team had readied themselves for flight, each member clutching 2 sausages, one for replenishing soul power, the other a mushroom sausage for escape. After conjuring so many sausages, Oscar appeared somewhat pale, and when he glanced at Chen Luo, a sheepish smile emerged on his face. "Chen Luo, I haven't prepared one for you." Chen Luo nodded gently. "It's all right, I can keep up." Without further ado, Oscar had acclimated to the discomfort of significant soul power depletion, and the group promptly set off towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. With the aid of the mushroom sausages, the Shrek little monsters moved swiftly. Even Zhao Wujia found it somewhat taxing to keep up, while Chen Luo maintained his position just behind them. During their escape, Chen Luo noticed a look of unease on Xiao Wu's face. This was not her first glance backward. Everyone assumed she was looking at Chen Luo, but he understood that beyond her initial concerned gaze, she was fixated on the Titan giant ape. Despite the towering trees and dense foliage of the forest obstructing her view, Xiao Wu could still sense the presence of the Titan giant ape. Suddenly, Chen Luo observed a change in Xiao Wu's expression as he sensed an unsettling shift. The ground trembled slightly. Heavy footsteps resonated from afar, growing ever closer. The Titan giant ape was in pursuit. Ultimately, the legendary dragon serpent could not withstand the onslaught of the king of the forest. Or perhaps they had recognized that the Titan giant ape's target was not them and chose to yield. Zhao Wujia also sensed the Titan giant ape's movement. He halted abruptly, a look of struggle crossing his face before making a decisive choice. He shouted to the little monsters ahead, "You all go. I'll hold it off. Chen Luo, protect them while I'm gone." Without hesitation, Zhao Wujia turned and unleashed his martial soul's true form. Mighty King Kong Bear, Zhao Wujia roared to the heavens, and his 7th soul ring burst forth with a profound radiance. In an instant, black light enveloped his entire being, transforming him dramatically. His already imposing physique swelled like a balloon, soaring above 5 meters, as his muscles exaggeratedly expanded and his brown fur grew wild, morphing him into a true giant bear. As Zhao Wujia's form fully transitioned, his fur shimmered with a golden glow, and his aura surged to new heights. The Titan giant ape's speed was alarmingly swift. If they continued to flee, escape would be nearly impossible. Zhao Wujie recognized this and resolved to remain behind as a rearguard. He understood that, given his strength, he could not hold out for long, but he would strive to buy time for the little monsters to escape. Upon entering his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujie charged towards the Titan giant ape, embodying the spirit of a warrior who would not return. Chen Luo had initially expected that the Shrek team would, in accordance with the narrative, rush to assist Zhao Wujie against the Titan giant ape. To his surprise, they exhibited even greater rationality than he had anticipated, fleeing without a backward glance. Given their current strength, they could not aid Zhao Wujie and would only become a burden. Zhao Wujie had resolutely turned back to confront the Titan giant ape for their sake. If they ran back, it would be utterly nonsensical. The spirit of not abandoning or giving up is indeed commendable, but it must be exercised judiciously. Clearly, the little monsters were employing their intellect. The duration of Oscar's mushroom sausage was limited to 1 minute, and within that time, Chen Luo and his companions had already covered a considerable distance. However, this was far from sufficient. Once the effects of the mushroom sausage wore off, they would need to escape frantically towards the forest's edge. The Stardow forest was even larger than one could imagine. Even in the peripheral regions, it spanned a vast area. Had they not ventured deeper into the Stardow forest to assist Meng Iran, granddaughter of the legendary dragon serpent, in finding a suitable soul beast, they would have already escaped. Zhao Wujie's combat prowess exceeded expectations, yet he could only hold off the Titan giant ape for less than a minute. The Titan giant ape pursued Chen Luo and his team relentlessly, its target unmistakably clear. While others might wonder why this king of the forest had come to wreak havoc at the forest's edge, Chen Luo knew that the Titan giant ape was there for Xiao Wu. The ground trembled continuously, the sensation growing more pronounced as the weighty footsteps drew nearer. Chen Luo ultimately made a decision. You all keep running, I will buy some time. At this moment, Chen Luo was the strongest fighter in the group. He could not simply stand by and watch as the Titan giant ape closed in on them. Although the Titan giant ape was targeting Xiao Wu, he could not guarantee that the beast would not inadvertently harm the other Shrek little monsters. As long as there was a chance, he had to take the risk and do everything possible to keep them safe. Chapter 041. Crisis. Chen Luo activated his immortal state, elevating his combat power to its zenith. Faced with the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, he felt utterly uncertain. Were it not for the knowledge that the Titan giant ape's primary interest lay with Xiao Wu and not with the others, he would never have dared to undertake such a perilous course of action, for it bordered on folly. Should the Titan giant ape have arrived solely for the purpose of slaughter, given Chen Luo's current strength, it is likely that a mere flick of the Titan's finger would suffice to extinguish his life. With the death god's scythe grasped firmly in his hand, Chen Luo charged towards the colossal creature. Yet to claim that he felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. The Titan giant ape, displaying a complete lack of respect, unleashed a wave of dark energy that sent Chen Luo hurtling backwards before he could even draw near. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his very organs might shatter, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Damn it! Had he known that even a second of delay would prove fatal, he would have refrained from engaging. After crashing into several massive trees, he finally managed to halt his momentum. The indomitable state was forcibly dispelled, leaving him racked with indescribable pain, every bone in his body feeling as though it might splinter, his insides ablaze with agony. Chen Luo's visage was contorted in torment. He vowed silently never to commit such folly again. Had the Titan giant ape merely advanced upon him, he would surely be a lifeless husk by now. Perhaps realizing their escape was futile, the Shrek monsters turned back to confront the Titan. However, the outcome was equally disastrous, each of them being flung away, perilously close to death. Tang Sen exhibited the profound skills of the Tang sect, unleashing an unknown number of concealed weapons, yet ultimately failing to inflict any harm on the Titan giant ape, unable even to leave a dent upon its formidable frame. The disparity in strength between the two parties was simply insurmountable. Eventually, all the Shrek monsters succumbed to their inability to fight, with Xiao Wu being taken away by the Titan giant ape. Even though Chen Luo was aware that the Titan bore no ill intent toward Xiao Wu, he gritted his teeth against the pain and pressed on. Tang San, as Xiao Wu's elder brother, could not bear the thought of her being captured by the king of the forest, and similarly pursued with fervor. Zhao Wujin, observing the retreating figures of Chen Luo and Tang San, sighed deeply, then clenched his teeth, asserting, "Mu Bai, you take everyone back to the academy and find the dean. I will pursue those two." In that moment, Zhao Wujin appeared exceedingly disheveled, bruises marking his body. He had already ceased using his martial spirit's true form, which resulted in a 50% reduction in all attributes for a week. Despite such debilitating conditions, he was determined to chase after Chen Luo and Tang San. Even if the ultimate outcome led to his demise within the Stardow Forest, he would not stand idly by while those he had brought along ventured towards death. Dai Mu Bai had intended to voice his thoughts, but was overwhelmed with emotion. Zhao Wujin shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, "Now is not the time for your little dramatics. Do you wish to accompany me to your demise?" Dai Mu Bai nodded vigorously, and the other monsters followed suit, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. A faint smile crept upon Zhao Wujin's lips before he erupted in anger. "A bunch of irrational, brainless fools. You all need to return to the academy and fetch reinforcements. If you follow me to your deaths, the likely outcome is that we shall all perish here. Rest assured, I'm not so easily vanquished, nor are those two little monsters." Having delivered his scathing words, Zhao Wujin wasted no more breath and set off in pursuit of Chen Luo and Tang San. Dai Mu Bai stood momentarily frozen, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, before ultimately releasing his grip and instructing Ma Hongjun and the others, "Let us go. Stay close to me." In a recent chaos of battle, Dai Mu Bai and his companions had all sustained injuries to varying degrees. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had brushed perilously close to death. Yet thanks to the protection of Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, they had avoided becoming mere flesh and blood. Dai Mu Bai carried Zhu Zhuqing, while Oscar supported Ning Rongrong, with Ma Hongjun leading the way. They hurriedly made their escape towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Coughing violently, Chen Luo came to a halt beneath a great tree after a considerable distance, expelling a copious amount of blood. That accursed Titan giant ape had sprinted away with astonishing speed. At first he could still glimpse its retreating form, but now it had vanished from sight, leaving him unable to give chase. The death god S-Art was now operating frantically, tirelessly mending the injuries within him. The blood he had coughed up was merely the stagnant essence within him, and upon its expulsion, he felt a notable relief. Xiao Wu should be unharmed. He reassured himself internally, yet a sliver of unease lingered in his heart. According to the narrative he recalled, the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, had come to the edges of the Stardow Forest primarily to seek out Xiao Wu. Their bond was profound. Xiao Wu was the leader amongst the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. But what if events did not unfold as he remembered? Even a slight deviation could spell doom for Xiao Wu. Chen Luo recognized the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, yet he could not shake his concern. With determination, he adjusted his breath and set forth once more. Even if the encounter between the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu was merely a fleeting moment, he needed to witness it for himself to ensure Xiao Wu's safety. After running a considerable distance deeper into the Stardow Forest, Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of a cavern. By this point, his injuries had fully healed, and he felt invigorated. The frantic pace of his journey invigorating rather than exhausting him. It seemed that the more grievous his injuries, the more fervently the death god S-Art operated. Along this path, not only had he mended his wounds, but his soul power appeared to have surged significantly. If all went well, he had likely reached the 30th level of soul power. Yet, Chen Luo did not rush to acquire his third spirit ring, for until he found Xiao Wu, his heart remained in a state of profound unrest. The reason he lingered here was due to an ominous aura he sensed nearby. It was a soul beast, and a formidable one at least in Chen Luo's current state. It resided within the cavern ahead and had already detected his presence. Aware of the danger that had locked onto him, Chen Luo halted and entered a state of heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a massive spear shot forth from a cave without warning. Chen Luo had anticipated such an event. The instant the spear appeared, he retreated swiftly, creating a distance of over 100 meters before coming to a stop. It was then that he discerned that the so-called spear was, in fact, a spider's leg. As the spider emerged from the cavern, it charged towards Chen Luo with the ferocity of a hunter long denied its prey. Instinctively, Chen Luo stepped back, his eyes narrowing as the giant spider's movements slowed before him, allowing him to scrutinize its formidable form. The spider's spear measured nearly 4 to 5 meters in length, its body cloaked in a layer of black exoskeleton, its torso larger than a dining table, exuding an aura of terror. A humanoid-faced spider? No, it must be a cavern demon spider. Chen Luo quickly identified the creature, having spent years as a companion to Tang San, the encyclopedia of soul beasts, and having a mentor in the knowledgeable Pu Si, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding such entities. The cavern demon spider was slightly smaller than the humanoid face variety and lacked its distinctive facial features, yet it stood among the most elite of arachnid soul beasts. While the humanoid face spider was renowned for its overwhelming offensive capabilities and venom, the cavern demon spider was infamous for its treachery, relishing in ambushing its foes and prey. Had it not been for Chen Luo's acute sense of danger, which allowed him to perceive the lurking threat in advance, the consequences would have been dire. Had he recklessly charged past the pit, or even circumnavigated it, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the traps meticulously crafted by the abyssal spider. Surrounding the pit lay a plethora of such deadly snares. It turned out that the creature was injured. No wonder it was in such a hurry. Lacking even the patience to lie in ambush, Chen Luo observed numerous fissures across the spider's exoskeleton, with several of its venomous spears nearly shattered, likely a result of its injuries, causing the abyssal spider to lose its customary composure and eagerly seek to rend its prey apart. Injured yet still so ferocious? After retreating a short distance, Chen Luo suddenly halted, then charged forward with renewed determination, propelling himself towards the abyssal spider. If his judgment was accurate, this spider, at the very least, was a 10,000-year-old soul beast, albeit one that had recently crossed into that realm. Faced with a fully formed 10,000-year soul beast in its prime, he would have no choice but to flee. However, the creature before him was significantly weakened, empowered by his indomitable state. Both his first and second soul rings shimmered to life, merging the effects of poison flame and raging fire. With astonishing speed, Chen Luo darted past the abyssal spider in the blink of an eye. The Reaper's scythe, engulfed in black flames, left a ghastly wound upon the spider's form, as the dark flames swiftly consumed its entire body. The sound of corrosive combustion filled the air, and the abyssal spider emitted a piercing shriek, writhing in agony. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo relentlessly pursued, wielding the massive scythe to deliver blow after blow upon the creature, targeting the most vulnerable spots where its black armor had cracked, exacerbating its existing wounds. Though the black flames were formidable, directly eroding the abyssal spider's armor proved challenging, for it was, after all, a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet, exploiting the creature's injuries yielded far more effective results. The sizzling sound of charred flesh echoed, as the surface of the spider's black armor glowed a fiery red, while the flesh within the cracks was incessantly corroded and seared. The abyssal spider cried out in torment. It attempted to counterattack, but its strikes could not touch Chen Luo, whose speed was unparalleled. The ground around them was littered with the horrific pits left by the abyssal spider's lethal spears, capable of piercing through anything. Were it not for Chen Luo's remarkable agility and reflexes, even a single strike from those spears would spell certain doom. The creature's severe injuries impeded its ability to reposition itself swiftly. Already gravely wounded, it endured further devastation, a miracle that it could withstand such punishment. Chen Luo recognized this vulnerability, which emboldened him to confront the 10,000-year soul beast head-on. After encountering the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, Chen Luo had resolved never to engage in reckless endeavors again. Without absolute certainty, he would not dare to act. Approximately half an hour later, the abyssal spider finally succumbed to its injuries. Its remaining spears, already on the verge of collapse, were severed by Chen Luo in quick succession, allowing for an advantageous offensive environment. The creature's body was riddled with grotesque wounds. Chen Luo himself lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. The indomitable state had long since dissipated, and despite the risk of depleting his soul power, Chen Luo relentlessly continued his assault. As long as the 10,000-year soul beast drew breath, he could not afford a moment's respite. Once more, he raised the colossal scythe high before plunging it into the abyssal spider's body, ultimately bringing about its demise. A ring of profound black 10,000-year soul rings began to rise slowly from the corpse. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Luo exhaled deeply, relieved, as he gasped for breath and endeavored to regain his composure, ultimately settling into a seated position to channel the Reaper's incantation, fervently replenishing his soul power. The surrounding dangers ceased to concern him. If he did not absorb soul power to replenish his nearly exhausted body, he feared he would meet his end. Indeed, 10,000-year soul beasts were not easily vanquished. Even a severely weakened one had nearly claimed Chen Luo's life. In his confrontation with the abyssal spider, Chen Luo did not merely attack. He also had to evade its retaliatory strikes, ensuring he found the precise angles to exploit. His nerves were taut with tension. The abyssal spider could afford to make numerous mistakes, but a single error on his part could lead to his demise. What appeared to be a straightforward process of dispatching a weakened foe was, in truth, a gamble with his very life. The abyssal spider likely relied on its formidable strength, choosing to confront Chen Luo directly. However, as the battle progressed, it became evident that it could not prevail, nor could it find an opportunity to flee. One was betting his life, the other overly confident, resulting in the current predicament. Nevertheless, the abyssal spider could not be deemed overly arrogant. It possessed the confidence of its power, and even heavily injured, it believed it could easily handle a mere human soul master. Unfortunately for it, fate had dealt a different hand, leading it to encounter the exceptional Chen Luo. Chen Luo's terrifying speed precisely exploited the diminished mobility of the abyssal spider due to its damaged spears, while his attacks were exceedingly cunning, consistently finding the weak points in its armor. The corrosive black flames, with their burning and toxic properties, further ravaged the creature from the inside out. Under the relentless operation of the Reaper's incantation, Chen Luo's condition swiftly improved. During this time, no threats emerged in his vicinity, even if danger did arise. Chen Luo was poised to react instantly. This was the first instance in which Chen Luo had completely exhausted his internal soul power. Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, giving his all was the best possible outcome. Just as he had anticipated, the worse his condition became, the faster the Reaper's incantation operated. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recover so swiftly. His admiration for the Reaper's incantation grew ever stronger. It continuously fortified his body, boasted an astounding reserve of soul power, and exhibited remarkable cultivation and recovery speeds, each aspect worthy of the term divine. Standing before the lifeless form of the abyssal spider, gazing at the profoundly dark 10,000-year soul ring, Chen Luo's heart began to race. He had not received the earlier special mission to seek the first soul ring, which required the absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of confidence. After all, he needed to find a third soul ring. Why not seize this 10,000-year soul ring? Chapter 043. The 10,000-year soul ring. Chen Luo's second soul ring was that of a fire lizard, nearly 3,000 years old. He had originally intended to seek a soul beast of around 5 to 8,000 years for his third soul ring. But fate had led him to the 10,000-year abyssal spider. Having successfully vanquished the creature, the prospect of a 10,000-year soul ring lay before him, an irresistible temptation. Although absorbing such a soul ring carried inherent risks, Chen Luo felt a flicker of assurance within. He believed that with determination, he could claim this 10,000-year soul ring for himself. As his soul power steadily increased, his body underwent significant transformation. He was confident in his capabilities. Such an opportunity was rare and must not be squandered. Chen Luo swiftly resolved to devise a plan for absorbing the soul ring. Absorbing a soul ring was not akin to merely restoring soul power. One could not simply terminate the process at will. If danger were to arise during the absorption, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, ensuring a safe environment for the absorption was paramount. With the absence of teacher Zhao and his colleagues, the prospect of returning to seek their aid was now a mere impossibility. The soul rings do not persist indefinitely. Time was of the essence. After a moment of contemplation and hesitation, Chen Luo's gaze ultimately fell upon the carcass of the cave-dwelling magic spider. Here lay a ready-made guardian. His eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. Could he truly awaken a 10,000-year soul beast? Would his body withstand such a feat? Chen Luo found himself in a quandary. He possessed two unique abilities, Soul Harvest and Awakening, both of which he had yet to employ. However, this did not imply that he had forgotten them. Soul Harvest, reaping souls to enhance strength. Awakening, reviving the deceased for one's own use. This moment represented the ideal opportunity to utilize Awakening, but he needed to ascertain whether he could indeed revive the target before him. As for Soul Harvest, it appeared impractical. Once a soul beast perished, its essence seemed to transform into a soul ring. Using Soul Harvest on the cave-dwelling magic spider would likely devour the soul ring itself, leaving him to search once more for a fitting soul ring. Moreover, Soul Harvest bore its own limitations. Indiscriminately consuming souls could result in backlash or self-destruction. Without absolute certainty, he could not afford to act recklessly. After a brief moment of indecision, Chen Luo resolved to attempt the awakening of the cave-dwelling magic spider. He had no superior alternatives, and every second was precious. With determination, he activated his martial soul, the god of death, and wielded the scythe of death, directing his will as he forcefully brought the scythe down upon the spider's lifeless form. The scythe's blade effortlessly penetrated the cave-dwelling magic spider's body. Yet it did not inflict additional wounds. Suddenly, A tremendous suction emanated from the scythe, rapidly siphoning the soul power from Chen Luo. The black soul ring hovering above the carcass quivered slightly, and tendrils of dark energy unfurled from the ring, infusing the cave-dwelling magic spider's body. Awaken, cave-dwelling magic spider. A gray luminescence erupted from the lifeless creature. Its wounds healed at an observable pace, and its severed limbs regenerated. 8 spider legs embedding into the ground to support its weight as it regained its stature. The revival was successful. Chen Luo felt his soul power completely drained, and a wave of debilitating weakness washed over him. The scythe of death retracted on its own, and for a moment he struggled to maintain his balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. Enduring the discomfort coursing through his body, he turned his gaze to the resurrected cave-dwelling magic spider, a faint smile gracing his lips. Success was all that mattered. At that moment, Chen Luo's complexion was pale as a ghost, his body seemingly shriveled, while the god of death's incantation worked frantically to replenish his soul power. Patrol the surroundings and ensure my protection. He commanded the cave-dwelling magic spider, which promptly obeyed. The resurrected creature appeared slightly larger, its black form adorned with faint gray patterns, and a shroud of gray energy encircled it, suggesting an increase in strength. Although the 10,000-year cave-dwelling magic spider was not an overwhelmingly powerful entity, it was certainly a formidable presence in this region. Its vigilance offered a significant degree of safety. Goodness! Reviving this creature nearly drained me completely. Chen Luo licked his parched lips, then settled into a meditative state to restore his own condition. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring necessitated optimal preparedness. The pitch-black, profound soul ring remained suspended in place, its original master having departed to provide protection for its new one. During the revival of the cave-dwelling magic spider, Chen Luo distinctly observed several strands of dark energy emanating from the soul ring, merging with the spider's corpse. Yet, the essence of the soul ring itself seemed untouched, as if those strands represented fragments of the cave-dwelling magic spider's very soul. Chen Luo's recovery rate was astonishing. In a short span, he had regained his vitality and immediately commenced the absorption of the soul ring. He watched as wisps of black energy continuously detached from the ring, flowing into his body, an immense power flooding every fiber of his being. The god of death's incantation activated automatically, operating at an incredible speed, even more rapidly than when Chen Luo had replenished his soul power after it had been depleted. A chilling sensation accompanied this influx, not an erosion of his body, but a direct assault on his very soul, making him feel as though his essence had momentarily frozen. This sensation was reminiscent of an experience he had encountered once before, when he awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 6. In comparison, the current chill was trivial. It was likely the result of the soul tremors from the cave-dwelling magic spider. Soul tremors are a unique phenomenon exhibited by advanced soul beasts upon death. Before their essence dissipates, an ability reserved for those exceeding a millennium in age. The transition from century to millennium represents a qualitative shift, and the same holds true from millennium to 10 millennia. A 10,000-year soul ring is not easily absorbed. The terrifying energy contained within, coupled with the accompanying soul tremors, has caused many soul masters to recoil in fear or even meet their demise. Typically, only soul masters who have attained level 50 may attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, as their physical and mental faculties have reached a certain threshold. Yet Chen Luo was an anomaly. This was merely his 3rd soul ring, perhaps due to the extraction of the cave-dwelling magic spider soul during its revival. The sensation of soul tremors, though intense, was fleeting. As for the vast energy contained within the soul ring, it posed no significant challenge for Chen Luo. Under the vigorous operation of the god of death's incantation, that energy served as a substantial catalyst propelling Chen Luo beyond the threshold of level 30. The process of absorbing the soul ring was destined to be protracted, yet all proceeded remarkably smoothly. By the time Chen Luo completed the absorption and opened his eyes, the night had deepened. Before he could fully appreciate the changes wrought by the soul ring's absorption, a tremendous crash nearby drew his attention. Focusing his senses, he discovered an unwitting soul beast had ventured into the area, and the cave-dwelling magic spider was engaged in fierce combat. Chapter 044. Shadow binding perched upon a grand tree. Chen Luo had a clear view of the battle unfolding below. A mere 10 meters ahead, in a clearing, the cave-dwelling magic spider, now enveloped in gray energy, was locked in combat with a colossal centipede exceeding 10 meters in length. Dubbed the Nightmare Centipede, its size indicated it was also a 10,000-year soul beast, seemingly older than the cave-dwelling magic spider. The cave-dwelling magic spider likely exceeded 10,000 years, perhaps barely reaching 11,000, while the nightmare centipede would be at least 13,000 years old. The nightmare centipede bore the fundamental appearance of a centipede, only magnified to an extraordinary scale, its back adorned with black markings that lent it an eerie allure. Ordinarily, a cave-dwelling magic spider of the same tier would not stand a chance against the nightmare centipede. After all, the spider was renowned for its cunning, adept at laying traps to ensnare its prey, while direct confrontation was not its forte. Given the evident age advantage, the cave-dwelling magic spider should have been no match for the nightmare centipede, which would have swiftly devoured it in a straightforward clash. One should not harbor any naive notions of spiders being inherently superior to centipedes. In the realm of soul beasts, there are no absolute natural enemies. Strength reigns supreme. One excels in ambush, the other in direct confrontation, and with a disparity in power, the outcome was all but predictable. However, the battle before him defied all expectations. The cave-dwelling magic spider showed no signs of retreat, engaging the nightmare centipede with equal ferocity. It was a reckless style of combat, seemingly driven by a disregard for its own safety. The resurrected cave-dwelling magic spider had grown remarkably robust. It fought without concern for its injuries, unaffected by any physical wounds. Resembling a machine solely focused on offense, the nightmare centipede must have found itself in a perplexing situation, encountering such a formidable adversary from which it could not escape. Upon entering this realm, it was immediately targeted by the abyssal spider, leading to an unending cycle of conflict where the nightmare centipede found no opportunity to flee. Initially, when it first encountered the abyssal spider, the nightmare centipede was filled with excitement, believing it would enjoy a sumptuous meal, as it had encountered a foe significantly weaker than itself. With an undeniable disparity in strength, the outcome of the battle seemed all but predetermined. The nightmare centipede cautiously awaited the abyssal spider's offensive, fearful of inadvertently falling into a trap meticulously laid by the spider, an error that could prove fatal. Soul beasts that have lived for 10,000 years possess a certain level of intelligence, and to describe them as cunning would be most fitting. One cannot ascend to the ranks of a 10,000-year soul beast without having navigated the treacherous waters of life and death countless times. Yet, the nightmare centipede ultimately misjudged its opponent. The abyssal spider, far from employing any devious tactics, chose the most foolish option of a direct confrontation. In that moment, the nightmare centipede believed it had struck gold, as the spider's frontal assault left it with no chance of victory. Little did it know, the abyssal spider was not only ferocious but also utterly relentless. The spider's spear, razor-sharp, had already left several gaping wounds on the nightmare centipede, with dark brown blood gushing forth, causing its vitality to wane. However, the nightmare centipede was not without its own achievements. Its countless legs were extraordinarily sharp, and its incisive fangs inflicted numerous wounds upon the abyssal spider, even tearing one of its spears asunder. Under normal circumstances, the abyssal spider would have long since lost its fighting capacity or fled, but this particular creature seemed frenzied, undeterred by its injuries, and continued its relentless assault. At this juncture, the nightmare centipede sensed impending doom. If it did not take decisive action, it would surely meet its end that very day. With a low growl, the nightmare centipede unleashed a surge of dark radiance from the unique patterns on its back, coalescing into a sharp blade before lunging fiercely at the abyssal spider. In a display of reckless abandon, the abyssal spider charged forward, disregarding the blade entirely, intent on inflicting further wounds upon its foe. With a sickening squelch, the dark blade pierced the abyssal spider's body, yet the creature continued its assault as if unfazed, albeit appearing more battered and on the verge of collapse. The nightmare centipede was taken aback, never anticipating that its ultimate attack would fail to vanquish the utterly frenzied abyssal spider. Just as it stood there, stunned, the abyssal spider's spear once again carved into the nightmare centipede, leaving it with several ghastly wounds. Moreover, the abyssal spider unleashed its skill for the first time. A massive web erupted from its abdomen, enveloping most of the nightmare centipede's body. Though devoid of poison, the web was extraordinarily resilient, ensnaring the nightmare centipede like a prison. The nightmare centipede struggled desperately. Its claws could slice through the web, but escaping its bonds would require precious time. Meanwhile, the abyssal spider continued its relentless onslaught, and soon the nightmare centipede was riddled with terrifying wounds, completely drained of its combat capabilities, with only a breath of life remaining. Just as the abyssal spider prepared to deliver the final blow, the figure of Chen Luo emerged suddenly. Under his command, the abyssal spider halted its assault, standing still. Chen Luo calmly regarded the near-death nightmare centipede and activated his martial spirit, summoning 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, beneath his feet. The black soul ring gleamed brightly as he swung the scythe of death towards the nightmare centipede. The blade of the scythe easily penetrated the battered body of the nightmare centipede, unleashing a flurry of shadows from the blade that swiftly bound a portion of its body. This was the effect of Chen Luo's 3rd soul ring, the 10,000-year soul skill, Shadowbind. Upon attacking, it would instantly release shadows to control the target. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, the binding effect persisting for a brief moment, lasting less than 10 seconds. For such a colossal creature, the ability to control it was remarkable. Against a soul master of equivalent strength, it could potentially bring them to their knees. However, as the nightmare centipede was on the brink of death, the duration of control was merely an estimate. Had the nightmare centipede been at its peak, the shadow bind could have maintained its grip for 3 to 4 seconds, which would still be quite impressive for a 10,000-year soul beast. After testing his new soul skill, Chen Luo ordered the abyssal spider to deliver the final strike to the nightmare centipede. He refrained from harvesting the soul of the fallen creature, though confident. He was not reckless enough to consume the soul of a 10,000-year beast, as he wished to avoid an untimely demise. Harvesting a soul and absorbing a soul ring are distinct concepts. The former entails devouring the entire soul and its energy, while the latter is akin to augmenting one's martial spirit with special powers, where the energy absorbed is but a fraction. Skipping the soul harvesting step was prudent, but awakening the creature was still essential. The abyssal spider's body was on the verge of collapse. Although it could still fight, its combat prowess had significantly diminished. Awakening the nightmare centipede would bolster their strength, as no one would turn away a devoted servant. In Chapter 045, the realm of the undead was opened. Before acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Chen Luo had already been capable of awakening the abyssal spider. Now that he had officially reached the level of soul master, even with the nightmare centipede's greater age, the awakening should pose no issue. As the nightmare centipede perished, a dark, profound 10,000-year soul ring emerged around its corpse. Regrettably of no use to Chen Luo, gripping the scythe of death firmly, he approached the nightmare centipede to commence the awakening process. As the blade of the scythe pierced the nightmare centipede's body, the sensations he had experienced when awakening the abyssal spider returned, albeit with greater intensity. Perhaps due to his enhanced power, Chen Luo managed to suppress all discomfort. Moments later, he withdrew the scythe of death, his complexion slightly pale, yet his spirit remained vibrant. This was the advantage of increased strength. Prior to acquiring a soul ring, awakening the abyssal spider had nearly drained him entirely. Now, even resurrecting a creature stronger than the abyssal spider, such as the nightmare centipede, left him with some reserve of energy. The awakening was undoubtedly successful. The wounds on the nightmare centipede healed rapidly, and it rose once more, enveloped in a gray aura, its size having increased significantly. The patterns on its back, once black, had transformed entirely to gray, giving it an even more eerie appearance. The resurrected nightmare centipede stood silently before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. The black 10,000-year soul ring still hovered around the nightmare centipede, though its color appeared somewhat dimmed. This 10,000-year soul ring felt like an immense waste. How wonderful it would be if it could be utilized. A look of regret crossed Chen Luo's face. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, a thought flashing through his mind. He quickly retreated a considerable distance before issuing a command to the nightmare centipede. The creature's form shifted slightly, its gray markings glowing brightly, and in an instant, the dark 10,000-year soul ring was entirely absorbed by the nightmare centipede. It was as if the essence had returned to its rightful owner, with no sense of discord. The process flowing seamlessly. Upon absorbing its own 10,000-year soul ring, the nightmare centipede's aura surged dramatically, and its size expanded yet again. Originally a mere lifeless entity, it now seemed to possess a hint of vitality. As Chen Luo marveled at the extraordinary sight before him, he suddenly received a message from the nightmare centipede, inquiring whether it could consume the abyssal demon spider. Alongside this query, he sensed a potent aura of resentment emanating from it. How intriguing! It certainly held a grudge. Casting a glance at the abyssal demon spider, he noted its severely decayed form, seemingly devoid of any value. Yet, Chen Luo was reluctant to abandon it, for the creature had recently safeguarded him. Was there a way to restore the abyssal demon spider? Storing the undead in the necromantic space allows for restoration. Chen Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would respond to his thoughts. His current strength had evidently risen significantly. Perhaps he had unlocked the necromantic space, which would explain the system's sudden prompt. With this realization, he immediately established a connection with the Death God Ring. Before him, two distinctly different realms materialized. One a storage space, now as large as a house, and the other the necromantic space, which truly had been activated. Unlike the storage realm, the necromantic space presented itself in an ethereal state, akin to another world. A notification appeared beneath it. Current stored undead. 02. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was utterly elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the abyssal demon spider and placed his left hand upon its body. A surge of black light erupted, and the abyssal demon spider vanished from sight. When he turned his gaze back to the necromantic space, he found the abyssal demon spider had entered that void-like world. Now, in slumber, its nearly irreparable wounds gradually healing. I feel as if I am soaring. Chen Luo was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt into the air. His handsome visage lit up with a broad smile. Next, he approached the nightmarish centipede, pressing his hand against it to draw it into the necromantic space as well. The creature seemed somewhat unwilling, but ultimately, Chen Luo held the reins. Upon entering that void realm, the nightmarish centipede did not succumb to slumber like the abyssal demon spider. Instead, it quietly remained in place, seemingly enhancing its strength at an exceedingly slow pace. Undead that enter the necromantic space can heal, while those in good condition can gradually augment their power, albeit at a sluggish rate, likely correlated to the nature of the undead itself. This is astonishing. Chen Luo felt that upon reaching the soul sovereign level, his overall power had ascended dramatically. He did not linger any longer, for Xiao Wu remained his utmost priority. Once he resolved his matters, he would immediately embark on the quest to find her. As he pressed onward, Chen Luo took the opportunity to reflect upon the enhancement of his powers since attaining the soul sovereign rank. His current soul power level stood at 33. If he activated the immortal state, he could likely rival that of a soul king, effectively doubling his combat prowess. His physique had undergone yet another substantial enhancement, allowing him to easily overpower a soul ancestor. Chen Luo even began to suspect that his martial spirit, the death god, primarily manifested through his physical form, granting him abilities commensurate with his original martial spirit. In addition to his personal growth, the unlocking of the necromantic space within the death god ring allowed him to store two undead entities. He had fortuitously acquired the 10,000-year soul beasts, the abyssal demon spider and the nightmarish centipede, both residing in the necromantic space, ready to be summoned whenever needed. They were indeed his true trump cards. Upon the demise of a soul beast, employing the awakening technique would resurrect it, fully healing its wounds and enhancing its strength. If their soul rings remained intact, they could absorb those as well, further amplifying their power, and they seemed to possess a degree of sentience too. After briefly summarizing and sorting through all that had transpired, Chen Luo opened the task panel. He had successfully acquired his third soul ring, and a new sign-in task had refreshed. Main quest: travel to the Douluo Royal Academy to sign in and join the new Shrek Academy. Side quest: achieve 30 consecutive victories at the Soto Great Soul Arena. To his surprise, a side quest had emerged once again. It seemed prudent to complete this before pursuing the main quest. After acquiring his second soul ring, the refreshed sign-in task had solely entailed the main quest. Yet this time, a side quest had appeared. The main quest consisted of two conditions: to sign in at the Douluo Royal Academy and to join the new Shrek Academy. The former was straightforward. Given his current prowess, he would be warmly welcomed even if he departed for the academy at this moment. The latter, however, required the entire Shrek team to relocate. In Chen Luo's recollection, the new Shrek Academy was reconstructed based on Lu Erlong's Soul Master Academy. The name remained Shrek Academy, with the new merely serving for distinction. Following the typical narrative arc, once the Shrek monsters graduated, they would collectively head to the Douluo Royal Academy, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances that would lead them to reunite with Lu Erlong and subsequently re-establish the Shrek Academy. It appeared that the main quest would not be completed in the immediate future, yet Chen Luo was not in a hurry. His current strength was more than sufficient, even somewhat excessive, necessitating time for adaptation. Moreover, he yearned to remain by Xiao Wu's side. Although his growth had indeed accelerated, she still required time to develop. Accompanying the girl he cherished as she gradually matured and grew stronger was a dream harbored by countless boys. The main quest could be set aside for now, while completing the side quest would merely be a matter of time. Traversing through a thicket, Chen Luo arrived at an open expanse where numerous paths diverged ahead. Momentarily uncertain of his choice, he hesitated. Just then, he sensed a familiar aura approaching him. He paused, silently awaiting its arrival, until a graceful figure emerged from the foliage. Standing before him, "Chen Luo, why are you here?" It was none other than Xiao Wu. Chen Luo remained silent, pulling her into his embrace. At last, I have found you. Chapter 046. The return beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, the boy and girl locked eyes. A sensation akin to a reunion after death enveloped them, transcending any words that could describe it. Chen Luo gently arranged Xiao Wu's slightly disheveled hair. As she began recounting her harrowing experiences, hearing the thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape had dropped her and fled, fortuitously breaking through to level 30 and acquiring her third soul ring. Chen Luo, well aware that Xiao Wu was embellishing her tale, feigned belief. Thank goodness you're safe. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the bloodstains on Chen Luo's attire, the numerous tears in his clothing, and immediately inquired with concern, Chen Luo, what happened afterward? Why are you here all alone? And you're injured? Chen Luo smiled and shook his head. I'm Yufine. At that moment, I wanted to intercept the Titan giant ape to buy you some time to escape, but I was thrown back by its might. I had overestimated my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face filled with concern as she gently caressed Chen Luo's chest with her small hand. Chen Luo grinned. It's nothing serious. Merely a flesh wound. In truth, it was not severe, just a matter of half his life. Were it not for the death god incantation, he would likely still be lying injured where he fell. He continued, after I saw you being captured by the Titan giant ape, I immediately pursued it. Tang San seemed to have acted as well. I wonder where he is now. Xiao Wu softly replied, why are you so foolish? Knowing the Titan giant ape is immensely powerful, you still chose to chase after it. What if something happened to you? The journey was fraught with peril. As she spoke, her large, watery eyes brimmed with guilt. Chen Luo gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair and spoke earnestly. I have promised to protect you. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. If you were to vanish, my existence would lose all significance. Xiao Wu's large, doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed intently at Chen Luo. He smiled faintly before continuing, later, during my pursuit, I broke through to level 30 and, in the process, acquired my third spirit ring. This experience bore some resemblance to Xiao Wu's, though Chen Luo's was genuine, while Xiao Wu's was fabricated. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened at his words, and she inquired with a smile, what spirit beast did you obtain the ring from? The abyssal spider, he replied. Chen Luo then recounted his fortuitous encounter with the abyssal spider and the subsequent battle, omitting details about his awakening and the death god S ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's initial joy faded, replaced by concern and reproach. Brother Chen Luo, you acted recklessly. A 10,000-year spirit beast is extraordinarily perilous. How could you dare to hunt it? Even more alarming is the fact that you absorb its 10,000-year spirit ring. Any misstep in this process could have dire consequences. Please, do not engage in such life-threatening endeavors again. Chen Luo chuckled, but look at me now, I'm perfectly fine. Have you forgotten that I was the one who absorbed a 1,000-year spirit ring as my first? A mere 10,000-year spirit ring is nothing to worry about, he added. The abyssal spider was already gravely injured, which allowed me to seize the opportunity. However, only Chen Luo understood the true peril of the situation. Even though the 10,000-year spirit beast was wounded, he had expended all his strength to defeat it. And if he had not previously awakened and extracted a portion of the abyssal spider's soul, the absorption of the spirit ring would likely not have gone so smoothly. Xiao Wu said nothing further, instead enveloping Chen Luo in a silent embrace. As a spirit beast herself, she understood the inherent dangers they posed and realized that Chen Luo's nonchalance was a ploy to spare her worry. Chen Luo was taken aback but soon regained his composure, gently stroking Xiao Wu's back. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted ways. Let's go find Tang San, Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Upon joining Tang San and the others, they found him just finishing the absorption of the human-faced demon spider spirit ring, having also obtained the external spirit bone. 8 spider lances. Some details of their experiences in the Star Doe Forest differed from Chen Luo's recollections, yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Tang San, too, had achieved a breakthrough while pursuing the Titan giant ape and encountered the human-faced demon spider along with a formidable dragon snake couple, much like Chen Luo's memories. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu return, the group's anxieties were alleviated, including Tang San's. For him, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would not have lost his composure and pursued the Titan giant ape so recklessly. Now, with everyone safe and sound, joy permeated the air. It's time to head home, little monsters, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, a beaming smile illuminating his fatigued face as he waved his arms. The group cheered in unison, exchanging glances. Having shared numerous life and death experiences, an unspoken understanding had blossomed among them. Now that all matters were resolved, they could finally return and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Zhao Wujia looked upon the scene before him with satisfaction. He was immensely proud of his students. Monsters, after all, were still monsters. Their innate talents in cultivation and combat vastly exceeded those of ordinary individuals. They maintained their composure, making the most accurate judgments while valuing emotions and facing death unflinchingly. He eagerly anticipated their future endeavors. Chen Luo, come pave the way with me, Zhao Wujia beckoned. Chen Luo stepped forward, fully aware that everyone knew of his acquisition of the third spirit ring. Zhao Wujia, having activated his martial soul true form, was still in a weakened state, able to exert only 50% of his strength. They remained in the Douluo forest, where danger still loomed, and no one could predict what the next moment would bring. With Chen Luo having attained his third spirit ring, a 10,000-year one at that, his previous prowess was well recognized by all, and now he had become a formidable asset to the team. With Zhao Wujia and Chen Luo leading the way, they encountered no further troubles on their return journey. This was likely due to the Titan giant ape's presence near the forest's edge for the foreseeable future. Weaker spirit beasts would likely refrain from emerging. After exiting the Douluo forest, the Shrek Academy group rested in a small town for 2 days. Dai Mubai, as always, took it upon himself to cover all expenses, and the group refrained from training, instead indulging in relaxation for those 2 days. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San specifically called out to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. I have some concealed weapons for you. Take them for now. Rest well today and tomorrow. When you have time, I will teach you how to use them, he offered, producing 2 Zhuge crossbows and several other concealed weapons. These can prove useful in critical moments. Tang San added, I had initially planned to craft even stronger concealed weapons for you, but after our experiences in the Douluo forest, having more concealed weapons is always advantageous. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu immediately expressed their gratitude with bright smiles. Thank you, third brother. No need for such formality. We are family, after all, Tang San replied. After handing over the concealed weapons to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, he returned to his dormitory. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles before heading back to their own dorm. I didn't expect third brother to be so generous, Xiao Wu remarked with a laugh. When has he ever been stingy? Chen Luo replied. In the future, we should do our best to assist him whenever he needs it. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, absolutely. After lying on the bed for a while, Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu with a smile. Shall we train or rest? Xiao Wu pouted. Let us just sleep. I'm so tired. Chen Luo smiled gently, gazing at the ceiling, silently contemplating. It is indeed time for a good rest. Considering the time, Master should be arriving at Shrek Academy soon. Chapter 047. Special treatment after breakfast. The bell rang, signaling everyone to gather at the Academy's playground. Both the principal and vice principal, Flinder and Zhao Wujia, were present, along with all the Academy's teachers, creating an unusually lively atmosphere. Flinder surveyed the assembled students before introducing the faculty members one by one. Teacher Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 63 Soul Emperor. This is the elder who previously handled Shrek Academy's admissions. Teacher Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Chess, Level 66 Soul Emperor. He is slightly older than Li Yusong, being in his 70s. Teacher Xiao Xin, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean, Level 71 Soul Saint. This teacher is considerably younger and is of a similar age to Flinder. Despite their advanced years, both Li Yusong and Lu Qibin maintained tall statures. Although time had left its mark on their faces, they appeared far more youthful than the average elderly individual. In contrast, Xiao Xin was rather unremarkable in appearance, shorter than Xiao Wu, with small eyes and a prominent nose. Individually, his features were acceptable, but together they created a somewhat odd impression. However, appearances often do not reflect one's true capabilities. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even the most unappealing individual can radiate an aura of greatness. Xiao Xin exemplified this, and had it not been for Flinder's introduction, one might scarcely believe that this man possessed the might of a soul saint, particularly as a rare food-type soul master. The adage, don't judge a book by its cover, was perfectly suited to Xiao Xin. After Flinder introduced the 3 teachers, they nodded toward the students. Their gazes lingered a moment longer on Chen Luo. Li Yusong maintained a stoic expression. Lu Qibin bore a subtle smile, while Xiao Xin's eyes were solely fixated on Oscar. A middle-aged man stood nearby, and Flinder concluded the introductions with him. Upon the appearance of this man, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had already set their sights upon him, while Tang San seemed unsurprised, as if he had encountered him before. The man was none other than the master. He is renowned for his research, having derived the top 10 competitive soul abilities, earning the title of the strongest theorist of soul abilities and the wisest soul master, and he is also the esteemed teacher of Tang San, my old companion, Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Aside from Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, the others harbor a sense of curiosity and anticipation towards Yu Xiaojiang. They have witnessed Tang San's formidable prowess, and it stands to reason that a teacher capable of nurturing such a student must be equally exceptional. Upon concluding the introductions, Flender imparted a few words of advice to the little monsters before officially entrusting the teaching duties to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang briefly outlined the forthcoming teaching arrangements, subsequently ranking everyone according to their ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Huh, what about my name? The order of the Shrek 7 monsters remained unchanged, yet Chen Luo failed to hear his name. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to notice the puzzled look in Chen Luo's eyes and calmly remarked, Chen Luo's strength far surpasses that of the others. Different arrangements shall be made. To this, no one voiced any objections. Chen Luo himself felt somewhat taken aback, but held no strong opinions. Indeed, his strength far exceeded that of his peers. Should they train together, it would likely disrupt the training balance of the others, and typical training would not suffice to foster Chen Luo's growth. Gather here tomorrow morning. Do not be absent during breakfast. The consequence of tardiness will be special training. Dismissed. Upon finishing, Yu Xiaojiang departed with Flender and the others. Oscar and the others huddled around Tang San to discuss the arrival of the master, and soon all eyes turned to Chen Luo. Good buddy, you have indeed received special treatment. Oscar chuckled, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. Dai Mubai also laughed. It's unavoidable. After all, you're just too strong. Ma Hongjun, however, appeared somewhat disappointed. I had hoped that Chen Luo could train with us. He's so strong, we could have slacked off a bit. Now that dream is shattered. If he were with us, could you handle the amount he trains? Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a sidelong glance. Ma Hongjun chuckled. You have a point there. The group did not allow Yu Xiaojiang's arrangements to create distance in their relationship with Chen Luo. They understood well that Chen Luo was indeed exceptional. At merely 12 years of age, he possessed the strength of a soul master. With 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. He had even once single-handedly confronted the immovable king Zhao Wujin, and Dai Mubai had experienced firsthand Chen Luo's overwhelming strength. Back then, Chen Luo was only a great soul master, but now he had ascended to the level of a soul master and acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. All that was deemed impossible had been realized through him, and no one knew the extent of his current power. Perhaps, even the 7 of them combined might not be able to match him. In truth, Chen Luo held no strong opinions on this matter. He was destined to be the odd one out. If he were to be forcibly integrated into the Shrek 7 monsters, he would likely feel somewhat out of place. Being singled out for special treatment was, in fact, quite agreeable. Chen Luo had come to Shrek Academy primarily to grow stronger alongside Xiao Wu. Although Shrek Academy was not the best, it was the most suitable choice, at least for Xiao Wu. If he could also gain something from his time there, it would be the best outcome. After a brief conversation, Ma Hongjun pulled Dai Mubai to seek out some fun in Soto City. Dai Mubai naturally declined. After finally establishing a good image before Zhu Zhuqing, he could not afford to tarnish it. Surprisingly, Tang San also intended to visit Soto City. Unlike the plump one, Tang San sought reliable blacksmiths to craft hidden weapons. On the way back from the Stardoe Forest, everyone, except Chen Luo, was intrigued by how Tang San had defeated the spider demon, and he naturally shared details about the hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong was well aware of the benefits hidden weapons could bring to their sect, and had already placed a substantial order on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The situation aligned closely with Chen Luo's impressions. Ning Rongrong did not embody the typical seductive persona often depicted in literature, but rather resembled a strong woman. Xiao Wu, shall we go to Soto City for a stroll? Chen Luo proposed. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly brightened, yet she ultimately shook her head slightly. Let's just return to training. Since returning from the Stardoe Forest, Xiao Wu had become even more diligent, her fervent training eliciting a sense of tenderness from Chen Luo. Let us take a half-day break and explore Soto City. Chen Luo smiled. Only then did Xiao Wu nod in agreement, all right? Chen Luo sensed a shift in Xiao Wu's mindset, albeit uncertain of its precise nature. While diligence is commendable, it is equally important to relax when the time calls for it. He did not wish for Xiao Wu to gradually lose her innocent and lively spirit. Should the sky fall, he would support her, but if she ceased to smile, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Chapter 048. Exclusive Combat Training. The following morning, the Shrek group assembled in the dining hall, where the master personally cooked a nutritious breakfast for everyone. After their meal, all congregated in the training ground. To their surprise, Zhao Wujin also made an appearance. I have learned about each of your soul abilities and strengths. Starting today, I will commence enhancement training with you. The master spoke with a grave demeanor, his gaze sweeping across all before finally landing on Chen Luo. Chen Luo stepped forward. Yes. Chen Luo complied and stepped forward. The master continued, please state your soul ability and soul power level. Weapon, scythe, soul power level, 33. A flicker of surprise crossed the master's eyes before he instructed. You may proceed with teacher Zhao Wujin. I've already briefed him on your training content. Understood. Chen Luo did not hesitate, swiftly moving toward Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin beamed with excitement. Come with me. Chen Luo glanced back at Xiao Wu before following Zhao Wujin. The master turned his attention back to the Shrek 7 monsters. We shall officially commence training. Chen Luo followed Zhao Wujin to a familiar open space within the academy, reminiscent of the location where he had battled Zhao Wujin during the entrance examination. Zhao Wujin grinned. Little monster, the master initially arranged for you to spar with those youngsters. But I didn't expect your soul power level to reach 33. Thus, it seems I must accompany you. This is quite normal, considering you absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. It would be unreasonable if your soul power only increased by 1 level. You truly are impressive. Your third soul ring absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. I am eager to see the extent of your current strength. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to it as well. In reality, he had anticipated the nature of today's training since the previous evening, though he had not expected the master to hold him in such high regard, directly assigning him to battle Zhao Wujin. His initial speculation was that he would likely serve as a support for the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhao Wujin's earlier remarks seemed to confirm this notion, but due to an unexpected turn of events, the master had decisively opted for an alternative plan upon learning of Chen Luo's soul power level. As for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters, it would likely follow the familiar pattern from Chen Luo's memories. Combat training followed by physical conditioning. Zhao Wujin remarked, I knew you wouldn't be afraid, as expected. Ahem, your training will consist of battling against me. Zhao Wujin began to outline the training details. I am well aware of your strength, and I shall not hold back. Your goal is to compel me to utilize my true martial soul. Understood. Let us begin. Chen Luo replied. Zhao Wujin chuckled. Are you so eager, my young friend? With a flourish, he summoned his martial spirit, 7 soul rings pulsating around him, radiating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth, casting an oppressive aura toward Chen Luo. Yet, Chen Luo remained unfazed by Zhao Wujin's imposing presence, calmly activating his own martial spirit. A colossal scythe manifested in his grasp, an ethereal shadow that only he could perceive overlapping with his form. 3 soul rings, 2 violet and 1 black, rose slowly from beneath Chen Luo, transforming his aura drastically. Unyielding, Chen Luo uttered a low incantation, and black flames erupted from the scythe of death, quickly engulfing his entire being. His 3 soul rings gleamed brilliantly, further amplifying his formidable presence. Truly remarkable. You exude the essence of a soul king. Zhao Wujin exclaimed with excitement. But I wonder how long you can maintain such a state in battle. With that, he charged directly at Chen Luo, sparing no time for idle chatter. The training had commenced. Upon activating Unyielding, Chen Luo found himself enveloped in an extraordinary state, imbued with a sense of immense power that felt as though it could conquer all. This formidable sensation instilled within him an absolute confidence, yet influenced by his inherent temperament. He remained in a state of extreme calm. As Zhao Wujin, a soul sage, barreled towards him, Chen Luo exhibited no signs of panic, even curving his lips into a subtle smile. To not employ your martial spirit's true form? Oh, teacher Zhao, you might be overestimating yourself. Chen Luo dashed toward Zhao Wujin, his speed eclipsing that of his opponent. Clang! In an instant, they collided, Chen Luo's scythe descending upon Zhao Wujin's arms. Immovable king body. Zhao Wujin's first soul ring flickered, preemptively predicting Chen Luo's strike. A radiant golden light erupted around him, and the immense force sent Chen Luo hurtling backwards. However, Chen Luo adeptly controlled the timing, activating the scythe only after Zhao Wujin unleashed his technique, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Boom! The black flames swiftly enveloped Zhao Wujin, infused with both venomous and searing effects. With Chen Luo's enhanced power, the potency of these abilities escalated significantly. Much of Zhao Wuji's hair was singed away, and his flesh bore multiple charred wounds, with black flames writhing upon the exposed flesh, a sight that elicited a wince. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in agony, as he could not suppress a pained roar. Immediately, he summoned his soul power to expel the encroaching black flames. Surprisingly, rather than succumbing to fury over his injuries, a glimmer of excitement danced across his features. Impressive. With your rising strength, your soul skills have indeed grown more formidable, inflicting greater damage upon me. And that damned black flame is increasingly difficult to extinguish. Your timing in this skirmish was impeccable. I had anticipated you would utilize that special soul skill and plan to counter with my first technique, yet you, cunning lad, withheld your strike until after my first soul skill was unleashed. Zhao Wuji's exhilaration was palpable as he regarded Chen Luo, who had been propelled 10 meters away. A self-deprecating smile crept onto his face. My word, it seems my first soul skill failed to inflict any substantial harm upon you. Your original strategy was to attack and then swiftly distance yourself, and it appears you have succeeded. Chen Luo regained his footing, having sustained minimal damage, expertly retreating with the force of Zhao Wuji's golden light. Zhao Wuji's astute observations spoke volumes of his prowess. The warm-up is complete. Let us commence the true battle. For I find myself quite eager. Allow me to witness your millennia-old soul skill. With that, Zhao Wuji activated his second and third soul rings simultaneously. Zhao Wuji's second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, transformed his hands into colossal bear paws, significantly amplifying his power and offensive capabilities. His third soul skill, gravity enhancement, was already familiar to Chen Luo from the entrance examination. It had been this very technique that had severely hampered Chen Luo's speed, compelling him to forego the fight. If Chen Luo could not secure an absolute advantage in swiftness, he would become nothing more than a sluggish target before Zhao Wuji. Once Zhao Wuji activated gravity enhancement, Chen Luo felt an immediate increase in pressure, as though he were burdened by an immense weight, adversely affecting his speed. Though the challenge was considerable, it merely required some time for adaptation. Chen Luo calmly observed as Zhao Wuji charged toward him. Instead of attacking, he chose to retreat. The simultaneous activation of two soul skills indicated Zhao Wuji's serious intent, thus necessitating that Chen Luo optimize his state of readiness. Zhao Wuji, a formidable soul sage, possessed combat experience that far surpassed Chen Luo's. While Zhao Wuji could afford numerous missteps, Chen Luo had but a single opportunity. Any opening exploited by Zhao Wuji could signify the end of the conflict. Impressive little monster. Following your power increase, you exhibit such remarkable immunity to my gravity enhancement. No wonder I, Zhao Wuji, cannot help but admire you, Zhao Wuji said with a grin. Though Chen Luo's speed had diminished considerably, Zhao Wuji's velocity surged. He unleashed the full extent of his soul power, fully immersing himself in the battle. The distance between them rapidly closed as Zhao Wuji once again accelerated, leaping high and striking at Chen Luo with his bare paw. Yet he struck nothing but air, adapting so quickly. A look of astonishment crossed Zhao Wuji's face as he pivoted, swinging his paw backward. Chen Luo had positioned himself directly behind Zhao Wuji, bringing the scythe of death down upon him. Clang! The scythe met Zhao Wuji's bare paw, yet the black flames surged forth unimpeded once more. Boom! As the black flames approached, Zhao Wuji remained unperturbed. His soul power surged violently, attempting to shield himself. Simultaneously, the first of his black soul rings glimmered with a profound darkness as he unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. An overwhelming force assailed from all sides, drawing Chen Luo uncontrollably closer to Zhao Wuji. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he gripped the scythe tightly. The black millennia soul ring on him radiated darkness. Shadowbind. Countless shadows surged from the scythe, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Wuji, wrapping him tightly within their grasp. As Chen Luo approached within half a meter, the effects of gravity compression finally dissipated. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wuji's chest, leveraging the force to create distance between them. Although Zhao Wuji struggled against the shadow bindings, they did not restrain him for long. Almost simultaneously with Chen Luo's departure, the shadows shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Is this your millennia soul skill? Even I can be ensnared by it. Zhao Wuji's expression flickered with surprise before he resumed his assault on Chen Luo. Be cautious. Next time, I shan't afford you such a generous opportunity to evade. Zhao Wuji closed the distance once more, while Chen Luo remained composed, ready to respond. Inch by inch, strength accumulates. Ultimately, the Grim Reaper's scythe is but a weapon, and when confronted with Zhao Wujia's dual fists, it undeniably possesses certain advantages, allowing for considerable room to maneuver. Chen Luo denied Zhao Wujia the opportunity to approach, calculating the precise attack range of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The moment Zhao Wujia stepped within that threshold, Chen Luo swiftly swung the scythe, initiating his assault. Clang! The blade of the scythe collided once more with the bare paw, black flames roaring forth anew. A slight twitch crossed Zhao Wujia's face. Does that little monster's soul power ever run out? And what astonishing speed that soul skill possesses. Having already endured 2 direct encounters with the black flames, his body bore numerous burn marks, each one still throbbing painfully, sending jolts through his nerves. As the black flames erupted, Zhao Wujia decisively chose to retreat. Thinking of fleeing? A faint smile graced Chen Luo's face, appearing radiant yet to Zhao Wujia. It was utterly terrifying. Shadowbind. In the moment the black flames surged, shadows surged forth, ensnaring Zhao Wujia once more. Caught off guard as he prepared to withdraw, he lost his balance and fell, once again engulfed by the black flames. During this interval, Chen Luo capitalized on the moment to launch another attack. The massive scythe leaving a gruesome gash at Zhao Wujia's waist. Fully maximizing his output, Chen Luo retreated immediately, timing his movements impeccably. Once he had established a safe distance, Zhao Wujia broke free from the shadow's grasp. Goodness, is this ever going to end? Zhao Wujia's face was etched with frustration, and his gaze towards Chen Luo was filled with astonishment. Doesn't your soul skill have a cooldown, and you release it without any need to charge up? How absurd. Chen Luo maintained a gentle smile. I exerted my utmost effort just to barely withstand a few moves from Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujia shot Chen Luo a sidelong glance. Stop being modest with me. Trying to divert the topic, are we? Just because you don't mention it doesn't mean I'm unaware. Your unique fire soul skill also requires charging. Otherwise, with your fierceness, you wouldn't have only unleashed it once. However, that scythe of yours is indeed sharp. Wiping the blood from his waist wound, Zhao Wujia's paw was now stained crimson, yet under the influence of his soul power. The bleeding ceased almost immediately, and the wound began to heal gradually. Clearly, such conventional attacks had little impact on Zhao Wujia. His body was far too resilient, boasting formidable defenses and an astonishing recovery capability. Only specialized soul skill attacks could truly inflict harm on him. Zhao Wujia was right. After activating the indomitable black flames, Chen Luo could not sustain their release indefinitely. It required a certain amount of preparation time. He could unleash it 3 times in succession before needing to wait around 10 seconds to recharge. Though 10 seconds may seem brief in the heat of battle, it was ample time for many actions. However, this did not diminish the formidable nature of the Black Flame's onslaught. Zhao Wujia had certainly suffered due to it. As a soul sage, if Chen Luo were to face an opponent of the same rank, a single surge of black flames could very well render them powerless, perhaps even lead to their demise on the spot. As for the Shadowbind, it too could be released consecutively only twice before requiring 30 seconds for preparation. The control this millennia-old soul skill offered was not to be underestimated. Even Zhao Wujia found it difficult to break free and against an opponent of equal standing. It could essentially spell their end. On the training ground, the Shrek 7 monsters had completed their combat training, and the master had provided a critique for each of them. Every flaw was pointed out without mercy. They had now entered the debriefing phase. The master glanced towards Zhao Wujia and Chen Luo, then turned to the Shrek 7 monsters. Speaking in a grave tone, "You are not yet worthy of being called monsters. True monsters are over there. Your performance today has left me profoundly disappointed. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors, and now you shall all face punishment." Chapter 050. The terrifying rate of advancement boom. On the open ground, a golden giant bear slammed its paw onto the earth, leaving behind an enormous paw print, shaking the ground in its wake. A figure swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the colossal force emanating from the bear's paw, finally halting 20 meters away. Golden light flickered, and the golden giant bear vanished, revealing Zhao Wujia, his body marred with various wounds, appearing rather dejected. "You've grown stronger. This time, you managed to force my martial spirit's true form in under 10 minutes. Zhao Wujia wore a broad smile. Chen Luo returned the gesture with a slight grin. "It's all thanks to your exceptional training, Teacher Zhao. Stop with the empty flattery. It is your own hard work that has brought you here." Zhao Wujia replied jovially. "Only I have suffered." He glanced at his wounds and chuckled, shaking his head. "But it's nothing. As long as it helps you grow stronger, it's all worth it. By the way, Why is your soul power advancing at such an astonishing rate? You must be at least level 35 now, right? Zhao Wujie could not discern Chen Luo's true strength, only sensing the fluctuations in his aura when Chen Luo activated his indomitable spirit. After each battle, Zhao Wujie could clearly perceive Chen Luo's growth. Today, it was evident that Chen Luo had achieved a qualitative leap in strength, signifying a rise in soul power level. First, Chen Luo instinctively blurted out. Zhao Wujie's brow furrowed. Are you implying that you find it slow? Understand that as a soul master progresses, the elevation of soul power becomes increasingly arduous. Reaching the soul master rank is a watershed moment. After attaining that status, the enhancement of soul power cannot merely be attributed to effort. It heavily relies on talent. In just 3 months, you've risen 2 levels. Not even I, nor Dean Flender or the Master, have encountered such an anomaly. Chen Luo explained. It could be due to the soul power derived from the 10,000-year soul ring. After absorbing the ring, there remains a substantial amount of energy within me that I have yet to fully assimilate. The combat training with you over these 3 months has allowed me to absorb that energy, which is why my soul power level has risen by 2 levels. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. That is indeed plausible. However, you are truly remarkable, the most exceptional little monster I have ever encountered. Zhao Wujie never hesitated to praise Chen Luo. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. While activating my martial spirit's true form is exhilarating, it leaves me feeling quite drained, and I will require another 7 days to recuperate. Zhao Wujie chuckled. Your training is now thoroughly complete. I have fulfilled my duty perfectly. You should go see the master. Perhaps he has further plans for you. All right. Thank you very much, Teacher Zhao. Chen Luo nodded, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Wujie waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. No need for such formality. Chen Luo watched Zhao Wujie's departing figure, his gaze filled with appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had swiftly passed, during which Zhao Wujie tirelessly accompanied Chen Luo in realistic combat training. Each time, Zhao Wujie sustained injuries. Yet he never uttered a word of complaint. The more severe his wounds, the happier he seemed, a joy that radiated from within. Even after activating his martial spirit's true form, which left him in a weakened state, he continued to train alongside Chen Luo, never once expressing a grievance. To have such an outstanding teacher, Chen Luo felt genuine gratitude from the depths of his heart. In terms of strength, Chen Luo was indeed a monstrous presence among his peers, yet when facing the soul sage Zhao Wujie, he lacked the capability to bring him down, unless he were to unleash the 2 undead soul beasts from the realm of the dead. It is precisely because Zhao Waoqi is exceptionally formidable that Chen Luo is able to challenge his own limits during each practical training session, continually breaking through time and again. Beyond the enhancement of his combat abilities, Chen Luo's soul power level has also risen by 2 ranks. This ascension is not merely a result of the benefits conferred by the 10,000-year soul ring, as he initially suggested. It is entirely the fruit of his diligent cultivation, intricately linked to his daily challenges against his limits. When in a state of extremity, the Death God's secret art operates with fervor, accelerating Chen Luo's training speed exponentially. Following each breakthrough of a bottleneck, his training speed, already remarkable, seems almost sluggish during these extreme conditions, as he ascends 2 levels in just 3 months. This training has proven to be immensely fruitful, and he eagerly anticipates the sessions that lie ahead. Chen Luo reflects contentedly within, but also muses, alas. The frenzied method of leveling up through extreme challenges cannot be consistently employed, otherwise my soul power would surely ascend at an astonishing rate. While this method is indeed rapid, it lacks stability. Henceforth, it is imperative to solidify the gains of this period. The journey must ultimately be taken step by step, as hastiness can lead to pitfalls. To traverse further, one must lay a solid foundation. Chen Luo has always been a person of great composure, never allowing the immediate fruits of success to cloud his judgment or lead him toward potentially ruinous shortcuts. Today's soul power expenditure is manageable, and there is no need for further arduous training. He decides to visit Xiao Wu to check on their progress, curious about how their training has unfolded over the past 3 months. Dusting off his clothes, he strides toward the area where Xiao Wu and the others are training. You have successfully completed the first phase of training. You have not disappointed me. I grant you 7 days to rest well in preparation for the subsequent second phase of training. As Chen Luo arrives at their training ground, the master is concluding his remarks. After delivering his instructions, the master prepares to depart. Upon passing Chen Luo, the master casts a surprised glance at him. Finished? Yes, completed. Excellent. Master, Teacher Zhao mentioned that my current training is concluded. What about my subsequent training? We shall discuss that in 7 days. Very well. With this brief exchange, the master departs. Chen Luo approaches Xiao Wu, who immediately notices his arrival and rushes to him. Let me see. Did you sustain any injuries today? Xiao Wu inquires with great concern for Chen Luo's well-being. After 3 months of rigorous training, there seems to be no visible change in Xiao Wu. Her complexion remains rosy, untouched by the sun, exuding a lively spirit. Chen Luo smiles gently. I'm fine, just a few minor scrapes. Everyone has been watching. Only then does Xiao Wu stand beside Chen Luo, her cheeks slightly flushed. Observing the other members of the Shrek squad, he notes that each has undergone some degree of transformation over the past 3 months. The most notable change is in Ma Hongjun, who has slimmed down considerably. Though he still appears somewhat plump, compared to his former bulkiness, the current Ma Hongjun radiates a sense of strength. The others have also experienced corresponding changes. Dai Mubai has become significantly more robust, exuding explosive power with a glint of fierce light in his eyes. Oscar appears much more athletic. At first glance, few would suspect him of being a support-type soul master. Tang Sen has also grown sturdier, seemingly taller and more composed, his gaze revealing a steadfast resolve. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing have transformed remarkably, losing weight and becoming more toned. Their fierce determination adds to their already exquisite appearances. Chen Luo occasionally visits this training ground, but due to his own intense regimen, his visits have been limited. His last visit was a fortnight ago. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Dai Mubai and the others greet him warmly. Chen Luo, you seem to have finished earlier today than last time. You're incredible. Dai Mubai exclaims. It was luck. Chen Luo modestly replies. Ma Hongjun steps forward, mimicking Xiao Wu's earlier concern. Let me see. Did you get hurt today? Xiao Wu's face instantly flushes as she glares at Ma Hongjun. You fatso. Try that again and see what happens. Ma Hongjun scoffs. Look at you, so familiar. It's not fatso, it's fourth brother. While teasing Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun's gaze remains fixed on Chen Luo, genuinely concerned about his injuries. Goodness, just a few scrapes and are nearly healed. Chen Luo, are you even human? Or has teacher Zhao grown weaker? Ma Hongjun exclaims in astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi's deep voice suddenly resonates. Fatty, who are you calling weak? Ma Hongjun jumps in surprise. When did you arrive, teacher Zhao? Just now. As he speaks, Zhao Oki approaches Oscar. Without needing instruction, Oscar retrieves a pre-prepared sausage and hands it to Zhao Waoqi. Teacher Zhao, you owe me 10 gold soul coins. When will you settle up? Oscar grins, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Zhao Waoqi shoots him an exasperated glance. What a pitiful sight you are. It's just 10 gold soul coins. You can have them next time. With that, Zhao Waoqi departs. Oscar shrugs, looks like my 10 gold soul coins are gone. Tang San remarks. Teacher Zhao's injuries seem to grow worse by the day. Oscar chuckles, pulling Tang San into a friendly embrace, then gestures toward Chen Luo. This is all Chen Luo's doing. In contrast to the lively demeanor of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang San appears considerably more mature, speaking little but showing concern for Chen Luo. He is the first to notice Chen Luo's arrival. As soon as Chen Luo appears, he employs his purple extreme demon eye to assess Chen Luo's injuries. Seeing that Chen Luo is unharmed, he breathes a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong approaches Chen Luo with a smile. Chen Luo, I just overheard your conversation with the master. Has your training also concluded? Chen Luo nods gently, yes. I too have a 7-day holiday. Ning Rongrong beams at Xiao Wu. We can rest together now. Why don't you take Xiao Wu to Soto City for a stroll? She has been mentioning you every day, wondering if you might get hurt or whatnot. Before Ning Rongrong can finish, Xiao Wu playfully tickles her. Stop saying nonsense. Ma Hongjun interjects. Rongrong, what are you worrying about? Chen Luo and Xiao Wu sleep next to each other every day. You fatso, are you looking for a fight? Xiao Wu retorts. Forget it. Forget it. I can't afford to provoke you. And Xiao Wu, you should call me fourth brother, all right? Show some respect. Having said that, Ma Hongjun hastily retreats, heading towards Soto City. As he leaves, he cheekily calls back to Dai Mubai. Dai boss, want to join me? Get lost. All right then. After 3 solid months of intense training, everyone is quite fatigued. Oscar and Tang Sen head back to their dormitory for rest, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing also return to their quarters. Dai Mubai trails behind Zhu Zhiqing, likely returning to his dormitory after seeing her home. The prospect of heading to Soto City seems slim, as Dai Mubai has been remarkably well-behaved of late. Now it's just the two of us. Shall we explore Soto City? Chen Luo inquires of Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu pouts, don't listen to Rongrong's nonsense. I never said I wanted to go to Soto City. Let's just go back and sleep. I'm truly exhausted. You've worked hard, Chen Luo replies. Yes, indeed. Xiao Wu entwined her arm around Chen Luo's. In truth, you are the one who bears the greatest burden. Each day, you engage in combat with Master Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of level 76. Even without his martial soul's true form, he is extraordinarily formidable. Do you feel heartache? Indeed, every time I see you return injured. My heart aches terribly, Chen Luo replied as they strolled towards their dormitory. Although they shared a sleeping space, their schedules over the past 3 months have been dissimilar. Chen Luo often returned the latest. Initially, he was battered and bruised, but gradually he began to recover. Chen Luo never held back against Zhao Wujia. He always fought with full force, resulting in Zhao Wujia leaving each day with his own injuries. Conversely, Zhao Wujia also spared no effort against Chen Luo, for without such intensity, Chen Luo could not push his own limits. On the first day of their break, Xiao Wu slumbered until noon. Chen Luo, however, spent his time in a state of cultivation, requiring ample time to solidify his strength. Having just undergone rigorous combat training, he was now immersed in the intensity of daily practice. Although he wished to exert less effort, the sight of Xiao Wu invigorated him. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently strong could he safeguard her well-being. Upon Xiao Wu awakening at noon, Chen Luo accompanied her to lunch, and on their return, they fortuitously encountered Tang San. Tang San had come specifically to instruct Chen Luo and Xiao Wu in the usage and techniques of hidden weapons, and they took the opportunity to converse together. From Nodding City to Soto City, and from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy, the trio, Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, had grown up together. Their camaraderie was a profoundly beautiful affair. Although Tang San was occasionally reticent, he expressed his concern for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu through his actions, often embodying the role of a stern elder brother in their presence. As Tang San taught Chen Luo and Xiao Wu the methods and techniques of hidden weapons, he adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, akin to a meticulous teacher, holding high expectations for their performance, only satisfied when they met his standards. The day passed swiftly, and by evening, the lesson concluded. The three shared dinner before returning to their respective dormitories. While Tang San stayed up late to assemble hidden weapons, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu prepared for their own training. Shortly after Chen Luo and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps echoed outside the door. Before Chen Luo could open it, Oscar's voice rang out. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, Fatty's been beaten. Let's go teach them a lesson. As the doors swung open, the members of Shrek's 7 were nearly gathered, with Ma Hongjun, sporting a face swollen like a pig's, standing out conspicuously among them. What happened? I just heard that Fatty was beaten, Chen Luo inquired. As Xiao Wu peered over his shoulder, her curiosity piqued. Who asked that pig-headed fellow? It can't be Fatty, can it? Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes reflected a hint of confusion. What on earth transpired? Chen Luo pressed. Dai Mubai remarked, was it you who said Fatty should explain, or should I? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, utterly ashamed to recount his own embarrassing affair. Dai Mubai cast a disapproving glance at him. Look at you, utterly disgraceful. The story goes like this. Fatty went to Soto City to resolve his fiery issue and encountered a lecherous uncle. They both fancied the same woman, leading to a brawl. The opponent was a soul master. I believe his name was something like Baloo, and Fatty was no match for him, resulting in his current state. Dai Mubai succinctly recounted the events. Fatty interjected eagerly. That guy insulted me, claiming I was lacking in certain areas. Any man would find that intolerable. Sister Wu, brother-in-law, you must stand up for me. If I hadn't been training hard recently, I might not have returned in one piece. Who are you calling brother-in-law? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened, her face slightly flushed. Let us not dwell on the details. The point is I, your fourth brother, was bullied and beaten up. What do you suggest we do? Ma Hongjun insisted. Moreover, I overheard the madam at the brothel say that this scoundrel often engages in nefarious deeds, ruining countless innocent girls before callously disposing of them. Such filth should not be allowed to exist in this world. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. How dare he lay a hand on my brother? We must ensure he is left utterly incapacitated. If he truly is that kind of scum, we shall rid the world of him today. In an instant, the usually demure Xiao Wu radiated an air of audacious leadership. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips, and even Tang San instinctively wore a faint smile. The members of Shrek's 7 who had not joined were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, primarily because they were unaware of the incident. Ma Hongjun, being a man of pride, wished to keep the matter under wraps. The purpose of gathering Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was clear. Everyone recognized Chen Luo's formidable strength. They were confident in dealing with an opponent of Soul Master caliber. But if Chen Luo joined them, their assurance would be even greater. "Let us go," Chen Luo declared. The group immediately set forth, moving swiftly, and within half an hour, they arrived in Soto City. Under Ma Hongjuan's guidance, they navigated through a series of streets until they reached a rather secluded corner of the city. Before them stood a row of modest houses, showing signs of age. Several pink lanterns swayed in the breeze, beneath which stood a few heavily made-up women, peddling their charms to passers-by. "Unsurprisingly, Ma Hongjuan feins to daimobaya siskorn." "Fatty, you chose this place to solve your fiery issue?" "Dai lao da. I didn't want to, but it was cheap," Ma Hongjun replied. Oscar scoffed. "Those women are old enough to be your mothers. How did you bring yourself to engage with them?" Ma Hongjun sighed. "Enough of your mockery. Let's focus on the task at hand. You all wait here while I go check if that scoundrel has left." At that moment, Oscar was already preparing conjuring sausages. Better safe than sorry. Ma Hongjun soon returned, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "That guy's currently settling the bill. He'll be out shortly." The group moved to a shadowy corner across from the house, waiting silently for Bu Li's appearance. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the building. He had dark skin, stood just over 1.60 m, and wore a lewd grin. His right hand was bandaged, and he donned a tattered pair of shorts, coupled with flip-flops. It was indeed Douluo. "Today, I'm in a good mood. Just out for a stroll," Douluo hummed merrily as he sauntered down the street. Ma Hongjun was already brimming with impatience, his fists clenched. "When do we strike?" "Now," came Chen Luo's calm voice. Before anyone could react, Chen Luo surged forward with incredible speed, without even unleashing his martial soul. Douluo, still basking in the joy of his recent escapades, was caught off guard as a shadow darted past him, followed by tremendous force striking his jaw, sending him tumbling. Seeing Chen Luo make his move, Dai Mubai and the others wasted no time, joining the fray without hesitation. Chen Luo's punch dislocated Douluo's jaw, the sheer force rendering him dazed and disoriented. Douluo barely had a chance to activate his martial soul before the group descended upon him with relentless fury. After a vigorous 10 minutes of punishment, they finally relented, leaving Douluo half alive. Chen Luo had merely initiated the encounter. He stood aside, silently observing. Had he truly engaged, Douluo would have already met his demise. Having vented his pent-up rage, Ma Hongjun felt immensely better, his face brightening as he urged the group to go out for a meal. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Luo did not take a seat but greeted everyone with a smile, saying, "You all go ahead and eat. I have a little matter to attend to." "What is it?" "I'll accompany you," Xiao Wu immediately offered. Chen Luo replied, "It's just a trivial affair. I'll be back shortly, so you should wait here obediently." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Sister Wu, do you not trust Chen Luo at all? I have a keen eye for character. He is definitely not off to do anything nefarious." Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to quiet down and focus on ordering food. "Just return quickly and be careful," Xiao Wu advised. "Dai Mubai laughed artiri. There's no need for such concern. Do you not know what Chen Luo is capable of?" "Oscar, hand me a large sausage," Chen Luo instructed, looking towards Oscar. Oscar, slightly puzzled, handed over the sausage he had previously prepared but not used, inquiring, "Do you need anything else?" "No, that's all." With the sausage in hand, Chen Luo exited the hotel and made his way to the small house where Ma Hongjun dealt with the malevolent fire. "Oh my goodness, Yanji, what has happened? Someone, come quickly." Yanji is in dire straits. In a small room of the humble abode, a woman in her 20s lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her clothes were tattered, and she bore numerous wounds, her body a testament to relentless torment, with blood staining the bed. It appeared she was beyond saving. Beside her, an older woman was frantically calling for help. Shortly after, several other women rushed into the room, their faces filled with concern as they gazed at the woman on the bed, fear etched on their features. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a boy entered, holding a sausage in his hand. "Crush this and feed it to her. There may still be a chance." The older woman hesitated for a moment before accepting the sausage and administering it to the woman on the bed. The boy then asked, "By the way, have there been frequent incidents of girls ending up like this lately?" The older woman paused, then in a fit of rage shouted, "It must be Douluo, that heartless scoundrel." When they turned back, the boy had vanished without a trace. Chapter 053. The Ring of Death. Why hasn't Chen Luo returned yet? The dishes are all served. Ma Hongjun wondered, glancing towards the entrance, but finding no sign of Chen Luo. Xiao Wu suggested, "Everyone, let us eat. There's no need to wait for him." The table was laden with delectable dishes, the aroma enticing, still steaming. Dai Mubai asserted, "We simply cannot do that. Chen Luo should be back soon, so let us wait a little longer." Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes appeared tranquil as she disregarded the other's words, picking up her chopsticks to begin eating. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, sensing Xiao Wu's discontent, and both forced awkward smiles, particularly Ma Hongjun, who looked somewhat guilty. Oscar chimed in, "Rest assured, Xiao Wu, Chen Luo is definitely not up to any mischief. He requested a sausage from me, so he is likely off to a brawl. Perhaps even at the Soul Arena." Ma Hongjun quickly concurred. "That seems quite plausible. During our training over those 3 months, I saw Chen Luo go to the Soto Great Soul Arena several times." Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. "You really have boundless energy. After such exhausting training, you still found time to seek entertainment in Soto City?" Ma Hongjun shrugged. "You all know my situation. I wasn't seeking amusement. I was fighting for survival." He then turned to Xiao Wu, emphasizing, "I'm serious. I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Great Soul Arena multiple times." Suddenly, Tang San, who had been quietly sitting nearby, spoke up, "Chen Luo is back." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards the door. From the shadows emerged a figure, Chen Luo. "I apologize for the delay. There was a minor incident that held me up," he explained as he entered the restaurant, greeting everyone. "You could have started eating without me. That simply won't do. Come on, come on. The food is still warm. Let us dig in together." Dai Mubai urged with a smile. Ma Hongjun added with a grin, "Chen Luo, we are truly grateful for your efforts today. Let us enjoy a few drinks later." "Certainly," Chen Luo replied, taking a seat next to Xiao Wu. "Umph." Xiao Wu huffed, deliberately shifting away to maintain distance from Chen Luo. Chen Luo was taken aback, and, upon glancing at the others, noticed they were dramatically miming to indicate that Xiao Wu was upset. There was no need for words. It was quite evident. Chen Luo smiled slightly and leaned closer to Xiao Wu, whispering, "Who has offended my dear Xiao Wu? Umph. What is it to you? Why did you come back? Do you wish I hadn't returned?" Xiao Wu pouted. "What were you doing just now?" Chen Luo, sensing her annoyance stemmed from his lack of communication about his whereabouts and whether she could accompany him, replied mysteriously, "I'll tell you later." "That is more like it." The intricacies of a girl's heart are often elusive, yet Chen Luo was relatively well acquainted with Xiao Wu, having been together for so many years. Xiao Wu's primary grievance lay in Chen Luo's failure to inform her of his intentions and his exclusion of her from his plans. "You two stop whispering. Whatever you have to say can wait until you're under the covers. Let's eat before the food gets cold." Dai Mubai chided playfully. Chen Luo nodded and began to eat. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she ceased her sulking, inching closer to Chen Luo. The group commenced their meal, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. By the time they returned to Shrek Academy, it was well past midnight. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo. He chuckled helplessly and began to explain, "I mainly want to take care of 3 matters." "What 3 matters?" Xiao Wu feigned seriousness, adopting the demeanor of a concerned spouse. "Saving a life, taking a life, and incidentally completing a soul battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena." Upon hearing the first half, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. "Saving a life? Taking a life? What on earth is going on? Can't you explain everything at once?" Chen Luo replied, "If I told you everything in one breath, how would my dear Xiao Wu maintain her curiosity?" "Less chatter. Just get to the point," Xiao Wu insisted, her gaze unwavering. "There was a girl in the small house who was on the verge of death. I went to save her. Everything was the doing of Douluo. I killed him." Chen Luo succinctly recounted the events. Xiao Wu was momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information, choosing not to dwell on the details. Instead, she demanded, "Be more specific." Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. "I knew your little head wouldn't grasp it all at once." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him, urging, "Hurry up." When we confronted Douluo, I caught a whiff of blood and recalled what the fatty had told us. That Douluo was a complete psychopath who relished torturing young girls. The scent of blood was unmistakably wafting from the small house, so I decided to investigate to confirm whether Douluo was indeed such a monster. The outcome, as it turned out, was just that. A girl was being tortured to the brink of death by Douluo. Others mentioned that this was not Douluo's first offense, but because he was a soul master, the common folk could do nothing against him. "So, you eradicated a menace to society?" "Precisely. Well done. Scum like that deserves to perish. In fact, I didn't just eliminate Douluo. I also took care of 2 of his accomplices, all of whom were of the same ilk, and dealt with them all in one go." "How infuriating. You didn't take me along. That's so inconsiderate. I didn't want you to witness such a gruesome scene. I, Xiao Wu, have seen my fair share of bloodshed." Chen Luo gently tapped her nose. "Leave those matters to me. It would be unbecoming for my dear Xiao Wu to get involved." "Is everything taken care of?" "Yes. And then you casually went to the Soto Great Soul Arena to complete a soul battle? Xiao Wu finally brought up the third matter that had nearly slipped her mind. Chen Luo nodded slightly. Another victory. That makes it 30 consecutive wins. Your speed is indeed impressive. I can't believe you've accomplished so much. That fellow Douluo is a soul master of considerable caliber. And his two companions likely possess formidable strength as well. Ah, but they truly pose no threat to you. As for the battles in the soul arena, it would be quite extraordinary if you were to lose. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. Isn't there someone who thinks I returned too late and question my reasons for coming back? Who could that be? I don't know. It's certainly not me. Xiao Wu feigned ignorance, then yawned. I'm so tired. I really need to sleep now. Wait a moment. I have something for you. Huh? Hurry and show me. The initially fatigued Xiao Wu suddenly perked up, her sparkling eyes radiating excitement. Chen Luo brushed his hand across the death god's ring, and a pitch-black ring materialized in his grasp. The design of the ring was rather ordinary, a simple circular band, but upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate and profound patterns etched upon its surface. This is a gift for you. This ring is rather unattractive. Your taste seems rather poor. Despite her words, Xiao Wu's hand shot out eagerly to claim it, and as she examined it closely, a delightful smile unconsciously graced her delicate features. After a moment of admiration, Xiao Wu grew increasingly fond of it and slipped the ring onto her right middle finger. The black ring appeared to adjust perfectly to the size of her finger, ensuring a flawless fit regardless of how it was worn. The instant she adorned it, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. At that moment, Chen Luo spoke up. This ring is no ordinary trinket. It likely possesses numerous functions. So far, I have discovered that it can conceal one's aura. Do you like it? The look of surprise on Xiao Wu's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an exuberant smile. I love it. Chapter 054 Review. Xiao Wu had already drifted into slumber, while Chen Luo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling and reflecting on the events of the evening. Initially, he harbored no intentions of harming Douluo. To him, it appeared to be merely a quarrel between two men over a woman, escalating into a physical confrontation. As a classmate and friend, assisting the chubby fellow in venting his frustrations was acceptable, but it hardly warranted a life-or-death conflict. It wasn't until they reached Soto City and arrived at the modest dwelling that Chen Luo realized the situation was far more complicated. Prior to their departure, the chubby fellow had mentioned that Douluo was a scoundrel who relished in the torment of young girls. At that time, Chen Luo had dismissed it as mere exaggeration, thinking the chubby one sought sympathy. However, Douluo truly was a wretch, due to the nature of his martial soul and the death god's techniques. Chen Luo's perceptive abilities were significantly heightened. Thus, upon arriving at the dwelling, he caught the scent of blood. Recalling the chubby one's words, he grasped the gravity of the situation. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the identity of a soul master far eclipses that of an ordinary person. Wule, being a soul master of no small prowess, dared to treat human lives with utter disdain. Fortunately, this was a world that revered the strong, allowing Chen Luo to eradicate the threat with relative ease. Among soul masters, there existed certain codes. They were not permitted to prey upon the weak simply because of their superior strength. Yet, Douluo was exceedingly cunning, always targeting the most vulnerable among the populace, ensuring no one could resist and few would intervene. Typically, Chen Luo would not involve himself in such matters. In the light, shadows always lurk. The brighter the illumination, the more sordid the darkness beneath. Yet, having encountered this situation, he felt compelled to act. His motivations were not solely rooted in a sense of justice. Personal emotions played a role as well. Having taken action against Douluo, he knew the scoundrel would harbor resentment, and with two equally formidable companions, Chen Luo preferred not to live under the shadow of such a threat. When the grass is cut, the roots must be severed. Armed with sufficient justification, it was imperative to eliminate all hazards. The battle unfolded without any embellishments. Chen Luo activated his immortal technique and dispatched Douluo and his cohorts in under a minute. Chen Luo's formidable strength, capable of contending with soul saints like Zhao Wuji, ensured that he was anything but weak. Even with the Soul King among Douluo's ranks, they posed no delay to his triumph, especially as Douluo was incapacitated. Engaging two opponents simultaneously was devoid of suspense. After vanquishing Douluo and his companions, Chen Luo utilized the soul hunt technique to obliterate their souls completely. Through their memories and remnants, he confirmed their true nature as vile individuals. As for their lifeless bodies, he paid them no heed, even neglecting to use poison flames to erase the evidence. No one would mourn the demise of lowly commoners, nor would they care about the lives of a few detestable soul masters. Their elimination merely underscored the strength of the assailant, deterring others from provoking him. Moreover, their deaths were indeed well-deserved. This marked Chen Luo's first experience employing the soul hunt technique against soul masters, a sensation unlike any other. Through their souls, he could selectively glimpse fragments of their memories and absorb a portion of their power. While complete consumption of their strength was unrealistic, the power, including their souls, was still considerable. With 3 soul masters, one of whom was a soul king, Chen Luo had yet to fully digest the energy they provided. He anticipated this would require some time. Absorbing power was relatively straightforward. The critical challenge lay in meticulously purging the negative energy from their tainted souls. Care was essential, for any adverse effects upon himself would lead to regrettable consequences. It was far simpler to absorb the souls of beasts or soul beasts, although they too harbored negative energies. They lacked the complexity found in humanity. Whether the purest souls originate from humans is uncertain, but the most corrupted undoubtedly do. After dealing with Douluo and his companions, Chen Luo proceeded to the Soto Great Soul Arena to fulfill his combat matches. Throughout the prior 3 months of training, unless utterly exhausted, he consistently made time in the evenings to compete in the Soul Arena. His motivation was not merely the trivial desire for victory. Rather, he sought to complete the system's side quests. During those 3 months, Chen Luo participated in over 20 matches, with this evening marking his 30th, leading to yet another unbroken winning streak. Within his rank, none could rival him. Only a few could compel him to unleash his martial soul. Following his 30th consecutive victory, Chen Luo received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task, awarding him the Death God's Ring. At first glance, the Death God's Ring resembled a miniature version of the Death God's Hand, albeit with entirely distinct intricate patterns. The complex designs, akin to formations, represented their true value. The storage space and spirit realm of the Death God's Hand were likely connected to these formations. Upon acquiring the Death God's Hand, Chen Luo quickly grasped its utility. However, the Death God's Ring remained shrouded in mystery. He understood it possessed the ability to conceal one's aura, yet the system provided no further insights. Due to his martial soul and the Death God's techniques, Chen Luo inherently possessed a uniqueness. Unless he revealed his full power, others could not discern his true strength. Even a titled Douluo standing before him would likely be oblivious. Moreover, Chen Luo had no need for the Death God's Ring to obscure other aspects. It was simply that Xiao Wu had a pressing need for the Death God's Ring. Xiao Wu is a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast, and she currently remains in her juvenile stage. Any individual with a soul power level exceeding that of his soul Douluo can perceive her soul beast aura, while a more formidable titled Douluo can easily discern Xiao Wu's true identity. It can be said that Xiao Wu continuously treads along the edge of a blade, living in a state of peril. The Death God's Ring is perfectly suited for her, capable of aiding her in concealing her soul beast aura. Unless Xiao Wu herself reveals her identity, no one would be able to discern it. And indeed, few would believe that an ordinary individual could be a 100,000-year soul beast. It is prudent to focus on cultivation and expeditiously absorb the energy gained from hunting souls. Once fully absorbed, my soul power level is bound to rise once more. If future developments were not a consideration, the reckless pursuit of soul master souls would undoubtedly allow for rapid enhancement of my strength in a short span. However, such a course of action would clearly lead to self-destruction, and it is best to refrain from even contemplating it. An occasional absorption of souls may be permissible, but the moment the thought arises and solidifies, the soul becomes tainted, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiao Wu, Chen Luo swiftly dispelled any errant thoughts from his mind, rose promptly, and settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. Chapter 055, Soul Fighting Training. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The little monsters of Shrek were once again ready to commence their classes, soon embarking on the second phase of training. During these 7 days, Chen Luo successfully absorbed all the power acquired from hunting souls, resulting in a further elevation of his soul power level, which now stood at 36. This astonishing rate of ascension in soul power was so remarkable that even Chen Luo found it exaggerated, were it not for his strong will. He might have been tempted to hunt soul masters or soul beasts, seeking to rapidly enhance his strength through the acquisition of other souls. After breakfast, before the familiar sound of the class bell rang, the Shrek little monsters conscientiously gathered on the playground, with Chen Luo among them. He understood that his second phase of training would undoubtedly differ from that of the Shrek 7, and he was quite curious about how the master would arrange it. Shortly thereafter, the master arrived at the playground, appearing significantly more spirited than before. Likely influenced by the little monsters, his mindset had shifted considerably. After a brief address, the master swiftly transitioned to the main topic. As expected, the second phase of instruction for the Shrek 7 would take place at the Soto Great Soul Arena. With no restrictions on time, training would conclude only upon the acquisition of the Silver Soul Badge. Accommodations for everyone would also be arranged at a nearby inn, with all expenses to be borne individually. Once the arrangements for the Shrek 7 were made, the master's gaze finally settled on Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you are to participate as well. You may independently engage in soul battles, and if you wish to make further progress in practical combat, you can continue to seek out Master Zhao Wujin for training. Your circumstances differ from theirs, and self-directed arrangements would be more beneficial. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly comprehended. He had no formal second phase training. Everything that followed would depend entirely on him. With his current strength, he could effortlessly unleash Zhao Wujin's martial soul in its true form. However, engaging Zhao Wujin while he was in his martial soul true form would not yield favorable results due to the vast disparity in strength. A soul master in their martial soul true form is an entirely different entity than one who is not. Moreover, activating the martial soul true form is not something to be taken lightly. Once initiated, a period of weakness follows, and there is no need to subject Zhao Wujin to such strain. Other instructors were available at the academy, such as Li Yusong and others, but their training lacked the efficacy of Zhao Wujin's, as they were unable to fully unleash their potential, and Chen Luo could not afford to be heavy-handed with them. Being elderly instructors, thus, he resolved to join the Shrek group to Soto City, to partake in the Soto Great Soul Arena's activities, and should it prove dull, he could always return to Shrek to train with Zhao Wujin. Chen Luo mused internally. Primarily, Chen Luo also required a transitional period, for his recent surge in soul power level had been excessively rapid, necessitating thorough cultivation to stabilize it. After arranging for Chen Luo, the master's attention returned to the Shrek 7. During the soul battle competition, there are several restrictions you must heed. First, you must not reveal your appearance or disclose your names. All battles will be conducted under aliases. Second, no one, including Tang San, is permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, each participant must engage in at least 2 competitions daily, regardless of victory or defeat. In a modest hotel near Soto City and the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Shrek group had settled in, and at this moment, everyone, including Chen Luo, congregated in Tang San's room to discuss matters pertaining to the soul battle competition. The first order of business was to establish each person's alias, which matched Chen Luo's recollections perfectly. Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Sausage Specialist, Oscar, Thousand Hand Azura, Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit, Xiao Wu, Seven Treasure Glaze Tile, Ning Rongrong, Ghostly Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo chose the moniker Scythe of the Death God. Next came the arrangements for the competitions, but Chen Luo lost interest in that discourse. Since he and Xiao Wu had already formed a duo, they could not be separated, and thus, Chen Luo was compelled to compete alongside her. The master also imposed a restriction. Chen Luo was not to activate his martial soul during the battles. Even without activating his martial soul, Chen Luo could still dominate against opponents of equal rank. Yet he understood that this was ultimately training for Xiao Wu, and he would exercise restraint, ensuring he did not become an obstacle on her path to becoming stronger. The soul battle competition commenced swiftly, with Chen Luo's individual battles kicking off first. As usual, he refrained from activating his martial soul, effortlessly defeating his opponent. For him, there was no pressure in this setting. He was merely there to score points and earn rewards. During the subsequent competitions of the Shrek group, Chen Luo observed keenly, engaging with the master to analyze battle scenarios and predict outcomes. Already privy to the results, Chen Luo articulated his insights with clarity, bolstered by his unique understanding of combat, prompting the master to nod in approval. Before long, all individual competitions concluded, with everyone achieving their first victory of the day, leading into the duo battles. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, as the dance duo, faced off against the cat and mouse duo. Throughout the entire engagement, Chen Luo made every effort to temper his strength, allowing ample space for Xiao Wu to showcase her abilities, yet they still secured a decisive victory. In terms of both practical experience and pure strength comparison, the cat and mouse duo was utterly outclassed. Chen Luo had been keenly aware of Xiao Wu's diligence. She had indeed made significant progress during this time. This soul battle was far too easy. It felt like you hardly had to lift a finger. After the match, Xiao Wu luxuriated in stretching her body and then turned her head to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. It's primarily because our Xiao Wu is simply too formidable. I hardly had the chance to intervene. Oof. Don't think I'm unaware that you were deliberately creating opportunities for me. Although Xiao Wu had been fully immersed in the battle, she was still able to reflect on certain details afterward, recognizing that Chen Luo had afforded her numerous favorable chances. Otherwise, she could not have performed so effortlessly. Good performance. Xiao Wu offered her most candid appraisal. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Is there a reward? I'll treat you to something delicious later. All right. Your expression of surprise is rather exaggerated. I'll be sure to be more mindful next time. Xiao Wu laughed, wrapping her arms around Chen Luo's as they made their way back to the resting area. The other little monsters of Shrek soon commenced their 2-on-2 soul battles, achieving perfect victories as well. The first day had begun splendidly for all, just as everyone reveled in their triumphs. The master maintained his serious demeanor. It is now time for Team Soul battles. The Shrek 7 monsters have also signed up for the Team Soul fighting competition. Since 3 of them possess the formidable level of 30, their opponents are all soul masters of level 30 and above. Naturally, Chen Luo is excluded from participating in the team match. Although he yearns to experience it firsthand, the master resolutely refuses, stating that his presence would disrupt the balance. Thus, Chen Luo must concede. Before long, the Team Soul fighting is about to commence. Previously, Chen Luo could only witness the thrilling duels of soul masters through novels or animations. But now he is afforded the opportunity to witness it live, which fills him with eager anticipation. In the open field, a confrontation unfolds between a man and a bear. A young man clad in a black outfit wields a massive scythe, his entire being enveloped in black flames. It appears he has just endured a heavy blow. His body slightly hunched as he clutches his chest, gasping for breath, a hint of pain etched on his handsome face. The ground around him is ravaged, and before him lie 2 trenches over half a meter deep, his feet sunk into the earth. Before him stands a golden giant bear, emitting a low growl, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. No more fighting. I can't take it anymore. It's impossible to contend with you, kid. The golden bear waves its colossal paw, then rapidly shrinks, revealing a battered middle-aged man who stands weakly, hands on his knees. Teacher Zhao, you have gained a significant advantage, and yet you choose to quit? Chen Luo swiftly retracted his indestructible state and weapon spirit, emerging from the earth with a faint smile before walking slowly toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia waved his hand slightly. Don't think I don't see through your little fishing tricks. Do you really believe I would fall for such blatant flaws? I'm not blind. I sense that with each level you ascend, your power increases tremendously. You must truly be a monster. Sometimes I feel that if you were even stronger, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Zhao, you're exaggerating more and more. Zhao Wujia frowned. I speak nothing but the truth. Well, it's about time. Let us head to Soto City. The team competition for those little monsters should be starting soon. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia pulled out several sausages, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously, his various injuries starting to heal. All right, Chen Luo nodded. Soon after, the two set off for Soto City. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, a melodious voice rang out above the central arena, now welcoming the Royal Fight Team and the Shrek 7 monsters to the stage. An 18 or 19-year-old girl, elegantly clad in a pristine white gown, presided over the only Team Soul fighting match of the night. The bright golden lights, professional sound amplification soul tools, and the signature host of Soto Great Soul Arena all underscored the significance of this evening's competition. For this event, the Soto Arena had made extensive preparations, canceling all other team matches to hold a special session during prime time. Simultaneously, 2 silent doors opened, and both teams entered the arena, striding towards the center. Before the contestants took to the stage, the beautiful host had been continuously introducing them, and now, as both teams emerged, the crowd erupted in cheers. From the left, the Royal Fight Team stepped onto the stage, led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, Yu Qianheng. From the right came the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Dai Mu Bai, with the little monsters of Shrek following suit. Upon their arrival, a silent clash of gazes occurred between the captains, Dai Mu Bai and Yu Qianheng, as the invisible tension escalated even before the match officially began. Attention, Soul Masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your weapon spirits. You may only attack once I declare the match to begin. The match will continue until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the arena. Hovering in midair, the host, Dodo, flapped her snowy wings as she conveyed the rules in her enchanting voice. Thank goodness we made it. Otherwise, we would have missed this incredible match. Chen Luo stood at the entrance where the teams emerged, alongside Flender, the Master, and Zhao Wujia. Of course, the Master, Flender, and Zhao Wujia were the true leaders, while Chen Luo merely came to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, all Soul Masters from both teams activated their weapon spirits, flooding the arena with overwhelming soul power, prompting the host Douluo to involuntarily rise a bit higher into the air. Since you all want to watch the match, why drag me into practical training? Zhao Wujia patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, slightly annoyed. The Master then inquired, "How is the training going? This kid is getting stronger. I reckon it 1 TB long before I can't keep up with him." Zhao Wujia shrugged. "Teacher Zhao, you jest. It's not that exaggerated," Chen Luo replied, his gaze fixed on the arena, where the two teams had already begun their battle. The Master and Flender exchanged surprised glances with Chen Luo before focusing their attention back on the competition. They had all witnessed Chen Luo's growth. If the little monsters on stage were the pride of Shrek, then Chen Luo was the monster among monsters. Even when faced with formidable opponents like the Royal Fight Team, as long as Chen Luo took the stage, the outcome was never in doubt. The gap was simply too great. While Zhao Wujia's remarks contained elements of exaggeration, Chen Luo's strength was beyond question. While Dai Mubai and Tang San were still grappling with opponents of their own level, Chen Luo had already demonstrated the ability to engage in a back-and-forth with Zhao Wujia, a level 76 Soul Sage. This alone was enough to speak volumes. The soul fighting match quickly reached a fever pitch. After an intense clash between the team captains, Dai Mubai and Yu Qianheng, the Shrek 7 monsters executed a pre-planned tactic. Surrounding Yu Qianheng, realizing he was in peril, Yu Qianheng attempted to break free, but unfortunately he was isolated, and despite his efforts, he was overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks from the Shrek team, sustaining severe injuries with blood gushing from multiple wounds. Ultimately, after suffering a heavy blow from Dai Mubai, Yu Qianheng was sent flying, crashing against the shell of a tortoise soul master, barely clinging to consciousness. Such was the consequence of charging recklessly into battle alone. His teammates, foolishly passive, failed to join in until it was too late. Chen Luo watched the match and couldn't help but critique. Dai Mubai should have secured that kill instead of giving it away. Did he forget about the healer on the opposing side? If he had played it more cautiously, he could have taken down Yu Qianheng. "Chen Luo, what are you rambling about by yourself?" Zhao Wujia glanced at him, puzzled. "I'm just saying that Tang San and Dai Mubai are performing brilliantly," Chen Luo replied. Despite his critiques, the recent maneuver by the Shrek 7 monsters was undeniably impressive, as they swiftly capitalized on Yu Qianheng's overzealous positioning, leaving him unable to retaliate. The strategist certainly deserved a hearty reward. However, it must be said that those who play tactics must have a cunning heart. In the wake of Yu Qianheng's injury, Douluo lost her composure and let out a furious roar. "I will kill you all." The luminous radiance of the third soul ring enveloped her, transforming her originally verdant eyes into a deep violet hue, while even the emerald scales of her serpentine tail were veiled in a delicate layer of lavender light. A dense, toxic purple mist spewed forth from Douluo's mouth, rapidly expanding in the air and drifting swiftly towards the Shrek 7. At that moment, consumed by madness due to Yu Qianheng's injury, Douluo had completely forgotten Qin Ming's instructions and was solely focused on annihilating the Shrek group. Tang San had anticipated this. Upon witnessing Douluo unleash the toxic mist, he promptly retrieved 2 large water sacks from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and hurled them forward. "Dai, unleash the White Tiger's fierce light wave. Fatty, ignite the Phoenix fire line." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun acted without hesitation. As Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave, the water sacks exploded, creating a cloud of mist. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire line followed suit, and in an instant, flames erupted, filling the air with a unique fragrance that enveloped the purple mist entirely. Subsequently, the purple fog ignited, burning rapidly, and, as the flames danced, tranquility returned to the scene. With a resounding thud, the shattered water sacks fell to the ground, seemingly bearing witness to the fierce confrontation that had just occurred. Engaging in a battle of toxins with Tang San was indeed a foolhardy endeavor. Chen Luo inhaled the faint scent of wine in the air, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The unfolding scenes before him, which he had previously only envisioned or seen in more vivid anime, felt distinctly different when experienced live, infinitely more exhilarating. Alas, he had no opportunity to participate. The battle on the soul fighting platform showed no signs of abating. As Douluo targeted the Shrek group, Yi Lingling, positioned at the rear of the royal fighting team, was already healing Yu Qianheng. The healing prowess of the 9-heart begonia was formidable. Floral fragrances wafted through the air as white light emanated from its petals. enveloping Yu Tianheng and swiftly integrating into his body. The once near-lifeless Yu Tianheng suddenly regained vigor, his wounds healing rapidly, and the dragon arm that Dai Mubai had broken began to mend. In a mere moment, all of Yu Tianheng's injuries were completely healed, restored to combat readiness. Yu Tianheng charged once more towards the Shrek 7, albeit with greater caution this time, having learned from his previous misfortune, and with Osro, the Black Panther spirit wielder, providing cover. Swiftly resolve this, Dai. Use your martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing. Just eliminate Yu Tianheng and Osro. Fatty, exert your utmost output to create an opportunity for Xiao Wu to flank and eliminate their support soul masters. Tang San was acutely aware that prolonging the battle would lead to their defeat. It was better to fight with all they had than to risk everything. The other members of Shrek were equally cognizant of the critical situation. As soon as Tang San assigned tasks, they executed them without delay. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing activated their martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, charging directly at the formidable Yu Tianheng and Osro. Meanwhile, Fatty Ma Hongjun unleashed a frenzied barrage to create an opening for Xiao Wu. Tang San no longer held back, activating his 8 spider lances and joining the charge against the royal fighting team. The 2 support members in the rear, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, were also busy. Oscar continuously provided supplies to the other Shrek members, while Ning Rongrong precisely applied her soul skills to the teammates engaged in combat ahead. The entire team exhibited exceptional discipline, with each member perfectly attuned to their roles, maximizing their contributions. This was precisely how it should be, when a team has a chance to secure victory. They should not dawdle. Action is paramount. Chen Luo had initially worried that Xiao Wu might encounter peril in the ensuing battle. According to the storyline, she would be ambushed and ultimately gravely injured by the Sure brothers' tortoise-shell dance. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Luo's fears dissipated. As long as the Shrek 7 dared to engage, they would undoubtedly sweep away the royal fighting team. The Tang San before him was far more decisive than the one in the story. If he could fight, he would not hesitate. Battles do not require waiting until all allies are incapacitated before launching a decisive strike. If a situation can be altered, allies should not be put at risk. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, utilizing the formidable power of the Nether White Tiger, easily subdued Yu Tianheng and Osro, though they subsequently exhausted their combat capabilities. This exchange of 2 for 2 was evidently a significant gain. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate both Yu Tianheng and Osro, the 2 main forces of the royal fighting team, was a rare stroke of fortune. Under such circumstances, any exchange was a victory. On the other side, Fatty Ma Hongjun used the Phoenix Fire line to distract the Sure brothers, while Tang San cleared a path. When Tang San activated his 8 spider lances, he also prepared the spider web binding. As everyone's focus was drawn to the 8 spider lances behind him, he swiftly made a decisive move, capturing the airborne wind bell bird soul master. The potency of Tang San's 8 spider lances was undeniable, although the Sure brothers' black tortoise spirit offered formidable defense. It could not withstand the toxicity of Tang San's lances. Under the cover of Fatty's fiery assault, Tang San charged forth, vanquishing all in his path and carving a bloody route for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu successfully broke through to the rear of the royal fighting team, where, facing the support soul masters, she encountered no obstacles and swiftly dispatched them. In mere moments, only Du Guiyan remained from the royal fighting team. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu consumed the small hunting sausages that Oscar had prepared and began to close in on Du Guiyan. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Du Guiyan was no match for the trio and was swiftly subdued. Once the Shrek 7 resolved to execute a decisive onslaught, the remainder of the battle proceeded with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation, delivering a series of spectacular combat scenes for the audience. Once the battle concluded, Tang San immediately set about alleviating the poison of the 8 spider lances from the members of the royal fighting team, while Oscar generously offered his sausages. Acknowledging the goodwill of the Shrek 7, the support soul master Yi Lingling also employed the 9-heart begonia to heal everyone. After all, this was a competition. There was no need for life and death animosity. During the contest, they were adversaries, but after the match, they could become friends. The Shrek 7 held great respect for the strength of the royal fighting team, and conversely, the royal fighting team was similarly impressed by the prowess of Shrek. While they were not yet comrades, offering assistance to one another in times of need was certainly within reason. Chen Luo observed all of this, the battle having concluded. Yet he felt a lingering sense of anticipation. He had not expected that the tactical gameplay would culminate in such a brazen resolution, but perhaps this was for the best. Chapter 058. The most fearsome did not appear. Having secured victory in the Soul Fighting Tournament, the Shrek 7 were filled with elation, each face alight with exhilaration. Upon realizing their triumph, Xiao Wu immediately turned towards the passage. Upon spotting Chen Luo, her smile radiated even more brightly. At this moment, Tang Sen had already retracted his 8 spider lances, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, we have prevailed. Though I've lost a garment today and incurred a loss of 1 silver soul coin. Ma Hongjun, his excitement palpable, rushed over to envelop Tang San in a bear hug. We won. We won. Meanwhile, Oscar, unable to contain his glee, was feverishly preparing sausages. His hands trembling with delight, his smile growing ever broader. Brothers, let's celebrate with some sausages. Dai Mubai chimed in, quickly, bring me 2. I feel as if I'm about to be drained dry. Zhu Zhuqing had just regained consciousness, and Dai Mubai, having secured 2 sausages from Oscar, promptly handed 1 to her. When Zhu Zhuqing awoke, she felt a lingering sense of disorientation. After surveying her surroundings, she realized that she and her companions had achieved victory. The typically frosty beauty of her delicate visage melted into an exquisite smile. Dai Mubai observed her in silence, momentarily entranced. However, upon noticing his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing's smile vanished in an instant. She seized a sausage and made her way towards Ning Rongrong. We won, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her radiant smile re-emerging as she turned to Ning Rongrong. Indeed, we did it, Ning Rongrong replied, her excitement mirrored in her expression. After savoring the sweet taste of victory on the soul fighting platform for a brief moment, the Shrek 7 monsters began to depart. Xiao Wu was the first to dash away, rushing straight towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who had been patiently waiting for them in the corridor, wore a beaming smile, genuinely pleased for the little monsters. Xiao Wu had intended to embrace Chen Luo, but the presence of so many onlookers made her settle for simply linking her arm with his. Chen Luo, we won. Well done. Is there a reward? I'll treat you to something delicious later. Yes, absolutely, she chirped, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. A sudden cacophony of coughs erupted, each one louder than the last. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar emerged, with Dai Mubai being the first to cough. Chen Luo's attention shifted to them, and he chuckled. You were all amazing. That was the most thrilling match I've ever witnessed. Congratulations on your victory. Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo and, mimicking Xiao Wu, took hold of his other arm, adopting the most flamboyant tone he could muster. What a pity you couldn't compete, Chen Luo. If you had, victory would have been assured. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The others from Shrek almost gagged at Ma Hongjun's antics, while Xiao Wu promptly kicked in. You fatso, get away. Ma Hongjun, seemingly anticipating her reaction, quickly released Chen Luo's arm and jumped aside, returning to his usual demeanor with a grin. Sister Wu, that's where you're mistaken. Chen Luo belongs to all of us. Why should you be the only one to hug him? Laughter erupted among the group, causing Xiao Wu to relinquish her grasp on Chen Luo and prepare to retaliate against the rotund youth. You glutton, are you tired of living? Xiao Wu, em soda. Ma Hongjun quickly retorted, his tone earnest and contrite. Haha, what you just said is true. If Chen Luo had been in the arena, we wouldn't have had to fight so fiercely. Dai Mubai, Gaimding. The outcome hinged on that final offensive. To be honest, we were quite uncertain, but since Tang San took command, we pushed through. Dai Mubai then placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Indeed, it was perilously close. Tang San was exceptionally bold. Without his leadership, we might not have acted so decisively. Ma Hongjun added, I owe a debt of gratitude to third brother. During that last assault, if he hadn't dealt with those 2 Xuanwu turtle spirit masters, I would have been caught in their spirit skills, likely sustaining severe injuries. Tang San remarked, I was primarily concerned for Xiao Wu's safety, but I must still thank you, third brother. Without you, I might not have made it. Brothers don't need to be so polite. Tang San exchanged a knowing smile with the others, then turned to Chen Luo. I did it. Chen Luo nodded, giving Tang San a thumbs up. Well done. As the Shrek little monsters celebrated their recent victory, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and Master looked on quietly, a subtle smile of gratification spreading across their faces. At that moment, a tall, handsome figure approached, his voice resonating before he even arrived. Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji. How have you been? Your disciple, Qin Ming, pays his respects. Qin Ming's sudden appearance captured the attention of the Shrek little monsters. Upon learning that he was their senior, they all displayed expressions of surprise, with only Chen Luo maintaining his composure. After exchanging pleasantries with Flander, Qin Ming met Master, who then revealed a significant piece of information. The captain of the royal battle team, Yu Qianheng, the bearer of the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, was actually Master's own nephew. Having been aware of this all along, Chen Luo remained unfazed, quietly relishing the astonished expressions of those around him. I have long severed ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. With that declaration, Master departed, presumably to have a heart-to-heart with his nephew, Yu Tianheng. Subsequently, Flander formally introduced the Shrek little monsters to Qin Ming. When mentioning Chen Luo, Flander's pride swelled even further. Qin Ming, you may find it hard to believe, but this lad is our academy's most outstanding student, Chen Luo. Oh, Qin Ming responded, slightly taken aback. What a shame I didn't get to see this junior compete. Vice Dean Zhao Wuji interjected with a laugh. Of course he couldn't compete. It would disrupt the balance. If he had participated, your students would have had no chance. Hearing this, Qin Ming was even more astonished. This junior is so formidable. Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously, and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters chimed in with agreement, culminating in Flander nodding with a smile. Only Chen Luo appeared bewildered, feeling somewhat out of place in the conversation. Senior, don't listen to teacher Zhao's exaggerations, Chen Luo humbly remarked. Zhao Wuji smiled, but refrained from divulging Chen Luo's combat prowess, instead stating calmly, he is merely 12 years old and already a level 36 Soul Master. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Chen Luo, which now reflected shock and disbelief. 12 years old and level 36? Truly a prodigy. Chapter 59, Departure to Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming quickly regained his composure. Although Chen Luo's age and soul power level astonished him, he adapted swiftly. He particularly noted Zhao Wuji's earlier comment regarding the implications of Chen Luo's participation. Even if Chen Luo possessed exceptional talent and had reached such a high level at a tender age, it should not drastically alter circumstances. While Qin Ming could sense that Zhao Wuji was not fabricating his claims, he found it hard to believe that one individual's strength could sway the tide of an entire battle. After all, it was improbable for Chen Luo to stand against 7 opponents single-handedly. Zhao Wuji had intended to elaborate further, but was promptly halted by Chen Luo's gaze. Even if Qin Ming had been a former student of their academy, it was unnecessary to divulge everything, especially when it pertained to Chen Luo's own capabilities. Let us save the conversation for the hotel. You little monsters, go settle your points and return swiftly, Flander instructed before departing with Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming. The Shrek little monsters hurried to the Soul Fighting Arena's administrative area to tally their points. Before long, everyone had completed the point calculations, except for Tang San. All members received silver badges, including Chen Luo. Tang San, however, obtained a gold badge, having maintained an undefeated record in both individual and team competitions, which afforded him enough points to ascend to the gold badge tier. The others, having lost a few matches in individual or duo competitions, could only secure silver badges through their flawless performance in team battles. Certainly, Chen Luo is an exception. His record in all competitions remains impeccable. However, he did not participate in the Team Soul battle, which accounts for his insufficient points to attain the golden badge. Furthermore, Chen Luo does not harbor a particular interest in such accolades. Were it not for the monetary rewards and accompanying Xiao Wu in the dual soul battles, he would have been disinclined to partake in these so-called competitions. If Chen Luo desired, he could easily obtain not only the golden badge, but even the esteemed diamond badge. Yet, such distinctions hold little significance for him. Rather than indulging in easy victories, he prefers to challenge formidable opponents, the Shrek 7 monsters. Aside from reaping the rewards of their victory in the Team Soul battle, also secured an additional substantial reward of 10,000 gold soul coins from the Soul Arena. After attending to all these matters, they returned to the hotel. Flinder and the others were engaged in merry conversation over drinks, though the dishes ordered remained untouched. As soon as Ma Hongjun sat down, he boldly grabbed the menu and began ordering, jovially exclaiming, "Teacher, we won the match today. You must treat us to a splendid meal." Flinder fixed a piercing gaze on Ma Hongjun, and upon noticing that he ordered only a few inexpensive dishes, a semblance of relief crept onto his otherwise stern visage. However, Ma Hongjun's next remark nearly drove Flinder to the brink of exasperation. "Forget about those dishes I marked. Just bring out the rest. And 2 bottles of fine wine." Flinder glared at Ma Hongjun, his expression darkening, but Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. The other little monsters could not contain their laughter at this scene. Zhao Wujin burst in a hearty laughter. "How rare it is for our dean to treat us. Well done, Fatty. We must thoroughly enjoy this." Qin Ming also smiled slightly, evidently aware of the dean's notorious frugality. After this brief interlude, conversation resumed. After reminiscing with Flinder, Qin Ming shifted the topic to the Shrek little monsters, expressing profound admiration for their talents. He candidly stated that had they not joined Shrek, He would have gone to great lengths to recruit them into the Royal Academy of Tiando. It was at this moment that the master returned. Even though they are from Shrek Academy, you could still bring them to the Royal Academy, he remarked. Brother Chen Luo, I'm already full and cannot eat anymore, Xiao Wu stated while accompanying Chen Luo on a stroll. Although she found various street foods intriguing, she simply lacked any appetite. Then let us purchase some beautiful garments or see if there are any interesting trinkets, Chen Luo proposed. Yet, Xiao Wu shook her head. Perhaps another time. Let us head back. The soul battle tonight has been quite tiring, and I wish to sleep. Very well, Chen Luo nodded. After dinner, Chen Luo fulfilled his promise to Xiao Wu, but after walking just a short distance, her interest waned, and she wanted to return. The others from Shrek were already on their way back, although they had only fought one soul battle that day. The consumption of energy and soul power felt akin to an entire day's worth of competition. Everyone was quite fatigued and longed for rest. Brother Chen Luo, do we really have to go to that Royal Academy of Tiando? Xiao Wu asked softly while leaning against Chen Luo's back on their way home, her voice revealing her exhaustion. As Chen Luo walked briskly, he smiled and replied, it seems so. During dinner, the master discussed arrangements with Senior Qinming, and Dean Flender had no objections. But I suddenly feel reluctant to leave Shrek Academy. I recall someone who once dismissed Shrek Academy as shabby. That was certainly not me. Do not overthink it. Let everything unfold naturally. Our academy does have limitations, and the opportunity to join a better institution is indeed a good thing. Besides, our teachers will be going as well. We are merely changing our environment while continuing our education. We will always be Shrek Academy students. There's also the possibility that after arriving in Tiando City, we might establish Shrek Academy ourselves. Chen Luo's voice trailed off, for Xiao Wu had fallen asleep. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo gently laid Xiao Wu on the bed and subsequently reclined beside her. After another exhilarating battle with Zhao Wujin, he relished the thrill of combat, though he felt quite exhausted. Staring at the ceiling, he contemplated future developments. If all went as anticipated, in 2 months, the Shrek group would embark for the Royal Academy of Tiando and face unforeseen events, ultimately arriving at Lu Erlong's academy to establish a new Shrek Academy. Everything would unfold naturally. The task at hand would soon be fulfilled. 2 months later, this day marked the departure of the entire Shrek Academy to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Dean Flender stood at the academy entrance for a long moment before waving his hand, leading the Shrek group away. Chapter 60, Poison Douluo. Ahead lay the Royal Academy of Tiando, including the mountain before them, along with a forest in the background and a lake at the foot of the left side, all part of the academy's domain. Ning Rongrong smiled as she introduced the surroundings, having served as the tour guide since their arrival near Tiando City. Indeed, the environment appears quite pleasant, nestled between mountains and water. Perhaps we shall retire here one day. Dean Flender nodded in satisfaction, and the other teachers from Shrek exchanged knowing smiles. Hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but smirk slightly. Soon we shall be enduring hardships, yet you speak of retirement. It must be said that the environment of the Royal Academy of Tiando was remarkably appealing. Majestic mountains and flowing waters, a veritable paradise. Even before entering, the pristine air invigorated the senses, making it a perfect place for relaxation. According to Ning Rongrong, it was merely 20 miles from Tiando City, allowing for convenient excursions should one tire of academy life. After all, Tiando City was the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, bustling with prosperity. What a pity that such an excellent academy is overseen by an administrator who seems rather incompetent. Though it had been a while since his last visit to the Royal Academy of Tiando, Chen Luo still remembered the path leading up the mountain. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, the Shrek group began their ascent. Not long after, they encountered a group of foolish students blocking their way, among whom was the future king of the Tiando Empire, Xuebeng. It remained uncertain whether Xuebeng's acting was genuinely impressive or if he simply played to type. His brazen and mindless demeanor was on full display, nearly provoking Chen Luo to step forward and deliver a couple slaps. Of course, Chen Luo had no opportunity to intervene, as Dai Mubai single-handedly dealt with those foolish students, leaving them reeling. Subsequently, teacher Sun Buyu from the Royal Academy of Tiando appeared. Upon recognizing the identities of the Shrek group, he exchanged pleasantries and promptly led them up the mountain. The academy was situated halfway up the mountain, and Sun Buyu escorted the Shrek party directly to a reception room, where they received a brief welcome before he hurried off to find Qinming. Qinming soon arrived, warmly welcoming the Shrek group. After a lavish dinner, he guided them to their prepared accommodations. During this time, Qinming shared extensive information about the Royal Academy of Tiando, including the treatment of Shrek's teachers. However, Chen Luo felt no inclination towards such matters, as they were set to depart the following day. The next morning, after a sumptuous breakfast with the Shrek group, Qin Ming proceeded to the Academic Committee of the Royal Academy of Tiando to finalize all arrangements. This was merely a formality. The more Chen Luo observed the environment of the Royal Academy of Tiando, the more he felt that Shrek Academy resembled a remote rural school. The disparity was indeed stark. Chen Luo's gaze swept over the majestic and grand edifices of the Tiando Royal Academy, ultimately arriving at the tallest structure before him. Although merely a single-story building, its apex soared to a height of at least 10 meters, leading Chen Luo to momentarily believe he had arrived at the Hall of Spirits. Upon entering the building, the members of Shrek Academy were fortunate enough to meet Dream Machine, Bai Baoshan, and Jeline, the three esteemed elders of the committee, while Flanders engaged them in amiable conversation. Encountering soul fighting titans once again stirred a mix of emotions within Chen Luo, though he could hardly claim to be overwhelmed with excitement. The three elderly gentlemen exuded a warm and welcoming demeanor, leaving a positive impression. Due to Tang San's exceptional performance in the previous soul fighting competition, Dream Machine and the others had specifically summoned him for further observation. The ensuing events aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Tang San withstood the scrutiny and emerged with commendable results, particularly when Dream Machine and his companions beheld Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which left them utterly astounded. Who would have imagined such a prodigy could arise within our spirit master community? I am truly grateful to witness this gathering today. Dream Machine's heartfelt sentiments echoed Chen Luo's memories almost verbatim. Observing the accolades bestowed upon his student, Flanders could not conceal his joy and excitement, his gaze frequently drifting towards Chen Luo, seemingly eager to unveil further surprises for Dream Machine and the others. Fortunately, Flanders ultimately restrained himself. Chen Luo was acutely aware of Flanders' scrutiny, but chose to disregard it, as he inherently preferred a more understated existence, eschewing ostentation. Flanders continued to converse with Dream Machine and the others for a while longer, and their discussions were filled with mirth, successfully culminating in an agreement. Just as the Shrek Academy members prepared to take their leave for their own quarters, the anticipated presence of the clown made its entrance. Avalanche is accompanied by his uncle. Prince Xuesheng appeared, yet the attention of the crowd was drawn to the elderly man standing beside them. The old man was tall and slender, with hair and beard of a deep green hue, his eyes sparkling like emeralds. He emanated an ethereal quality, akin to a mere apparition. His facial expression was utterly rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a simple gray robe. This was indeed Douluo, whose appearance matched Chen Luo's recollection precisely. Upon seeing Douluo, Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement within him, for he was one of the classic characters in Douluo, yet alongside that thrill, a sense of trepidation lingered. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Douluo, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even in the presence of soul fighting titans like Dream Machine. Was this the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo? It felt as though, should Douluo choose to act, none present would escape unscathed. Noticing Xiao Wu's palpable nervousness, Chen Luo instinctively moved closer to her, grasping her hand. As she felt the warmth radiating from his palm, Xiao Wu gradually regained her composure. Following the clown's dramatic entrance came his personal performance. Prince Xuesheng, emboldened by Douluo's backing, forcibly expelled the Shrek members. Chen Luo, having anticipated this outcome, felt no surprise or strong emotional response. However, the others from Shrek appeared quite disheartened. Initially, Dream Machine and the others intended to advocate for Shrek, but ultimately, their goodwill was declined by the master, who took Flanders by the arm, leading the Shrek members away. Phew, we finally departed. The oppressive aura of a titled Douluo is truly overwhelming. Chen Luo sighed in relief, realizing that despite his preparations and mental fortitude prior to arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, the mere sight of Douluo left him with a singular thought. Please, let there be no unforeseen complications, for lives could truly be at stake. Brother Chen Luo, I find this Blue Tyrant Academy rather agreeable. Its environment is not inferior to that of the Tiando Royal Academy. In the serene and shadowy woods, Chen Luo walked alongside Xiao Wu, who curiously surveyed her surroundings, a smile gracing her lips. I share the same sentiment, Chen Luo nodded. To him, the environment was not of paramount importance. Even if there were a simulated training ground, it was unlikely any academy would possess a fitting space for him. After all, his martial spirit was not merely a simple scythe, but rather the embodiment of death itself. The most suitable environments for his training would likely be graveyards or burial grounds. Although Blue Tyrant Academy lacked the grandeur of Tiando Royal Academy, and its environment was a noticeably lower caliber, it still sufficed for Chen Luo. After departing from Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek group arrived in Tiando City, with Qin Ming accompanying them. It must be said that Qin Ming, the senior, was quite admirable. Valuing relationships above all, he willingly forsook the privileges of Tiando Royal Academy to wander with the members of Shrek, burdened by a sense of guilt. Upon reaching the gates of Tiando City, Flanders and the others spotted recruitment flyers for Blue Tyrant Academy, promptly leading the Shrek members to the institution. Given Flanders' strength, they would be warmly welcomed at any academy. During the entrance examination, when Qin Ming activated his martial spirit, he frightened the testing instructor into a cold sweat, while Flanders and the others, upon unleashing their martial spirits, rendered the instructors weak in the knees. The examination was, of course, flawlessly passed, even exceeding expectations. Blue Tyrant Academy had initially sought to recruit only teachers of Soul Master level, yet they never anticipated the arrival of such formidable figures. A teacher named Yin Shu promptly escorted the Shrek members to meet the president of Blue Tyrant Academy, whereupon scenes of sibling reunions and lovers' embraces unfolded. At that moment, the master was likely strolling with Lu Erlong. Reflecting on the events of the morning, a smile involuntarily crept upon Chen Luo's lips. With Tiando Royal Academy now behind them, it would not be long before Blue Tyrant Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, and the mission would soon reach its conclusion, he mused inwardly. Xiao Wu, meanwhile, appeared to recall the events of the morning, her expression markedly different from Chen Luo's smile. She was visibly agitated. That prince is utterly despicable. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her simmering anger, exclaiming fiercely, I truly wish to give him a good thrashing. Perhaps others have their own grievances. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Xiao Wu retorted, what grievances could he possibly have to treat us so unjustly? There indeed were grievances. Dream Machine and the others were affiliated with Shueqinghe, and if the Shrek members were to join Tiando Royal Academy, Shueqinghe's power would significantly increase. Prince Shueqing was deliberately playing the villain. It was all for the sake of avalanches. Chen Luo was aware of the entire situation. Yet the thought of Prince Shueqing's repulsive visage still caused him a frown. Seeing Xiao Wu's furious expression, he immediately echoed, I too wish to give him a good beating. After a while, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down, shifting the conversation to another topic. Is it truly impossible for siblings to be together? She inquired. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively, stating, Of course it is against ethics. You heard about the master and President Lu Erlong, didn't you? Yes, Xiao Wu nodded, her expression somewhat conflicted. Seeing the weight of concern etched upon Xiao Wu's face, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. We are not biological siblings. Why ponder so deeply? Moreover, I have never claimed to be your brother. That is true. Xiao Wu's big, watery eyes suddenly brightened as she glanced at Chen Luo before quickly lowering her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Chen Luo originally intended to seize the delightful atmosphere to take Xiao Wu's hand, but suddenly sensed something and promptly said to her, I just remembered that I need to find Tang San regarding an important matter. Please go ahead and join the dean and the others. I will catch up shortly. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat bewildered, but nodded and complied. Once she departed, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief, though he quickly tensed again. The aura had consistently fixated on him. It was evident that it was aimed directly at him. Come out, Chen Luo called, maintaining an outward appearance of calmness while turmoil churned within him. You are indeed not ordinary. A raspy voice suddenly resonated, and a green figure quietly materialized. None other than Douluo. Chen Luo regarded Douluo with caution, inquiring, What do you want? To capture you, was the blunt response, devoid of any superfluous words. Chen Luo was utterly taken aback, wanting to exclaim, Why on earth would you want to capture me? Tang San is over there. He is the one who pummeled your granddaughter. I have nothing to do with it. However, it was clearly not the time for emotional outbursts. He could only strive to maintain his composure, though at that moment, remaining calm proved futile. Chen Luo began to summon all his soul power, preparing to activate his martial soul. Even if he knew it was impossible to escape before title Douluo, he felt compelled to try. I thought you were special, but it seems you are rather ordinary. Perhaps it's just that your martial soul is unique, making it difficult to discern your true strength. Douluo gazed at Chen Luo with an impassive expression as his form began to dissipate, seemingly abandoning his intention to pursue Chen Luo. In an instant, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, his back damp with cold sweat. That old fellow is intrigued by me because he cannot perceive my strength? What nonsense! At his age, he still behaves like an inquisitive child, nearly dragging me away. Though Douluo's murmured words were faint, Chen Luo's hearing far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. allowing him to grasp every syllable and swiftly deduce the reason for Douluo's appearance. Thankfully, I did not activate my martial soul. Had I done so, and he witnessed my soul ring configuration, I would have likely been taken away. Chen Luo pondered in trepidation, instinctively swallowing hard. What does that old man truly think? Who can fathom the mind of a titled Douluo? As long as I remain safe, that is all that matters. Chen Luo endeavored to calm his emotions and resolutely vowed in his heart, I must strive with all my might. This feeling of helplessness is utterly unbearable. Before he could fully regain his composure, faint sounds suddenly emanated from the other side of the woods. It seemed Tang San had encountered trouble. Chen Luo did not rush over immediately. Instead, he waited until he heard the hurried footsteps of the master and the others, then took action. As expected, Tang San had been captured by Douluo. Not only was Tang San unlikely to come to harm, but he would likely gain much. However, if Chen Luo rushed over too eagerly, there was a chance Douluo might change his mind and take him along as well, which would be disastrous. Sprinting toward the direction of the master and the others, Chen Luo spoke before they could inquire about Tang San's whereabouts. I just saw Douluo. The master halted momentarily, then declared, it must be him. He has captured Tang San. That cold, sinister aura is unmistakable. Chapter 062. The Death God-S Armor a month later. Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the academy, silently observing as the sign was replaced with Shrek Academy. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. The system task was finally complete. Chen Luo leisurely strolled into the academy, eagerly anticipating the system notification. Successfully signed in at the Tiando Royal Academy. Successfully joined the new Shrek Academy. Current main storyline task completed. Reward: Death God-S Armor. Chen Luo could distinctly feel an additional item within the storage space of the Death God-S ring, prompting him to head straight to his dormitory. Upon returning, he immediately opened the storage space of the Death God-S ring. There, he beheld a remarkably exquisite black armor floating within the confines of the storage space. He promptly retrieved it, as the Death God-S armor fell into his hands. He had no time to admire it before the armor transformed into a flurry of black light, speeding directly toward his chest. In the next moment, the Death God-S armor reappeared, now adorning Chen Luo's form. It fit perfectly and felt remarkably light, almost weightless. Even through his clothing, Chen Luo could feel a chilling aura emanating from the armor, and he also sensed a slight response from the Death God-S ring on his wrist. The Death God-S armor enveloped his upper body, its entirely black surface exuding a unique metallic texture. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns etched upon the armor, also in black. Without careful scrutiny, they would remain undetected. Before he could thoroughly examine it, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Death God-S Armor. Artifact 1 of the Death God-S set. Provides absolute defensive power, disregarding all mental and soul-related attacks. The strength of defense is proportional to the host's power. Death God-S Ring. Artifact 1 of the Death God-S set. Provides storage space in a necromantic realm. Death God-S Ring. Artifact 1 of the Death God-S set. Conceals aura. Other functionalities remain unlocked. Effects of the Death God-S set. Artifact collect all 3 pieces to double all effects. As the system notification sounded, Chen Luo noted that both the Death God-S armor and the Death God-S ring emitted a faint black glow, seemingly establishing a unique connection. And then there was the Death God-S ring. Even though it was currently in Xiao Wu's possession, the absolute ownership still belonged to Chen Luo, allowing him to sense its presence and the peculiar response it emanated due to the set's effects. He wondered if Xiao Wu could perceive the special changes in the Death God-S ring. Glancing at the Death God-S armor, he willed it to vanish from sight. Artifacts truly were impressive. In addition to their formidable effects, they were also remarkably convenient to summon and dismiss. Chen Luo understood that these artifacts had yet to be fully activated. Nevertheless, their current effects were already potent, and they would continue to unlock as his power increased. With the Death God-S armor, his ability to safeguard himself had significantly improved. He would have the opportunity to spar with Zhao Wuji and test the defensive capabilities of the Death God-S armor. The Death God-S set also offered additional enhancements, doubling all effects. While the current defensive capabilities of the Death God-S armor remained undetermined, he could assess the Death God-S ring, doubling the effects. Did that imply the storage space of the Death God-S ring would also double, alongside the capacity of the necromantic realm? Chen Luo promptly opened the Death God-S ring, and as he had surmised, both the storage space and the necromantic realm had received substantial enhancements. The storage space, which could originally accommodate items from an entire room, had now doubled. Although Chen Luo rarely utilized such vast space, The distinction between being able to use it and not having it at all was significant. In contrast to the storage space, the necromantic realm was evidently more crucial for Chen Luo. With the set effect, the necromantic realm could now contain 4 necromancers. The 10,000-year abyssal spider and the 10,000-year nightmare centipede, which had awakened in the Stardow forest, remained quietly in their respective positions. The abyssal spider had fully recovered from its injuries, and its aura had strengthened somewhat, now estimated to be around 11,500 years in strength. The nightmare centipede, having undergone a more pronounced enhancement without the need for recovery, now possessed at least 13,500 years of strength. It appeared that both the abyssal spider and the nightmare centipede had each gained 500 years of power, yet the significance of these two was not comparable. As soul masters progressed in their soul power levels, the difficulty increased, and the same applied to soul beasts, with their advancement being even more arduous. As things progress at this pace, as long as I remain alive, is it possible for both of them to ascend to the level of 100,000 years? Chen Luo suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation. It has not been long since he acquired his 3rd spirit ring and awakened the abyssal magic spider and the nightmare centipede. Approximately a year, perhaps. The fact that the abyssal magic spider and the nightmare centipede could achieve such remarkable growth in such a brief period is truly terrifying. With 2 additional slots for undead spirits available, it would be prudent to find opportunities to fill them. Having an ever-loyal death servant is undoubtedly advantageous. However, quality must be pursued as well. At the very least, they should not be inferior to these 2. I must strive to locate the most formidable configuration that I can currently gather, and once I grow stronger, I can consider replacements. Chen Luo resolved this in his mind. Furthermore, regarding the Ring of Death, being part of the Death God set, it must possess extraordinary effects beyond merely concealing one's presence. The system has also indicated that other functionalities remain unlocked. It is likely related to my strength. When I become sufficiently powerful, the other functions of the Ring of Death will naturally unlock. The other pieces of the Death God equipment share this characteristic, with the effects they confer being influenced by my own power. Even though the Ring of Death is not currently on Chen Luo's person, a special connection has already been established. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive those system notifications or enjoy the effects of the Death God set. Moreover, the Ring of Death is quite unique, as it can be entrusted to others. The other pieces of Death God equipment, such as the Death God bracelet and the newly acquired Death God armor, cannot be handed over to anyone. They automatically bind to Chen Luo's body upon appearance, as though they have become a part of him. Knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed, followed by the master's voice from outside. Are you in your dormitory? Yes, Chen Luo replied, opening the door to find the master standing solemnly at the entrance. I have found the simulated training ground you desired. Come with me, the master stated. Chen Luo nodded eagerly. All right. The simulated training ground at the academy has been completed, yet none of them are suitable for Chen Luo. Naturally, if Chen Luo did not express his needs, no one would know what kind of environment he preferred for training. Under the master's guidance, Chen Luo proceeded to the back mountain of the academy. Chapter 063. The treasure of training. To his surprise, Lamba Academy, now presumably called Shrek Academy, was quite expansive. The back mountain of the academy was not particularly high, merely a small hill of just over 50 meters, with few trees adorning its surface, giving it a somewhat barren appearance that resembled a massive grave from a distance. Despite the academy's relatively remote location, it is still situated within the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, where every inch of land is precious. It seemed a tremendous waste that such a large area has yet to be developed. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, the master spoke slowly. This place undoubtedly meets your requirements for a simulated training environment. According to Erlong, it was originally a mass grave. Chen Luo surveyed the area and nodded. He was already sensing some unique presence. A mass grave? It suits my preferences perfectly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. You can train here, and if this place does not suit you, we can seek another location. If you do not wish to attend classes, that is acceptable. I have already made arrangements. Just focus on your training. As for theoretical knowledge related to spirit masters, I will have Xiao Wu bring a few books back to the dormitory. The master briefly instructed before departing. During this time, the master appeared to have aged considerably, clearly troubled by Tang San's situation. Since Tang San was captured by Douluo a month ago, the master has been steadily losing weight. During this period, the Golden Iron Triangle even ventured to the forest where Douluo resided and seemed to have engaged in combat with him. It is likely that an agreement has been reached. Otherwise, the master and the others would not have returned. Nonetheless, as Tang San's teacher, the master remains deeply concerned for his safety. While he outwardly maintains a calm demeanor, and reassures Flinder and Lu Erlong. Internally, he is undoubtedly tormented. Only the Golden Iron Triangle and Chen Luo are aware of Tang San's abduction. The master has kept this matter confidential. When other little monsters at Shrek inquired about Tang San's whereabouts, he stated that Tang San had gone for secret training. Subsequently, over the past month, the master assisted Flinder and Lu Erlong in completing the transition of the academy, transforming Lamba Academy into Shrek Academy. Chen Luo gazed at the hill ahead and then began ascending. In truth, even without the master's reminder upon arriving here, Chen Luo had already received some unique sensations indicating that this place was far from ordinary. Indeed, this is a mass grave. The master's efficiency is commendable. He quickly found a suitable simulated training ground for him. When it comes to discussing this matter, Chen Luo, of course, would not reveal his true martial soul, the Death God, but merely mentioned that the Death God's scythe has unique properties, allowing for accelerated training in graveyards or mass graves. The master seemed intrigued, but did not delve deeper. He merely recorded some information regarding Chen Luo's martial soul in a thick notebook, but never inquired about the specifics, suggesting that the master was only casually noting it down. This is preferable. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with the master. Upon reaching the hilltop, Chen Luo could survey the entire academy. On the other side of the hill lay a massive pit, roughly the size of half the academy, at least 2 meters deep. It was evident that the pit had been filled in at some point, its true depth now impossible to ascertain. Such a vast expanse of land lay neglected, seemingly in this state for many years. The pit was devoid of any overgrown weeds, with only a few trees standing at about 10 meters tall, appearing as though they had long since withered. The surrounding area reflected a similar desolation, with only a scant few patches of green visible, separated by nearly 10 meters. It is no wonder this area has not been developed. The aura of death is too heavy. After a glance, a faint smile graced Chen Luo's face. But to me, this place is a treasure trove for training. The more corpses present, the more I relish it. In mere moments, Chen Luo descended into the pit, deliberately positioning himself near the center. Although it was the height of summer, the pit emanated a chilling aura that sent a shiver down his spine. While anyone else might feel some discomfort, Chen Luo felt as though he had returned home, invigorated. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of training. It became evident that practicing in an environment corresponding to one's martial soul accelerated the enhancement of spirit power and facilitated the attainment of a focused training state. As Chen Luo began to channel the Death God's technique, energy surged towards him, particularly from the ground below. Who knows how many corpses lie buried beneath? Even after many years, a wealth of spiritual energy still lingers. Chen Luo lost track of time as he trained, finally concluding his session when he sensed a gradual decline in his training efficiency. He was now even closer to reaching level 37. If he could maintain this pace, it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Rising with a satisfied smile, Chen Luo stretched his body and exited the pit, returning to the academy. Merely training in solitude will never swiftly elevate one's strength. One must employ additional methods as aids, such as engaging in a good fight with someone. Long before commencing simulated training, Chen Luo had already devised a plan for his training schedule for the foreseeable future. Cultivating within a simulated environment is indispensable, just as periodic combat training is equally essential. Combat training serves not only to enhance one's practical combat skills, but also to challenge personal limits, further stimulating latent potential. Solely immersing oneself in relentless practice is insufficient. Likewise, focusing exclusively on combat training proves inadequate. It is only through the harmonious amalgamation of both, while discovering a suitable equilibrium, that one can achieve the utmost enhancement of strength. Moreover, Chen Luo possesses an alternative, swifter method to augment his prowess, harnessing soul hunting to reap souls for power enhancement. Yet, this method is perilously addictive. Who could resist the allure of such rapid strength amplification, akin to cheating, even at the cost of a more distant future? Chen Luo's self-control is commendable, as he manages to restrain himself. Were it someone else, discussions of the future would be the least of their concerns, prioritizing immediate gratification instead. That said, soul hunting is not entirely off limits. It should be employed sparingly, seizing suitable opportunities while ensuring to subsequently reinforce one's training and curb inner desires. Upon returning to the dormitory, taking a refreshing shower, and changing into clean attire, Chen Luo made his way to the academy's administrative building. Typically, Zhao Wujing could be found there. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had yet to engage in a proper sparring session with Zhao Wujing, and he wondered if the instructor reminisced about their training days at Shrek Academy. Chapter 064. rematch with Zhao Wujing. The new sign-in task necessitated acquiring a fourth soul ring for refreshment, but it was approaching completion. With a bit of effort, he would soon surpass level 40. While en route to the Academy's administrative building, Chen Luo glanced at the new sign-in task, which, as in previous instances, required obtaining a new soul ring. This task's reward was the Death God-S armor. Might the next task reward him with the Death God-S boots or something similar? It would be ideal to complete the tasks and assemble the entire Death God set, as acquiring all 3 pieces would trigger a set effect, and gathering the complete ensemble would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the foot of the Shrek Academy administrative building, coincidentally encountering Master Flander as he exited. "Ah, Chen Luo, have you finished your training?" Master Flander inquired, somewhat surprised. "Indeed," Chen Luo nodded, pondering if he could have come here had he not concluded his training. "I had anticipated you would be in seclusion for at least a month. I did not expect you to emerge so quickly. How was your training?" Master Flander asked. "Very good," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Excellent, keep up the good work," Master Flander said, lightly patting Chen Luo on the shoulder before passing by, and adding, "Zhao Wujing is in his office. If you seek him for training, head to the Academy's training ground." "Understood." Chen Luo chuckled wryly, recognizing the clarity of his purpose in coming here. Upon entering the administrative building, where the Academy's leadership convened on the 2nd floor, Chen Luo had yet to ascend when a teacher suddenly called out to him. "Hey, which class are you from? If you have matters to discuss, go find your homeroom teacher." The teacher who stopped him was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a flowing green dress. While her appearance was decent, her physique was rather ordinary. "Hello, teacher. I am looking for Zhao Wujing," Chen Luo replied politely. The female teacher frowned, seemingly about to say something, when an elderly voice interjected, "Let him go up." The speaker was a tall, elderly man, despite his age. Exuding vitality, it was Li Yusong. Upon seeing Chen Luo, he unusually displayed a smile. "Little monster, it has been a while since I last saw you. I heard from Master Flander that you went into seclusion for training." "Yes, Teacher Li," Chen Luo affirmed. "Zhao Wujing is upstairs. You come to seek him for practical training, Haven to you?" "Correct. Is it so obvious that my intention to find Zhao Wujing is written all over my face?" Chen Luo mused. "Go ahead. In the future, I hope to have the opportunity to train with you as well," Li Yusong said. "You're always welcome," Chen Luo replied with a polite smile before ascending the stairs. "Who is that student? I've never seen him before. He rarely appears at the Academy. So, it's not surprising you haven't seen him. He is one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Tang-san?" "No, he is Chen Luo." "Chen Luo?" "Yes. It's normal for you not to recognize him. He has always been very low-key. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, he is the most extraordinary one." "Is he stronger than Tang-san?" "Of course. When we were in Soto City, he could already contend with Zhao Wujing, and now he must be even stronger." "Ah, knock, knock." Chen Luo rapped on the door. "Come in." The voice that echoed from within was that of Lu Erlong. As Chen Luo entered, he found a starkly simple office environment, furnished with a few desks and chairs that appeared rather inexpensive, likely a design by Flander. Lu Erlong was busy handling some documents for the Academy, while Zhao Wujing lay sprawled on the desk, fast asleep. They were the only 2 occupants in the office. "Chen Luo, are you here to see Master Flander?" "He just stepped out to check on Dai Mubai and the others' training," Lu Erlong greeted with a smile. "I must admit, Lu Erlong is remarkably beautiful, her exquisite face bearing no signs of aging, radiating a mature woman's unique charm, with a nearly perfect figure, though her taste may be questionable." "No, I'm here to see Teacher Zhao," Chen Luo stated. "Finally, someone who cannot discern my intent." Lu Erlong immediately called out. "Zhao Wujing." Startled, Zhao Wujing jolted awake, momentarily dazed, instinctively turning to Lu Erlong. What is going on?" "Chen Luo is looking for you." Upon seeing Chen Luo, Zhao Wujing gradually regained his composure, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and grinning. "Little monster, what brings you to seek me out so suddenly?" "I heard from Master Flander that you were in seclusion. I have completed my training and have come for practical training with you. Could we possibly skip it?" I've been quite busy with Academy matters lately. I'm exhausted." At this moment, Lu Erlong interjected. "Don't listen to his nonsense, Chen Luo. He spends his days sleeping here, only occasionally summoned by Flander to lend a hand." Chen Luo regarded Zhao Wujing calmly. Zhao Wujing chuckled sheepishly. "All right, let us go then." He then turned to Lu Erlong. "Are you interested in joining? This kid is quite strong." Lu Erlong replied. "You 2 go ahead. I'll join you shortly once I finish these matters." Okay. At the Academy training ground, the construction was still incomplete, much of it remaining barren land. While it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it was perfectly suitable for combat. Flander had personally undertaken the procurement, maintaining his usual miserly demeanor. Fearful of anyone extracting even a penny from him. He had mentioned refurbishing the training ground half a month ago, yet no progress had been made. Zhao Wujing scoffed. Let us not speak about him. It's been a long time since we had a proper spar. Oh, by the way, has your strength increased? What is your current soul power level? Tell teacher Zhao first, so he can prepare. Zhao Wujing appeared cautious. After one previous setback, he had become this wary. Chen Luo replied, I'm still at level 36, no change. Understood. Zhao Wujing nodded. It seems you're not far from level 37. Or else you wouldn't have come to find me suddenly. Chen Luo smiled and nodded, exactly. Then let us begin. Great strength diamond bear, manifest. Martial soul, true form. Upon activating his martial soul, Zhao Wujing immediately unleashed his true form. After a flash of golden light, a massive golden bear materialized. Chen Luo's expression twitched slightly. Is it really necessary, Teacher Zhao? You're going straight to your true form? Well, I'll have to activate it eventually. Better to do it early and endure less suffering. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Wujing surveyed his surroundings, his mouth opening and closing like that of a bear, as he bellowed in a booming voice. Listen up, students on the playground and those nearby. Quickly retreat to a safe distance to avoid any unintended injuries. If you wish to spectate, ensure you maintain a prudent distance. In truth, the playground was devoid of people, and had Zhao Wujing not shouted, it would have remained peaceful. However, as soon as his voice echoed, a throng of students and teachers soon gathered around. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the deliberate nature of Zhao Wujing's proclamation. Chapter 065. Terror. Noticing the helpless expression on Chen Luo's face, Zhao Wujing laughed heartily. Little monster, if you seek training from me, you must be prepared to pay a price. As newcomers to Shrek, we ought to demonstrate our strength to the teachers and students here. In administrative matters, Zhao Wujing might indeed falter, often dozing off in his office, yet during crucial moments, this teacher would rise to the occasion, seizing every opportunity to contribute his might. Chen Luo glanced at the ever-growing audience around the playground and sighed softly before unleashing his martial soul. Reaper's Embrace. The spectral figure of the Reaper, visible only to Chen Luo, materialized before him and fused with his body, the scythe of the Reaper manifesting in his grasp. Two purple soul rings ascended from beneath Chen Luo's feet, followed by a profound black soul ring, and in an instant his aura reached its zenith. Outside the playground, the previously noisy teachers and students fell silent, their eyes widening in awe, while Zhao Wujing's transformation into his martial soul had triggered a wave of gasps. The onlookers were well aware of his formidable reputation. Their astonishment mingled with admiration and reverence. Chen Luo, however, was different. His appearance made it apparent that he was also a student of the academy, albeit rarely seen. In contrast to the powerful teachers, the identity of a student felt closer to them. It was only when Chen Luo activated his martial soul, revealing the terrifying combination of two purple and one black soul rings, that they began to sense the immense power radiating from him. Goodness, 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring? Is he even human? A soul master so young. Forget his rank, just look at his soul rings. That black one, it's a 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens, a 10,000-year soul ring. As the initial silence shattered, a cacophony of exclamations erupted, with many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, while others pinched themselves, fearing they were dreaming or hallucinating. The other little monsters from Shrek had arrived as well, for the commotion caused by Zhao Wujing's transformation was substantial. The immense fluctuation of soul power, while not affecting the entire academy, covered a significant area, drawing the attention of the other little monsters. Wait, the mighty bear? Has teacher Zhao lost his mind? What is he doing unleashing his martial soul? Ma Hongjun's cherubic face was etched with confusion. Oscar interjected, Fatty, take a look at who's standing opposite teacher Zhao. Chen Luo? Isn't he in training? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, finally noticing Chen Luo, his attention initially drawn to the imposing figure of the mighty bear. He must have finished his training. But I didn't sense his aura becoming stronger. Dai Mubai chuckled. What is surprising about this? Is this your first time witnessing such a scenario? When I sensed this commotion, I had already guessed the outcome. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu, puzzled. You just found out too? Xiao Wu nodded gently, yes. Once we return, I'll have a proper talk with him. How could he finish training and not come and find you first? Ning Rongrong remarked playfully. Xiao Wu replied. He must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Another breakthrough? Ning Rongrong's brows knitted in concern, then she joked. Couldn't your dear one slow down a bit? I feel like the gap between us is widening. Zhu Zhuqing stood coldly to the side, typically the quietest among Shrek's 7 monsters. Yet, the slight surprise on her usually impassive face suggested she shared the same sentiments as the others. On the playground, Chen Luo and Zhao Wuji had commenced their first bout. Chen Luo's speed surged to its pinnacle, while Zhao Wuji was well prepared, activating his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, which drastically reduced Chen Luo's speed. Indomitable. Chen Luo instantly activated his indomitable state, black flames enveloping him, further augmenting his aura. Simultaneously, the Black Reaper's armor manifested upon him. This marked Chen Luo's first time activating the Reaper's armor while in the indomitable state, and indeed his second time overall. The Black Flames appeared to coexist harmoniously with the Reaper's armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities and imbuing it with the unique effects of the Black Flames. Beyond mere defense, the Reaper's armor voraciously absorbed energy from the surroundings, accelerating Chen Luo's soul power recovery to a new level. If he were to acquire more pieces of Reaper equipment, each capable of replenishing soul power, the time constraints of activating Indomitable would cease to be a concern. With a speed advantage, Chen Luo launched the first offensive. Swiftly appearing before Zhao Wuji, the black flame-coated scythe descending upon Zhao Wuji's head. The black flames erupted, scorching the bear's head. Almost simultaneously, Chen Luo unleashed his third soul skill, Shadow Bind. The black 10,000-year soul ring flared brilliantly, and countless shadows erupted from the scythe, ensnaring the massive mighty bear. Without hesitation, Chen Luo initiated a second attack, the enormous scythe crashing down once more, delivering another fiery blow to the bear's head. Struck twice by the black flames. Even with Zhao Wuji in his martial soul form, he found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. The bear's head charred black, many golden fur strands singed. And the most alarming aspect was the corrosive capability of the black flames, which had inflicted several gruesome wounds upon it. Little monster, you're too ruthless. Coming in hot, right from the start, Zhao Wuji channeled his soul power to dispel the remaining black flames on his head and retaliated against Chen Luo. The Shadow Bind held absolute control over opponents of the same level, yet against a foe of Zhao Wuji's caliber, Chen Luo was merely fortunate to have gained a moment to strike. Anticipating Zhao Wuji's attack, Chen Luo had already distanced himself after his second strike. However, Zhao Wuji would not allow Chen Luo to escape so easily. He activated his fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression, causing Chen Luo to lurch uncontrollably toward him. After numerous battles, Zhao Wuji immediately followed up with his fourth soul skill, Target Tracking, denying Chen Luo any chance to evade. Zhao Wuji's fourth soul ring shot forth, fastening itself onto Chen Luo. Yet, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The black armor upon Chen Luo glimmered brightly, shattering Zhao Wuji's fourth soul ring. Ugh! Zhao Wuji coughed up blood from the backlash of his soul skill, reforming his fourth soul ring, though it was evident that the previous incident had inflicted severe damage upon him. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Yet his actions did not falter as he swung his massive paw toward Chen Luo. This was an attack empowered by his second soul skill, Mighty Bear's Palm, exhibiting formidable strength. Chen Luo had faced such situations before, while he was unable to control his trajectory due to the immense force around him. He could still wield the Scythe of the Reaper. The scythe of the Grim Reaper clashed with Zhao Wuji's enormous bear paw, unleashing a torrent of black flames and shadows, all aimed at diminishing Zhao Wuji's formidable strength. Yet, even as Zhao Wuji's paw was singed by the black flames and countless shadows ensnared him, the power transmitted through his palm remained remarkably undiminished. Chen Luo was forcefully hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth was left with a vast crater. Once the dust settled, Chen Luo emerged once more. Chapter 066. Fear witnessing Chen Luo being struck away. Nearly everyone held their breath in trepidation. Zhao Wuji was a level 76 soul saint, even with Chen Luo's terrifying soul ring combinations. A blow from Zhao Wuji would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Especially Xiao Wu, who was so agitated she nearly charged forward, only to be held back by Ning Rongrong. You've known Chen Luo long enough. Do you not understand his strength? Ning Rongrong comforted Xiao Wu. While others may not grasp Chen Luo's prowess, we trained together in Soto City. He frequently sparred with teacher Zhao and has only grown stronger. He will be fine. Although Ning Rongrong appeared calm, a flicker of concern danced in her eyes, mirrored by the other Shrek students. My goodness, teacher Zhao is being excessively brutal, Ma Ongjun exclaimed. Seemingly lost in the battle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed nervously. Dai Mubai remarked. If I were on the receiving end of Teacher Zhao's palm, I'd likely be finished by now. Oscar chimed in. I'll prepare some sausages for Chen Luo. He's fine. He is already out, Zhu Zhuqing stated coolly, her demeanor composed, though a hint of shock and worry flickered in her gaze moments earlier. As the dust cleared, a figure suddenly burst forth from a pit. It was Chen Luo. On the surface, he appeared unscathed, albeit with a flushed face, and the black flames surrounding him burned even more fiercely. Chen Luo seems to be all right. If he were injured, he would still be lying in that pit, Dai Mubai observed. Oscar sighed with relief, then glanced at the sausages in his hand. I suppose these will be left for Teacher Zhao. At that moment, as Chen Luo emerged, gasps of astonishment filled the air once more. While the Shrek students felt relieved, the other students and teachers were astounded by Chen Luo's strength. A soul master withstood the assault of a soul saint and emerged relatively unscathed. Of course, unscathed was a misnomer, although he appeared unharmed, internally. Chen Luo felt as if his organs were shifting. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Grim Reaper's armor, which absorbed a significant portion of the force, he would likely have been unable to continue fighting. Despite the throbbing pain radiating from within him, Chen Luo had grown accustomed to such sensations. In past encounters with Zhao Wujia, he had sustained injuries. If Zhao Wujia had merely been a stationary target for Chen Luo's onslaught, their training would have lost all significance. However, today, Zhao Wujia's strikes were particularly fierce. Thank goodness for the Grim Reaper's armor. Otherwise, I would have been bedridden for at least 3 days, even if I'm to be used as a teaching tool. It doesn't warrant such a beating, Chen Luo mused internally as the Grim Reaper's techniques worked tirelessly to mend his injuries. Upon observing Zhao Wujia's disheveled state, he felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. Zhao Wujia's bare head was shrouded in darkness, marred by various burn wounds, presenting a pitiful sight, while his massive paw bore similar scars, albeit in slightly better condition. Incredible! You can still stand? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his voice a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. He was acutely aware of the immense force he had just unleashed, desperate to conclude the battle swiftly. Initially, the fight with Chen Luo was intended as a mere demonstration for the faculty and students to showcase the institution's strength and its prodigious students. However, Chen Luo's ferocity had surprised him, seeming even stronger than before. Had the battle continued, victory would have been assured for Zhao Wujia, but at the cost of his own dignity. After all, he was a man who valued his pride. He had deliberately tempered his strength to expedite the conclusion, believing that the students and faculty had already been adequately astonished by their earlier exchanges. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Luo had risen again, appearing as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Zhao Wujia noticed the black armor adorning Chen Luo, and his eyes sparkled with realization. So he has acquired something remarkable. No wonder. While Chen Luo was rapidly recuperating, Zhao Wujia hesitated for merely a second before resuming his assault. In true combat, an adversary would afford no respite unless their opponent was utterly incapacitated. Zhao Wujia approached their training with utmost seriousness and intensity, striving to simulate real combat scenarios to unleash latent potential and continually break personal limits. Certainly, he was aware of the necessity to restrain himself. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for a soul saint to struggle against a soul master, even if Chen Luo were no ordinary soul master. If Zhao Wujia truly aimed to eliminate him, it would be a matter of moments. After all, training was fundamentally about learning. They were not meant to vie for each other's lives. Chen Luo's strength was unquestionable. Forcing a soul saint to reveal their martial spirit was a testament to his capabilities. Even if Zhao Wujia had held back, the intensity of their current skirmish would have overwhelmed an average soul king, driving them to retreat long before this. Upon activating his immortal form, Chen Luo's might had surged close to that of a soul king, enhancing his combat prowess, which was precisely what allowed him to contend with Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia launched his assault without reservation, compelling Chen Luo to rely on his swiftness to evade rather than withstand, granting him precious moments to recuperate. The situation remained tense. While Zhao Wujia could afford numerous missteps, Chen Luo had only a single opportunity. Should he endure another heavy blow from Zhao Wujia? Even with the Grim Reaper's armor to mitigate damage, he would likely find himself unable to continue the fight. As his injuries healed rapidly, it wasn't long before Chen Luo regained his combat readiness, and the roles of attacker and defender were swiftly reversed. Chen Luo unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes. Although Zhao Wujia managed to counter each one, his appearance grew increasingly disheveled. Zhao Wujia had not only to fend off the razor-sharp blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe, but also the terrifying black flames that clung to it, an insurmountable challenge. Upon contact, the flames would engulf instantly, while activating his immovable king form provided a tenuous defense. Chen Luo's cunning and timing in battle rendered it immensely challenging to maintain control. Logically, given Chen Luo's age and strength, he should not have experienced extensive combat, a fact corroborated by Tang San. Chen Luo's real training had commenced only upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, with Zhao Wujia serving as his sparring partner. Yet, this seemingly inexperienced young man exhibited remarkable timing and control in battle, akin to someone who had endured countless training sessions. At times, even Zhao Wujia found himself impressed. Truly a remarkable little monster. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but exclaim. The battle stretched a little over 5 minutes. At last, Zhao Wujia seized an opportunity to conclude the bout. Though 5 minutes may seem brief, it was essential to remember that Chen Luo faced a soul saint who had activated their martial spirit. Surviving 5 minutes was nothing short of extraordinary. Merely enduring a single exchange had already been a feat the students and teachers spectating around the playground were utterly captivated. And the tardy Lu Erlong was taken aback upon witnessing Zhao Wujia's disheveled expression. Amidst the crowd stood a tall youth, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow as he glanced at the diminutive Xiao Wu, then shifted his gaze towards Chen Luo on the playground, his eyes betraying a profound sense of trepidation. Truly, he was far too formidable. The youth reluctantly opened his mouth, yet could not deny this undeniable truth. Chapter 067. The resonance from below. After the battle concluded, Zhao Wujia reverted from his martial soul form, appearing remarkably disheveled, his body marred by various burns. The crowd had begun to disperse, yearning to linger, but Lu Erlong issued a command for them to return, urging those who needed to train to do so, and those who had classes to attend to their studies. Apart from Zhao Wujia and Chen Luo, several of the Shrek's little monsters remained, with Lu Erlong observing silently from the side. Oscar, ever considerate, presented the sausages he had prepared in advance, while also reminding him, "Teacher Zhao, you owe me at least 1,000 gold soul coins. Let us just round it to 1,000, shall we? When will you settle this debt?" Zhao Wujia shot Oscar a glance, prompting him to fall silent. However, after creating some distance from Zhao Wujia, Oscar persisted. "I have a little notebook where I've recorded this. Don't think you can evade payment, Teacher Zhao." Zhao Wujia merely rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Oscar as he turned his attention to Chen Luo. "Little monster, I believe we must establish some rules for our combat training moving forward." "Rules? What rules?" Chen Luo felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet the Death God technique was operating swiftly, and it would not be long before all his injuries were mended. Zhao Wujia continued. "For instance, refrain from using your special flames in the future. We shall focus on training strength and speed." Chen Luo replied. "If I don't unleash the eternal flame or use the black flame, even your defenses would be challenging to breach. How can we engage in combat then?" Zhao Wujia seemed aware of this fact, bursting into laughter. "I'm just joking. We shall fight as we see fit from now on. By the way, you've grown stronger again, haven't you?" As he spoke, Zhao Wujia cast a pointed glance at Chen Luo's chest. Chen Luo smiled slightly. "There's no change. I'm still the same as before." Zhao Wujia chuckled and said no more. "All right, I'm off to get some sleep. Every time we spar, I feel like I could sleep for days." With a wave of his hand, he departed. The after effects of his martial soul form would leave him in a weakened state for several days, regardless of the battle's outcome. Chen Luo watched Zhao Wujia leave, then engaged in a conversation with the other little monsters from Shrek. Lu Erlong had been silently observing and finally spoke up once Chen Luo had finished chatting. "I didn't expect you to be the strongest. Perhaps we could practice together next time?" "You're too kind, Dean." Chen Luo replied humbly with a smile. Lu Erlong laughed. "No need for such modesty. I just witnessed your prowess." Zhao Wujia performed admirably this time, deliberately allowing you to take the lead. "I believe you'll serve as a role model for the academy for quite some time." "Indeed, Teacher Zhao did a remarkable job. I'm profoundly grateful to him." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Erlong turned his attention to the other little monsters, inquiring about their training progress. Chen Luo listened quietly, primarily waiting for Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong was not one to linger unnecessarily. After a brief inquiry, he departed, seemingly to arrange for repairs to the playground. The other little monsters from Shrek exchanged greetings with Chen Luo before returning to their training, not wishing to intrude on the time between Xiao Wu and Chen Luo. "Why didn't you come find me after your training?" Xiao Wu asked, though she already knew the reason, yet couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "I was afraid it might disrupt your training," Chen Luo replied candidly. "Are you about to break through again?" "Yes. That's incredibly fast. It's imperative. I must become strong enough to protect you. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu strolled side by side along the academy's path, and after a while, he took the initiative to hold her small hand. Her hand was soft and somewhat cool, a delightful sensation. Due to their proximity, he could also catch a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from Xiao Wu, which left him somewhat entranced. During the days you were away, an audacious fellow kept pestering me, Xiao Wu remarked. Chen Luo's expression instantly hardened. Who? Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. I believe he won't dare to approach me again after today. It seems I need to attend classes for a few days, Chen Luo stated earnestly. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. It's not that serious. Focus on your training and don't worry about me. I can handle myself. Chen Luo nodded gently yes. I trust in your strength. Xiao Wu playfully punched Chen Luo's arm. Humph. After today's battle, you'll become a celebrity at our academy. What are your thoughts? Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I'm sure many younger students will take a liking to you. It appears I truly need to attend classes for a few days, Chen Luo replied earnestly. Xiao Wu then revealed a satisfied smile before bringing up another matter. This black ring suddenly glowed a few days ago, she said, touching the death god ring on her finger. Chen Luo nodded gently, unfazed. That's normal. As he spoke, he displayed his death god armor before Xiao Wu. Isn't it cool? Quite ugly, Xiao Wu laughed. Though it's not too bad. Xiao Wu pointed at Chen Luo's death god armor, then glanced at the death god wristband on his wrist. Her gaze finally landing on the death god ring on her own hand. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Chen Luo took the initiative to explain. They are part of a set, interconnected in their essence. The method of acquiring them is rather unique, and it's not something I can explain clearly at the moment. With that, Chen Luo stored away his death god armor and grinned. It's a pity I can't give these to you. Otherwise, I would gladly hand them all over. I don't want them. They're ugly. Rest assured, I will take good care of the ring. The exchanges between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were always straightforward. They did not require excessive words, simply expressing what needed to be communicated. There was never a situation where one would pry too deeply. They both understood that certain secrets existed, and when the time was right, they would share them without haste. After accompanying Xiao Wu for a stroll around the academy, Chen Luo escorted her to her training area before making his way to the back mountain of the academy. Following his battle with Zhao Wujia, he felt that he was tantalizingly close to reaching the 37th level. If all went well, he could achieve a breakthrough today. The intensity of Zhao Wujia's attacks had been formidable, and several times he found himself unable to recover immediately. The more severe his injuries, the more frantically the death god technique operated, bringing him closer to his breakthrough. Upon arriving at the back mountain, he entered the deep pit and resumed his previous position, continuing his training. The process of cultivation was inevitably long and tedious, and Chen Luo lost track of time until he sensed his soul power level successfully reaching the 37th level, marking the completion of this training task. Chen Luo had always experienced smooth breakthroughs at lower levels, encountering no significant challenges. Everything unfolded naturally. However, significant breakthroughs required longer periods of sustained effort. After successfully reaching the 37th level, Chen Luo did not immediately conclude his training, but instead sought to capitalize on his momentum, wishing to continue training for a while longer. Unfortunately, this state of cultivation did not last long, as he was interrupted by a peculiar sensation emanating from below. He opened his eyes and immediately directed his gaze towards the ground. There is something down there? Chen Luo instinctively blurted out, and after uttering those words, he couldn't help but berate himself for being foolish. Beneath lay an abundance of enigmatic objects. Could he truly cultivate in this place if there were nothing present? By day, he found himself solitary, yet by night, it was conceivable that this space was teeming with people. However, prior to this moment, he had not sensed such peculiarities. Could it be that upon reaching the 37th level, his perceptive abilities had intensified once more? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to ascertain the nature of the objects below before proceeding. Chen Luo summoned his martial soul, gripping the scythe of death as he commenced his excavation. As the earth was relentlessly turned, he gradually uncovered a collection of bones, predominantly human, with a few from extraordinary creatures. Indeed, this was a mass grave. One could only speculate how many corpses lay buried here. The object of his inquiry remained below, necessitating additional effort. In a short span, Chen Luo found himself ensconced in a pit approximately 7 or 8 meters deep. To avert any potential collapse, he had deliberately excavated the pit to a considerable size, ensuring he could react promptly to any unforeseen circumstances. Almost there, Chen Luo raised the scythe of death once more, bringing it down with force, cleaving through a substantial expanse of earth, which subsequently transformed into loose soil. He effortlessly flung the debris aside. While the scythe was not ideally suited for digging, it sufficed, and with the support of his formidable soul power, even manual excavation posed no challenge. After unearthing nearly half a meter more of soil, he finally glimpsed the tip of what he had sensed. It was a human hand, mostly obscured by dirt, yet still caked with dust, making its identification quite clear. It was indeed a hand, not merely a bone. As he continued to excavate, Chen Luo encountered a variety of bones, and upon seeing the hand, he was able to identify it with ease, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He pressed on, and soon the outline of a corpse emerged. With a vigorous tug, he revealed the body of a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's visage was marred, as if his face had been violently torn away, leaving only a vague semblance of features. Undoubtedly, this was a corpse. The man exhibited no signs of life. Uncovering a body in a mass grave did not seem particularly astonishing. Yet the crucial point was that this grave had evidently been abandoned for quite some time, as evidenced by the assortment of bones. This pit had not retained its original form. It appeared to have been filled in anew, as indicated by the traces in the soil. Even so, a significant span of time had elapsed since its refilling. When Chen Luo reached the corpse, the earth beneath imparted a sense of antiquity. It was clear that this mass grave harbored secrets, and the story of the corpse before him was likely even more profound. This body had likely been interred long ago, yet it had not succumbed to decay, and the black robe it wore appeared remarkably unique. It was this corpse that had elicited Chen Luo's peculiar sensation. Before it was unearthed, the feeling had been faint, merely indicating the presence of the body. However, once the corpse was exposed, Chen Luo's awareness of it sharpened significantly. He could potentially utilize Soul Hunt on it, or even awaken it. This was a unique connection he felt towards the corpse. Not all corpses were suitable for Soul Hunt, nor could all be awakened. When such possibilities arose, Chen Luo would receive corresponding sensations. There was no necessity to conduct a soul hunt. The residual soul within this corpse was but a mere wisp. Even if he absorbed it entirely, it would scarcely compare to the formidable serpent he had vanquished in Xiaogo village. Chen Luo placed his hand upon the corpse's head, seeking a more direct perception of its condition. The body was indeed peculiar. Little could be discerned, yet the lingering soul was distinctly perceptible to him. Thus, there was no need for a soul hunt. He would attempt to awaken it directly, perhaps uncovering the events that had transpired here in the past. Chen Luo resolved within his heart, yet he did not act impulsively, instead opting to further investigate the condition of the body. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that utilizing awakening on this corpse would entail a significant expenditure of energy. This was merely an instinctual feeling. The precise outcome could only be discerned through the act of awakening. Curiosity, as they say, could be perilous. Perhaps he should reconsider? Chen Luo found himself wavering momentarily. However, his hesitation was fleeting. He felt confident that he would emerge unscathed, albeit with considerable energy depleted. When faced with a unique entity before him, and possessing the means to study it, how could he resist the temptation to explore? Most crucially, Chen Luo received a mission prompt: awakening. He was not one to dither. After weighing his options for a moment, he proceeded with decisive action. The scythe of death plunged into the corpse, and its extraordinary power was instantly unleashed, draining the soul power from within Chen Luo with fervor. This state of affairs endured but a brief minute. Upon retracting the scythe of death, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Though the duration was short, it had consumed nearly all of his soul power, far exceeding his expectations. Do not feign death, rise. Chen Luo regarded the man before him with calm determination. The man remained motionless, akin to a lifeless corpse. Chen Luo reiterated, arise. This time, his tone bore an authoritative weight, akin to a command. Reluctantly, the man complied, emitting a hoarse and grating voice. Honorable Master, Gong Zhongyang stands ready to serve you. Do not pretend before me. I am aware of your thoughts. Before me, you are a blank slate. Even the slightest ink upon it is evident to me. Gong Zhongyang immediately erupted in a fit of hysteria, emitting a primal growl. Who are you, and what have you done to me? You know full well. Perhaps even better than I do, Chen Luo replied. Gong Zhongyang soon regained his composure. Your manner of speaking is rather dull. Speak, I wish to know. You are already privy to my every detail, so why must I elaborate? I can't be bothered to sift through your chaotic memories. Just speak. Very well, I concede. Gong Zhongyang promptly acquiesced. I am a soul master, capable of augmenting my strength by consuming the souls of others, and I can resurrect the deceased. turning them into my puppets. The moment I was revived, I believed my successor had come to awaken me, only to find it was you. You are not of our kind. You are stronger than we are. Many years ago, I was slain by a titled Douluo and imprisoned here, mingling with countless corpses. Yet afforded me a chance for rebirth. Those bones are my kin. Chapter 069. The past successfully resurrected Gong Zhongyang. Special mission completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the ordinary reward, the mark of death. As Gong Zhongyang spoke, Chen Luo received the notification of mission completion. When he hesitated to take the risk of resurrecting Gong Zhongyang, the mission prompt had appeared. This was a special mission, the objective being to resurrect Gong Zhongyang. Upon encountering such a rare opportunity, Chen Luo could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, he acted decisively. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Gong Zhongyang was successfully resurrected, and the special mission was accomplished. However, this time the reward for the special mission was not of the highest caliber, merely an ordinary reward. Special missions carry a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards. It appeared that fortune was not on his side this time. Of course, this correlated with the difficulty of the special mission. The more perilous the task, the more bountiful the rewards, increasing the likelihood of extraordinary outcomes. For tasks of lesser difficulty, receiving an ordinary reward was already quite commendable. In truth, prior to completing a special mission, the level of danger could not be assessed. One could only approach it with a gamble in mind. Chen Luo was uncertain whether he could awaken Gong Zhongyang. The potential consequences of failure loomed ominously. However, the peculiar nature of the task presented to Chen Luo felt akin to an unusual prompt, suggesting that perhaps he might dare to take a gamble. Much like slaying a giant python in the dark woods of Saogo village or forcibly absorbing spirit rings in the soul-hunting forest. One could only ascertain the outcome through experience. Gong Zhongyang continued to divulge everything Chen Luo yearned to know, including his origins, along with the remnants of a bygone era. Long ago, within the borders of the Tindo Empire, a cadre of evil spirit masters emerged, capable of devouring souls to rapidly enhance their power and utilizing sinister methods to resurrect the dead as their puppets. While this bore semblance to Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening abilities, the reality was starkly different, which was precisely why Gong Zhongyang asserted that Chen Luo surpassed them in strength. The evil spirit masters employed these unique techniques at an exorbitant cost. The act of consuming souls often led to the loss of self, rendering them savage and bloodthirsty, transforming them into pure evil. The resurrection of the dead could just as easily claim their own lives. Even if they achieved the goals of devouring souls or resurrecting the deceased, they faced the imminent danger of backlash. Perhaps one day, the souls they consumed would erupt, leading to their demise, or the resurrected beings would strike when they least expected it. In contrast, Chen Luo remained untroubled by such dilemmas. As long as he could utilize soul hunting, his only concern was whether he could consume adequately. The same applied to awakening. He merely needed to ensure he could feed sufficiently. Given the existence of unpredictable factors, he could sense and avert potential dangers in advance. Where certainty lay, no accidents would ensue. Upon completing a soul hunt, he would directly enhance his power, with the only concern being the influence of the soul's original memories. Yet this was a minor issue, as he need not fear soul backlash. Upon awakening, the deceased would be entirely at his disposal, with no risk of betrayal. Should the undead harbor any aberrant thoughts, Chen Luo would immediately sense it, and without any need for action on his part. Their unique connection would obliterate all consciousness within the undead, rendering them true remains. To put it bluntly, it would ensure their death once more thoroughly than before. Creating sentient undead was a straightforward endeavor for Chen Luo. He had already discerned the method. By reserving some souls for awakening, he could bestow consciousness upon the resurrected undead. The previously revived 10,000-year nightmare centipede was one such example, as was Gong Zhongyang himself. These were innate advantages for Chen Luo. Although his abilities outwardly resembled those of the evil spirit masters, there existed a fundamental distinction. Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening were akin to exquisitely perfected divine skills, while the special abilities possessed by the evil spirit masters resembled mere imitations, powerful yet burdened with substantial side effects. I am one of the evil spirit masters, Gong Zhongyang confessed. I consider myself fortunate. My abilities seldom backfire, perhaps due to the unwavering strength of my convictions. I have never targeted the weak and pitiful. Those I have slain were deserving of death, each one steeped in sin. Thus I have never lost my way. Yet, this does not provide me a means to alter my identity. Society designates us as evil spirit masters, and we are fated to bear this title for eternity. Akin to a rat in the street, wherever we appear, we are met with hostility. I can scarcely recall the year, but I executed a heinous nobleman who had slaughtered countless innocent children in pursuit of his own dream of immortality. He was the true devil. Yet, due to his noble status, I soon faced retribution. My companions and I were all captured. He was immensely powerful, wielding a sword capable of shattering anything. We battled him, but despite combining our strengths, we stood no chance against him, ultimately being obliterated and buried here. Still, I deem myself fortunate, perhaps due to my unique constitution, or perhaps because my companions sought to preserve me as their last hope. I was able to absorb their vitality to maintain my physical form, even after death. I do not know how many years I slumbered until just now. When you awakened me, I initially thought you were our descendant, for such abilities are exclusive to us evil spirit masters. But you are not. I am certain of it. I have conveyed all I can in simple terms. Gong Zhongyang's faceless visage appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying, his voice harsh and grating, unsettling to hear. Chen Luo had no need to worry about Gong Zhongyang's veracity. He could detect any deceit immediately, as their connection was direct and he held absolute control. "What your face?" Chen Luo finally inquired. Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile. "I tore it off myself. Once, when I was nearly consumed by the backlash of a devoured soul, I almost lost myself. In that moment, I removed my face. I need not rely on that visage to affirm my identity. Do you wish to reclaim that face?" Chen Luo asked. Gong Zhongyang hesitated. "Even if I desired it, it would be impossible now." "It is possible," Chen Luo stated calmly. With that, he extended his left hand towards Gong Zhongyang. Dark radiance flickering as Gong Zhongyang was drawn into the realm of the undead. His body was indeed quite unique. The gray aura during awakening was absorbed, and although his face did not immediately restore, it would gradually mend within the undead space. Chen Luo feared that frequent glimpses of that faceless countenance might leave him psychologically scarred. Gong Zhongyang's power was neither weak nor strong, likely approaching the level of a soul sage, just a step away from a breakthrough. Perhaps a sojourn within the undead space would facilitate that advancement. Chen Luo never anticipated that amidst his cultivation in this place, he would acquire an undead and an evil spirit master at that. How fortunate! And there was the task reward. Chen Luo's hand outstretched, revealing a pitch-black badge appearing in his palm, intricately engraved with patterns and an approximate shape. It resembled a hound with 3 heads, albeit vaguely. Chapter 070, Evolution Death God Badge, Hellhound, an evolution badge that can be used on a target undead, allowing it to evolve in accordance with its inherent characteristics, thereby granting some traits of the Hellhound, albeit with a certain risk of failure. Usage duration, within 1 hour. A Hellhound? Chen Luo scoffed. How haphazard. It only vaguely resembles a 3-headed dog. After his moment of derision, a gentle smile returned to Chen Luo's face. An item capable of aiding undead evolution was undoubtedly a treasure. Were it not for the time limitation, he would gladly retain it for future use when he acquired a powerful undead. However, it seemed he had to make a swift decision. Chen Luo promptly communicated with the 3 undead within the space, demonstrating his humane approach. He would not coerce his undead into evolution, for the process carried a risk of failure. Ultimately, the decision to evolve would rest with them. Soon, Chen Luo received responses from the 3 undead. The first to reply was Gong Zhongyang, his resolve unwavering. "I do not wish to rely on external power for my enhancement. Since I've been granted a chance at rebirth, even as your undead servant, I desire to rely on my own strength to elevate myself." Chen Luo retorted. "When you hunted souls before, where was this high-mindedness?" Gong Zhongyang replied, "They were all deserving of death. You could have simply slain them. Why hunt their souls?" Seeing that Gong Zhongyang was unwilling, Chen Luo did not press the matter. Being the first human spirit master undead he had acquired, Gong Zhongyang possessed a semblance of human thought. Thus, he was the quickest to respond. Next comes the nightmarish centipede, a soul beast that has existed for nearly 14,000 years, sharing a similar ambition with a malevolent soul master, Gong Zhongyang. It too yearns to elevate itself through its own endeavors. Beyond Gong Zhongyang, the nightmarish centipede possesses a measure of consciousness, albeit feeble, and even with a degree of intelligence. A soul beast remains far inferior to humanity. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the nightmarish centipede from making decisions, as Chen Luo can distinctly perceive its intentions. Having faced death once, it harbors no desire to confront it again. This is primarily due to the explicit warning within the description of the death god, S emblem, which states that there exists a certain probability of evolution failing. The consequences of such a failure are self-evident: immediate obliteration. Ultimately, the one to respond is the abyssal spider, a soul beast nearing 12,000 years of existence, devoid of any semblance of thought, its essence completely eradicated by Chen Luo. In contrast to the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang and the nightmarish centipede, the abyssal spider embodies the purest form of death. Its sole purpose is to obey Chen Luo's commands. It only responds last because it cannot comprehend Chen Luo's inquiries. Were Chen Luo to issue a direct command, the abyssal spider would undoubtedly be the first to comply. Naturally, the abyssal spider's response is unambiguous. It is willing to evolve. Even the simplest task of digesting information took the abyssal spider considerable time. Yet this does not diminish its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo. The abyssal spider seeks evolution not for its own sake, but to better serve its master, Chen Luo. Upon sensing these thoughts, Chen Luo feels an inexplicable wave of emotion. It seems that in the future, when acquiring undead beings, he must contemplate whether to completely obliterate their souls. Sometimes, endowing the undead with consciousness may not be a blessing, even if they would never betray him. Should Chen Luo force either Gong Zhongyang or the nightmarish centipede into evolution, they would have no choice but to comply. Yet Chen Luo opts to honor their wishes. This is the first and last time. From now on, he will have the final say. Such a precious opportunity that you failed to cherish. You deserve to remain worthless for a lifetime. Chen Luo clutched the death god's emblem and cast it directly into the realm of the undead. Under Chen Luo's guidance, the emblem approached the abyssal spider and seamlessly integrated into its form. Thus, the process of evolution commenced. The moment the death god's emblem penetrated the abyssal spider's body, it began to tremble uncontrollably, subsequently expanding. The abyssal spider's form grew increasingly dark as blood-red patterns gradually emerged against the obsidian backdrop, covering its body. Particularly around the arachnid spears, a significant portion became stained crimson, exuding an eerie allure. The evolution unfolded far more swiftly than anticipated, and the abyssal spider exhibited no signs of distress, having long since lost the capacity to feel pain. Its body continued to swell, deepening in hue, before the blood-red patterns fully manifested, signaling the end of its evolution. Chen Luo received a notification from the system. The abyssal spider has successfully evolved into the hellish spider using the death god's emblem. Current identity: hellish spider. The newly evolved hellish spider had more than doubled in size, its ebony form adorned with numerous blood-red patterns. Most of its 8 arachnid spears now crimson, while the gray aura that once surrounded it transformed into a sanguine hue. It appeared as though a creature from the depths of hell. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Chen Luo gazed at the hellish spider with deep satisfaction for over 10 seconds before shifting his attention to Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede. At this moment, both undead beings were engulfed in envy. Within the realm of the undead, despite occupying their respective positions and remaining largely indifferent to one another, they could still sense each other's presence and transformations. Witnessing the abyssal spider's successful evolution into the hellish spider, the two who relinquished their chance for evolution could hardly suppress their envy. This is a choice you made. Now, your envy is futile. Opportunities are fleeting and will not wait for the timid, Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly. The nightmarish centipede immediately grew subdued, shedding its excessive emotions and even entering a state of enhancement. Gong Zhongyang, however, was different. Being human, he could articulate his thoughts. Master, those who have faced death once are invariably more fearful of it. The great spider lacks intelligence and thus knows no fear. Yet, its loyalty to me remains unwavering. We are also coerced. Regardless of whether they are forced or not, it no longer matters. It is the nightmarish centipede and Gong Zhongyang who have awakened to serve Chen Luo for the rest of their lives. Even a hint of dissenting thought would not require Chen Luo's intervention. Their unique bond would instantaneously extinguish the last vestiges of their souls, stripping them of their sentience and reducing them to mere undead. The current strength of the hellish spider has reached at least the level of a 30,000-year soul beast, marking a significant qualitative leap, and its form has undergone considerable transformation, suggesting that it will venture further in the future. If Chen Luo contemplates acquiring new undead, he might first consider the nightmarish centipede and Gong Zhongyang. Chapter 071. Doubts having tended to the death god's emblem and witnessed the abyssal spider's evolution into the hellish spider, Chen Luo no longer felt the need to focus on the realm of the undead. In this space, the hellish spider, nightmare centipede, and Gong Zhongyang could each attain progress on their own. After casting one last glance at his death goddess ring, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the disarray before him. It was time to tidy up, otherwise he would be unable to cultivate in the future. Chen Luo retrieved his death goddess scythe and began to refill the various bones and earth he had unearthed. Within mere seconds of action, he suddenly halted. Must I attend to this trivial matter myself? What use is it to have so many subordinates? Chen Luo promptly summoned Gong Zhongyang. Fill this pit. Gong Zhongyang immediately sprang into action, appearing diligent and earnest. Chen Luo stood by, silently observing Gong Zhongyang at work. This is how it should be. After I have painstakingly unearthed you, the subsequent tasks ought to be yours to manage. You are now a mature undead and must learn to handle your own affairs. Gong Zhongyang did not employ his martial soul, but rather used his hands to fill the pit. He worked swiftly, and before long, the pit was filled, albeit slightly concave. The depressed area marked where Gong Zhongyang had once stood. Master, the task is complete, Gong Zhongyang said with a beaming smile. His face now restored to that of an ordinary middle-aged man, somewhat simple-minded in appearance. Yet, those who appear outwardly simple often conceal a cunning and ruthless nature within. Chen Luo, having gleaned some of Gong Zhongyang's memories, could further affirm this notion. At least he has a face that is pleasing to the eye. That faceless visage was truly unsettling. May I return to the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang inquired. Chen Luo replied, Do you not find it dull to remain in there? Two undead soul beasts, one entirely devoid of intelligence and emotion, the other possessing limited awareness, could remain in the realm of the undead without issue for a lifetime. However, Gong Zhongyang was different. Despite becoming undead, he was still human, endowed with his own thoughts. Could he truly adapt to life in the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang smiled and said, Master, there is no need for concern. Upon entering the realm of the undead, unless you actively contact us, we will enter a state of dormancy. It is in this special state that we can continuously enhance our strength. Master, may I return now? Gong Zhongyang asked once more. Chen Luo could tell that Gong Zhongyang genuinely wished to return to the realm of the undead. He likely intended to break through the limitations of his past life while in there. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events, as Chen Luo now possesses an additional soul sage to bolster his strength. With a contented smile gracing his face, he gazed at the surroundings of the deep pit, having successfully elevated his soul power level. Following this, he acquired the malevolent soul master, Gong Zhongyang. Moreover, he obtained the Death Goddess badge, the Hellhound, which facilitated the evolution of the abyssal spider into the Hell Spider. The bountiful rewards were overwhelming. Yet, the ease and perfection of it all instilled a sense of unreality within Chen Luo. Gong Zhongyang's soul power was at 69, merely a step away from becoming a soul sage at level 70. It was likely that he would soon ascend to that level, though Chen Luo was curious if, having become a spirit of the dead, Gong Zhongyang would still require a soul ring. It seemed unnecessary, as his other soul rings had turned gray upon reaching 70. He would presumably automatically acquire a gray soul ring. And Gong Zhongyang's martial spirit was a longsword, having been slain by a titled Douluo whose martial spirit was also a sword. Was it possible that this was the sword Douluo? Unlikely. They did not belong to the same era. Chen Luo perused his mind for information on Gong Zhongyang, but merely cast a cursory glance, too apathetic to delve deeply into the memories of Gong Zhongyang, deeming it unnecessary. Subsequently, Chen Luo sensed the transformations in the Hell Spider. Besides the augmentation of size and power, the Hell Spider had acquired a unique ability, the capacity to create clones. However, these clones were not mere illusions. They required a part of the Hell Spider's body as a medium for their creation. Rather than calling it a clone, the term division would be more fitting. For instance, if one of the Hell Spider's appendages were severed, it could immediately split to form a new Hell Spider. The specifics of this phenomenon could only be fully understood through direct observation. Furthermore, the Hell Spider's attacks were now imbued with a terrifying corrosive taint, akin to a curse. These attributes were likely inherited from the Hellhound, signifying a flawless evolution. Returning to his thoughts, Chen Luo resolved to continue his training for a while longer. However, at that moment, he detected a familiar presence approaching the vicinity of the deep pit. Was it Master Yu Xiaojiang? What might bring him here? This training ground was indeed recommended by Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps he possessed prior knowledge about this place. Was it possible that his suggestion for Chen Luo to train here was premeditated? Chen Luo maintained his meditative state, eager to discern the intentions behind Yu Xiaojiang's actions. Before long, Yu Shaojing arrived above the deep pit, unleashing his soul power as if to sense something. His training status appeared commendable, confirming that Chen Luo's martial spirit was of a special nature, possibly indicating a future inclination toward acquiring spirit rings of a mental variety. Although Yu Shaojing's voice was barely audible, Chen Luo's acute perception allowed him to hear distinctly. Was it possible that he was overthinking? Yu Shaojing merely glanced into the pit, seemingly checking on Chen Luo's training, before departing without further ado. Perhaps he had indeed read too much into the situation. Inwardly, Chen Luo reflected. Regardless of whether it involves soul hunting or awakening, one must exercise caution in their usage. For there exists a cautionary tale embodied by the likes of Gong Zhongyang and his ilk. In truth, notions of true evil and righteousness are merely constructs defined by humanity. Possessing extraordinary abilities does not inherently lead one down a path of malevolence. Conversely, those who appear to embody justice may be far more corrupt than the filth in a sewer. This truth was evident to Chen Luo from the memories of Gong Zhongyang. While it was undeniable that numerous malevolent soul masters strayed from the path, there were also those akin to Gong Zhongyang who did not exploit their unique powers for heinous deeds, instead harvesting the souls of the truly wicked. The reality remains that regardless of one's past transgressions, once labeled as evil, one is doomed to bear that stigma for life. Chen Luo was acutely aware of such truths, which fortified his unwavering resolve. Had he chosen to pursue strength through soul hunting, he would likely have already achieved the status of a soul sage, or even greater, yet he refrained from such a path. He would not sacrifice his future for immediate accolades, nor could he bring himself to extinguish the souls of others indiscriminately. To rely on murder and soul hunting for strength was a path he would not tread, even if circumstances forced his hand in the future. No one could guarantee that they would remain steadfastly on the righteous path, but one could ensure that their current choices were just. Chapter 072. Tang San returns. Tang San has returned. Just as Chen Luo concluded his training, he sensed two familiar presences approaching the gates of Shrek Academy. It was Tang San and Douluo. Chen Luo's perceptive abilities had grown considerably. Even at a distance, he could sense familiar energies, particularly those he recognized. It had been 6 months since he last saw Tang San. He wondered how his journey had fared. Presumably, he had made significant gains and returned with valuable items. The other monsters from Shrek Academy would likely have brought back treasures, though he and Xiao Wu's situation remained uncertain. In Chen Luo's recollection, Xiao Wu had acquired the Heartbreak Red. Now that she was his, Tang San would be foolish to gift her that unless he possessed an extraordinary capacity for selflessness. As for Chen Luo, being an extraneous individual, his chances of receiving anything seemed tenuous, yet the treasures from the ice and fire yin-yang were plentiful. Perhaps Tang San had prepared some heavenly materials for him as well. Regardless, it mattered little. He felt adequately equipped with the treasures he already possessed. Any additional items would be a welcome bonus, but he primarily hoped that Tang San could procure some beneficial herbs for Xiao Wu to aid in her advancement. Chen Luo rose from the deep pit and made his way towards the academy gates. Upon his arrival, he found the area bustling with activity. As anticipated, Tang San and Douluo had arrived at Shrek Academy, greeted by the current strongest ensemble of the academy. Flender, the Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, Lu Qibin, Xiao Exen, and Li Yusong were all present, each appearing gravely serious. Some might question why the Master Yu Shaojing was among the strongest, perhaps considering him a mere filler. Yet, one must not forget that Yu Shaojing, Flender, and Lu Erlong constituted the Golden Iron Triangle, capable of executing formidable martial spirit fusion techniques. Although Yu Shaojing was the least powerful among them, he was nonetheless an indispensable component. The last time they ventured into the Sunset Forest to find Tang San, they relied on the Golden Iron Triangle's fusion technique. Otherwise, they would have long since been obliterated, and Douluo would have been less inclined to heed their words. Observing the assembly before him, Chen Luo understood that Flender and the others primarily aimed to honor Douluo's arrival. Should they fail to extend a proper welcome, the esteemed Poison Duo might take offense, bringing calamity upon Shrek Academy. Douluo appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that Tang San had performed admirably at the ice and fire yin-yang. Everything seemed to have gone smoothly. Chen Luo chose not to approach, instead watching quietly from the sidelines. Flender, as the head of Shrek Academy, engaged in brief discussions with Douluo. Upon confirming Tang San's safety, everyone's spirits lifted, especially upon learning that Douluo would assume the role of the Academy's advisor. With a title Douluo in residence, the Academy's prestige would undoubtedly soar. It was evident that Douluo regarded Flinder's grand display with disdain. Should he choose to engage, Flinder and the others would hardly stand a chance against him. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated. After a few exchanges, the group proceeded into the academy. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Chen Luo took the initiative to depart a step ahead. His intention was merely to ascertain whether reality aligned with the memories he held, while also witnessing the illustrious moment of Shrek Academy. After all, from this day forth, Shrek Academy would also boast a title Douluo among its ranks. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the forest behind the academy, ultimately halting before a thicket of bushes that appeared nearly as tall as a person and seemed quite dense. Before Chen Luo could utter a word, a graceful figure burst forth from the underbrush, leaping directly into his embrace. "Big brother Chen Luo, you come to seek me out," she exclaimed. "You must have finished your training for today. Let us go. Treat me to something delicious." "Not today. Let us postpone that for another time," Chen Luo replied, gently patting Xiao Wu's back with a smile. Xiao Wu looked up, her lips slightly pouting. "Chen Luo, you've changed. I never recall you saying another day before. Today is indeed rather special." "How so?" "Tang San has returned." "Really? Tang San is back." Xiao Wu seemed taken aback. "Wasn't he captured by that poisoned Douluo?" "Indeed, he has returned," Chen Luo confirmed with a nod. "That's good to hear. As long as he is safe, let us go see him." Xiao Wu's expression didn't betray excessive excitement. Rather, there was a hint of emotional fluctuation. The incident of Tang San's capture by Douluo was known only to Yu Xiaojiang and a few others, with Chen Luo having shared this information solely with Xiao Wu. He had anticipated her being quite animated upon learning of this news, yet she remained remarkably composed, exhibiting only mild surprise and concern, more akin to the worry one might feel for an ordinary friend. Chen Luo was confident that Tang San would be fine. Thus he harbored little anxiety, but Xiao Wu was different. After so many years of camaraderie, her demeanor was notably calm. "If I were to be captured, I suspect Xiao Wu would weep inconsolably." Taking Xiao Wu's hand, the two made their way to rendezvous with the other Shrek students at Lu Erlong's former residence. When Chen Luo and Xiao Wu arrived, the other Shrek students had gathered in full. Oscar chuckled. "I was just about to call for you too," the master remarked. Chen Luo must have sensed Tang San's return. His perceptive abilities have always been remarkable. Indeed, Oscar nodded in agreement with a smile. During this period, everyone had been in seclusion for training, and it was evident that each had made significant progress. Chen Luo cast a glance around, exchanging smiles with his companions, clearly able to sense their enhanced auras. Better late than never. Sangge is about to share some valuable treasures with us. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Chen Luo's gaze settled on Tang San, whose outward appearance had not changed dramatically, yet his strength had undergone substantial enhancement. He was now at least level 37. The two exchanged knowing smiles. "I have prepared an herb for you as well. It should be beneficial," Tang San stated. "Great," Chen Luo expressed his surprise. While he didn't particularly require it, having such treasures was certainly preferable to going without. After reminiscing, Tang San began distributing the treasures, ensuring each person received a share. Dai Mubai received the Qirong Tongtianju, while Oscar was bestowed with the 8-petal Immortal Orchid. The herbs distributed were akin to those Chen Luo remembered, and soon they arrived at Zhujuqing. Tang San produced the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and recounted its story. To pluck the petals, one must think of their beloved with sincere heart, spill a drop of blood upon the petals. If the intent is pure enough, one may succeed in the harvest. However, should there be any distractions, even bloodshed would not grant success. At Tang San's prompting, Zhu Zhuqing expelled a mouthful of blood, but did not receive the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong's acknowledgement. The same fate befell Master Yu Xiaojiang. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Xiaojiang were entangled in their own sentiments, lacking the required singularity of purpose. Chen Luo gazed at the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, wishing to test the depth of his feelings for Xiao Wu. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Wu took the initiative. With a soft sound, her blood fell upon the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and before anyone could react, the flower gracefully detached from the Wujue stone, without a tremor, ultimately being caught by Xiao Wu's delicate hand. This one is mine." Xiao Wu casually wiped the blood from her lips and flashed a smile at the group, then turned her gaze to Chen Luo, gently swaying the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong before him, almost as if to flaunt it. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. "You actually beat me to it. I had no idea you wanted this. I would have given it to you sooner." He approached Xiao Wu, wiping the blood that had not been fully cleaned from her lips, chuckling, "Silly girl. You are the silly one." Xiao Wu shot him a playful glare. "Ahem, ahem." A series of coughs erupted, followed by Dai Mubai's voice. You two are enough already. Are you going to let the rest of us live? Or are we to be suffocated by your sweetness? Oscar chimed in. Could you possibly consider our feelings? Ma Hongjun quipped. Aren't you with Ning Rongrong? Oscar's face instantly flushed crimson, nearly ready to kick Ma Hongjun in response. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong appeared quite unfazed, seemingly unaffected by their banter. Tang San continued to distribute treasures. Since Zhu Zhuqing had failed to acquire the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and it had been successfully claimed by Xiao Wu, Tang San proceeded to present the Shui Xian Yuji Gu to Xiao Wu. Soon, all treasures were allocated, including the Master S 9-petal purple fungus and Tang San S own Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu, leaving only Chen Luo's turn. Tang San had mentioned that Chen Luo would also receive a share. Chen Luo, it's your turn, Tang San announced, producing a jade box containing a root resembling ginseng. This is the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique. I understand your constitution is rather unique, yet this herb will undoubtedly provide substantial assistance, allowing you to further elevate your abilities. Without hesitation, Chen Luo reached out to accept it. Thank you, brother. Tang San nodded lightly. I just consumed the Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu. I must now go train. Once you've taken the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang, you should also enter a state of cultivation, so as to maximize its benefits. Understood, Chen Luo replied, though he did not consume the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang immediately. You all train, I'll stand watch, Chen Luo declared. He then watched Tang San retreat to train, his gaze landing on Xiao Wu beside him. Why haven't you consumed the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong? He inquired. Xiao Wu promptly shook her head. I wouldn't dare. I cherish it too much. This is for you, Chen Luo said, handing her the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang. I have confidence in my own physique, so take this. Everyone should benefit from good treasures. You ought not to miss out. Xiao Wu protested. I don't want it. I already have the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. If I consume yours, what will you do? Take it. Chen Luo insisted, pressing the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang into her hands. Since it alters your constitution, you can still gain some advantages. I'll only see a slight improvement, but you might experience a significant boost, thus better harnessing the herb's potential. Are you implying my physique is inferior? That is indeed the implication, so hurry and eat it. Then join the others in training. I'll keep watch over you. After much persuasion, Xiao Wu finally relented. She consumed the Hunyuan Rinchen Huang and entered a state of cultivation. Chen Luo then wore a satisfied smile. He would not wish for Xiao Wu to lag behind others. Had he been more knowledgeable about various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would have certainly sought some to bolster Xiao Wu's strength. Although he would tirelessly strive to cultivate and become powerful enough to protect Xiao Wu, it is equally imperative for Xiao Wu herself to grow strong. A sentiment she undoubtedly shares. Otherwise, how could this naturally vivacious and playful girl endure the tedium of cultivation and persistently devote herself to it? The Shrek 7 Devils, having consumed rare and precious herbs, gradually experienced transformations in their physiques as their training progressed. Each individual remained largely consistent with Chen Luo's recollections. The alteration of physical constitution, the evolution of martial souls, Dai Mubai's physique further enhanced, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower evolving into the 9-treasure glazed tower, all aligning with Chen Luo's memories. However, his attention primarily lingered on Tang San and Xiao Wu. The surface of Xiao Wu's body had accumulated a significant amount of grime, remnants of impurities within her. Once these impurities were eliminated, her constitution would witness substantial improvement. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a golden light. Chen Luo discerned that this signified the impending evolution of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. He continued to focus intently on Tang San until the latter opened his eyes. Observing the lack of emotional fluctuation on Tang San's face, Chen Luo finally shifted his gaze. In his memory, Tang San had fully grasped Xiao Wu's identity only after consuming the autumn water dew, yet it appeared he had not deduced anything now. Likely due to the influence of the death god's ring. This was fortuitous. Xiao Wu's identity was indeed unique, and the fewer who knew, the greater the safety. Before long, the Shrek 7 Devils gradually concluded their training, each reaping the corresponding benefits from the rare herbs. As an additional member, even though Chen Luo had received the Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor gifted by Tang San, he had entrusted it to Xiao Wu. He felt no regret in this decision. The mere thought of Xiao Wu accepting the Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor filled him with joy, fearing only that the foolish girl might refuse it. Thanks to the nourishment of the celestial grade herbs, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 Devils had significantly elevated. The evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, reached level 40. Oscar, the sausage specialist, attained level 38. The thousand-hand Azura, Tang San, stood at 37. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, reached 36. The gentle bone charm rabbit, Xiao Wu, achieved 38. The seven-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rong Rong, reached 37. The nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, also attained 38. Of course, Chen Luo, the auxiliary member, was not to be overlooked. Although he had not consumed any celestial-grade herbs, his level remained firmly above the rest. As the Death God S Scythe, Chen Luo stood at level 40. This designation, the Death God S Scythe, was chosen to better align with the titles of the Shrek Seven Devils. And only Chen Luo was privy to the fact that his martial soul was that of the Death God. During these 6 months, Chen Luo had remained immersed in the depths of a pit for cultivation, where the unique energy had nearly been fully absorbed by him. During this period, he had also engaged in training sessions with Zhao Wujin, and even Lu Erlong had joined in the practical training. Lu Erlong's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Wujin, and it was under Lu Erlong's pressure that Chen Luo's prowess advanced so swiftly. In truth, the primary reason for Chen Luo's rapid growth after breaking through level 30 appeared to be the absence of any stagnation period. Previously, he would linger at a certain level for extended durations whenever he was on the verge of breaking through to the next tier. For instance, transitioning from level 19 to 20 and from 29 to 30 had taken an exceedingly long time, causing him to sometimes question his own existence. Now, having surpassed level 30, that stagnation seemed to have vanished, allowing him to smoothly ascend to level 40. He was now poised to acquire new soul rings. With a smile upon his face, Chen Luo gazed at the Shrek Seven Devils, silently reflecting. With Tang San celestial-grade herbs aiding them, everyone's soul power levels had risen, and even the master, Yu Xiaojiang, who had been stuck at level 29, finally achieved a breakthrough to level 30. At the master's behest, everyone would venture to the Soul Beast Forest together in 7 days to assist those requiring soul rings. During these 7 days, they could all rest and further solidify their training. Chen Luo was in no hurry and chose to wait for the main group to finish their preparations before setting out together. Chen Luo, I've become stronger, exclaimed Xiao Wu, rushing to Chen Luo's side with an exuberant smile illuminating her delicate face. Indeed, any improvement is commendable, Chen Luo replied, nodding as he gently wiped the grime from her face. Xiao Wu's skin, already exquisite, seemed even more radiant after expelling the impurities, appearing as delicate as jade with a hint of blush, evoking an irresistible urge to savor her. The Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor was originally meant for you, Tang San, she remarked. What is mine is yours, Chen Luo replied tenderly. Xiao Wu beamed, you are so kind. Cough, 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 cough. The sounds of coughing erupted once more, as Ma Hongjun and Oscar could no longer bear to witness the scene. Strangely, this time, Dai Mubai did not join in. The onlookers soon realized that Dai Mubai was embracing Zhu Zhuqing, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with the antics nearby. Could he not be so mushy? Oscar interjected. Indeed, you've stimulated us once before training and again after. What have we done to deserve this? Ma Hongjun added. Dai Mubai too, abandoning us so callously, Oscar sighed. Ma Hongjun approached Oscar, draping an arm around his shoulder. Why don't we pair up instead? He suggested, casting a flirtatious glance at Oscar. Oscar promptly retaliated with a kick. Get lost. After the playful banter, everyone's attention turned back to Chen Luo. By the way, Chen Luo, what level are you at now? Ma Hongjun inquired with a grin. You haven't consumed any celestial-grade herbs. Surely we must be catching up to you. Oscar shot Ma Hongjun a sidelong glance. Even if Chen Luo let you train for half a year and then fed you 2 celestial-grade herbs, you still wouldn't catch up to him. He could easily pin you to the ground with one hand. Ma Hongjun chuckled. When did I say I wanted to catch up to Chen Luo in strength? I doubt I could ever surpass him. I was speaking of soul power levels. The Shrek Seven Devils were oblivious to Chen Luo's soul power level. Not even Xiao Wu was aware, as they had not trained together. Chen Luo's training sessions were notably lengthy, and not only the Shrek Seven Devils, but even their instructors, such as Master Yu Xiaojiang, were unaware. They only knew that during Chen Luo's last training session with Lu Erlong, his soul power level was 38. After Ma Hongjun posed the question, nearly everyone's gaze fell upon Chen Luo. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had separated, with Zhu Zhuqing once again adopting her aloof and unapproachable demeanor, while Dai Mubai, having savored a moment of intimacy, chose not to press further, displaying great tact. Level 40, Chen Luo stated calmly. Just moments ago, he had summarized the soul power levels of the Shrek Seven Devils, including himself. Knowing they would inevitably inquire about his soul power level, He anticipated their reactions. Sure enough, the rotund Ma Hongjun was the first to break the silence. Upon hearing Chen Luo's soul power level, the group did not express much surprise. Had his level been lower, they would have been astonished instead. I knew Chen Luo's level would still surpass ours. He is truly a monster. I feel like I'll never catch up to him in soul power level. He is simply too formidable, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Oscar chimed in with a laugh. I suspect Chen Luo has devoured some celestial great herbs. Otherwise, how could his soul power level increase so rapidly in such a short time? Indeed, it's only been 6 months, Dai Mubai noted. I remember he was only at level 36 half a year ago, and now he has reached level 40. I can only express my admiration. Just fortunate, Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Ma Hongjun immediately leaned closer, wishing to embrace Chen Luo. But a sharp glare from Xiao Wu made him behave himself. Is there still a chance for luck, Chen Luo? I too wish to experience a stroke of luck. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Honestly, every time I think I might be a genius, I remember you and feel utterly worthless, he added. I feel the same. Oscar chimed in. Chen Luo was nearly accustomed to the peculiar reactions of these little monsters. Almost every time they met, they would express their inner thoughts. While the few girls remained relatively silent, unsure of how to respond to his companions, Chen Luo ultimately offered a faint smile. After everyone had shared their reflections, Tang Sen approached Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You have grown stronger. So have you, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Their bond required no excessive words. A mere exchange of glances sufficed to convey a multitude of sentiments. After years together, even in the absence of romantic feelings, a deep camaraderie had formed. Chen Luo's heart belonged solely to Xiao Wu, and his inclinations remained perfectly normal. As long as everything is fine, Chen Luo said. Indeed. Tang Sen nodded. Not only is everything fine, but the gains have been substantial. This was evidently the best outcome. Yes. Chen Luo and Tang Sen engaged in a brief conversation, but before they could delve deeper, Flinder approached. Upon sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Flinder's expression subtly changed. What has happened here? Everyone's soul power has increased so rapidly? Flinder inquired with surprise. However, before Tang San could respond, Flinder quickly shifted to the purpose of his visit. Tang San, Senior Dugu, is looking for you. He has brought Dugu Yin along. There seems to be a matter at hand. You should be cautious. After all, the title of Poison Douluo is perilously dangerous. For the most toxic poison lies within the human heart. Be wary of trusting him too much. Tang Sin smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Dean, there will be no issues. The old poison master is not as terrible as you think. Subsequently, Tang San followed Flinder to meet Dugu Bo. The little monsters of Shrek dispersed, now returning directly to their dormitories. Even equipped with formidable talents, they worked harder than any other Shrek Academy student, returning to their respective training grounds to continue their cultivation. Chen Luo escorted Xiao Wu back, as she was in dire need of a bath after getting dirty. Chapter 075. Departure to the Sunset Forest. After accompanying Xiao Wu back to the dormitory for a bath, Chen Luo joined her at her training ground. With her soul power significantly enhanced, Xiao Wu no longer yearned for leisure and indulgence, focusing solely on solidifying her strength. The Xiao Wu of today was no longer the playful girl from Nodding City. Although she still enjoyed fun, she had learned to restrain her desires, prioritizing her cultivation above all. The temptation of food and play still held great allure for her, yet it paled in comparison to her commitment to training. After her bath, Xiao Wu donned a pink lawn dress. Consuming the primordial ginseng queen had greatly improved her physique, and it was evident even from her figure. Xiao Wu's already graceful form now could only be described as perfect, complemented by her exquisitely delicate features, making her resemble a fairy. What are you staring at? Xiao Wu noticed Chen Luo's gaze lingering on her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she couldn't help but inquire. Chen Luo smiled gently. I simply wanted to look. You seem to have become much more beautiful. Was I not beautiful before? Xiao Wu blinked her large, watery eyes. Chen Luo chuckled. Of course you were beautiful, but now you are even more so, making it hard to look away. That doesn't mean you have to keep staring, Xiao Wu said, her cheeks now tinged with a deeper blush. Chen Luo replied, You're about to train again, and I will return to my training soon too. Who knows when we will meet again? I must take the opportunity to look a little longer. It's not like we want to see each other again. Is it really necessary? Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace and gently kissed her forehead. If possible, I would like to keep gazing at you like this. Xiao Wu's face turned crimson, the blush reaching her ears, but her retort remained sharp. Honestly, have you been influenced by Dai Lao and the others? Not all. Then why have your words become so cheesy? Where's the cheesiness? I speak from the heart. Humph. I don't believe you. Have you said similar things to other girls? How could that be? We have always been together. Are you implying that when I'm not around, you seek out other girls? No, that's not what I meant. That is exactly what you meant. The duo bantered playfully as they walked hand in hand, their surroundings seemingly unable to bear witness, the blue-silver grass twisting in response. After sending Xiao Wu back to train, Chen Luo did not return to the pit, but instead headed back to the dormitory. The unique energy of the pit had been entirely absorbed by Chen Luo. Continuing to cultivate there would yield lesser results than in the dormitory, and it had become a barren wasteland. When Tang San returned, everything matched Chen Luo's memories. He brought back numerous celestial herbs, and the little monsters experienced significant growth. The only difference was that Xiao Wu had also acquired celestial herbs, enhancing her soul power, herbs that Tang San had originally prepared for Chen Luo. Reflecting on these events, a smile crept across Chen Luo's face. A vivid memory flashed through his mind. Xiao Wu, ahead of him, had plucked the heartbroken red blossom with her blood and smiled back at him. That smile would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. My soul power level has now reached level 40 in 7 days. I will join the Shrek Little Monsters in the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul beasts and acquire new soul rings. This time, the soul rings must be at least 20,000 years old. After contemplating Tang San's return, Chen Luo immediately began to plan his next steps, acquiring new soul rings, then initiating new sign-in tasks, and relentlessly striving for strength. He would work tirelessly to possess sufficient power before that day arrived, protecting her behind him, ensuring no one could harm her. 7 days later, at dawn, outside the gates of Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 monsters gathered, and Chen Luo arrived punctually. Standing before them were Flender, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujuan, and the Master, the strongest forces of Shrek Academy. Today marked the day they would venture to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings, necessitating thorough preparations. The Master was also set to acquire his third soul ring, representing a significant advancement for the Golden Iron Triangle. Hey, Tang San, where's your little sidekick? Xiao Wu teased softly. Tang San wore a helpless expression. Don't even mention it. I barely convinced Tai Long not to come along. In these 7 days, Tang San had experienced a plethora of events, albeit with some variations. He encountered Tai Long on the road, who, for reasons unknown, had suddenly attacked Tang San, seemingly seeking an outlet for his emotions. The outcome was predictable. How could Tai Long, the thousand-handed Azura, stand a chance against Tang San? He was soundly beaten. What followed was the classic scenario of a son being reprimanded by his father, and all such occurrences unfolded as expected. Tang San's background was partially unveiled, and he even garnered a loyal little sidekick in Tai Long throughout these days. While Chen Luo had spent most of his time training, he was well aware of the events Tang San had experienced. Even without witnessing them firsthand, he visualized them vividly when Xiao Wu recounted the tales. Little Dance has always been a person who revels in the excitement of the crowd. After completing her training, it is no surprise that she enjoys frequenting lively places to gather information. Once Little Dance spoke up, Dai Mubai and the others followed suit, teasing Tang San until Flender interjected. Flender announced, "Our destination this time is the Sunset Forest. There are several matters you must take note of. Firstly, hunting soul beasts must be accomplished by your own efforts. We will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. This is the first phase of your graduation examination, followed by the Advanced Soul Master competition in the second phase. Secondly, in the Sunset Forest, you will have to rely solely on yourselves. We will not provide any protection, and you must also safeguard us. This is a test of your capabilities. Thirdly, Chen Luo, you are an exceptionally unique individual. If possible, I would prefer you to hunt soul beasts independently, forming your own team. With your presence, the others may inadvertently become reliant on you." The little monsters nodded in unison, and Chen Luo also acquiesced with a nod. The prospect of operating independently was precisely what Chen Luo desired. Flender added, "Chen Luo, you need not worry about your safety. As long as you remain within a radius of 500 meters, we will be able to intervene at the first sign of trouble." Chen Luo nodded, but inwardly thought, "You needn't concern yourselves with me. I can manage on my own. If one is insufficient, then 2 will suffice. If 2 are inadequate, then I shall contend with a pair of 10,000-year soul beasts. Even if I cannot dominate the Sunset Forest, I can at least ensure my own safety." Chapter 76. Acting independently, the arrangement made by Flender was met with no objections from the Shrek Little Monsters, and Chen Luo, of course, shared no dissent. The conditions were achievable for everyone, yet Flender had not clarified the overarching objective. Ma Hongjun boldly inquired, "Teacher, what is the goal of our graduation examination?" Flender replied, "In the first phase, you may utilize collective strength to hunt suitable soul beasts. As long as the 4 of us do not intervene, you will have succeeded. As for the second phase, securing even a minor championship in the Soul Master competition will suffice for graduation. Upon saying this, Flinder's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, his expression revealing contemplation, as it was evident he had not made any specific plans for him. Chen Luo has always been a special presence among the Shrek monsters, and nearly every arrangement tends to afford him unique privileges. Chen Luo is an exception. His goal, well, let us aim for him to achieve the rank of Soul King before your graduation, Flinder stated, clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yes, Director. Chen Luo had no major objections. While it posed a challenge to break through to the rank of Soul King before the Shrek little monsters graduated, it was not insurmountable with diligent effort. However, the little monsters were less composed, unable to refrain from voicing their concerns. Director, we can guarantee a flawless completion of the first phase, but the second phase appears daunting. Daimubai remarked. Indeed, even if our talents are somewhat commendable, our youth poses a significant hindrance. In the Soul Master competition, we will be facing elite Soul Masters under the age of 25. Simply reaching the finals would be commendable. Claiming the championship seems excessively difficult unless you allow Chen Luo to join our team. Ma Hongjun added. Flinder shot Ma Hongjun a stern glare, prompting him to fall silent. If you wish for Chen Luo to join, what would be the significance of your participation in the Soul Master competition? It is not an exaggeration to say that even if he were to compete alone, he could easily secure the championship. But what would such a victory mean? Flinder intoned gravely. Although he spoke thus, his internal calculations were quite different. When a moment of truth arrived, he would indeed allow Chen Luo to participate, even if merely to dominate the competition. The rewards of the Soul Master competition were too enticing, compelling one to seize them at any cost. Were it feasible, Flinder himself would relish the opportunity to compete in the Soul Master competition as a student. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the little monsters, who had previously harbored some discontent, fell silent, fully aware that Flinder's assertions were grounded in truth. Chen Luo was indeed far superior to them. At that moment, Little Dance suddenly interjected, Director, while I have no objections to your arrangements for us, your expectations for Chen Luo seem rather harsh. We will only be participating in the Soul Master competition for 1 or 2 years, and he has only just reached the Soul Master level. How could he possibly achieve the rank of Soul King in such a short span? While everyone else fretted over their respective tasks, it was only Little Dance who consistently thought of Chen Luo. Flinder, upon hearing her words, hesitated, seemingly questioning his own spontaneous decision. Indeed, achieving a rank breakthrough within 1 or 2 years was exceedingly difficult. Even if Chen Luo were not an ordinary monster, it would be a formidable challenge. After all, the advancement of a Soul Master becomes increasingly arduous, with difficulties escalating exponentially, demanding exceptional talent. Those lacking in innate ability may find themselves stagnating at a certain level for a lifetime. As for Chen Luo's talent, there was no doubt, given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly become a renowned title Douluo. But even geniuses require time to mature. Well, Flinder was about to speak when the master suddenly interjected. I believe he can reach the goal. In response, Flinder nodded, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Little Dance. Have a bit more faith in your Chen Luo. We all believe he can accomplish it. With Flinder teasing her about your Chen Luo, Little Dance's cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent. At that moment, the other little monsters chimed in. We too believe in Chen Luo's strength. After all, Chen Luo had achieved the impossible on numerous occasions. While discussing their objectives, they did not halt their journey. The Sunset Forest is situated in close proximity to Heaven Do City, serving as a prime location for Soul Masters to hunt soul beasts, which is why Shrek Academy selected this area. In no time, the group from Shrek arrived at their destination. Upon entering the forest, Flinder issued the command to split up. Chen Luo, you may act freely. As long as you do not stray too far, there should be no issue. We trust in your abilities, and it is likely we will not need to intervene. You should be able to acquire your soul ring on your own. After obtaining it, come find us. Flinder had always held unwavering confidence in Chen Luo's strength, even neglecting to mention that they would seek out Chen Luo after securing their own soul rings. He believed that Chen Luo would finish ahead of them. Understood, Director. Chen Luo nodded before parting ways with the group. They all smiled as they watched him depart, though Little Dance's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Chen Luo, be careful, she called. Chen Luo nodded and waved his hand, assuring her, don't worry. I will reunite with you all soon. In comparison to the Stardew Great Forest, the Sunset Forest is considerably smaller and boasts a lower temperature, dotted with many temper plants. The density of vegetation is not particularly high, facilitating easier movement. However, The availability of soul beasts here is far inferior to that of the Star Do Great Forest. As Chen Luo walked along the forest path, he attuned himself to his surroundings. Currently, he remained at the forest's edge, thus there were no suitable soul beasts for him, but it was prudent to remain cautious. As he progressed, Chen Luo organized his memories in his mind. With a fortnight remaining until the commencement of the elite competition at the Soul Master Academy, the Shrek little monsters endeavored to enhance their prowess to the fullest extent. Those capable of acquiring soul rings diligently sought to do so, and during this interval, Tang San successfully ascended to the 40th level, obtaining his inaugural 10,000-year soul ring. Regrettably, as we approach the more exhilarating segments of Douluo, I find myself relegated to the role of a mere observer, unable to partake. However, Dean Flinder's words resonate with truth. Mindlessly overpowering weaker opponents lacks allure, and it is indeed more gratifying to witness the competition unfold. In truth, while the Shrek little monsters engage in their battles, I could venture forth to hone my own skills, rather than trailing behind them without purpose. Remaining by Xiao Wu's side does not expedite my growth. Time is of the essence, and I must strive to elevate myself as much as possible. Alas, I shall set aside these thoughts for now and focus on the present, acquiring my 4th soul ring. Once I secure the 4th soul ring, I shall unlock new tasks, allowing me to plan accordingly based on the sign-in missions. I still possess unutilized system points. Perhaps upon obtaining the 4th soul ring, I shall indulge in a round of rewards. Chapter 077. Finding the target. Chen Luo has never forgotten the prospect of the system lottery. He has merely exercised restraint, wishing to accumulate more points for consecutive draws, believing that such an approach might yield greater fortune. His current strategy involves obtaining the 4th soul ring, then assessing the new sign-in tasks. If they are easily achievable, he will complete them before indulging in the lottery. If not, he will first partake in the lottery and then consider the tasks. Time is truly of the essence. On the outskirts of the setting sun forest, there is a notable scarcity of soul beasts. While numerous feeble ones abound, they do not align with Chen Luo's objectives. He steadfastly adheres to the principle of sustainable development, refraining from attacking the weaker soul beasts. Even when some more ferocious ones seek trouble, he merely unleashes his aura to intimidate them without resorting to violence. The growth rate of soul beasts is alarmingly slow. Should rampant slaughter continue, it wouldn't be long before soul beasts become mere legends in the Douluo realm. This is a universally understood principle. Hence, any soul master with a modicum of intelligence refrains from heedlessly attacking soul beasts. Regrettably, I am unaware of the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Otherwise, I could have ventured there, provided that the eccentric Douluo is not present. That fellow is quite peculiar, and should he take an interest in me again, it would spell trouble. Perched atop a grand tree, Chen Luo gazes into the distance, contemplating the ice and fire yin-yang eye, only to be reminded of Douluo presently. Chen Luo no longer harbors the same dread of Douluo. Although he would still be no match for him, he at least possesses the means to protect himself. The last time Douluo sought to capture him, he had already devised a plan to unleash the human face demon spider and the nightmare centipede. Even if those two 10,000-year soul beasts could not delay him for long, they would at least buy time until Flinder and the others arrived. A tidal Douluo can indiscriminately eliminate 10,000-year soul beasts, yet even such actions require a measure of time. Now, with the addition of a formidable ally, the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang, who is on the verge of breaking through to soul sage, Chen Luo feels bolstered. Even though Gong Zhongyang would merely be cannon fodder in front of Douluo, he nonetheless provides Chen Luo with an additional opportunity. Why do I always envision the worst outcomes? I bear no grudge against Douluo. A violent confrontation is highly improbable. After his previous disappointment, he is unlikely to show much interest in me again, especially with Tang San in the mix. Those two are the true companions. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Luo leaps down from the tree and continues his journey through the forest, all the while maintaining a keen awareness of Flinder and the others' positions. Flinder has advised him to keep a certain distance, and Chen Luo is not seeking the protection of the Golden Iron Triangle. He merely wishes to alleviate their concerns. It is likely that Tang San will soon employ the fragrant divine incense to attract soul beasts. If he cannot find a suitable target beforehand, he might as well join them for a more efficient approach. As Chen Luo swiftly traverses the forest, half a day slips by. He senses a battle unfolding among the Shrek little monsters, likely indicating they have encountered suitable soul beasts, while he continues to find nothing fitting. Their current location remains on the outskirts of the setting sun forest, where encountering powerful soul beasts proves exceedingly difficult. Although 10,000-year soul beasts become commonplace later in Douluo, The actual number of those above that level remains scarce. If he cannot locate a worthy target soon, he will reunite with Flinder and the others, either informing them of his intention to venture deeper into the forest or waiting for Tang, Sand to attract soul beasts, where he can remain in ambush. Prolonging this search is not a viable option. While Flinder's strategy ensures safety, it simultaneously constrains his range of activities. He should have heeded Flinder's advice from the outset. Had he delved deeper into the setting sun forest, he might have already found a suitable soul beast. As another half a day passes, Chen Luo still fails to identify an appropriate target. The strongest soul beast he encounters is merely a 10,000-year cave demon spider, which will likely soon become Tang San's target, contributing to his fourth soul ring. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo heads directly to reunite with the Shrek group. Before long, he finds them and straightforwardly explains the situation to Flinder. To his surprise, Flinder readily acquiesces to his request. "We trust in your strength," he reiterates. This simplicity alleviates much of the potential hassle and need for explanation. However, Xiao Wu expresses concern and wishes to accompany Chen Luo. He is willing to take her along, but Flinder and the others disapprove, and their refusal is justified. Acting alone differs greatly from bringing someone along. It is not that Xiao Wu is inadequate in strength, but in comparison to Chen Luo, she would serve more as a liability than an asset. Should danger arise, he could escape alone, but with Xiao Wu in tow, the difficulty of retreat would increase exponentially. Ultimately, Chen Luo departs under the watchful, worried gaze of Xiao Wu. Having received Dean Flinder's permission, Chen Luo begins to approach the heart of the setting sun forest, confident that he will find a soul beast suitable for him there. Should we truly not worry about him? Flinder whispers to the master beside him. The master nods with certainty. Rest assured, even if he encounters danger, he possesses the ability to retreat unscathed. Do not doubt his combat prowess. Even against 2 dragons, he can hold his ground for several rounds. I'm aware of this, Flinder replies, yet he still appears somewhat anxious. His immediate agreement to Chen Luo's request was, in fact, at the master's suggestion. The master continues. The soul beast forest is perilous. What if Chen Luo encounters an exceptionally powerful soul beast? Do not overthink it. Although the setting sun forest is the largest soul beast forest near Tiando City, it does not harbor many formidable soul beasts. Do you imagine this place rivals the Star Doe forest, where one can casually encounter 10,000-year kings like the Titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, Flinder nods in agreement. That is indeed true. Having distanced himself from the Shrek group, Chen Luo promptly summons his 2 skeletal soul beast minions. He considers calling Gong Zhongyang for a breath of fresh air, but the fellow is currently in seclusion, fervently attempting to break through to Soul Sage. So Chen Luo reluctantly abandons the idea. Having arrived at the heart of the Sunset Forest, prudence remains paramount, despite his unwavering confidence in his abilities. Exercising caution is never folly. Here, Chen Luo has already sensed several formidable auras, and he is in the process of selecting a suitable spirit beast. Ultimately, he decides, enough deliberation. You shall be the chosen one, King of the Earth. Chapter 078. King of the Earth. Deep Blue. At this juncture, Chen Luo finds himself in what can only be described as the epicenter of the Sunset Forest, where the spirit beasts typically boast lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, albeit in limited numbers, with no exceedingly powerful specimens present. Perched atop the body of the hellish demon spider, Chen Luo swiftly identifies his target, a king of the earth. Approximately 20,000 years old, he commands the hellish demon spider and a nightmarish centipede to advance together, and shortly thereafter, they arrive at a clearing. Before them, flames reach toward the heavens as an enormous scorpion indulges in its feast, having severed the neck of a wolf-like spirit beast, now tearing at its hind legs. Surrounded by a circle of black spirit rings hovering above the corpse, this colossal scorpion matches the hellish demon spider in size, if not exceeding it. Its appearance is strikingly unique, clad in a deep blue hue, with an aura of malevolence emanating from its articulated joints. Its tail, composed of 4-segmented bones, is raised high, culminating in a ghostly blue stinger. Chen Luo can gauge the scorpion's strength and, through its appearance, discern its identity and age. The King of the Earth, a notoriously ruthless spirit beast, thrives on carnage. While it may not evoke the same dread as the venomous human-faced demon spider, few spirit beasts of comparable rank dare to provoke it. It is undoubtedly a superior fire-type spirit beast. Upon reaching the 10,000-year mark, the King of the Earth's coloration transforms to a deep blue, with each tail segment representing 5,000 years of cultivation, thus confirming its age of over 20,000 years. Chen Luo, having studied spirit beasts extensively, though not as proficiently as Tang San, can easily identify them. The king of the earth before him perfectly meets Chen Luo's requirements for a spirit ring, over 20,000 years in age, with the added benefit of a unique elemental fire. While Chen Luo had already imbued his death god-s scythe with fiery attributes during the second spirit ring, the king of the earth remains a viable candidate. Absorbing its spirit ring would enhance the fire characteristic of the scythe. With no further options to consider, he firmly decides, "You shall be the one, king of the earth." Chen Luo signals his two skeletal spirit beast companions to spring into action. He leaps from the hellish demon spider's back, activates his martial soul, and enters an indomitable state. However, the king of the earth, being a spirit beast of 20,000 years, will not be easily subdued. While his skeletal companions, the hellish demon spider and the nightmarish centipede, may be able to vanquish it, they would undoubtedly incur some cost. There is little reason for him to remain an observer when he could join the fray. If only Gong Zhongyang were not preoccupied with his cultivation to reach the spirit saint level. Summoning him would ensure a swift resolution to the encounter with the king of the earth. Nevertheless, even in Gong Zhongyang's absence, the king of the earth can still be subdued. It should not be forgotten that the hellish demon spider's current strength has reached the 30,000-year tier, making it more than capable of dealing with a 20,000-year king of the earth. Chen Luo merely wishes to minimize losses, or rather, reduce consumption. Otherwise, the hellish demon spider alone could easily handle the king of the earth. After all, it is still a 20,000-year spirit beast, and should it inflict harm upon the hellish demon spider, the latter would require time to recuperate in the realm of the dead, which is less than ideal. As Chen Luo and his two skeletal companions approach, the king of the earth becomes aware of their presence, but chooses to remain undisturbed, continuing to relish its meal. It is only when Chen Luo and the hellish demon spider draw closer, with the nightmarish centipede maneuvering behind, that the king of the earth springs into action. Spirit beasts possess acute senses. The higher their cultivation, the more perceptive they become. Especially those exceeding 10,000 years of age, they exhibit a degree of intelligence. Upon entering the king of the earth's perceptive range, it is momentarily perplexed by the sight of humans coexisting with spirit beasts. However, as Chen Luo initiates his assault, the king of the earth swiftly recognizes the impending threat. Confident in its own strength, it regards Chen Luo and his skeletal companions as little more than a postprandial snack. No, more accurately, a main course, rendering the wolf-like spirit beast in its grasp suddenly unappetizing. With the distance between Chen Luo, the human-faced demon spider, and the king of the earth diminishing, the nightmarish centipede has successfully positioned itself behind the king of the earth, heralding the onset of a fierce battle. The king of the earth remains composed, and as Chen Luo and his companions approach within a certain proximity, it suddenly radiates a blinding blue light. In an instant, the air within a radius of several dozen square meters around its body distorts, and the ground beneath it cracks open. With a powerful strike of its massive pincers, it unleashes a shockwave that momentarily immobilizes Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmarish centipede, leaving them frozen in place. At that moment, the ground beneath the king of the earth erupts with a thunderous roar, and a ghostly blue pillar of fire ascends skyward. This pillar, measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter, engulfs Chen Luo and his companions in an instant. This is the king of the earth's innate ability, the lava quake strike, capable of generating air tremors within a certain range to disorient foes. With the duration of disorientation contingent upon the disparity in strength between the king of the earth and its adversaries. Once an opponent is immobilized, the subsequent eruption of a high-temperature fire pillar, akin to molten lava, delivers a potentially lethal blow. As the ghostly blue pillar dissipates, the forms of Chen Luo and his skeletal companions vanish from sight, though they have not been reduced to ash by the flames. This is evident from the king of the earth's display of vigilance and surprise. Its massive, ghostly blue stinger is poised for attack, while its colossal pincers remain open, ready to shred anything that dares approach. The surroundings return to a serene stillness, if not for the sunken earth and the charred remnants upon the surface. One might think that nothing had transpired. Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmarish centipede reappear, maintaining a respectful distance from the king of the earth. With the nightmarish centipede slightly advanced yet decidedly safe. Well then, the king of the earth has unveiled its skill. It is time for the hunt to commence. Chen Luo gestures lightly, and the hellish demon spider and nightmarish centipede simultaneously charge toward the king of the earth, while he follows closely behind, poised to seize the opportunity for a final strike should it arise. Chapter 079, New Spirit Ring, new undead as they advance. The obsidian body of the hellish demon, spider, gradually reveals numerous blood-red patterns, with most of its 8 appendages adorned in crimson. The gray aura that once enveloped it transforms into a deep scarlet, having completed its evolution. The hellish demon spider possesses the ability to conceal its presence and alter its appearance. Under Chen Luo's guidance, it maintains its form and aura at the level of its previous 10,000-year cultivation. Were it not for this, the King of the Earth would not harbor such unwarranted confidence in facing multiple adversaries. At this moment, the formidable presence of the Hell Demon Spider erupted, causing the Earth King to tremble in its entirety. Instinctively, it sought to flee, yet its retreat was obstructed by the nightmarish centipede. Just prior, the Earth King had unleashed its skills, only to strike at nothingness, primarily due to the special ability of the nightmarish centipede, Nightmare. This creature possesses the capacity to conjure incredibly lifelike illusions, and even though the Earth King's strength vastly surpassed its own, it found itself ensnared by the phantasm. Of course, the Earth King's overconfidence played a part, but regardless, the outcome was exceedingly satisfactory to Chen Luo. Familiar with the Earth King and its innate skills, Chen Luo had initially planned to force its abilities into the open, and the nightmarish centipede's exceptional illusionary skills were fortuitously aligned with this strategy. In Chen Luo's recollection, while hunting the nightmarish centipede in the starry forest, it had previously employed its nightmare skill against the buried spider, which, being a pure undead, had completely disregarded the nightmare. Presently, it appeared that the nightmare skill of the nightmarish centipede was indeed formidable. The Earth King had already expended its crucial ability and was rendered incapable of reactivating it for the time being. Although its immense physique and formidable power could not be overlooked, they paled in comparison to the significance of its skills. As the Hell Demon Spider displayed its true might, the fear emanating from the Earth King foretold the inevitable conclusion of the battle. The Earth King, displaying remarkable intelligence, promptly charged at the nightmarish centipede, which was significantly weaker than itself. This was its final opportunity for escape. However, the nightmarish centipede would not yield an inch, being an undead creature that was entirely oblivious to the concept of pain. It positioned its body to block the Earth King and relentlessly employed its sharp claws and formidable jaws to inflict damage. The Earth King, in a frenzy, attacked the nightmarish centipede with wild abandon, but could only advance a fraction. Its colossal pincers left a series of horrifying wounds on the nightmarish centipede, and its eerie azure tail pierced the creature's body repeatedly, yet it was of no avail, failing to alter its fate. The Hell Demon Spider moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the Earth King's rear, denying any further opportunity for the Earth King to assault the nightmarish centipede. Suddenly, the sharp, venomous spider's spear plunged into the Earth King's body, unleashing a crimson web that enveloped it instantaneously. At this juncture, the battle was virtually concluded. The Earth King could not withstand the venom of the Hell Demon Spider, its vitality swiftly ebbing away. Finally, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to strike, and this strike was aimed at the very essence of the Earth King's life. The colossal scythe of death descended, and black flames engulfed the Earth King's form, extinguishing its last flicker of life. A ring of black soul rings slowly rose from the Earth King's feet, conclusively announcing the end of its existence. Was this truly it? Chen Luo felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. The battle had concluded far too swiftly, exceeding his expectations. Primarily, the overwhelming power of the Hell Demon Spider had utterly dominated the Earth King. Of course, this was greatly influenced by the Earth King's fear. Had it chosen to stand its ground and engage in a desperate struggle against the Hell Demon Spider, it might have managed to inflict some damage. Alas, it succumbed to its trepidation. Chen Luo approached the lifeless form of the Earth King, his gaze shifting to the severely injured, nightmarish centipede nearby. The nightmarish centipede stared intently at the Hell Demon Spider, its expression a mix of envy and resentment. Did it believe that the Hell Demon Spider had betrayed it intentionally? It possessed the strength to dominate the battlefield, after all. Upon discerning the nightmarish centipede's thoughts, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. While the prowess of the Hell Demon Spider was undeniably formidable, to suggest it had betrayed the centipede was rather excessive. The Hell Demon Spider acted purely on instinct, devoid of any conscious intention to deceive. There was no need for envy. The choice had been theirs to make, and it was the centipede's own fear that had dictated the outcome. The opportunity was singular, one that it had failed to seize adequately. With a smile, Chen Luo subsequently summoned the nightmarish centipede into the realm of the undead. The creature was gravely wounded, its last struggles having been directed at the nightmarish centipede. and it was likely that it would require considerable time within the realm to recuperate. This posed no significant problem, as long as the Hell Demon Spider remained unscathed. It was now the primary focus of Chen Luo's cultivation, with the Earth King successfully subdued and the Hell Demon Spider ensuring safety. The severely injured Nightmare Centipede would prove of little utility and would be better off recovering in the realm of the undead. Another subordinate had arrived, and it must be retained. After retrieving the Nightmare Centipede, Chen Luo finally turned his attention to the Earth King. Upon gazing at this colossal creature, an involuntary smile graced his features. Awakening. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo directly invoked the Awakening on the Earth King. The opportunity to claim an undead soul beast companion was too precious to ignore, and following the Awakening, it would also facilitate the absorption of soul rings. The process of awakening was swift. Even though the Earth King was a creature of 20,000 years, Chen Luo's current strength had reached level 40, allowing him to withstand the energy expenditure of the Awakening. In less than a minute, the Earth King was revived, its wounds entirely healed. Like Chen Luo's other undead soul beasts upon awakening, the Earth King's physique expanded once more, enveloped in a grayish aura, and its power significantly augmented. All set, it was time to absorb the soul ring. Chen Luo commanded the Earth King and the Hell Demon Spider to guard him, while he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The process unfolded as seamlessly as ever. The resentment that had belonged to the Earth King within the soul ring had melded with the Earth King's essence during its awakening, greatly diminishing the difficulty of absorption. The moment the Earth King awoke, all lingering resentments dissipated, ensuring its lifelong loyalty to Chen Luo. The black soul ring that had been suspended above the ground vanished, marking the completion of Chen Luo's absorption of the Earth King's soul ring. Rising slowly, he activated his martial spirit. The once two purple and one black soul rings were now complemented by an even darker, more profound soul ring.